By distributing wages, purchasing raw materials, and buying grain, the government placed money into the hands of the common people. Next, Hanfeng only needed to promulgate a new decree, a mandatory clause stating that any product purchased from state-owned enterprises must be paid for with currency. In this way, the Han tribe's currency would truly enter circulation. Although it was a simple cycle, government issues money, government receives money back. The nature of money is such that as long as it flows, everyone it passes through benefits. Naturally, the people wouldn't spend all their money at once. They would surely save some, or use it to purchase private property they had long desired but previously had no way to obtain. Through the circulation of large amounts of money, the government could also accumulate significant savings. Furthermore, once the system was formalized, the Han tribe could begin collecting taxes, using that revenue to better develop the entire tribe. This was crucially important, both for the standard of living of the people and for the development of the Han tribe. With these matters resolved, the final remaining issue was the pricing of goods. Adhering to Han Feng's own commodity standard monetary system, the issuance and purchasing power of the currency had to be pegged to real goods. The representatives of these real goods were, naturally, the three essentials of human survival: grain, cloth, and white salt. In reality, as long as the official price of grain was set, the value of other items could be calculated based on that price. Even cloth and salt were no exception. Based on the Han tribe's monetary system and actual productivity, how should the price of grain be set? First, one had to consider the conversion between grain units and currency. This was primarily to prevent trouble during future transactions. For example, if the price were set at 1 cash coin per jin, approximate 500 g, of rice, a person couldn't possibly eat a whole jin in one meal. If they went to a restaurant and ordered a large bowl of rice, which is about a quarter of a jin, paying 1 would be a clear loss for them. Even adding the restaurant's fuel and service costs, the value of a bowl of rice shouldn't quadruple. If that were the case, who would eat out? Wouldn't they just carry their own grain and cook it themselves? Furthermore, in such a situation, since the smallest denomination of the Han tribe's currency was 1, how would the seller make change? The transaction would be impossible. Therefore, to avoid these situations, the pricing had to consider the minimum value of a single item, like a flatbread, a bowl of rice, a bowl of porridge, or an egg. For such minimum units, the buyer needed to be able to pay the exact amount, or the seller needed to have small change to return. So, in the end, Hanfeng set the grain prices as follows: husked rice at 1 jiao, 10 per jin; unhusked paddy rice at 8 per jin; corn kernels also at 8 per jin, due to the higher yield of corn; soybeans at 1 jiao 5 per jin; peanuts at 2 jiao per jin; unhusked wheat at 1 jiao 5 per jin; husked wheat kernels at 1 jiao 8 per jin, and flour at 2 jiao per jin. The Han tribe's main food crop was currently rice, followed by corn, and lastly wheat. Although wheat was cultivated earlier than corn, its yield had never been high, so the tribesmen had little interest in planting it. Once corn entered their field of vision, they clearly noticed that for the same plot of land, corn yields were much higher than wheat, further lowering their interest in wheat. Therefore, although wheat was planted every year in the Han tribe, the quantity was very small. Currently, it was mainly grown for scientific domestication and breeding and had not been widely popularized. Consequently, the Han tribe had very little wheat in stock. After all, scarcity increases value, which was why wheat was priced so high. As for why things like rice and wheat had different prices for husked and unhusked versions, it was mainly due to the Han tribe's tax collection method. Hanfeng stipulated that the agricultural tax must be paid in unhusked grain. Facts had proven that unhusked grain could be stored much longer than polished rice. Moreover, based on Hanfeng's experience from his previous life, grain stored in warehouses was basically always unhusked, excluding, of course, the polished rice processed and packed in standard woven bags for sale. Mechanically husked and polished rice was a commodity meant for sale. The unhusked grain Hanfeng referred to as the National Strategic Reserve, intended entirely for emergencies, with long-term preservation as the primary goal. The price of grain wasn't set too high, but neither was it low. Since the base price of a jin of grain was around 1 jiao, when someone bought a bowl of rice, they could pay a price between 3 to 5 won. This covered the cost of the grain plus fuel and service fees. By keeping the price at a few won, both buyers and sellers would have changed, avoiding the awkward situation of being unable to afford it or unable to make change. With this grain price standard established, other items could be valued based on grain. Take cloth, for example. First, calculate the raw material cost per square meter. Then add the labor cost. For instance, a female textile worker in the Han tribe could weave a piece of cloth 2 meters wide and 10 meters long in a day. Her daily wage first had to ensure she could eat 3 full meals, with a little extra to subsidize her household. Calculating half a person's food cost for the surplus, her daily wage needed to cover the cost of 5 full meals. Then, add the raw material cost to the labor cost, plus a certain profit margin. The sum would be roughly the factory price of the cloth. In the subsequent retail stage, transportation costs, inventory costs, shop rent, employee costs, and the retailer's profit would be added to determine the final retail price. This price wasn't set by Han Feng, but was left for the market to determine. Due to environmental factors, and even weather, the purchase price of raw materials would fluctuate. While workers' wages might remain unchanged, transportation fees would vary depending on the distance of the retail point from the factory. This principle holds true in any era. The farther from the source, the higher the retail price. Other items followed the same logic. For example, in the salt industry, the retail price was derived from workers' wages plus transportation costs, divided by output, plus a portion of profit. The most critical part of this was having a standard for workers' wages, which could be directly measured against grain prices. The amount of grain a person needed to eat daily wouldn't change, as long as they were given enough to eat, and the wage was adjusted upward based on the type of work, so that workers could save some spare money after meeting their own needs. The wage level was established. Then there was pork. Han Feng didn't know the farming models of ancient times, but he had heard some things about modern farming. For example, coarse grains like corn were healthy for humans to eat once a week. Eating it every day wouldn't kill you, of course, but coarse grains caused significant wear on teeth and certainly had less nutritional value than refined grains. However, in modern times, corn was generally used as pig feed. It was said that for pigs eating corn, 3 genes of corn could produce 1 gene of pork. The meat price could be set based on this standard. 1 gene of meat equaled 3 genes of corn, which was 2 jiao for 1. Adding some profit and other costs, a gene of meat would be around 4 jiao. So, if a worker's minimum daily standard for 3 meals was 5 bowls of rice, costing about 2 or 3 jiao, and they added half a gene of meat, that would be around 5 jiao a day. Adding some vegetables, it would be about 6 to 7 jiao. Giving a bit more to support the family, the daily wage would be at most 1 yuan. A month's wages would be about 30 yuan. The overall wage level was similar to that of China in the 1970s and 80s. Of course, this was considered a well-off level. Farmers who didn't work in factories relied entirely on self-sufficiency, eating the grain and vegetables they grew. They used surplus grain to raise pigs for meat or sold it to increase income. If they worked well, they could save quite a bit of money, not much worse than the working class. Of course, the above was just the average wage line. After all, different industries, positions, and job difficulties meant wages couldn't all be the same. But with the baseline grain price as a reference, the value of all other goods could be measured against it. Furthermore, regarding changes in grain prices, Han Feng couldn't fix the price at one number forever. He had to leave some profit margin for merchants. However, this margin absolutely could not be large. The official government had to do everything in its power to prevent merchants from driving up grain prices or hoarding, especially during years of disaster. Take husked rice as an example. Han Feng set a minimum red line. The price of husked rice could not be lower than 8 yuan. After all, cheap grain hurts farmers. Farmers relied on that grain to live. If grain became worthless, how would they survive? So, if there was a bumper harvest and grain was exceptionally plentiful, the government would not allow private merchants to buy it at a lowered price. In such a situation, the government would buy everything at the minimum price of 8 yuan per gene, taking as much as there was, forcibly intervening to prop up the grain price. On the other hand, there was a maximum standard. Husked rice could not exceed 1 jiao, 4 yuan per gene. If a disaster year occurred, such as drought or flood causing a reduction in yield, and the people didn't have enough grain while merchants hoarded market grain to raise prices, the government would take out its reserves. They would sell to the market at this maximum standard, dumping as much as people could buy, smashing the price down so those merchants wouldn't dare to raise it. Additionally, there would be severe legal punishments for merchants who disrupted the market order, especially those who dared to profit from national disasters through grain. Anyone caught would face the death penalty, without leniency. To prevent panic buying and merchant speculation during disaster years, the government would require real name authentication and limit the time and quantity of supply when selling fair-price grain. Limiting how much each person could buy daily would prevent merchants from buying in bulk and continuing to disrupt the market. With the pricing issue settled, the only thing left was the currency reserve. The Han tribe currently had only one mint, located within Hanyang City. Although they had wind-powered minting machinery, producing enough currency for tens of thousands of people to trade was still difficult. Therefore, another matter to address was the renovation of the Han tribe's metallurgical workshops. Building new metallurgical workshops had become an inevitable trend. The Han tribe was developing, and the population was growing. It wasn't just a matter of currency. The demand for other metal products was also increasing. Han Feng's plan was to establish smelters directly at the various mining sites. These sites would output finished metal ingots to the outside, which would then be sent to where they were needed for secondary processing. Another purpose of this was to allow private blacksmith shops to develop quickly. The so-called state monopoly on salt and iron didn't mean the government was responsible for retailing these two items. The central government only needed to control the mining areas and the extraction process. As for transportation, retail, and crafting fees, those could all be left to diligent private merchants. In this way, as long as there were enough blacksmiths, they could establish smithies in various places. They could buy charcoal from local people and iron ingots from traveling merchants, then return to their shops to begin processing directly. Han Feng's goal in doing this was primarily twofold. First, to reduce the transportation cost of ore. Transport costs in this era were truly exorbitant, mainly due to low transport capacity. To solve this, smelting would be done directly at the mining areas, selling processable metal ingots externally. The other aspect was that with the rise of blacksmith shops everywhere, the per capita ownership of iron tools in the Han tribe would increase significantly. Of course, this wasn't the key point. The important thing was that this would unearth a large number of creative individuals. Previously, when the Han tribe members needed tools, they were mass-produced by the tribe's metallurgical workshop. While convenient and the tools were functional, Han Feng's overall impression of this model wasn't great. Without exaggeration, this move directly initiated a private tool-making competition. Before, tools were uniformly distributed by the tribe, so only the users knew if the length and weight were comfortable. But now, not only was there a new source of tools, but people could also order custom ironware. Any strange tool one could describe. As long as the payment was sufficient, the blacksmith master could hammer it out for a try. With such basic conditions in place, the people of the Han tribe could fully utilize their ingenuity to create more convenient tools. It wasn't that every Han tribe member was an Edison, but they were purely tempted by nobility titles. After all, inventing something, once proven useful, was a guaranteed way to earn a title. Not only that, but as the Han tribe's commercial and monetary systems gradually improved, some sharp-minded individuals began thinking of ways to make money for their own families. Spring passed, and summer arrived. It was the beginning of summer in Han Feng's 4th year in this world. April 1st. It wasn't April Fool's Day, but it was a significant date worthy of being written into the Han tribe's history, for on this day, the Han tribe's currency was officially released. To cope with the impending market changes, Han Feng had been preparing for a month, mainly stockpiling supplies. Fortunately, the Han tribe's population wasn't very large, so no unsolvable troubles had arisen yet. In the various workshops of the Han tribe, all the managers were reading the notice from above to the workers, informing them that they would have the day off. The tribesmen who had rushed over early in the morning were a bit nervous, not out of excitement, but out of confusion and unease. In the workshop of the textile factory, hundreds of female workers gathered. Shang, the manager, stood on a temporarily erected platform. The chief has spoken. From now on, the Han tribe will adopt private ownership. That means goods will no longer be distributed to each household. Starting today, all tribesmen working in the workshops will be paid something called money. In the future, if you need anything, you must use money to exchange for it. Hearing the leader above announce this news, the crowd below immediately buzzed with discussion. What is money? Sai, the tribe used to distribute things just fine. Why stop suddenly? How are we supposed to live now? Come on, Auntie San. That's not what you said a while ago. I remember when the chief distributed land this year. You were overjoyed, saying you finally had your own land and would store the grain in your own home, sleeping on top of it every day. Shoo shoo. You little girl, you've just had one baby, and you dare talk to Auntie San like that? The woman called Auntie San, having her hypocrisy exposed, quickly put on the airs of an elder to cover her embarrassment. I guess it's because the chief distributed land to everyone, so the tribe doesn't have grain to distribute anymore. After all, we have our own grain now. As for other things, surely they can't just be given away freely. Our tribe has so many people now, with several cities. It takes 7 or 8 days to walk to Luoyang Commandery. How could distribution possibly be fair? Sigh, now that you mention it, that makes sense. Up on the platform, Shang scanned the crowd's reaction, then clapped her hands to signal for silence, drawing everyone's attention back. All right, quiet down, everyone. You all know that the chief distributed land to every household at the start of spring. The first season of rice is about to ripen. In a few days, you should have your own savings. You won't starve, but everyone knows that with so many people in the Han tribe now, distributing grain to everyone is fine, but meat is limited. Although the tribe raises many cattle and sheep, with so many of us, if we really started eating them, they wouldn't last a few days. But it will be different in the future. Once you work here and get paid, besides the grain from your fields, if you want to eat meat, you can raise animals yourselves. The chief said this money can be used to exchange for anything. Those who want to raise livestock can take their money to the breeding area later to buy some. After Shang finished speaking, the crowd started discussing again, but their topic was still their worry about future life. Sigh, I've thought about raising pigs and sheep myself, but thinking it over, it's not suitable. It was better when the tribe distributed it. How so? Isn't it good to have your own pigs and sheep? You can eat whenever you want. You're dreaming. Eat whenever you want. Let me ask you, how many people are in your family? If you slaughter a pig, how many days will it take to eat it? I bet before your family finishes it, the rest of the meat will rot. Even if you cure it with salt, does that taste the same as fresh meat? When the tribe distributed it, it wasn't that troublesome. There were many people, so slaughtering a dozen pigs at once meant they could be distributed that same day. There was no worry about spoilage. But raising it yourself, if you kill one in winter, are you just going to gnaw on dried meat through spring, summer, and autumn? This salted dried meat is okay too. I think you've just lived a good life for 2 years and your mouth has gotten picky. You forgot the days of starving one meal and being full the next. Now you even disdain dried meat and want fresh meat every day. TCH, don't make it sound so nice. If you don't want fresh meat every day, then don't eat it if you have the ability. Aren't you just being argumentative? All right, everyone listen to me. I haven't introduced how to use this money yet. Shang waited a moment, then picked up a tray from the table beside her. On it lay a set of 10 Han tribe coins. The 10 brand new coins glittered in the morning light. Metal objects were already precious, and seeing the glint, everyone unconsciously focused their gaze. This is the Han tribe's money. There are 10 types in total, but they are all called money. They just differ in size, weight, and what they can buy. I will now explain the benefits and usage of this money. As she spoke, Shang walked down with the tray, moving through the lined-up crowd so everyone could see what the money looked like. I heard your worries just now. Someone said if they slaughter a pig at home, they can't finish it and it will spoil, but they don't want to eat cured meat. What should be done? In the past, that would indeed be hard to handle. But now, with money, it's different. Hearing this, the people who had been discussing the issue quickly looked over, pricking up their ears to listen carefully. If you slaughter a pig at home and can't finish it, you can sell the remaining meat. Just like you said, your family can't finish it, but other families might be too lazy to raise one. So, if they want to eat meat, they can come directly to you to exchange for a piece. Of course, maybe you've thought of this, but didn't know what to exchange for. You say, take grain, but the meat seller doesn't want it. He wants a piece of animal skin, but you don't have one. Or maybe someone has an animal skin, but feels exchanging it for a small piece of meat is a loss, yet they can't finish a large piece. What then? Here, Shang paused. The surrounding crowd nodded hurriedly. Yes, these were exactly the problems they were about to face. Most people had thought about this. But now it's different. Starting today, basically everything in the Han tribe that can be seen and touched can be exchanged for money. And money comes in different sizes and can be exchanged for each other, giving change for the difference. This way, however much you want to buy, you can use the corresponding amount of money. And those who receive money can take it to exchange for what they want. Buzz. The crowd exploded again. No one expected money to have such a function. Didn't this mean money was basically omnipotent? Anything could be bought, and anything could be measured by the amount of money. Lord Shang, Can I use the money from selling pork to exchange for grain? Yes, of course you can. Lord Shang, Lord Shang, can I exchange my surplus grain for money, and then use the money to exchange for a small cart? You can. I said, in our Han tribe, as long as someone is selling it, anything can be exchanged for money. It's just that different things require different amounts of money. Whatever you want to exchange for, just prepare enough money. After Shang finished speaking, everyone nodded excitedly again. They suddenly realized that starting today, the Han tribe might truly undergo a massive change. And this thing called money was indeed very convenient for trading. However, just then, the woman who had said she wanted to eat fresh meat every day suddenly had a brain cramp and asked a very tricky question, stumping Shang, who had been preparing for days. Lord Shang, I have another question. We work here every day, and the men have to work in the fields or go elsewhere to work. Even if someone at home can help raise pigs, we don't have time to slaughter and sell them ourselves. What should we do then? This question stunned Shang. In the past few days, the chief had gathered the workshop managers specifically to educate them on the function of money so they could explain it to the workers. But this question was a bit beyond the scope of currency transactions. This belonged to lifestyle issues. It didn't seem to have much to do with money, yet it was inextricably linked to the lives of these female workers. For a moment, Shang felt a headache coming on. When the chief introduced the currency, he had just casually used pork trading as an example, so Shang had copied Han Feng's speech directly. But now someone was extrapolating from it. What to do if there's no time to sell? How should I know what to do? Shang couldn't help but feel annoyed. Shang hadn't figured out what to say yet, but at this moment, the woman who asked the question spoke up again. Lord Shang, how about this? Since everyone is busy, can we find someone who has time to be specifically responsible for selling meat? When a family wants to sell meat, they send it to that person, exchange it directly for the money for a whole pig, and then let that person slaughter and sell the pig to everyone. As soon as this was said, everyone pondered the possibility again and felt it was actually feasible. But no one took it too seriously, not even Shang. After all, this was unprecedented, and no one had experience. So she replied casually, that should work. You can discuss this among yourselves when you go back. Let's not talk about it today. Let's explain how to use this money first, then distribute wages to everyone so you can go home. Today is a day off. Come back to work tomorrow morning. So next, Shang continued to educate everyone on the 10 denominations of the currency. 1, 2, and 5 when brass coins. 10 when equaled 1 jiao. Jiao also came in 1, 2, and 5 denominations. These coins were two-toned, brass rings with silver centers, like gold-inlaid jade metals, except this was silver-inlaid copper. During production, a copper ring was punched out first, then a small silver piece. The two parts were fitted together and struck by the steel die of the minting press. The patterns interlocked, fixing the two parts firmly together. 10 jiao equaled 1 yuan. But yuan was special. There were 4 denominations, all stamped from silver plates. 1, 2, 5, and 10. The 10 yuan silver coin was currently the largest denomination in the Han tribe. This was considered big money, considering the average monthly wage in the Han tribe was only 30 yuan. Converting it, a 10 yuan coin was a third of a month's salary. As for 100 yuan coins, they didn't exist yet. If gold could be mined in large quantities in the future, making 1, 2, or 500 denominations would be feasible. But that face value would be too large. Converted to modern purchasing power, it would be like a banknote worth thousands of RMB. After explaining these common-sense issues about currency, she told everyone the official pricing standard for grain so they could have an idea of the value of money. Of course, this couldn't be memorized overnight, as everyone was new to money. But Han Feng was prepared. Currently, the various workshops and warehouses of the Han tribe had calculated their costs and had clear quotes for their products. Buying public goods wouldn't be troublesome. But for private transactions, if one didn't know how much to sell for, they could go to the grain-selling warehouse to ask. The household registry clerk managing the warehouse would calculate a reasonable price range based on the current grain price, and then let the buyer and seller negotiate the final transaction price themselves. After popularizing these basic operations, Shang warned everyone to keep their money safe and explained the punishments the county office would mete out for theft and robbery, telling everyone not to break the law knowingly. Finally came the joyous money distribution segment, payday. The female workers in the textile workshop earned the average wage of 30 yuan per month. From now on, they could rest for 2 days a month, but the holidays weren't fixed. If they had matters to attend to, They had to apply to the foreman in advance. If they took leave more than twice a month, wages would be deducted. Of course, not all of it. Leaves within 2 days wouldn't result in deductions. Between 3 to 5 days, there would be a 5 jiao subsistence allowance, basically food money. More than 5 days meant a deduction of the full daily wage. However, if there was nothing to do and no need for leave, one could skip the monthly break and save the days to take together later, specifically for doing things like traveling far. It was a relatively humane leave system. When distributing the money, to facilitate trading when they returned, Han Feng didn't issue 3 10 yuan coins to each person. Instead, he issued 20 yuan in small coins of 1, 2, and 5 won. The remaining jiao and yuan were only given as a few coins. It totaled 30 yuan, with every denomination included, to help everyone master these values sooner. Another point was that since Han Feng designed these coins with different patterns for each denomination, even if the common people were illiterate, they could recognize how much money it was based on the pictures. Even the blind could distinguish the denomination based on size, weight, and texture. Today was a holiday, and everyone went home happily with their wages. However, on the way back, the woman who had proposed finding someone to specialize in buying live pigs to slaughter and sell kept thinking about it. She pondered the possibilities and what benefits could be gained from it. If Han Feng knew, he might have been surprised too. The money had just been distributed, and someone immediately found a business opportunity. Buying live pigs to slaughter and sell meat. Wasn't that a butcher? This was a good business. Leaving aside how much money could be made, one could definitely eat the best and freshest meat every day. As more and more workshops settled wages, the numerous workers of the Han tribe received their brand new coins. They took them home and began to play with them. Yes, play, because these small, round metal discs were simply too exquisite. In Hanyang City, an apprentice working in the carpentry workshop had just returned home with his wage of 35 yuan. The master of this house was named Xietao. Originally a boy from the Broadening tribe, he used to go up the mountain daily with the logging team. Because he was physically frail and couldn't swing an axe, he had always done the work of pulling the saw. Later, he reached adulthood and married a wife within the tribe. Because he was skilled at sawing wood, and coincidentally a batch of master carpenters from the carpentry workshop was transferred to Luoyang Commandery, Hanyang City selected a group of apprentices to fill the vacancies. Xietao was among them. Now, Xietao had been working in the carpentry workshop for 2 years and had participated in the production of many important machines. He was part of the carpentry team that built wooden boats last winter, which was considered an important trade, so his wages were slightly higher. Returning to his home, which consisted of only 3 main rooms, his ears were immediately filled with the chattering of women, the babbling of a toddler learning to speak, and happy, hearty laughter intermingled, filling the small home with the breath of life. There were 6 people in Xietao's family. Besides himself, there was his wife of the same age, Wen Xiao, and their son who had just turned 1. The other 3 were a pregnant woman rescued from the fire tribe early on, and a disabled savage brought back by Yu Fu in exchange for an ox cart. Of course, the formerly pregnant woman had already given birth to a daughter, who was now 3.5 years old. As for the man assigned to her having a slight disability, she didn't mind. In this complex but very harmonious household, only Xietao and his wife Wen Xiao went to work in the workshops. Xietao was a carpenter, and Wen Xiao, due to her skill in identifying dye plants, currently worked in the dye house newly organized by Little Butterfly. The male savage brought by Yu Fu had previously been doing coolie work like general labor on the construction sites of Hanyang City. The woman partnered with him had been staying at home watching the 2 children and was responsible for the family's meals. But last year, with the completion of various buildings in Hanyang City and the specific distribution of land this year, this temporarily assembled couple began to farm, raise chickens, and watch the children full-time at home. Currently, only 2 people in the family received wages, but it was quite a lot, totaling 65 yuan. With the migration of people outward from Hanyang City, complex families like Xietao's were rare. Among those remaining in the city, few young couples went to work in the workshops together. Hey, look how beautiful this money is. Back when our Han tribe only had 100 or so people, we killed wolves all night at the gate of the wall to protect the tribe. Later, the chief rewarded us each with a copper button. Look at this money now. Even the 1 won coin is bigger than my copper button. The Han tribe is really becoming stronger and stronger. Xietao couldn't help but lament as he looked at the pile of coins on the wooden table. However, The others in the family didn't share such sentiments because they were latecomers. As Xie Tao said, the time when there were only 100 people was too distant for them. But even in the 2 or 3 years since joining the Han tribe, the changes were enough to make them proud. The two women, however, didn't care how beautiful the money was. They were discussing the wonderful uses of money, how to spend it, what the family lacked, and how much the tribe sold things for. Across the water in Commandery, coins were also being distributed in large quantities. This was a newly built city, so workshops naturally didn't exist. But with so many people on the construction site, there was no reason to use them for free. So, according to Han Feng's order, everyone participating in the city's construction received wages. It wasn't as much as the workers' wages, but it was enough for them to buy grain to fill their stomachs and purchase a set of clothes and shoes. Basically, not much of this money would remain in their hands. It just passed through them and was then exchanged back by Han Feng for grain. But even so, this process had to be followed. The purpose was to let people become familiar with the function of currency and slowly accept it. But for a certain person in Commandery, this familiarization process was extraordinarily fast. In a newly designated official district of Commandery, a patch of tall tiled houses was the first to be erected. Working here was Shu Da, who was responsible for the defense of the entire Commandery. At this moment, Shu Da was lying diagonally on the table, his eyes shining as he looked at a silver coin in his hand. This was Shu Da's own salary, a full 100 yuan. Adding various nominal rewards, it totaled exactly 1,000 yuan. According to the chief, this included rewards for past merits in addition to his salary. But none of that mattered. As someone who had once been a middleman, what was this little bit of money? In just half a day, Shu Da had already thought of N kinds of business opportunities to make money. Commandery was a newly built large city. Its initial scale was no smaller than Commandery, and due to its proximity to Hanyang City, its geographical advantage was even higher. Boat transportation was extremely convenient, allowing for multiple round trips a day. It was currently in the initial stage of city construction. Although things like grain, white salt, and clothing weren't lacking, other items were incredibly scarce. Even if he didn't do any technical processing business, just transporting goods from Hanyang City could make money. But what to sell? Shu Da fell into thought. After thinking for a while, he still felt selling meat was more suitable. And unlike others who thought of slaughtering pigs to sell raw meat, Shu Da was smarter. He thought of selling cooked food. The source was Hanyang City. Although there weren't many pigs there were plenty of sheep and no shortage of chickens and rabbits. Especially rabbits. There were so many they couldn't be eaten fast enough. After all, Hanyang City was the earliest city to develop private breeding, but the population wasn't large. Coupled with the fact that rabbits reproduce quickly, a strange phenomenon had occurred in Hanyang City. Enforced celibacy for rabbits. They really couldn't be allowed to breed arbitrarily anymore because the people couldn't finish eating them. But Commandery was in a state of extreme meat scarcity. If the rabbits could be allowed to breed freely, supplying a portion of Commandery's meat would definitely be feasible. Plus, Commandery was full of construction sites. The tribesmen were busy all day. If they could eat fragrant cooked meat without having to cook it themselves when they got off work in the evening, surely someone would be willing to pay for it, right? Thinking of this, Shu Da began to chuckle hee-hee, rattling and counting the luo's heads on the table. This amount for renting boats, this amount for hiring help. I should also buy a few large cauldrons. I'll ask about the price of iron pots in Hanyang City later. The rest will be used to buy rabbits, pigs, and sheep. That seems about right. How much money was that just now? Looks like I still need to write it down. TSK, seems I need to buy more paper and pens too. This money really doesn't last. I have so many things to buy. Speaking of which, the currency was interesting. The face values and patterns on the front were all different, but the back uniformly bore the stamped portrait of the chief's big head. The Han Feng on the coin wore a ceremonial crown, showing only down to his shoulders and collar. The pattern was quite clear. With the issuance of the currency, the many newcomers in Commandery, or those who had joined for a year or so but had never seen Han Feng, immediately recognized the chief. This really boosted Han Feng's prestige within the Han tribe's territory. But Shu Da didn't care. He was only curious at the beginning, but he never had the thought of printing himself on it. He felt that this was something only the chief was qualified to do. Even if Han Feng died and a new chief succeeded him, the portrait on the coin couldn't be changed. Because Han Feng's status in the hearts of the Han tribe was different. He was the one who led them to a good life, taught them countless production and living skills, equivalent to a godlike existence. In this world, besides Han Feng, who else was qualified to be printed on money? While Shuda was researching his pig head meat and spicy rabbit head plan, changes brought by currency circulation were also happening in Luoyang Commandery. However, surprisingly, the first change didn't happen within Luoyang Commandery, but in the Ling Tribe, which currently didn't belong to the Han Tribe, the tribe living on the small island in the wetlands. As spring returned and the ice melted, bamboo rafts and small boats could connect the two places again. The Ling Tribe's trade with the Han Tribe became more frequent. But this time was different because, for the first time, a dispute arose between the two sides due to the settlement method. We really don't need any coins. Just exchange our goods for enough white salt and cloth this time. Even if you trade with us using coins, we can't eat or drink the coins when we take them back, and we can't use them either. Under Ling Chao's command, a young man with a small mustache spoke with a face full of anxiety and helplessness. He was very anxious. This was his first time leading a team to trade with the Han Tribe. Previously, it was clearly barter, but this time the other party suddenly switched to those shiny metal discs. Honestly, they were beautiful, and the youth couldn't help but want to exchange for some to take back for collection and play. But that was all they felt like to him. Aside from being exquisite and good-looking toys for pastime, they couldn't be eaten or drunk, nor worn as clothes. His mission was to exchange for salt and clothes. If he couldn't complete the mission, what use was taking these things back? The person responsible for reception in Luoyang Commandery was a minor official from the Household Registry Department, the very same Chief Chai, who had previously been in charge of Ling Tribe affairs. Although he now held a minor official position, his task remained the same: to be responsible for communication with the Ling Tribe. No, this is our chief's will. In the future, any transaction must be paid with currency, so we can only give you coins. However, we have the things you want here. You can absolutely take the money and buy them in the city. Since that's the case, why can't you just exchange what we want directly? Isn't that simpler? Why force us to take money and then exchange it again? Isn't this just looking for trouble? The person in charge from the Ling Tribe was very averse to this matter. He didn't know why the Han Tribe suddenly changed the system when everything was fine. Usually, it would be okay to talk it over, but mainly because he was responsible for this transaction. If he didn't complete the mission, he would definitely be punished upon return. However, the Han Tribe's attitude was also very firm. Even for such a left-hand to right-hand matter, the process had to be followed. According to the chief, this was the rule, and no one could break it. Of course, the main purpose of doing this was to let everyone get familiar with currency payment as soon as possible. In the end, the Ling Tribe had no choice but to bite the bullet and exchange things here. But after private ownership began, many aspects were vastly different from before, such as this trade between the two tribes. In the past, if the Ling Tribe's products wanted to enter every household in Luoyang Commandery, they only needed to paddle their rafts to the shore and exchange supplies with the Han Tribe. Then, how to distribute the goods to the households below and how much each family should receive were things the Han Tribe had to consider. But after private ownership, it was different. Now, for the same goal, to distribute Ling Tribe goods to every household, there were two methods. The first was trade between the two tribes, followed by retail sales to the people by the Luoyang Commandery officials. The second was for the Ling Tribe to pay a commercial entry tax to Luoyang Commandery and then sell directly to the Han Tribe people themselves. However, the second method was still too difficult for the Ling Tribe to accept at the moment, so they could only use the first method, which was similar to before, for trading. Once in the city, Luoyang Commandery quickly called over clerks skilled in calculation to count the Ling Tribe's various supplies one by one, estimate the prices, and finally pay them the coins they were due. Then the Ling Tribe would state their list of desired supplies, and the cost would be calculated according to the Han Tribe's prices. In this way, the currency that had just reached the Ling Tribe's hands returned to the Han Tribe in the blink of an eye, without even moving an inch. This made their leader, Mustache, quite helpless. Wasn't this just a waste of time? However, just before they left, Chief Chai told Mustache about the changes that would occur subsequently. Currently, the supplies your tribe mainly produces can be divided into two types. One is tools, such as brush handles, bamboo baskets, hampers, steamers, winnowing pans, silkworm trays, brooms, and sleeping mats. These bamboo products. For things like these, we can continue to trade like this in the future. The other type is fresh produce. We are preparing to designate a trading market here in Luoyang Commandery. Then you can enter the city yourselves and trade with the people. This mainly includes lotus leaves, lotus pods, fish, shrimp, crabs, water chestnuts, lotus roots, as well as live ducks and duck eggs. These things spoil easily and need fresh stock every day. If we continue trading like now, the delay will be too long. You need to tell your chief about this when you go back. Oh, right. Our chief said you need to continue increasing product supply, especially for sleeping mats, silkworm trays, and brush handles. We also need more lotus leaves. Let me think. And also those reed leaves. As long as they are wide and long enough, we want them all. As for grain and such, you don't need to worry. Even if you don't plant rice yourselves anymore, you can buy grain from us at any time. You just need to produce more supplies. Hearing this, Mustache initially didn't think much of it, but the last few sentences made him frown. What does that mean? We stop planting grain ourselves and buy exclusively from you. Although the other party guaranteed availability at any time, it still felt like something was wrong. As for the 4 products the Han tribe requested to increase supply for, he didn't quite understand. Sleeping mats were easy to explain. After all, it was early summer, the weather was getting hotter, so mats would definitely sell well. But what the hell were those silkworm trays? Speaking of which, this thing had spread from the Han tribe in early spring. It looked like a large round plate with a very low bamboo rim. It couldn't hold much at all. It wasn't as practical as a winnowing pan for holding things. The Han tribe's explanation was that it was used for drying things, which made some sense. But recently, the Han tribe wanted more and more silkworm trays. What exactly were they drying that required so many? And lotus leaves. That was easy to explain. Initially, the Ling tribe had actively promoted them because they lacked containers. Their tribesmen basically used bamboo tubes to cook rice, then poured other meat and vegetables along with the rice onto clean lotus leaves. This way of eating was called hand-grabbed rice by the Han tribe. Back then, the Ling tribe just sold them to try. Unexpectedly, the Han tribe chief specifically asked for lotus leaves. Dried ones were fine too, but they weren't used for serving rice, but for wrapping food. But they didn't care about that. Why care how the Han tribe used them? As long as they knew the Han tribe had a use for them, and they could exchange them for things from the Han tribe, that was enough. As for the last item, reed leaves, this was truly unprecedented. This stuff couldn't be eaten or drunk, and couldn't wrap things like lotus leaves. Moreover, there were plenty in the swamp. Could this stuff really be exchanged for money? Mustache expressed significant doubt about this. However, he didn't say anything. If the Han tribe wanted to be foolish, let them be foolish. It had nothing to do with him. After counting the ironware, white salt, ceramics, and cloth he was taking back, Mustache quickly led his people back. Just as they were poling their bamboo rafts away, Chief Chai stood on the shore stroking his beard, also puzzled as to why the chief wanted so many reed leaves. Speaking of this, it actually went back to late spring. Because the Sticky tribe, who possessed glutinous rice, was unexpectedly subdued during the flood control in early spring, Han Feng immediately thought of several delicacies he loved in his previous life. Rice cakes, crossing the bridge rice noodles, and zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival. It was a pity that these rice products all required glutinous rice, and the Han tribe had always planted japonica rice, so there was no way to make these foods. But starting this year, there would be no shortage. Thus, before the new season of glutinous rice had even ripened, Han Feng had already asked Luoyang Commandery, which was close to the swamp, to start preparing reed leaves. These were the best materials for wrapping zongzi. Having spoken of food, there were also new changes in clothing. The Han tribe's sericulture and weaving industry began to get on the right track. In the newly built Luoyang Commandery, a large number of brand new bamboo silkworm trays were moved into the silkworm house after being washed and dried. The silkworm house area was large, a temporary shed built according to the chief's method. It was located far from the construction site, requiring quiet. Rows of wooden racks filled the silkworm house, holding layers of silkworm trays. The chestnut silkworms raised inside were all hatched from eggs collected from the wild that had naturally overwintered. As for mulberry silkworms, since the mulberry trees had just been transplanted and hadn't grown yet, they could only raise the green chestnut silkworms. It was now early summer, and the first season of spring silkworms had begun to go up the mountain to spin cocoons. Silkworms have a habit of climbing up when spinning cocoons. Therefore, addressing this habit, modern sericulture uses plastic nets placed on silkworm racks to let the silkworms climb up to spin, facilitating later harvesting. Han Feng had heard this from a female teacher who loved raising silkworms in his previous life. But in the thousands of years without plastic, ancient silkworm farmers had their own methods. They tied rice straw into bundles and stood them in the silkworm trays, letting the silkworms climb onto them to spin cocoons. Because the shape of the straw bundles looked like a mountain, the process of adult silkworms climbing the straw to spin cocoons was called going up the mountain. The spring silkworms here were spinning cocoons, while in the adjacent silkworm house, the newly hatched summer silkworms were still in the ant silkworm state. Entering the silkworm house quietly and listening carefully, one could hear the rustling sound of silkworm babies eating leaves. Sericulture had entered a large scale. At least the first centralized silkworm house existed, proving that this fully artificial breeding model was feasible. However, Han Feng was still dissatisfied with the silk weaving technology. The first-generation silk loom was modified from the flying shuttle loom, but currently, it could only weave plain white silk. Even if dyed later, it was still plain weave, solid-color silk cloth. Such silk worn on the body was at most slightly more skin-friendly, but Han Feng still felt that such silk couldn't meet the positioning of top-tier silk in his mind. The Chinese silk that was famous worldwide back then wasn't this low-end. Thinking of the famous shoe brocade from his previous life, it was woven with patterns. And not printed later, but the patterns were woven directly. That kind of cloth could be considered a true boutique product. Textile fabrics can be divided into two categories based on pattern and color. One is weaving first and dyeing later. Although dyeing methods vary, the idea is the same. The other is dyeing first and weaving later. This method involves dyeing the yarn into colors directly, and then using the colored threads to weave cloth with patterns. This method could be done with ordinary looms, but the result would be horizontal stripes or vertical stripes. It would look like prison uniforms or hospital gowns. Making ancient hanfu with it would be quite ugly. Making a duvet cover or bed sheet would be passable. Of course, weaving horizontal and vertical stripes together would result in plaid cloth, full of Scottish sentiment, which was even more ridiculous for making hanfu. So what Han Feng wanted to restore was the famous ancient Chinese, digitally controlled, loom, automatic coding weaving. It could weave brocade with irregular patterns directly according to different codes. This was quite a heaven-defying black technology in ancient times, and the reason why shoe brocade could be famous throughout China. Although Han Feng hadn't seen that kind of loom in a museum in his previous life, he had learned about its working principle in documentaries. While he couldn't guarantee making an exact replica, making one with equivalent functions was not a problem. As for technical reserves, the Han tribe's current textile technology could unceremoniously be said to meet the standards of the eve of the Industrial Revolution. Restoring a technology from 2,000 years ago was no pressure at all. If the Han tribe's textile industry didn't develop towards this high-precision digital control, developing towards efficiency would only mean running wildly down the path of mechanization and full automation. Otherwise, they could only give up on textile development and concentrate all R&D efforts on printing and dyeing, figuring out copperplate printing. However, Han Feng had no such plan at the moment. After all, given the Han tribe structure, jumping straight to industrialization would mean the vast number of working women in the Han tribe would have no food to eat. If factories produced automatically, how many people would they need? Han Feng needed to provide them with jobs now, so he could only change the direction of development. More coming in a bit. Noob Omega Gun, winking face. Although this new loom was touted as having digital control coding, it was completely different from computer numerical control, CNC. After all, it was technology from thousands of years ago. Where would computers come from back then? Even the coding was done manually by humans, similar to the feeling of programming. The loom was still a loom. The only difference lay in the coding. The entire working principle was actually very similar to the modern popular cross-stitch. Cross-stitch involves drawing a grid on cloth and then filling in different colored cross-stitch threads, finally using this dense mosaic effect to form a pattern. This loom worked on a similar concept. The weaving process involves controlling two sets of heddle rods, A and B, to alternately open and close two sets of warp threads, allowing the weft thread to shuttle through, gradually forming dense cloth. But to weave patterns directly, one couldn't just control the warp threads in two sets. Suppose you wanted to weave a yellow pattern on a black base cloth. You would need to lift the corresponding few warp threads at the appropriate position and insert the yellow weft thread so that the weft thread is exposed at that concentrated position, just like filling the same color in the required positions on a horizontal row of a cross-stitch grid. This loom was the same. First, the difference from the original was modifying the heddle rods that controlled the opening and closing of the two sets of warp threads. Although still divided into groups A and B after modification, every warp thread had to have independent adjustment capability. This was a very delicate job. The specific method was to install a row of thin iron wires on the heddle rod, equal in number to the warp threads. Each wire corresponded to a warp thread. The bottom passed through the warp thread, while the top had a row of uniform push rods. The mechanism controlling the digital coding was like a giant bamboo scroll, woven from long bamboo strips. Here, each bamboo strip could be seen as a row of grids on a cross-stitch pattern. Each grid corresponded to a warp thread. Then, holes were drilled in the grids that needed to fill the same pattern in the same row, and finally, it was installed above the heddle rods. In this way, every time the heddle rod lifted the warp threads, the iron wires above the warp threads would press against the bamboo strip. Among the coded warp threads, for the parts that needed to be lifted, the position above corresponded exactly to a small hole in the bamboo strip, allowing that warp thread to be successfully lifted. For warp threads that didn't need to be lifted, the corresponding position on the bamboo strip had no hole, so when lifting, the bamboo strip would press down on the top of the iron wire, preventing that warp thread from rising. After each lift, the bamboo strip with different hole positions would be changed. Then, according to the required lifting sequence, the bamboo strips were sorted, finally forming a looping program. The entire bamboo scroll was strung into a belt, fixed by two rollers and gears, spread flat directly above the loom, so that the row of iron wires on the heddle rods could fully engage with the bamboo scroll. As for the linkage mechanism, several crankshafts and connecting rods on both sides of the machine connected the pedals of the lifting device to the gear part of the coding bamboo scroll above. In this way, every time the weaving woman stepped on the pedal of the lifting device, the coding bamboo scroll above would also switch to the next bamboo strip driven by the connecting rods and gears, repeating a set of codes cyclically like a belt pulley. This world's most primitive digital control programming technology wasn't actually very difficult. Making it involve just iron wire, carpentry, and drilling holes in bamboo strips. The difficult part lay in the culture, that is, the design of the patterns. After all, even if you could weave patterns directly, they couldn't remain unchanged forever. Naturally, the richer the patterns, the better, to avoid monotony. The entire machine wasn't built from scratch, but was modified directly from a previous flying shuttle loom. The overall appearance was a size larger than the original because a linkage mechanism was added to the outside, a digital coding device was added to the top, and the two sets of lifting devices inside were heavily modified. But even so, it was considered very miniaturized. The kind of loom Han Feng had seen in documentaries was as high as a two-story building, with workers on both upper and lower levels, requiring 4 or 5 people to operate one loom simultaneously. The one Han Feng led people to modify could fit in a single-story house. It occupied a small area and space. Moreover, incorporating advanced flying shuttle technology, it was stronger than the original in terms of workers and efficiency. In principle, this machine only needed one person to operate. Of course, this was only when weaving. For things like changing the shuttle or changing the coding, assistance was still needed. Generally, each machine would be staffed with one weaver and one apprentice assistant. 2 people were enough. As for efficiency, since silk is much finer than linen and wool yarn, and the coding was more troublesome, a loom that could originally weave 10 meters of wool cloth a day could now only weave about 2 meters in a normal day of work. Efficiency dropped directly by 5 times. As the saying goes, slow work yields fine products. Han Feng didn't demand much in this regard. If it were that easy to weave, it wouldn't be a luxury item. Moreover, in terms of technology, whether it was the mechanical complexity and precision or efficiency, it was already the highest level achievable at present. Spending half a month modifying the first digital loom, Han Feng had also prepared the first batch of bamboo strip codes. They were a set of codes with a chi dragon pattern, one with a cloud pattern, and finally a set with a Chinese character flag code. Switching to this set of codes and the corresponding 2-color silk threads, one could directly weave flags with Chinese characters one by one. They would be connected, and one just needed to cut them apart later. Half a month passed, and the time arrived for the harvest of this year's first season of rice. In the golden rice fields, the tribesmen's enthusiasm for work was obviously higher than in previous years. This was entirely because, apart from paying the corresponding grain tax, The remaining grain from this harvest could all be stored by themselves. Their own fields finally yielded grain. The grain fields this year had changed significantly compared to previous years. First, the planting area for wheat had shrunk. Only 50 mu were planted this season. If not for the specific purpose of saving seeds and breeding, the people probably wouldn't have been willing to plant it. After all, the rice here was ripe, while the wheat over there was still green. The growth cycle was so long, and the yield was much lower than rice. Besides, it wasn't like they couldn't live without flour. Anyone who wasn't foolish knew what to choose. On the other hand, the fields on the east bank of the Ru River were all planted with glutinous rice obtained from the Sticky tribe this year. Although they switched to the Han tribe's more mature planting methods, the yield was still noticeably lower than the Han tribe's Japonica rice. For the same planting area, the yield was about 2/5 less than Japonica rice. Also, due to scarcity increasing value, Han Feng set the price of unhusked glutinous rice at 1 jiao 5 won per jin, equal to soybeans. However, the tribesmen weren't used to eating this round-grained glutinous rice yet. Popularizing it within the Han tribe would be difficult. This would have to wait until the reed leaves from Luoyang Commandery arrived to make zongzi. It was just a pity there were no suitable fillings yet. The last difference from previous years was the increased planting area for corn. In the first season, the men's grain fields were planted with rice, while the women's auxiliary fields were mandatorily required by Han Feng to be planted entirely with corn. Corn had a short growth cycle, ripening in 3 months, and its yield was no less than rice. Calculating 600 square meters as 1 mu, the average yield of corn could reach over 700 jin. However, since it was planted in early spring, the growth cycle was a bit longer, dragging on until it ripened at the same time as the spring rice. The reason Han Feng mandated planting a season of corn was mainly to propagate more seeds and promote corn on a large scale to solve the food problem for the tribe's several new cities this year. The new cities were currently in the initial stage. Irrigation canals and fields couldn't possibly be as perfect as Hanyang cities. Therefore, to make them self-sufficient, corn, which had strong adaptability and was relatively drought-resistant, became the first choice. Although corn was a coarse grain, given the current situation, filling stomachs was the primary task. So after the corn in Hanyang City was harvested, it was quickly and forcibly purchased by the government. After simple threshing and drying, it was immediately transported to the newly built cities, with orders for them to plant it immediately. This year, the new cities would only plant corn. They had to harvest at least 2 seasons before winter to solve their own food problems. In mid-April, the entire Hanyang City was covered in a golden hue. Not only was the city square used to dry grain, but even the 4 main streets and various alleys inside the city were drying quite a bit of grain. It seemed the planting area hadn't changed much, but unlike the previous public ownership where everyone dried grain together, now with private ownership popularized, everyone found different places to dry their own grain separately. It wasn't until the end of April, when the second season of rice was in the ground, that tax collection work began here. Although the tax method was stipulated as take 4 from 10, in reality, not every household harvested the same amount of grain. The county office, already short-handed, couldn't possibly go door-to-door weighing everyone's total grain. So in the end, the method Han Feng provided was to randomly sample 10 mu of land, weigh their respective yields per mu, take an average, and use that as the standard to levy a 40% grain tax on each household. Early in the morning, every household had to leave someone at home. Then, clerks from the county drove 4-wheeled double-ox carts to collect grain door-to-door. Households opened their doors early and prepared the grain to be turned in. The reason for leaving someone at home was naturally for the head of the household to sign and fingerprint. This way, taxes could be collected against the registered household records, preventing tax evasion and avoiding multiple collections by the government. Around noon, 8.5-year-old little Chu Bing stood on tiptoe at the door looking out, finally waiting for the ox cart collecting grain. "Little kid, where are the adults in your family? Come out to pay the grain." The household registry clerk, wearing a black robe and a leather headband symbolizing the intellect/creation title, flipped through the yellow household registry book and a tax ledger. Seeing Chu Bing standing at the door, he said that sentence. Then, seeing Chu Bing actually wearing a cloud-patterned copper button on his head, he couldn't help but look at him with higher regard. This household registry clerk was selected from various tribal students last year. In reality, they joined the Han tribe relatively late. He knew what such a cloud-patterned copper button represented. Although not a nobility title, It definitely belonged to the earliest batch of big shots, existences that he, a intellect/creation title holder, couldn't easily provoke. He was just curious how Chu Bing, at such a young age, had obtained merit. However, Chu Bing was obviously immune to such surprised and envious gazes. He didn't explain or show off, but quickly called his mother out to collect the grain. The grain collection process was simple. Beside the ox cart hauling grain, the household registry clerks had a hopper cart. It was a simple-looking but very sturdy frame with a hopper on top and a stack of empty bags below. Chu Bing's mother carried the grain to the gate in wrought tin baskets. Several clerks hurriedly began to measure, bag, and load the cart, dough by dough. Finally, the household registry clerk wrote the specific amount of grain collected in the name of the household head in the tax ledger. Then he had Chu Bing's mother sign and press her handprint. Finally, he took out a small booklet printed just a few days ago, turned to a new page, filled in the household head and tax payment information, stamped it with his bronze seal, and tore it along the perforated line in the middle. The household head kept half, and the government archived half. This served as a receipt for each tax payment. If problems arose in the future, the two halves could be matched for verification. The tax collection work proceeded methodically. Once these grain taxes were collected, they would soon be transported via water and land to the 4 new cities: Phuma Pass, Matian, Danshan, and Riyang. As for the grain supply for Sitong County, it relied entirely on Luoyang Commandery. Otherwise, the pressure on Hanyang City would be too great. After arranging these grain collection and transportation tasks, Han Feng didn't stay in Hanyang City to watch. Instead, he let the officials handle it completely. After all, they were novices. To grow, they couldn't lack exercise. As long as there were no issues with principles, making a few other mistakes was understandable. As long as they summarized the experience afterward and corrected it, people weren't afraid of making mistakes, but of making mistakes and not learning from them. After explaining the points to note for the work, Han Feng rode Ash Mountain, his mount, bringing the other 3 terror elephants and a batch of newly made weighing instruments, scales, from Hanyang City to Luoyang Commandery to inspect the work there. Currency had been implemented for a month. Comparatively, among the Han tribe's existing cities, sporadic trading appeared most frequently in Luoyang Commandery. Even with a guy like Shu De who was good at exploiting opportunities in Hanyang and Ruyang, the general environment couldn't compare to Luoyang Commandery. The population there, in terms of both quantity and composition, was more complex than in Hanyang and Ruyang. With the increase in sporadic trading, some problems inevitably arose. This wasn't the fault of the currency, but a problem with the units of trade. Luoyang Commandery's retail market was mainly concentrated among 3 forces: local Han tribe members, Ling Tribe merchants, and migrant workers. Their transaction volumes weren't large, and they mostly bought and sold fresh produce. Among the Ling Tribe's many products, things like ducks and duck eggs were easy to handle. They could be sold by the bird or by the piece. But other things, like water chestnuts, lotus roots, and even fish, couldn't be sold by odd numbers. So they urgently needed a batch of small scales ranging from 0 to 20 jin for merchants to use. This was also why Han Feng was in a hurry to deliver the scales. On the other hand, the appetite of the 2 new large terror elephants was a bit astonishing. Hanyang City really couldn't afford to raise them anymore. So Han Feng planned to send these 2 big guys to the watergrass land east of Babao Mountain, the shore where Han Feng first entered the swamp and camped. Of course, these things could actually be done by others. Han Feng didn't need to make the trip personally, but this time, he had a compelling reason to go. Based on Deshu's regular reports, Han Feng learned that something special had happened in Luoyang Commandery, especially after the currency was issued and sporadic trading appeared. Since Han Feng attached great importance to this, Deshu had to take it seriously too, paying close attention to information from these markets. The matter was reported by Deshu the day before yesterday. The report said that about 3 or 4 days ago, the Ling Tribe came to Luoyang Commandery to sell things as usual, but that day, a new plant suddenly appeared in their goods. It looked like a cornstalk stripped of leaves. They sold it in Luoyang Commandery for 5 won a stick. Note that this price wasn't low. If eating rice, it was enough to fill an adult's stomach for a meal, even to the point of bursting. But strangely, such an inconspicuous thing sold explosively. On the first day, people didn't buy much. By the second day, as soon as it entered the market, it was immediately snatched up, and no one even bargained. The following days were even crazier. Almost as soon as the Ling Tribe's rafts approached the shore, People were queuing up in the Luoyang Commandery market. It was just short of a group of people going directly to the river to rob them. At first, Deshu didn't pay attention. But with the tribesmen's discussions and various strange behaviors, Deshu also realized something was wrong. Then, on the morning of the fourth day, as soon as the Ling Tribe docked, Deshu had someone get a few sticks. Only then did he hear from his subordinates that this thing didn't have a name yet. The Ling Tribe people didn't know what it was called either, only that it was edible and non-toxic. The name given to it by the people of Luoyang Commandery was a sweet stalk. True to its name, it was a sweet stalk. Deshu tasted it too. It had thin skin. Biting off the skin and chewing the core inside released a lot of sweet water. Then the chewed residue was spat out. In Deshu's original words in the report, skin is green, over 2 meters long, stem is straight, about the thickness of a thumb, thin skin, juicy. The juice is sweet, making one unable to stop after one bite. Han Feng couldn't sit still when he saw this. If he guessed correctly, this thing should be the sweet stalk he ate as a child, scientifically known as sweet sorghum. It is actually a type of sorghum with a sweet stalk, and most importantly, it has a resounding nickname, northern sugar cane. The Han tribe wasn't without sugar. The root nodules of the man-eating tree on the back mountain produced syrup. But with just that one tree, the yield was low, and crucially, that tree ate meat and drank blood. With the Han tribe's current strength, raising one was already impressive. Trying to plant man-eating trees on a large scale for sugar production, leaving aside how many years it would take to grow, the Han tribe couldn't afford the planting cost. So sugar was an extremely rare item in the Han tribe, only distributed to a few high-level officials. And it was syrup because with that little yield, Han Feng couldn't be bothered to start a sugar industry. But absence didn't mean people had no demand. Sugar, in any era, is recognized worldwide as the food that can best improve people's happiness. A famous person once said that sugar's addiction rate is higher than any drug. Therefore, as soon as the sweet stalk appeared in Luoyang Commandery, even if its price equaled a full meal, yet couldn't fill the stomach, only offering a suck of sweet water, the tribesmen still flocked to it. This showed that the sugar market was huge. Not only did the Han tribe need it, but even if this thing were sold to the grasslands or the bamboo island, they would definitely fall in love with sugar at first sight, just like they did with salt. And obviously, Han Feng valued more than just sugar production. The scientific name of sweet stalk is sweet sorghum, so no matter how sweet it is actually a type of sorghum. The utilization rate of this sweet sorghum is very high. Besides being squeezed for sugar like sugar cane, it can also bear sorghum grains on top. These sorghum grains are also a type of grain. Eating aside, the key is that sorghum is very suitable for brewing alcohol. Leaving aside the issue of drinking causing trouble, the most critical point is that as long as alcohol can be brewed, it means alcohol, ethanol, can be produced. And with alcohol, in the treatment of various external injuries in the future, disinfection can be achieved as much as possible. This would play a huge role in improving the survival rate of the tribesmen and taking a solid step forward for the Han tribe's medical field. Finally, there was waste utilization. The sorghum grains on top for brewing, the stalks below for sugar. But after squeezing the sugar, the remaining skin and coarse fiber, equivalent to sugarcane bagasse, were excellent fodder for feeding livestock. Not only was there sweetness inside that animals loved, but it was also high energy. Eating it made them grow fast. The same waste, if not used as fodder, could also be pulped to make paper. What a magical crop! Its uses were simply too many. With the appearance of sweet sorghum, how could Han Feng stay in Hanyang Commandery? If not for arranging tax collection these past 2 days, he would have rushed all the way to Luoyang Commandery long ago. However, going now wasn't too late. After all, Han Feng wasn't just going to eat a few sweet stalks. The main purpose of this trip was to find a way to get some seeds, and then attempt large-scale popularization, preparing raw material reserves for the Han tribe's future brewing and sugar industries. With 4 terror elephants clearing the way, followed by over a dozen ox carts loaded with supplies, Han Feng led a team and arrived at the Luoyang Commandery territory in 2 days. When they arrived, it was already the afternoon of the second day. The fresh produce market had long since dispersed. Han Feng didn't get his wish to see the lively scene of 10,000 people queuing to buy sweet stalks, but on the streets of the city, he could see children everywhere holding sweet stalks and chewing, or some older elderly people squatting on the ground with half a bamboo tube and a winnowing pan, rubbing corn. "Chief, I bought a bundle of sweet stalks for you this morning and saved them. You can have them whenever you want," Deshu said, following beside Han Feng. seeing him staring at the sweet stalks in the children's hands. Han Feng frowned, showing displeasure. Why are there no trash cans on the street? And street sweepers? Does no one manage hygiene here in Luoyang Commandery? Look at those kids. After eating the sweet stalks, they spit the residue right onto the street. It wasn't like this before. This situation only started in the last few days with the sweet stalks. Deshu was stunned for a moment, then immediately explained. Then how are you solving it? Han Feng turned his head and glanced at Deshu. The commandery hasn't managed this matter yet. Trash is swept twice, at dawn and in the morning. What we are paying attention to now is how much money the Ling Tribe is actually earning from us. Based on our calculations over the past few days, just selling sweet stalks, they should have made over 10,000 yuan. Chief, isn't this bad for our tribe? This is all our money, Deshu said with some concern. Han Feng didn't care much about this. The Ling Tribe made a lot of money selling sweet stalks, but they couldn't spend that money elsewhere. In the end, they still had to come to the Han Tribe to consume. And when the Han Tribe sold things to them, they also made a profit. Letting currency circulate, there was nothing bad about that. On the contrary, Han Feng attached great importance to the issue of urban trash. In this era, medical conditions were poor, and the population living in the city was relatively concentrated. If environmental hygiene wasn't managed well, causing a plague would be no joke. Ignore that for now. You handle the trash problem first before anything else. Have the Luoyang Commandery Household Registry clerks recruit disabled or elderly people from each district and village to sweep the streets by section every day. All necessary tools and vehicles will be coordinated by the Household Registry. By the way, there should be a bamboo basket trash can every 100 meters on the street. Also, have the penal clerks send patrols to inspect the streets in rotation. Anyone found littering will be fined 1 yuan. The Commandery Governor's office should also send people to publicize the trash cans and fines, lest the residents in the city don't know the situation. Remember, fines are not the goal, but the means. What I want is to see not a single person littering on the street. Got it. Han Feng thought for a moment, and a simple management method blurted out. Yes, Chief, I remember. Deshu nodded hurriedly, then led Han Feng towards the newly built official district. This official district was built just this year, and currently, there were only a few buildings. Most other places were still construction sites. The matter of building official districts wasn't unique to Luoyang Commandery. Because of a design error in Hanyang City initially, the city was too small, and in the end, no independent official district or school was left out. This gave Han Feng a headache. In the spirit of not making the same mistake twice, Han Feng specifically required that every newly built county seat must have an independent official district. Walking into the independent commandery governor's compound, it appeared very empty. Only a dozen or so clerks remained on duty, handling the organization and statistics of documents. After asking, he learned that most other officials had gone to various places in the city to handle affairs. Hanyang Commandery was busy, and this place was no exception. Newly harvested grain had to be tallied and stored, and a portion of grain and seeds had to be separated to support the construction of Sidong County. Moreover, Luoyang Commandery's own place hadn't been built well yet. Deshu led Han Feng into the main hall and soon, under Han Feng's order, fetched the urban plan of Luoyang Commandery. Now, Luoyang Commandery already had 5 independent but adjacent earthen cities. The area of each was a circle larger than Hanyang City. According to Han Feng's terminology, these were called fengshi districts. The administrative level of a fengshi was set at the township level, 1 level smaller than a county seat and 1 level larger than a village. Currently, apart from an official district with few people and a temporary worker settlement area full of rammed earth shacks, only 3 fangs were proper residential areas. The migrant workers who hadn't explicitly joined the Han tribe lived in the shacks of the temporary settlement area. However, after more than 10,000 people were transferred away in early spring this year, it had become deserted again. But since the beginning of spring, foreign tribes continued to come from the south to Luoyang Commandery. Although the number was much smaller than last year, perhaps not even 1/10, Han Feng was still very interested in the southern region. After all, nothing moved Han Feng more than population right now. However, this couldn't be forced. Everything had to be done step by step. Instead of worrying about that, it was better to think about how to fully utilize the existing population. Han Feng leaned back lazily in his chair, tapping the map with his finger. After thinking for a while, he began to draw on the map with a pen. Luoyang Commandery was located on a small plain, bordered by the Luyang River to the east and a dense forest to the west, which was where Ruyang Commandery was located. Between the north and south mountain ranges lay this piece of fertile land of about 800,000 mu. And this was calculated based on the old 666 square meters per mu. Converted to the current 600 square meters per mu, the total should be over 1 million. With such a large piece of land, if fully developed, even if just used for farming, the harvested grain alone would not be a small amount. But now there was a very obvious situation. The population of Luyang Commandery was too concentrated, and the reclaimed fields were basically all paddy fields near the river. This was actually a helpless move. After all, the Han tribe previously had only one main grain, rice. The farther the land was from the riverbank, the harder it was to utilize. Digging artificial rivers and ditches required a lot of manpower. Even with the help of a few terror elephants, shoveling and moving soil still required people. But now it was different. The Han tribe now had wheat that could be planted on a large scale, as well as corn, soybeans, and soon even sorghum. With these crops, the population of Luyang Commandery could spread out to the surroundings, letting the people go deep into the fields and reclaim land in the form of villages. Although defense would be slightly worse, the surrounding wild beasts had been largely cleared by the Han tribe. If enclosed villages were built, they could also serve a defensive function to a certain extent. Another chapter coming in a bit. Omega. This form of village was similar to the Liju neighborhood settlements of the Qin and Han periods, and also very much like those early old residential compounds. The architectural style didn't matter much. What mattered was that this kind of compound had a surrounding public wall, leaving only one gate for entry and exit. Actually, early residential compounds did reference this idea. For example, in a certain city, the names of those compounds basically still end in li. The village layout Han Feng envisioned was like this. All households arranged neatly, leaving a few alleys surrounded by houses or walls to form a simple defensive fortification, finally leaving only one entrance and exit. Such a village layout could not only defend against some small wild beasts, but also prevent attacks from outsiders. More critically, it could corral the entire village, facilitating management and control. The number of people didn't need to be too large. Each li, or village, having about 100 households would suffice. However, regarding distribution and expansion direction, Han Feng still chose places near water channels. After all, even if far from the riverbank, it was best to have a channel for convenient irrigation. Of course, there was another method. Dig an artificial river, and then distribute all the villages along both banks of the artificial river. Building houses and li walls, whether firing bricks or using rammed earth directly, required soil. Where would the soil come from? Since it was a plain, one couldn't dig randomly. It worked out perfectly if 2 villages were responsible for one river section. By the time the villages were mostly built, that section of the artificial river would be about done too. After that, just dig a few small channels to lead the river water into the fields. Doing this had another benefit. A water transportation network could be established between villages. Although it would be a very small artificial river not meant for large boats, it was mainly for small boats used by merchants or even bamboo rafts. This way, merchants from various places could travel along the river to sell goods in various villages. Even if the transaction volume wasn't large, it was better than villagers running to the city for the market. For villagers living far away, a trip to the city would take at least half a day and another half to return. A whole day would be gone just to buy a few things, too much of a waste of time. Having made up his mind, Han Feng quickly turned it into a concrete plan. Luyang Commandery would continue to export population this year, but this population would remain under Luyang Commandery's jurisdiction. The artificial river would run from east to west, 10 meters wide and 4 or 5 meters deep. Each river section would be dug by 2 villages together, each digging the half closer to themselves, taking soil on the spot to build houses and li walls. The starting point of the artificial river would extend eastward from the existing water channels on the banks of the Luyang River. Initially, too many people shouldn't be wasted on it, as the land around the city also needed people to farm. Han Feng's plan was to first branch out 10 villages to the east, 5 on each side of the river channel. With 100 households per village, totaling 1,000 households, these people were honestly a bit few. To dig the river and build villages in the short term, they would inevitably need help from the city. Of course, to complete this plan, Han Feng couldn't be stingy with this bit of help. This was an investment. Once these villages had output, the return would be worth much more than the investment. Furthermore, such villages involved digging rivers on flat land. No matter how well the river channel was built, it was impossible to have too many paddy fields. If rice couldn't be planted, then wheat, corn, sorghum, and other crops must be grown. In this way, the Han tribe's wheat cultivation could also develop sooner. Regarding manpower, if the numbers weren't enough, those foreign tribes just found could be called in to help. Wages and such would be paid by the city, and all tools would be provided by the commandery. Han Feng quickly handed this task down to Deshu, asking him to take charge of this village expansion project this year. Another point was that there had to be bridges over this artificial river, specifically arch bridges that allowed boats to pass underneath. This way, it wouldn't hinder navigation while facilitating communication between the two banks. Building such bridges in river water would naturally be difficult with the Han tribe's current technology. But the current situation was different. The Han tribe could build the arch bridge on flat ground first, then divert water into the channel, building the bridge on dry land, then flooding it. In this way, even for more complex bridges, as long as there was no interference from water, the Han tribe's technology could complete them. Chief, are there specific requirements for this task of expanding villages to the east? For example, until when should we work, how many villages to expand outward, and how far to dig the artificial river? After Han Feng introduced the plan in detail, Deshu asked his questions. Han Feng thought for a moment and said something that almost made Deshu's jaw drop. That depends on your ability. If you're capable, dig this river all the way to the Ru River for me. Connect the 3 commanderies of the Han tribe with this artificial river. When that happens, I'll credit you with a great merit. Deshu was instantly petrified. Winky face. From Luoyang Commandery to Hanyang Commandery, the distance was 7 or 8 days by foot, over 100 kilometers. Digging a river over 100 kilometers long. Oh my mother! No, I'm getting a bit dizzy. Leaving aside how massive the engineering volume was, just consider the villages along the river. How much population would be needed? Even if all the population of Luoyang Commandery were pulled to the riverbank now, they couldn't connect to the Ru River. His task was simply too arduous. However, Han Feng saw Deshu's thoughts. He stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. You don't need to worry too much. Our river is dug in sections anyway. I didn't say the task of the whole river is for your Luoyang Commandery to do alone. The several county seats distributed by Hanyang Commandery this year haven't been built well yet. They definitely won't be able to help for another 2 years. Riyang Commandery will also take a year to spare manpower. You just work on it yourself this year. In a year or 2, I'll have those 2 commanderies start digging rivers and building villages too. Then we'll dig from both ends towards the middle, dividing it into 3 sections. Sooner or later, there will be a day when the 2 rivers connect. What are you afraid of? I didn't give you a time requirement. Just keep working on it. Use as many people as you can spare. Hearing Han Feng finish, Deshu finally put his heart back in his stomach. Otherwise, asking his 1 commandery to dig this artificial river of over 100 kilometers, he feared he wouldn't live to see the day the 2 rivers connected. After arranging this task of building villages, only Han Feng's second purpose for coming here remained, to build a professional shipbuilding workshop in Luoyang Commandery. The Luoyang River was wide, with a surface of 100 meters. It started from the Great Swamp upstream, connected to the Jinsha River downstream, and flowed southeast through the Wu Gorge. That was the east side of the grassland's Great Lake. The Han tribe knew nothing about that vast land. Where did the southern tribes come from? Why did they migrate north tirelessly? How much population and how many tribes were there? Were there any slightly more advanced civilizations? Even slash-and-burn nomadic farming tribes like the Sticky tribe. There had to be some, right? Assuming there really were many tribes in the southeast who understood farming techniques, the population there would definitely not be small. And population was the resource the Han tribe needed most. Of course, land too. Although with the Han tribe's current strength, they didn't have the ability to go over and occupy it yet. Sending a fleet down the river to scout for intelligence downstream would be good. Seeing the local customs of the lower Jinsha River, collecting information on geography, hydrology, climate, etc., would prepare for the Han tribe's future occupation. And to have an inland river fleet sufficient to face any situation, a professional shipyard was essential. Inland river navigation actually followed the same old standards. Anyone who knew a little about ships knew that first, the draft had to be shallow, and the bottom of the ship had to be as flat as possible. The purpose of this was to obtain good passability. Most inland rivers weren't very deep. If a ship's draft was too deep, it was very easy to run aground. Secondly, low freeboard. That is, the part above the waterline should be relatively low. The gunwale is generally only about a meter above the water surface. This is determined by the draft depth. After all, for a ship with a shallow draft, there isn't much below the waterline. If the superstructure is made too high, it will cause the ship's center of gravity to be unstable, and a strong wind could capsize it. As for the bow and stern, whether they were flat, pointed, or round wasn't that important. Since it was sailing on inland rivers anyway, there wasn't much difference. Of course, these weren't the most important points. The most critical point was that this time, Hanfeng prepared to start producing galley-style sailboats, ships powered by sails, but which could use oars as power when going against the current or wind. Additionally, considering that no one knew how to operate sailboats yet, Hanfeng decided to design the first generation of sails as Chinese-style hard sails. The purpose, of course, was simplicity of operation, quick learning, and ease of use. Based on the type of sails, they can generally be divided into two kinds. Ancient China mostly used longitudinal hard sails. Even if one hasn't seen the real thing, it's not hard to see in movies and TV shows. The Chinese-style longitudinal hard sail is a vertical rectangle. The sail surface is a double-layer structure with many horizontal bamboo poles inserted inside for support, increasing the stress strength of the sail surface. It also facilitates turning the sail to catch the wind. The specific operation method is simply standing below and hoisting the sail up like raising a flag. The operation is very simple, but the ship's flexibility is relatively poor. Western sailboats, in the later stages, basically used transverse soft sails. Several crossbeams were tied to the mast, and the sail was divided into 4 or 5 sections from top to bottom. Moreover, there were no supporting objects like bamboo poles or wooden sticks inside the canvas. Operation was extremely troublesome, even requiring sailors to climb up and down the masts, which was very dangerous. Anyone who has watched Pirates of the Caribbean should have a deep impression of this. However, every disadvantage has an advantage. Although this kind of transverse soft sail was troublesome as hell to operate, it could maximize the use of wind power. Mainsails, foresails, spankers, jibs, using a combination of multiple sails could make the ship more flexible, even allowing it to sail against the wind. Generally, the triangular jib at the front of Western ships was used for sailing against the wind. This triangular sail could use crosswinds and headwinds to let the ship travel in a zigzag path when advancing against the wind, commonly known as snaking maneuvers. Of course, this kind of sail was simply too complex. Even Hanfeng himself didn't understand it very well, let alone those tribesmen who didn't even know what a sailboat looked like. So in the initial construction stage, it was better to use the ancestors' hard sails. Practice with longitudinal sails first. Another point was that since the ships were equipped with longitudinal sails, it was very likely they would lose power in headwinds and upstream currents. Not only would the ship be unable to advance, but it might even be pushed back by the current. Therefore, yullos, sculling oars, and paddles had to be added to these ships as auxiliary power. And since these ships were to sail on wide rivers, the ships built naturally had to be larger. For specific parameters, Hanfeng directly applied the dimensions of inland river gunboats from the early days of the founding of the PRC in his previous life, then widened them slightly based on the actual situation. The final dimensions for the first generation were set at 20 meters long and 6 meters wide. How big was this size? Based on the dimensions of ordinary single-story houses, it was about the width of 2 rooms and the length of 6 rooms. Actually, gunboats generally used as weapons wouldn't be that wide, because weapons need speed. In naval architecture, the larger the length-to-width ratio, the slenderer the ship, and the faster the speed. This is an immutable law because in fluid dynamics, slender shapes encounter less resistance. Modern warships generally have a length-to-width ratio of around 8, considered the most suitable shape balancing stability, displacement, and speed. Battleships during World War II were even more extreme. To pursue speed and longer takeoff decks, the length-to-width ratio could reach 12 or 13. If such a ship turned slightly too fast, it could easily capsize, simply insane. The dimensions Hanfeng set, 20 meters long, 6 meters wide, had a length-to-width ratio of just over 3. The speed certainly wouldn't be very fast. But compared to some famous ship types in history, this speed wasn't slow. After all, the legendary Zhenghe treasure ship was a monster 120 or 30 meters long and over 60 meters wide. The length-to-width ratio wasn't even 2. It looked like a wooden tub no matter how you looked at it. It would be strange if it were fast. But that thing was indeed huge. The deck area was a size larger than a standard football field. Additionally, to increase ship speed as much as possible and improve maneuverability, Han Feng decided to make a round bow and a semi-tunnel flat stern. The round bow didn't have the wave-breaking capability of a pointed bow, but this ship wasn't going to sea, so there was no need to pursue that. A square bow had too much resistance, so Han Feng chose the relatively moderate round bow. Of course, only relatively round. The tunnel-style flat stern mainly increased the operable area of the stern. Not only could a rudder be installed right in the middle of the stern, but a Yahello could also be added on each side of the rudder mechanism as auxiliary power. Moreover, when sailing upstream, the shape of the hull would cause backward resistance to increase, acting as a disguised uphill brake to prevent sliding backward. For the Han tribe's first type of sailboat, Han Feng really racked his brains. The pencil sketches alone formed a thick stack. Although his own drawings weren't that standard, at least he could understand them. Bringing the blueprints to Luoyang Commandery this time was to get the ship he designed into the water sooner. Considering the ship was relatively small, there was no need to dig a dry dock with water access. Just building a shipyard on the shore would do. Start work in a dry dock, and once done, just push it into the water. To speed up ship construction, Han Feng didn't skimp on the Han tribe's meager iron production this time. He specially allowed these ships to use iron nails. Not only building ships with iron nails, but corresponding steel tools, anchors, and other accessories were to be prioritized here. The location of the shipyard was right on the riverbank, about the size of a fengshui. The reason for such a large area was that it wasn't just for shipbuilding, there was also a timber storage area. After all, freshly cut wood couldn't be used to make ships. It had to be air-dried for over a year. At the same time, a large row of wind-powered sawmills would be built here to provide timber for sailboat production. There was also a small blacksmith shop. Although there was no blast furnace for smelting iron here, there were automatic trip hammers, perfect for making tools and iron nails. Another chapter coming in a bit, Omega. The timber storage yard, blacksmith shop, windmill timber processing plant, and dry dock. These four parts together formed this newly built district. Of course, it currently only existed on blueprints. To turn it into reality might take another year. But Han Feng didn't mind. Such things were better done sooner rather than later. The longer it was delayed, the more time it would take. Especially the national policy of fleet exploration, which would have a huge impact on the Han tribe's future. He entrusted this heavy responsibility to Deshu again, asking him to organize his subordinate officials to prepare supplies and funds, and to recruit or transfer suitable craftsmen. For now, he could send some clerks to survey the site, have people clear the land, and start moving some things over early. After arranging these two matters, Deshu had another short-term task, to send officials to the market to popularize the use of scales. Let the merchants learn to use scales as soon as possible to put an end to the blind selling of the past. Selling everything by the piece. How could that work? Now that there were scales, the unit of weight naturally had to be unified as soon as possible. After a hasty night's rest, Han Feng arrived at a temporary small pier on the riverbank very early the next morning to wait. Wait for what? Naturally, for the Ling Tribe's sweet stalks. Yesterday, Han Feng had already seen the bundle of sweet stalks Deshu saved for him. It was indeed the same as the sweet stalks he had eaten in his previous life, and the sweetness was sufficient. However, when the Ling Tribe transported them over, they had already chopped off both the tips and roots. Han Feng couldn't confirm if this sorghum was the same as the sorghum from his previous life, mainly because they chopped off the tips, which was where the flowering and seeding happened. So right now, the seed-setting rate of this sweet stalk, that is, how much sorghum grain yield there was, and whether it could support the consumption of brewing alcohol, couldn't be estimated at all. Of course, even if the sorghum on top hadn't developed to the point where it could serve as grain, sweet stalks still had to be planted. Even if they couldn't brew alcohol, just the sugar production avenue alone was enough to make the Han tribe rich. While Han Feng was letting his imagination run wild, on the river surface to the northeast of the pier, the Ling tribe's raft team drifted over. Since the load capacity of the rafts was very limited, they sent out many rafts to carry more cargo. Han Feng was stunned when he saw this and turned to ask Deshu beside him, "Have they never asked to buy ships from us? Or did you not sell?" This, they did ask, but they didn't say whether they definitely wanted to buy. I didn't know if the chief would allow it. nor did I know what price was appropriate. They didn't ask again after that, so I didn't take it seriously, Deshu answered honestly. Then sell them. Didn't you say they earned a lot of money from us? Then think of a way to earn it back. Sell the kind of wooden boat we had before, 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, carrying 20 people at a time. Modify it, add a Yahello at the back, and that's it. As for the price, it takes 10 people about 10 days to build such a boat. The labor cost alone is 100 yuan. We also have to buy timber from the logging team, process it into planks, plus iron nails, waterproofing, paint. Adding it all up, the cost is nearly 500 yuan. How about this? Let's just round it up. 1,000 yuan per boat. Hang a sign in the market to sell to them. Hearing that the Ling Tribe hadn't bought ships, Hanfeng immediately hatched a plan to sell ships. Compared to fresh food, vehicles and ships were big-ticket items. In the Han Tribe, where a full meal cost 3 or 4 cents and the average monthly wage was only 30 yuan, spending 1,000 yuan to buy a tiny boat meant saving for 3 or 4 years without eating or drinking. Not everyone could afford this. Finally encountering a tribe like the Ling Tribe, wealthy and in need of ships, Hanfeng would feel uneasy if he didn't fleece them severely. Deshu was a bit dumbfounded hearing Hanfeng's calculations. He didn't understand why the chief didn't blink an eye before doubling the price when the calculated cost was only around 500. But this was making money for the Han tribe. There was nothing bad about it. Since they were fleecing outsiders anyway, Deshu didn't hesitate. He turned and whispered a few words to an accompanying clerk, telling him to go hang the sign selling ships immediately. But while the two were still talking, Hanfeng added another sentence. Remember, the price is the same for our own people buying it. Chief, sell to our own tribe members at this price too? Deshu almost bit his tongue, thinking he heard wrong, so he asked again. What did you think? Of course it's this price. How can we support the shipyard and workers without making money? How can we develop new ships without making money? Where will the workers get motivation without making money? Do you think money blows in from the wind? Besides, do you think anyone in our own tribe besides the Ling tribe can shell out that much money to buy a ship? And what would they use the ship for? So, selling to our own tribe. You definitely won't sell any. Hanfeng immediately whispered an explanation. Selling's so expensive, of course no one can afford it. Deshu couldn't help muttering softly after hearing Hanfeng's words, but Hanfeng still heard it. What? You're unconvinced? You think I'm not looking out for our own people? Hanfeng looked at Deshu with a smile and asked back. I didn't. It wasn't me. I really didn't say. What I said is also a fact. If the price is set too low, it's bad for future development. Workers must make money. But if the price is too high and few people buy, we still won't make money. Do you know what to do? Also, you think I'm not looking out for our own tribesmen, right? Then tell me, how can we solve both these things at once? Hanfeng tested Deshu again. But this time Deshu didn't speak. He just shook his head. He really didn't know how to solve this kind of thing. First, currency had just been issued, and everyone lacked commercial experience. Second, solving two problems simultaneously. He really didn't understand how to make money while also taking care of his own people. Fortunately, Hanfeng understood Deshu's capabilities and didn't make him wait long. He immediately stated his method. For this kind of small boat, no one can afford to buy it at 1,000 yuan per boat because no one can shell out that much money at once. But you can't lower the price. So what to do? Although we sell ships externally, we can rent ships internally. For example, take what Shu Da is doing this month. He can produce 1,000 yuan, but if he buys a ship, he won't have a penny left. So he can't afford it either. But I rented the ship directly to him. 60 yuan a month, equivalent to 2 people's wages. This way, it doesn't seem like much. He's renting 2 ships now, moving supplies from Hanyang City to his Riyang commandery every day. Just earning a little price difference is more than 4 people's wages. Do you understand? And for our official shipyard, this ship can't be sold once built. But if we rent it, 60 yuan a month is nothing to merchants. It looks like we aren't making money, but actually, over 14 months in a year, just the rent brings back 840 yuan. By the second year, we can drop the price of this 1-year-old ship to 800 yuan, then continue renting it out, still at 60 yuan a month. Over 2 years, that's nearly 1,700. This is much more valuable than the original 1,000. By the third year, for this ship used for 2 years, we can sell it at a low price of 500 yuan. Someone will always buy it. In this way, although the time is longer, the money we earn is indeed 2 or 3 times the original amount. This way, we can earn more money and solve the problem of the people being unable to afford ships. From the perspective of the entire tribe, it also helps the development of water transport, the circulation of goods, and economic growth. This is a method that kills many birds with one stone. After Han Feng finished explaining this method and calculated the account for Deshu was completely stupefied. This is business? Holy crap, it can be played like this? How does the chief do it? This method seemed indeed feasible. After all, he could afford a rent of 60 yuan a month himself. It didn't look like much money, but unknowingly, in the end, it was more expensive than buying a new ship. This was simply M. While Han Feng and Deshu were talking on the pier, the Ling Tribe's bamboo rafts arrived. On the other side, the Ling Tribe members standing on the bamboo rafts had long seen a group of people wearing black wide-sleeved robes. They were used to this. It was the distinctive clothing of Han Tribe officials. One could tell by the wide sleeves. Ordinary people rarely had sleeves that wide. These officials waiting here just wanted to collect taxes. Actually, the Ling Tribe had never understood why. When their tribe came to the Han Tribe to sell things and handled the transportation themselves, essentially delivering to the Han Tribe's doorstep, which clearly benefited the Han Tribe. The Han Tribe still collected taxes from them. However, due to the Han Tribe's powerful strength, the Ling Tribe suffered in silence. Besides, after paying taxes, they could still make a lot of money. The commercial taxes the Han Tribe collected from the Ling Tribe were generally divided into three types. One was customs duty, calculated by vehicle or boat. For example, how much entry tax to pay per vehicle or boat for what kind of goods entering the Han Tribe border. The other two were based on item categories, roughly divided into salt, iron, grain, livestock, cloth, handicrafts, and fresh produce. The former items basically had nothing to do with the Ling Tribe, so they only paid for handicrafts and fresh produce. One was food, the other bamboo weavings. The Ling Tribe group arrived at the pier. 2 people per bamboo raft. One pulled the raft, the other moved goods onto it. The pier wasn't far from the shore, just past a patch of crops, and the market was visible. Transport for this distance required carts, 2-wheeled push carts. Only those who paid taxes could obtain an entry ticket to the market and the right to rent push carts. However, today, the Ling Tribe members saw the young man leading the Han Tribe group and felt he looked very familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere. So their leader, Xiaohe, couldn't help but step forward to greet him. 2 lords, why are you here so early today? Is there something happening? Xiaohe mimicked the etiquette learned in the Han Tribe, cupping his hands towards Han Feng and Deshu. Han Feng didn't reply but nodded to Deshu beside him, signaling him to speak. Deshu understood tacitly and immediately grasped Han Feng's meaning. We do have business with you today, and it's 3 things, all very important to you. Oh, I wonder what Lord Lin wants to say. Xiaohe was a bit dumbfounded hearing there really was business. The team leaders who came to sell things weren't fixed every day. How was it so coincidental that something happened on the day he came? You don't need to worry. They aren't big issues. I'll explain briefly, and you can relay it to your chief when you go back. First, our Han Tribe has made a tool specifically for measuring weight called a scale. In the future, many goods can be sold by weight instead of by the bird or piece. Calculating by weight is fairer for both sides. A clerk will teach how to use it on-site in the market later. You can buy scales from him. Second, starting today, our Han Tribe is selling ships. The kind of hand-rowed boat, 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, carrying over 20 people. Now it's 1,000 yuan per boat. If you want to buy, we can trade anytime. What? 1,000 yuan a boat? That's too expensive. Who can afford that? Can it be cheaper? Our Ling Tribe doesn't have much money either. As soon as Xiaohe heard the ship price, he couldn't hold back and shouted out his question. This is the price. If you buy, it can't be less. If you want it cheaper, you can only join our Han Tribe. Only then do you have the right to rent ships. The rental fee is only 60 yuan per month, Deshu immediately explained. We can rent ships? 60 yuan a month. A month is 30 days, so that's 2 yuan a day. A sweet stock is 5 won. So selling just 40 sweet stocks a day earns enough for the rent. It really isn't much. But can't you rent to us? Why must our Ling Tribe buy them? Hearing Deshu's pitch, Xiaohe immediately started calculating on his fingers, muttering. He calculated quite fast. No wonder the Ling Tribe sent him as a leader. But once he figured out the rental price, Xiaohe immediately objected. Compared to buying, renting was obviously cheaper. At this moment, hearing Xiaohe's counter-question, Deshu was also a bit troubled. After all, the chief had just mentioned this and hadn't explained many details to him, such as whether they could rent to outside tribes. So Deshu looked helplessly at Han Feng, hoping the chief would answer. Our ships are only rented to citizens with legal household registration in the Han tribe because they have houses, land, families, neighbors, and titles. They can't run away. We don't dare rent to people from other tribes. For example, you. If I rent a ship to you and you row away and don't come back, what then? Wouldn't I lose out? Han Feng immediately gave his reason. Hearing this, both Deshu and Xiao He were speechless. They really couldn't refute it. It made too much sense. The Han tribe had implemented the Group of 5 mutual responsibility system. If one family broke the law, other neighbors who covered up, didn't report, or didn't stop, it would be punished for the same crime. Even if a person committed an impulsive crime without premeditation and ran away, if their family didn't make them surrender, they would still be implicated. Under such a system, who would rent a ship and run? Even without a deposit, it was fine. But for people from outside tribes, even a deposit wasn't safe. Deshu nodded secretly after hearing this. Xiao He was different. He was afraid of trouble. Besides, he couldn't decide on buying ships alone. So he immediately used the delaying tactic. The money for buying ships is too much. I can't make the decision. I still have to go back and tell the chief so they can decide. Now let's talk about the third thing. What is the third thing? This time, before Deshu could speak, Han Feng spoke up again. This was because the third matter was the one he cared about most. The third thing is about your sweet stocks. You don't need to be nervous. We won't ban you from selling sweet stocks in the Han tribe. I just want to know, is there a kind of red rice on the part you chopped off the sweet stalks? Can you bring some for me to see? Hearing Han Feng's words, Xiao He initially thought the Han tribe resented them making too much money and wanted to stop them from selling. But then Han Feng said no and asked about the red rice on the sweet stalks. Xiao He's eyes immediately narrowed. He remembered very clearly that the chief specifically chopped off those red grains, saying they were of great use. It seemed he wanted to use those grains as bargaining chips to negotiate something with the Han tribe. He wasn't clear on the details, only knowing the chief said that if the Han tribe asked, tell them there was indeed red rice. But if they wanted it, the Han tribe chief had to come to negotiate personally. Thinking of this, Xiao He felt a burst of satisfaction. Their Ling Tribe finally had something the Han tribe valued. That red rice, we do have it, and quite a lot. But our chief said, if you want this red rice, your Han tribe chief must come to negotiate. Our chief has words for him. Deshu and Han Feng looked at each other after hearing Xiao He's words, then smiled silently. Then Deshu introduced. This is the chief of our Han tribe. Whatever your chief wants to discuss, let him come over himself. Also, tell him to bring that red rice. We don't like empty talk. As for what you want to do, for the sake of the red rice, as long as it's not particularly difficult, we will consider it seriously. Xiao He was startled. So the young man who had been talking to him for a while was the chief of the Han tribe. The reputation of a person is like the shadow of a tree. Chief Han Feng's fame was there, and it was very intimidating. Not that Han Feng looked scary himself, but the terrifying size of the Han tribe, a tribe with advanced technology and a large population. The chief of such a tribe could decide someone's life and death with a single sentence. Saying his words were law was no exaggeration. Learning the identity of the person before him, Xiao He put away his casual attitude just now. He respectfully clasped his hands together again and bowed deeply to Han Feng. At the same time, he suddenly realized why he felt this person looked familiar just now. Of course he was familiar. Which coin didn't have this person's head on the back? It was just that the attire was different. If he put on the ceremonial robe and flat-topped crown and looked a bit older, one would recognize him at a glance. Greetings, Han Chief. Chief, I will definitely tell our chief about these matters when I go back, and have him bring the red rice to meet you personally tomorrow. Let's leave it at that. You can go to the market now. Han Feng simply replied, dismissing the nervous guy. Xiao He, knowing Han Feng's identity, didn't dare to breathe loudly. He bowed to Han Feng again, then turned and left quickly. As for Han Feng, knowing the Ling tribe indeed had sorghum grains, he rarely felt relieved. He watched the green rice fields by the river with Deshu for a while, then went to the city market to eat a bowl of white porridge and pickles, solving the breakfast problem. Then the two continued to inspect Luoyang Commandery. The 3 existing commanderies of the Han tribe all had their own special industries. Hanyang Commandery had the most developed textile and metallurgical industries. Ruyang Commandery sericulture had just started but entered a stable development period. Luoyang Commandery wasn't bad either. It controlled all the paper-making workshops of the Han tribe. Stepping into the newly built paper mill, it was already early summer. The paper-making shed was filled with smoke and mist. Many men were working shirtless with rolled-up pant legs because the temperature was too high due to the heated drying beds. It was better in winter, but now in summer, it was unbearable. Today's roll paper production line had expanded to 20 lines. On each line, 7 or 8 people were busy. Some provided pedal power, some checked if the flames in the drying bed were vigorous, and others added pulp and clear water to the storage pool in front, constantly adjusting the pulp concentration. From pulp to drying bed, and finally to the paper roll rack, the paper here was considered a finished product. Later, one just needed to spread these papers out and cut them into corresponding sizes for use. However, the paper industry in Luoyang Commandery used pulp entirely from the pulp trees on the southern mountain. With the increase in production lines and output, those pulp trees on the mountain were gradually failing to supply enough raw materials. Producing at this speed, they might have to stop production due to insufficient raw materials before long. Basically, all the paper of the Han tribe was supplied to government agencies. The quantity consumed was limited, and most was stockpiled. A large part was sent to various county seats to paper windows. But the workshop couldn't stop production for this reason. Since there was no ready-made raw material like pulp trees, it was a good time to try more on other trees. Try making paper with other materials. Consider it an experiment. Han Feng chose 3 materials this time: bamboo, sweet stalk residue, and rice straw. All 3 materials could be used to make pulp. Bamboo goes without saying. There were plenty of people making paper from bamboo in his previous life. Bamboo paper was famous in ancient times, and books printed on it could last for centuries without rotting. Han Feng had only heard of using sweet stalk residue to make pulp for paper. He had no idea what the effect would be. The final straw paper was easy to understand. Straw is yellow, so the paper produced generally retains its original color, hence called original color paper. Like the yellow exercise books from childhood, the yellow paper wrapping pills in clinics, the yellow paper used to hold flatbreads by street vendors, the large yellow paper wrapping herbs in traditional Chinese medicine shops, and the paper wrapping pastries in pastry shops. Most used this type. This paper was of poor quality and not great for writing, but in this era without plastic bags, it was a good material for packaging. Actually, Han Feng saw plenty of this stuff as a child. Back then in the small village, giving pastries during festivals meant wrapping a square package with this yellow paper, stacking a few packages, pasting a red paper with auspicious words and advertisements on top, and tying it with thin hemp rope. Carrying a stack of pastries was the best way to please the elderly in that era. As for the specific method of making original color paper, with current paper-making technology, as long as the pulping stage was handled, the subsequent processes could be completed on the assembly line. For straw paper, to increase pulping speed, Han Feng's method was to chop the straw with a hay cutter, rinse it with clear water several times, soak it in water for a day to thoroughly moisten it, boil it in a large pot with alkaline water, and finally fish it out to drain and steam. To put it bluntly, it was using both physical and chemical means to ravage the straw, decomposing and softening the fibers inside to accelerate the natural reaction time. Finally, after steaming, it was taken to a treadle-operated pestle to be pounded into qualified dry material, then diluted with water into yellow pulp. However, every advantage has a disadvantage. Tossing it around like this sped up the decomposition and softening of the straw, but the sewage produced in the process was massive. Even in modern papermaking, pollution issues are unavoidable. One can imagine how high the pollution emissions of papermaking are. This problem wasn't solved before because the pulp came from pulp trees, pure natural raw materials, zero emissions, zero pollution. Other bamboo papers needed to soak for half a year, which had no pollution but consumed too much time. Now to make original color paper, pollution emissions were inevitable regardless of the method. But Han Feng had a solution. Discharge the dirty water from boiling straw into the manure redding pit. Let the alkaline water neutralize the uric acid in the manure pit and become part of the fertilizer. After all, straw could be thrown directly into the manure pit to rot into fertilizer anyway. This treatment method was harmless. On the contrary, it promoted fertilizer creation. Han Feng handed the projects for making paper from different materials to several team leaders who had been performing well recently. He had them stop producing pulp tree paper and switch to researching new pulps. After finalizing the new material paper-making matters that day, it was almost evening. The Ling Tribe members who had been selling goods in the market all day packed up and went back. They still had to travel a stretch of water before dark to return home. Everyone move quickly, or we won't have a hot meal when we get home. Aye, all right. Because the three things the Han tribe chief specifically mentioned today were very important to the Ling tribe, Xiao He was anxious to return. He couldn't make the decision on any of them, especially since the chief had specifically instructed him about the red rice. Xiao He didn't know what conditions the chief wanted to negotiate with the Han tribe using the red rice, but he felt the Han tribe wasn't easily threatened. Who knew if the Han tribe chief would turn hostile? If his own chief wasn't there, it would be fine, but he would be the one out of luck. With this uneasy feeling, Xiao He pulled the raft with extra effort, returning to the tribe in seemingly half the usual time, almost as if fleeing. Ling Tribe Chief Ling Yun was also waiting on the shore of the lake island for the returning merchant team, expecting to hear the news he wanted from them. We've been selling these sweet stocks for nearly 10 days. Has the Han Tribe Chief not noticed yet? Or is he not interested in this thing? Ling Yun stood on the shore, muttering to himself. Just then, a large number of bamboo rafts began to enter his line of sight. His tribesmen were back. Chief, something big happened. Today, the Han Tribe Chief came personally. He specifically asked for the red rice on the sweet stalks. I said I couldn't decide this matter alone and that the chief needs to go talk to him tomorrow. As soon as Xiao He got ashore, he saw his chief standing there and immediately started shouting. Oh, you saw the Han Tribe Chief with your own eyes? He personally told you he wanted the red rice. Ling Yun greeted him excitedly, confirming with Xiao He immediately. That's right. It was introduced by Luoyang Commandery Governor de Shu, and I saw that the man looked very much like the person on the back of the money, just with different clothes and headwear. But with the Luoyang governor vouching for him, it shouldn't be fake. Xiao He nodded and said with certainty. Good, that's good. Ha 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 ha. Looks like I have to go there myself tomorrow. By the way, did the Han Chief say anything else? Ling Yun pressed again. Oh, the Han Chief said if you want to discuss matters with him, bring the red rice. They don't like empty talk. Also, today they specifically hung a sign in the market selling ships, the kind of small boat that came here before, carrying over 20 people. They said they're selling them to us for 1,000 yuan a boat. There's also a tool called a scale. Listening to the Han tribe people, it's a tool for measuring weight. In the future, we have to use scales to measure weight when selling goods. But that thing costs money to buy. We didn't buy many today, and everyone hasn't quite learned how to use it yet. Hearing the chief's questioning, Xiao He simply blurted out everything at once. Only then did Ling Yun let him go. After getting the desired information, Ling Yun pondered alone. The Han tribe chief was indeed a godlike man. This was Ling Yun's evaluation of Han Feng at this moment. He reached this conclusion because some things felt incredible to him. For example, the red rice on the sweet stalks wasn't produced by the Ling tribe itself. If not for a chance opportunity, Ling Yun wouldn't have obtained it. So the question was, how did the Han tribe chief, far away on the plains, know that rice grew on top of these stalks, and that the color was red? Also, the news just received today. The Han tribe chief created a tool for measuring weight called a scale. Someone had already brought it to him. Looking at this strange tool, Ling Yun became firmer in his thoughts. This was definitely a godlike man. He could make anything. Could this be an ordinary person? And that even more terrifying ability, the Han chief seemed to be able to foresee the future. He even knew the habits and uses of things he hadn't seen. It was truly terrifying. But the more it was so, the more excited Ling Yun became. Thinking he could see this magical tribal chief tomorrow, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally enduring until the next morning, amidst the quacking of ducks, Ling Yun got up early. After simply tidying up, he followed his tribesmen's raft team to the Han tribe. When the group finally arrived at the Han tribe pier, it was broad daylight. Han Feng was not waiting on the pier. Only 2 or 3 clerks responsible for tax collection were there. However, Ling Yun didn't feel disappointed by this situation. On the contrary, he understood what the Han tribe meant. Although no one said anything, this was actually the Han tribe showing him an attitude. You, the Ling tribe, are just a small tribe of 1,000 people. You aren't worthy of the chief welcoming you personally. Even if you hold something the Han tribe wants, it's not enough to threaten the Han tribe. So, when meeting to discuss conditions later, take it easy. Don't just blurt out anything. Among the tax-collecting clerks, someone noticed a small bag of red granular things, weighing about 10 jin. They didn't know what it was, but one person beside them had obviously received orders. Seeing the red sorghum rice, he immediately came up. Is this the Ling tribe chief? Oh, that is me. My tribesman made an appointment with the Han chief yesterday to meet today. I wonder where I should go to see the Han chief. Ling Yun saw the clerk approaching specifically and immediately asked, "Our chief is waiting in the official district. Please bring the red rice and follow me." The clerk greeted Ling Yun and led the way. Ling Yun hurriedly signaled a subordinate to carry the sorghum rice with a shoulder pole and follow him. No one checked them on the way. They passed through unimpeded. However, what surprised Ling Yun was that the Han tribe seemed truly indifferent to the red rice. Originally, when the guide clerk saw the red rice, Ling Yun intended to hand it over directly, but the other party didn't take it and let him keep the rice with him. This was simply telling him a second time that the Han tribe didn't absolutely need this thing. Don't say whatever conditions come to mind later. Use your brain before speaking. Before long, they arrived at the official district under heavy construction. Passing through a messy construction site, the guide clerk led Ling Yun to a separate courtyard. Then the clerk immediately went forward to negotiate with the gatekeeper. These two are from the Ling Tribe. One is the Ling Tribe chief, the other is helping carry things. Our chief arranged for me to bring them. Oh right, and the red rice. The Ling Tribe chief brought it too. Then go in. The chief might be eating. Let them sit in the main hall for a while. The chief will be there shortly. Hearing this, the clerk immediately led Ling Yun and the other inside. They settled in the guest seats on both sides of the main hall. He poured hot water for them, told them to wait, and went to notify the chief himself. This wait lasted about an hour. Han Feng wasn't eating. He had just gotten up, washing, dressing, waiting for someone to make a fire and cook. After drinking 2 bowls of porridge to fill his stomach, only then did he go to the main hall under the clerk's guidance. Today, Deshu didn't act as Han Feng's attendant. He was sent to guide the shipyard construction. The one following as an attendant was the clerk who led the way in the morning. Stepping into the main hall of the commandery governor's office, the two in the guest seats had long lost their patience. Seeing the main character arrive, they secretly suppressed their restless moods. Ling Yun hurriedly stood up to bow and greet Han Feng. His attendant also mimicked cupping hands, but his execution wasn't standard, looking quite comical. All right, dispense with the formalities. You've waited a long time, so I won't talk nonsense. Our Han tribe needs a lot of this red rice as seeds. It's best if it can be planted. You should understand this, otherwise you wouldn't have thought of using this to exchange for benefits. Speak, what do you want? Han Feng waved his hand, grabbed a handful of unhusked sorghum from the bag in the middle of the room, then sat on the main seat to examine it, preparing to hear what conditions the Ling tribe would discuss. Replying to the Han chief, Ling Yun did not intend to use this red rice to threaten the Han tribe. I just wanted to use this opportunity to meet the Han chief face to face. Because you are never here, I had to use this method. This bag of red rice, I wish to offer to the Han chief as a gift. Ling Yun saw Han Feng sit down and heard his words. He immediately got up, came to the hall, and bowed to Han Feng again. Han Feng was stunned. What the hell? No conditions? Giving 10 gene of seeds for free just to see me personally? Looks like this guy knows how to conduct himself. He must want something big. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun, is it? You are smart, a quick-witted fellow. I like this gift and accept it. But you said you used this method just to see me personally. Now you've come and seen me. If you have something to say, just say it directly. I'm actually curious now about what exactly you want to say. Thinking of this, Han Feng laughed heartily a few times, accepting Ling Yun's gift. Correspondingly, he became interested in this guy, wondering what high opinion or conspiracy he had for coming specifically to see him. Replying to the Han chief, Ling Yun wishes to lead the entire tribe of over 1,400 people to join the Han tribe. From now on, we will be one family with the Han tribe, and the whole tribe will obey the Han chief's dispatch. Just then, Ling Yun suddenly knelt on one knee in the hall, cupping his hands to pledge allegiance to Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes on the seat. He didn't accept this inexplicable allegiance, nor did he ask Ling Yun to rise. He let him kneel on one knee while his brain went into rapid thought. Although Han Feng admitted he was handsome and had the aura of a king, he wasn't narcissistic enough to think people would bow down upon seeing him. The Ling tribe and Han tribe had been in contact for over a year. They knew the Han tribe's strength long ago. If they wanted to join, they could have done so anytime. Why run over to pledge allegiance now? Was there some story behind it? Thinking of this, Han Feng didn't reply, nor did he say yes or no. He just asked, and Ling Yun remained kneeling with cupped hands. Hearing Han Feng ask this, he felt both excited and uneasy. Excited because he hadn't misjudged the Han chief. He really saw that Ling Yun had more to say. Uneasy because he feared that after saying his piece, the Han chief might drag him out to be beheaded. This. I hope the Han chief won't blame me for saying it. Ling Yun also wants to be a commandery governor, the kind like Lord Lin Shu of Luoyang Commandery. Be a commandery governor. Do you know how many commandery governors the Han tribe has now? Which commandery do you want to govern, and on what basis? Just based on this. Hearing Ling Yun's request, Han Feng was stunned at first. He initially thought Ling Yun might use the sorghum seeds as a condition to blackmail the Han tribe for a large sum, like asking for ships, salt, and ironware. However, he didn't. Ling Yun first apologized, saying he had no intention of threatening, and immediately gave the seeds as a gift. Then this guy suddenly swore allegiance. And when asked for conditions, he turned to ask for status, demanding the position of commandery governor. The Han tribe currently had only 3 commanderies. In terms of status, it could be said to be second only to Han Feng. This was real power, a high-ranking official that ranked in the entire Han tribe. On what basis did he, a small Ling tribe chief, demand such status? Just based on this? Han Feng extended his palm forward, holding the red sorghum seeds. Replying to the chief, Ling Yun can not only provide the tribe with more red rice seeds, but also help the tribe occupy more territory, reclaim more farmland, and absorb more population. Oh, you can do that? Han Feng was shocked by this guy's performance again. Honestly, leaving ability aside, just this courage and boldness to boast shamelessly in front of him had great potential for swindling. Replying to the chief, as long as the chief makes me a commandery governor, Ling Yun is willing to add a new commandery to the Han tribe. I will bring the entire Great Swamp, including 28 lake islands capable of growing grain and housing people, and even the areas along the swamp coast, into the Han tribe's territory. Within a year, I will absorb over 50,000 people for the Han tribe. Ling Yun's voice wasn't loud, but it was extraordinarily refreshing. Han Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes and size him up. This guy wasn't lying. At the very least, he must have surveyed the terrain of the entire eastern swamp. He knew exactly how many habitable, arable islands there were, and even the more peripheral swamp coasts. There must be a lot of population there. Otherwise, even if he became a commandery governor, where would he get the 50,000 people he mentioned? Thinking of the population, Han Feng looked at the sorghum rice in his hand again, and his brain suddenly jolted, feigning a sudden realization. Right, the Ling tribe used to live by gathering water chestnuts and fishing. Later, with the help of the Han tribe, they started planting rice and raising waterfowl. But they had only been planting rice for less than a year. Yet this year, they suddenly ran to the Han tribe to sell sweet sorghum stalks. Leaving aside the daily sales volume, they sold them for nearly half a month. Could these be gathered from the wild? Could there be so many? Could it be so stable? Would they be so sweet? The answer was definitely no. Han Feng had tasted the sweet stalks sold by the Ling tribe. They were indeed sweet enough to squeeze sugar without any problem. But apart from honey and the root nodules of the man-eating tree, Han Feng hadn't seen such sweet cultivable crops in the wild. This indicated that the sweet stalks they sold were definitely domesticated varieties selected over a long time. If not, then the source of the Ling tribe's sweet stalks wouldn't match the population Ling Yun mentioned. He must have discovered tribes planting sweet sorghum nearby, and there are quite a few such tribes. Their sweet stalks are all traded for. As for what they traded with, that's too simple. Whether it's the Ling tribe's own things or things exchanged from the Han tribe, pick any item and it's a bestseller outside. There's no worry about no one wanting it, Han Feng thought with certainty. In fact, although not exactly as Han Feng guessed, it was close. This matter actually started last year. Last year, the Ling tribe learned for the first time that planting rice could stably obtain food. Coincidentally, they also learned that the rice seeds were found by Han Feng in the swamp. This opened a new door for the Ling tribe. After bamboo raft technology matured, the Ling tribe explored deeper into the swamp constantly. One reason was to catch wild ducks to bring back for domestication. The other was to find other crop seeds. Heaven rewards the diligent. After spending more than a year, the Ling tribe really found other tribes planting crops. Among them were some planting rice, but compared to the Han tribe's farming techniques and tools, it was like heaven and earth. Most were even in a semi-wild, semi-planted state. On the other hand, besides rice, those planting sweet sorghum were the most numerous. Sorghum also belongs to the grass family and is related to rice. It's not strange for both crops to appear in the swamp simultaneously. Initially, the people planting sorghum only knew the seeds on top were edible and could be repeatedly planted and harvested. Of course, they also knew the sorghum stalks were sweet, but not as sweet as now. However, This was because sorghum growing in the mud had too much water. Since being brought back to the dry shore for planting by the humans who discovered it, receiving more sun exposure and losing a lot of water, the sorghum stalks grew sweeter. This resulted in the sweet stalks now selling hotly in the Han tribe. After his tribesmen discovered this situation, Ling Yun personally visited those shoreside tribes several times, bringing some Han tribe porcelain, white salt, cloth, and iron pots as gifts. Ling Yun got along famously in those tribes, treated as a guest of honor everywhere. Later, Ling Yun shared planting techniques from the Han tribe with them, which excited several tribes for a while. They were even willing to give sorghum seeds in exchange. While visiting these tribes, Ling Yun also tasted the sweet stalks they served. However, although this thing was sweet enough, they didn't have sugar squeezing technology and couldn't preserve the sweetness. Their own population was small, so they couldn't finish eating it, and since they couldn't preserve it, they could only watch the sweet stalks rot. Ling Yun saw this and felt pain in his heart, but he didn't know how to keep the sweetness. After all, sweetness in nature was hard to come by. Originally, this matter would have passed. But in early summer this year, the Han tribe suddenly engaged in private ownership and a currency trading system, making the original barter more convenient. As long as one had money, one could exchange for anything. Correspondingly, various other things could also be exchanged for money. After spending a week figuring out what a good thing money was, Ling Yun immediately discovered a business opportunity. The sweet stalks planted by those lakeside tribes couldn't be preserved, and they couldn't consume them themselves, so they just rotted. But the Han tribe had a large population and sufficient consumption capacity. Moreover, this was something sweet. In this era of scarce sweets, there was no worry about no one wanting it. The worry was only not having enough to eat. Thus, a plan to acquire sweet stalks in large quantities and resell them to the Han tribe emerged in Ling Yun's head. When the plan was implemented, it went surprisingly smoothly. The lakeside tribes had plenty of sweet stalks. Usually, they just watched them rot if they couldn't finish them. Now that someone was willing to exchange things for them, there was no reason not to swap. Only a fool wouldn't. Just like that, the Ling tribe used a little white salt, porcelain bowls, cloth, iron pots, etc., to easily exchange for all their sweet stalks at an extremely low price. They even had the other party trim the lengths, bundle them, and help move them onto the rafts, saving even the most time-consuming and costly labor. When these sweet stalks were transported to the Han tribe, they became an instant hit. The price wasn't expensive, about the same as a meal, one sweet stalk for only 5 won. Everyone could afford it. Coupled with it being a rare sweet food, multiple reactions converged to trigger a terrifying chemical change. The Ling tribe's sweet stalks were sold out on the first day. By the second day, a rare scene of long shopping queues appeared. By the third day, incidents of fighting over sweet stalks occurred. By this time, the Luoyang commandery officials began to intervene. If not for early management, those people might have rushed to the shore to buy. However, making money was just making money. Ling Yun's goal wasn't just this little money. He wanted transcendent status and power in the Han tribe. And these sweet stalks were just a means for him to test the Han tribe's attitude and attract Chief Han Feng. Having thought this through, Han Feng actually believed Ling Yun's words. The lake islands were real, the population was real, and the massive amount of sweet stalks was real. Ling Yun, this guy, could really fulfill these guarantees. But at this moment, Han Feng still had a question. Since you have the ability to gather so much population and help the Han tribe occupy such a large area, why join the Han tribe? Wouldn't it be better to gather those people yourself, rule a region, and be a great tribe chief rather than a commandery governor in the Han tribe? Han Feng asked this naturally to see if Ling Yun had ambition. Of course, he definitely had ambition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Han Feng for the position of commandery governor before officially joining. But what Han Feng wanted to know more was whether this guy had the ambition to establish independence. Having ambition isn't scary. People who are too easily satisfied lack drive, settling for comfort without progress. But if ambition is too great and harms the unity of the tribe, that won't do. However, hearing Han Feng's question, Ling Yun smiled wryly and helplessly, then explained. No, the chief thinks too highly of me. What I said just now was that only if the chief lets me be a Han tribe commandery governor would I have the confidence to achieve these things. Without the support of the Han tribe's powerful strength, relying solely on my Ling tribe of just over 1,000 people, I simply cannot do it. First, we don't have the Han tribe's ships. Bamboo rafts can transport limited things. Second, we don't have the Han tribe's abundant products and technology. Third, even if I could abandon the small islands in the lake and live on the land on the other side of the swamp, gathering tens of thousands of people along the coast, it wouldn't be long before they dispersed again and went their separate ways. Oh, why do you think that? Isn't there strength in numbers? Han Feng continued to induce Ling Yun to jump into the pit while observing his reaction. No, I heard that the Han tribe currently has only a few tens of thousands of people, yet it's so hard for the chief to manage them, needing to settle them in different places. If I created such a large tribe not far away, the chief would absolutely not agree. If the chief doesn't agree, even without the Han tribe attacking us, just stopping trade with us would be enough. If I gathered so many people but had no plow oxen, no iron farming tools, no carts or ships, no cloth or animal skins, no salt, then these people gathered with such difficulty would eventually fall apart due to various conflicts. Because gathering together, they would live less comfortably than before. Food shortages, lack of clothes, inconvenient transportation. Just these few things would be enough to cause chaos in the tribe. At that time, maybe those original small chiefs would kill me and replace me. Finally, after a great chaos, strong tribes would redivide the population and territory, and my Ling tribe would eventually disappear in the chaos. TSK, this guy is really a talent. Han Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. From Ling Yun's answer, it could be seen that he had indeed thought about establishing himself as a king. It was just that considering the sanctions the Han tribe might impose on them and the series of consequences, he knew that without the Han tribe's strength as a deterrent, and without the injection of Han tribe supplies and technology, even if he barely gathered the population in one place, it would only trigger greater chaos and eventually lead to disintegration. This person's profound insight, clear logical thinking, and keen observation of the situation, for the current Han tribe, he is undoubtedly a top-tier talent. Even the few commandery governors Han Feng currently has might not compare to this guy. With his ability, being a commandery governor is more than sufficient. However, such a person also has great ambition. The ruler must dare to use him and have the ability to suppress him. But Han Feng is relatively confident in himself and isn't afraid of this guy rebelling. In terms of insight, Han Feng has thousands of years more than him. In terms of wits, Han Feng has at least gone through 9 years of compulsory education. In terms of prestige within the tribe, he is deeply rooted in the people's hearts. With such a comparison in mind, Han Feng agreed fearlessly. If handled properly, this could very well be a development opportunity for the Han tribe. 50,000 people. That was more than the total current population of the Han tribe. Moving these people out would be enough to establish 3 more commanderies. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't sit still up there. He got up, walked down to the hall, and pulled Ling Yun up. I agree to your tribe joining. I can also promise you the position of commandery governor. But currently, the Han tribe has no vacant commandery governor positions. You can only be the governor of a new commandery. You will have to preside over the construction of the new commandery. As for recruiting population and settling new tribesmen, we need to discuss it in detail. Also, the location of the new commandery. The new commandery definitely cannot be located in the swamp because that place has too many limitations and isn't suitable for long-term residence and development, which is unfavorable for future expansion. We'll talk about the location later. Also, regarding your name, I gave surnames to Lin Shu of Luoyang Commandery and Shu Da of Riyang Commandery. Since you are going to be a commandery governor, I'll give you a name too. The name you gave yourself is Ling Yun. It's a good name, but the Han tribe already has the surname Ling, a grassland man named Ling Feng. You aren't family, so it's better not to use the same character for now. How about this? Let's use your character, Yun, Cloud, as your surname. And since you have great ambitions, Ji, let's just call you Yunji. The surname Yun is currently unique in the Han tribe, possessed only by your bloodline. In the future, you will be the first-generation ancestor of the Yun family. Thank you, Chief, for the name. Yunji will definitely work hard for the chief in the future to add a new commandery to the Han tribe soon. After a simple ceremony of allegiance and naming, the two sides confirmed the new subordinate relationship. From now on, everyone was part of the same tribe. Han Feng could formally ask about things that were inconvenient to say before. Yunji wasn't young. He didn't remember exactly how old he was. He looked a few years older than Deshu, both in their 20s, prime of life, and he had a wife and children. Now officially a member of the Han tribe and valued by the chief, truly promised a commandery governor position, Yunji was a little excited. He was full of admiration for this mysterious young chief. He answered Han Feng's questions without holding anything back. At Yunji's level, people who could see through so many things had long understood a truth. For a behemoth like the Han tribe, the leader's status was no longer determined by personal martial power. Managing the production and life of tens of thousands of people couldn't be solved by force. So for Han Feng, a young chief who started from scratch, developed from dozens of people to tens of thousands, and expanded the territory from a cave to hundreds of miles around, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. At least he knew in his heart that he couldn't do it. Even if he were given rule over a commandery's affairs now, he would need the Han tribe backing him up. Otherwise, he still couldn't do it. Yunji, let me ask you. Regarding those tribes planting sorghum. Oh, the sweet stalks with red rice. How many tribes plant this? How much sweet stock do they have? Is it possible to get it all back at once? Han Feng took a sip of tea made by the Gaoshan people and asked Yunji about the sweet sorghum. Get it all back? That's quite a lot. If it's not eaten in a few days, it will definitely spoil. Now is the season when sweet stalks are ripe, but to keep them fresh, I had them chop them in batches. Get some every day, chop more after selling. If we get it all back at once. If the chief sends more wooden boats, it should be doable. It's just the preservation. Does the chief have a way to keep these sweet stalks from spoiling? Yunji seemed to suddenly think of something and stood up excitedly. I knew it. The chief is indeed a godlike man. He surely has a way. That's right. I know a method to extract the sweet water inside and make it into something like salt. It's not as white as salt, but it is sweet. We in the Han tribe call this thing sugar. Han Feng took a sip of tea and introduced it simply. Oh, our Han tribe already has this thing called sugar? Then why have I never seen it sold in the market? Yunji was even more surprised. He didn't expect the Han tribe to have already produced such a magical thing. Was the method similar to making salt? We do, but very little, and it's not pure. Years ago, at the spring fair in the Western Valley, I saw a reddish-brown sugar. It looked like dried blood. It was made by a tribe called Zhu using planted grapes. But it had many impurities and wasn't as sweet as sweet stalks. So I never took it seriously. It wasn't until I ate the sweet stalks you brought this time that I had the idea of mass-producing sugar. Han Feng explained again. The method of making sugar wasn't that magical. Just squeeze out the sweet water, heat it until viscous, then let it dry naturally. The principle was just that. Even in this world, Han Feng wasn't the first person to make sugar. He was just using a more scientific method to improve this step. Really? That's great. As long as the chief has a way to make that thing called sugar, I'll transport all those sweet stalks over right away. But chief, does making sugar require preparing things? Can we make it in time for this season? Actually, Yunji asking this was already fishing for information, but he was simply too curious about the sugar-making method, so he couldn't help asking. Han Feng thought about it. There was nothing he couldn't say. After all, technically there wasn't much to it. Anyone could learn it if told. But knowing how didn't mean being able to do it. If he really wanted to control it, it was just a matter of a word. Making salt was easier, yet wasn't it still held in public hands? This sugar making, you've eaten sweet stalks. That thing is actually just chewing the sweet water in your mouth and spitting out the remaining residue. So, the sweetness is actually in the juice. We just need to use tools to squeeze the juice out first. And then, it's still juice. How to turn it into something like salt. Yunji was even more curious. Then pour the juice into a large pot. Heat and stir it until it boils into a caramel color, viscous like glue. At this time, it can be taken out of the pot. If you want to make blocks of hard sugar, ladle it out into pre-made molds. After it cools naturally, you can get amber-colored, semi-transparent hard sugar blocks. If you want to make small grains like salt, pour the boiled sugar syrup onto a table wrapped in copper sheet. Then use a spatula to turn it over and over. During this process, the turning motion cannot stop. As the sugar slowly cools, it will turn into brown sugar as fine as flour. As for turning brown sugar into white sugar, I'm not sure about this either. But the process should be dissolving the brown sugar in water. After completely dissolving, filter it several times to get a lighter colored sugar water. Then add some bamboo charcoal to the light colored sugar water. Use the bamboo charcoal to absorb the pigment inside. Finally, you can get even lighter colored sugar water. Then evaporate the water, and what remains is decolorized sugar. Although I haven't done it, I estimate that using this method, it's still impossible to make sugar as white as salt. At most, we can make light yellow granulated sugar. This should be the highest level our Han tribe can achieve currently. Although Han Feng hadn't made sugar, he had watched videos in his previous life with titles like Teaching You Pure Handmade Cane Sugar. In an era where production and life were becoming increasingly industrialized, modernized, and efficiency-first, people began to pursue health preservation. There were simply too many videos online about pure natural, pure handmade, intangible cultural heritage, and craftsman spirit. Traditional handmade sugar techniques followed roughly this process. Anyway, it looked simple in the videos. Although the environment here was a bit worse, he was the chief. With just one word, the resources of the entire tribe could be mobilized. Was he afraid he couldn't make a few sugar blocks? Although Han Feng spoke in great detail and not fast, it was hard for Yunji. He listened very seriously, but his Chinese had only been learned for a year. Simple communication was no problem, but the technical terms popping out of Han Feng's mouth, words like dissolve, filter, semi-transparent, mold, left him bewildered. He had no idea what they meant. Actually, not just him. Technical terms like these were only understood by the Han tribe elders and the group of women who boiled salt. Other trades really didn't encounter these words. But in this situation, Han Feng had said what he should. Yunji couldn't continue asking. That would seem too deliberate. People who didn't know might think he had some ideas. As a smart person, Yunji wisely didn't ask further. In the following time, Han Feng first assigned Yunji several short-term tasks. One was to acquire sweet stalks and sorghum seeds in large quantities. Sweet stalks would continue to be sold, but in the future, it would be their own people selling to their own people. This was internal commercial behavior, so for the time being, the Ling Tribe still had to pay an extra portion of tax, especially for such high-profit goods as sweets. For the surplus part, they could experiment with several sugar-squeezing techniques on a small scale, first to see if they worked and what professional equipment needed to be developed. Then, once the tribe started planting sorghum themselves, they would begin mass production. Another matter was to draw a full map of the swamp, marking the 20-plus lake islands Yunji mentioned. Incidentally, conduct a clean lake action to move all the tribal populations out of the Great Swamp. Han Feng had other uses for those larger lake islands. As for the tribes and populations along the swamp coast, they couldn't be moved recklessly for now because Han Feng hadn't decided where to establish the new commandery. First, it couldn't be too far, otherwise, it would break away from the Han tribe's control. Then there was the issue of development direction. Looking at the Han tribe's current situation, its overall sphere of influence was an east-west belt. The west was mostly mountainous, the middle mostly forest, and the east was plains and the Great Swamp, with two rivers sandwiched in between. So going east meant a large water swamp, which definitely couldn't be developed on a large scale. Going west meant mostly mountains. Without roads or river channels, the cost of ruling was too high. So development could only go north or south. The southern sphere of influence hadn't been figured out yet, and Han Feng intended to hand over the southern territory to Luoyang Commandery for development, since it was closer. On the contrary, the northern territory was rich in resources but hadn't been actually occupied. Before, it was because there were no people. But now that Yunji promised 50,000 people, it was necessary for the Han tribe to stick a foot in the north. North of Hanyang Commandery, exiting Fuma Pass, was a hilly grassland. Then going north for another day or two, there was a forest zone and gradually rising mountains. The hilly grassland sandwiched in between wasn't very large, but it was definitely long enough. This entire long and narrow strip was all hilly grassland terrain, very suitable for animal husbandry. If fully occupied, this area could serve as the Han tribe's military horse breeding base, and also be used to breed large numbers of cattle, sheep, alpacas, and donkeys. And the area in the middle near the two rivers could be used to build cities and move people, developing farming along the river. Of course, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that during the annihilation battle at Fuma Pass, the cavalry discovered a forest for the first time within 2 days' distance northwest of Fuma Pass. This forest didn't have many other trees. Only Eucammia trees dominated the area. Han Feng knew the Eucammia tree not because its bark was a traditional Chinese medicine. Actually, Han Feng still wasn't very clear on what medical effects Eucammia bark had. The reason he knew this tree species was due to another characteristic of Eucammia. The Eucammia tree is actually a gum tree. Its bark, roots, leaves, fruit peel, and seeds, no matter which part, if broken by hand, white web-like threads can be pulled out from the middle. These white things are actually high molecular polymers, commonly known as rubber or plastic. The reason for saying this is that Eucammia gum is very different from traditional rubber tree rubber. Rubber trees produce latex. Collecting the latex and processing it yields rubber products. But Yukamiya gum doesn't produce liquid rubber. All its gum is stored in various organs. Moreover, another characteristic of Yukamiya gum is that it undergoes physical form changes due to temperature changes. Hanfeng knew this mainly because Yukamiya gum is a raw material for special rubber used in many military and high-tech products. He paid attention to military affairs. Moreover, China's Yukamiya gum development project was proposed to the premier by Soviet experts based on China's actual situation in the early days of the founding of the PRC. Hanfeng remembered such a major event deeply. Yukamiya gum is generally obtained by crushing the bark, leaves, fruit peel, and seeds, then dissolving and filtering, and finally extracting cotton-like flocculent substances using an alkaline reaction. The final thing obtained is kneaded into a ball, looking much like chewed gum. This Yukamiya gum becomes very hard after air-drying moisture at room temperature. If molded into a product, it becomes very hard after forming. For example, if molded into a cup, it becomes a plastic cup after forming, making a banging sound when knocked. But if this cup made of Yukamiya gum is soaked in hot water above 60 degrees, after a few seconds, it will immediately turn into elastic rubber, moldable like an inner tube. In this softened state, if the shape of the cup is changed, then after the temperature cools down again, it will plasticize again in the changed shape, becoming hard plastic. So, this is a high molecular polymer that can switch back and forth between plastic and rubber physical forms with temperature changes, hence called special rubber. Based on this change, modern times generally use this special material to make prosthetic sockets, making a large cup, soaking it in hot water first, then putting the residual limb in. After cooling, it can change into the shape that best fits the residual limb. Of course, Hanfeng didn't think about making that. He was thinking about how to turn Yukamiya gum into rubber. The Han tribe didn't have much demand for plastic now, but rubber was very much needed. First, because Hanfeng had already created pencils and prepared to popularize them on a large scale. Since pencils were out, how could their partner, the eraser, be missing? And to make erasers, one first needed rubber raw material. Secondly, rubber wheels. Hollow pneumatic tires were hard to make, but that didn't mean they couldn't be made. Actually, the key technology for that wasn't the rubber, but entirely in that tiny valve core. Furthermore, even if hollow pneumatic tires couldn't be made, making solid rubber tires would be good too. At least they would be much better than the current wooden wheels. Whether in terms of anti-skid, shock absorption, or tire grip, wooden wheels couldn't compare. Besides that, other traditional rubber products could also be made, such as rubber saws, rubber hoses, the air sealing valve, key part of the valve core, and even simple rubber inflatable boats. It wasn't impossible. Of course, even if they could really be made now, the output would be limited. At most, satisfying the need for erasers would already be impressive. Therefore, considering all this, Hanfeng decided to establish the new commandery northwest of Fuma Pass, at the junction of the Yukamiya forest and the grassland. This would also better develop the timber resources here. On the other hand, regarding the 50,000 people Yunji mentioned, if they were all put in one commandery, based on the initial construction period of 3,000 people per county seat, 16 more county seats could be added. So adding just one commandery certainly wasn't enough. Then for the other new commandery, if it also developed northward, Hanfeng planned to move them to the east bank of the upper reaches of the Ruyang River. Both banks of this place were also grasslands with open terrain, suitable for reclaiming farmland. Moreover, water transportation was relatively convenient. More critically, walking northeast from this place for a day would reach the magnetite mine around the Salt Lake, which was also the Han tribe's main source of iron ore. Building cities and stationing troops here could produce grain nearby to supply the iron mine. Wharves could also be built to develop shipping, transporting iron to various commanderies and counties of the Han tribe. It could be said to be a very important strategic location. The magnetite mine on the Salt Lake floating island not only produced iron, but also contained large amounts of associated metal ores like silver, lead, saltpeter, and sodium. This was not only an important source of materials for the Han tribe's weapons and tools, but also one of the main production areas for currency raw materials. In terms of resource importance, there wasn't a second place like it in the entire Han tribe. Walking east from this place for 4 days, one could reach the northern part of the Babeo Mountain copper mining area. The terrain here was also flat, bordered by the Great Swamp to the east, Babeo Mountain to the south, forests to the west, and grasslands to the north. The small plain by the lake was lush with water and grass. Various rare and strange beasts often appeared, such as the pocket-sized horses Han Feng had seen, similar in size to corgis, blaubachs, antlered deer, giant tortoises, giant beavers the size of huskies, and giant cranes and prehistoric geese over 2 meters tall. Other waterfowl and fish were countless. Large biological volume meant their food was plentiful. Of course, if they were full, humans had more food too. Logically, such a good place should be inhabited by tribes. However, 2 days later, when Han Feng brought Deshu and Yunji to this place, they didn't find any traces of human habitation. There were some hunters, but no permanent residents. Yunji, what do you think about building a new commandery here? Move those tribes living on the lake islands here. These tribes are used to planting rice and collecting bird eggs, hunting waterfowl and fresh fish. This place is right next to the swamp lake. Even if you move here, you can still go into the great swamp to fish and hunt. The lifestyle should be more adaptable. As for those tribes along the swamp coast, they just live near water. They aren't truly inseparable from it. They also rely on planting and hunting gathering for a living. There's no need to stay by the lake. I plan to move that portion of the population west, to the banks of the upper reaches of the Ryong River. That place is also near water and can meet their living needs. What do you think? Han Feng stood on a small hill, asking the two beside him. Not far away, the 4 terror elephants were frolicking and eating grass by the water. Yunji's eyes lit up seeing this place. Leaving aside strategic significance, he liked this living environment. Han Feng said he wanted to move the population from over 20 lake islands here, which naturally included the Ling Tribe. Since it concerned the future life of his tribesmen, how could Yunji not be cautious? Yet he couldn't find any fault. Chief, let's do it here. I don't know about other tribes, but our Ling Tribe members will definitely be willing to live here. Yunji immediately stated his position. This location is indeed suitable for settling those tribes from the Great Swamp. If not here, but moving them to the highland grasslands in the northwest to learn horse riding and sheep herding away from water, that would definitely cause trouble. Moreover, although this place is separated from Luoyang Commandery by Babao Mountain, it happens to enclose the copper mine of Babao Mountain within our Han tribe's sphere of influence. This way, we can combine the power of 2 commanderies to defend and develop the mine together, which will be more helpful for many of our future endeavors. Additionally, from a transportation perspective, it's very convenient to go to Luoyang Commandery by water from here. Although getting to Hanyang and Ruyang isn't easy, it's at most 3 or 4 days to Sidong County. Just fix the road, and transporting supplies won't be a problem later. If that road is too hard to travel, we can also contact Fuma Pass from the grassland direction. On horseback, it would take at most a day to arrive. Deshu had been a commandery governor for nearly 2 years. Under Han Feng's guidance, he could analyze many management matters logically. Deshu basically guessed many of Han Feng's intentions for choosing this site. While he analyzed, Han Feng and Yunji nodded frequently beside him. Han Feng was affirming Deshu's analysis, while Yunji was just realizing that the chief had so many considerations for choosing the new commandery here. On the other hand, Yunji gained a new understanding of Deshu. Previously, Yunji had met and spoken with Deshu a few times, but never understood him as deeply as today. Before, in Yunji's eyes, being a commandery governor managing 10,000 people like Deshu was something he could do too, given the help of the Han tribe's advanced production and lifestyle methods. That was why he boasted and asked Han Feng for a commandery governor position. But looking at it now, this governor position didn't seem so easy to hold. However, he had won this status with his ability. Giving it up was impossible. Don't know how? Just learn and watch more. He wasn't stupid. With a new source of knowledge, was he afraid he couldn't learn? The 3 confirmed the terrain of the new commandery here and returned together. The next day, Han Feng sent a letter to Hanyang Commandery, ordering 300 slaves with chopped big toes to be escorted over to help with the construction of the new commandery. At the same time, willing craftsmen were to be recruited from Hanyang and Luoyang commanderies, offered generous treatment so they could work with peace of mind upon arrival. The narrow strip of grassland north of the Han tribe's existing 3 commanderies was basically divided into 3 commanderies by Han Feng. The new commandery furthest northwest was mainly responsible for developing animal husbandry. The terrain there was higher, and water sources weren't abundant. Planting could only try sorghum and wheat. Given these conditions, Han Feng appropriately named this new commandery My Commandery, Pasture/Wilderness Commandery. Another one was on both banks of the upper reaches of the Ryong River. This commandery didn't govern across the river, but unified the settlements on both sides under one commandery. Because this commandery monopolized both banks of the river, water resources were convenient, suitable for reclaiming large amounts of farmland along the river. At the same time, the farmland here not only had to feed itself, but also bear the burden of supplementing the grain deficit for Mai and the mining area. Establishing a commandery here, Hanfeng's main purpose was to create a rear base serving the mines. Therefore, the name of this commandery was set by Hanfeng as Xing'an Commandery, New Steel Commandery. Further east was the swamp coast just visited. No need to say more about the terrain here. Naming it based on geographical features, Linza Commandery, near Swamp Commandery, wasn't suitable because Luoyang Commandery already had a Linza township, and since they weren't in the same commandery, sharing a name wasn't good. Since geographical features weren't suitable, let's go with the purpose of establishing the commandery. The main purpose of establishing this commandery was actually to strategically defend the northern defense line of the Babao mountain mining area. So finally, the name of this commandery was set by Hanfeng as Weishan Commandery, guarding mountain commandery. In this way, the entire Han tribe's territory seemed to shift north by over 100 kilometers. The old 3 commanderies in the south corresponded to the new 3 commanderies in the north, parallel in latitude and basically consistent in longitude. Above were Mai, Xing'an, and Weishan commanderies. Below were Hanyang, Ruyang, and Luoyang, the 3 old commanderies, relying on and guarding each other. The establishment of the 3 new commanderies accelerated the Han tribe's expansion, but taking too big a step always risks pulling a muscle. Every new commandery or county built added a burden to the old ones. Building a new city first required a lot of grain because a newly built city couldn't possibly have grain output, yet it had to feed so many people working every day. Their food all had to be supplied by the old commanderies. Secondly, it required various craftsmen and the addition of a large number of new tools, farm implements, livestock, and vehicles. Grain was easier to handle. Since private ownership was implemented this year, a lot had been collected just from agricultural taxes everywhere. Although it was temporarily used to support the newly built county seats, some remained. Moreover, those newly built county seats, after building city walls and temporary shacks, began to reclaim farmland with all their might. After all, food couldn't always rely on other commanderies and counties for supply. Otherwise, the Han tribe couldn't bear it either. It was now the end of April. The newly built county seats had already planted corn, and some places had sprouted tender seedlings. In this way, for these new counties, in another 2 or 3 months, they could achieve self-sufficiency in food, freeing the old commanderies from these burdens. The collected grain tax could then be transported north to support the construction of the 3 northern commanderies. However, given the situation of no grain available for transfer temporarily, Hanfeng didn't ambitiously attempt a 3-pronged approach. Supporting the construction of 4 commanderies simultaneously with the power of Hanyang and Luoyang was obviously unrealistic. Therefore, Hanfeng set phased goals. The first phase was to build Weishan Commandery first, the commandery north of Luoyang Commandery adjacent to the swamp. Let Yunji and the Ling Tribe take the lead to move the tribes from the 20-plus lake islands out first. As for other tribes along the coast, don't move them for now. Rashly absorbing these populations would only form a heavy burden on the Han tribe. Absorbing population was to strengthen power. If power decreased instead of increasing, it was better not to absorb. Next was the training of craftsmen and students. Craftsmen were easy. Just let existing craftsmen recruit more apprentices. First, they could help with work. Second, they could learn skills. The student problem. Children naturally had to be taught, but that was the Han tribe's future. Temporary difficulties had to be solved simultaneously. Therefore, Hanfeng ordered all commanderies to recruit a batch of adults as students based on the previous selection model. Candidates were mainly former tribe chiefs, shaman candidates, hunting captains, gathering captains, and intelligent individuals could also be recommended. These adult students would undergo a 12-month emergency training. By next spring, they would be sent to various places to serve as officials. Capable ones could be county magistrates or lieutenants. Incapable ones, even if just clerks writing and calculating, had to be forced onto the perch. Many in this batch were recommended by Yunji, sourced from the tribes on the dozens of lake islands. The reason for choosing this way was mainly considering the advantage of locals managing locals. Especially for Weishan Commandery, adjacent to the Great Swamp, where the population was used to a fishing and hunting life. Sending a batch of landlubber officials who didn't understand the local lifestyle would easily cause trouble. At the same time, the training content for this batch was different from the last. The last batch was truly zero-basis teaching, but conditions were different now. The new students' curriculum was divided into cultural classes and practical classes. Besides learning reading, writing, and arithmetic in cultural classes daily, they had to participate in practical classes themed around various labor. Early stages focused on labor, sweeping streets in the city, farming outside the city, participating in engineering construction with serving laborers, undergoing simple military training in the barracks, entering workshops to learn skills. They weren't required to become master craftsmen, but they had to understand various trades sufficiently. Otherwise, how would they manage things in the future? This process would last more than half a year, with at least 1 month per project. After half a year, the practical class content would have students intern in surrounding commandery and county offices to adapt to the work content first, lest they know nothing when taking office. For teaching staff, the 50 or 60 students remaining from the last batch would be used. Although they weren't selected to be officials, they were qualified as cultural teachers. They only needed to teach new students writing and arithmetic. Other practical classes naturally had specialists to lead them. These teachers didn't need to worry. No textbooks or teaching materials. No problem. For now, use the notes of excellent students from the last batch and the lesson plans Han Feng organized back then. A series of drafts, transfers, appointments, and tasks were issued from Han Feng, the chief, to various places. The increasingly massive machine of the Han tribe began to operate clumsily but vigorously. Although it looked like a toddler learning to walk, every department was learning and adapting quickly. Inevitably, loopholes appeared and various problems were discovered, but Han Feng, the chief, was like a repairman. Wherever a problem appeared, he went to fix whom. At the same time, Han Feng was taking this opportunity to gradually complete his 2 new books, Han Rights and Han Law. The former unified clothing, attire, folk customs, festivals, etiquette, weddings, funerals, and the different specifications enjoyed by various nobility titles for these events. The book mainly emphasized the treatment of nobility ranks, letting the people know the importance of titles and reinforcing the concept of hierarchy. Now wasn't the time to pursue freedom and equality because they were used to being managed. If really let to do whatever they wanted, the people would be confused and at a loss. The latter was the Han tribe's law code, gradually perfected by Han Feng after constantly discovering problems. This was a slow process because one person's energy is limited, and Han Feng couldn't cover everything at once. Therefore, often a new law was made specifically addressing a new problem after it arose. However, this couldn't go on. After discovering the drawbacks of this model, Han Feng quickly issued a call for papers to officials governing various places, asking them to contribute ideas for perfecting the laws and to write down their thoughts and reasons. The Han tribe gradually grew amidst these constantly improving systems and rules. However, at this time in the south, a group of people, after months of asking around, finally found the direction of the Han tribe. "Hey, friend, where is your tribe going? I heard there's a Han tribe in the north where life is very good. Not only does everyone have clothes to wear, but they can also eat their fill every meal. Have you heard of it?" Niu Wei, Oxtail, the new merchant elder of the Exon tribe, led a group of people and asked a tribe migrating north. After completing the sea salt trade handover for the entire grassland region with the Maodun tribe, Niu Wei and the Exon tribe had completely abandoned retail authorization for grassland white salt. They sold it wholesale directly to Maodun and then washed their hands of it. However, to obtain trading rights for the Exon tribe's bronze weapons and stirrups, Maodun also had to provide a safe trading zone for the Exon tribe on the grassland. This trading zone was fixed. First, it provided a safe station for the Exon tribe on the grassland. Second, it was used to store goods transported from the Bamboo Island, acting like a logistics transit station. After arranging all this, Niu Wei didn't forget the real purpose of coming to the grassland this time: to find the Han tribe, negotiate with them, and preferably live in the Han tribe for a period. If he could learn some technologies, that would be perfect. The Han tribe's ceramics, carriages, and wool cloth, everything was so magical. How were they made? How many other good things did the Han tribe have? Niu Wei's heart was filled with questions and curiosity. Thus, Niu Wei led a team of 100 people, with 2 horses per person, carrying ample gifts, cattle, and sheep, as well as enough dry food for several months, traveling thousands of miles north to find the Han tribe's tracks. This journey took more than a month. After asking around extensively, Niue discovered that the Han tribe hadn't come to the grassland to sell goods this year. He didn't know if something had happened at the Han tribe's headquarters. Although unclear about what happened, he learned from many nomadic tribes that the Han tribe's merchant caravans always came from the mountains in the northern part of the grassland. With a direction, the rest was easier. After finding the entrance into the mountains, Niue and his group looked for places suitable for human survival. No matter where the Han tribe was, people needed to survive. Moreover, they were fully confident that the Han tribe was a tribe that understood farming. This made them easier to find. Farming required water sources and large areas of flat land, so they just needed to search along the river. When encountering other tribes along the way, Niue would present gifts and ask about the Han tribe. In the first half-month, Niue didn't find any useful clues. Some tribes they met hadn't even heard of carts pulled by cattle or horses, let alone seen them. Some even bowed down upon seeing them riding horses, treating them as divine beings who could control wild beasts. Of course, there were also tribes who coveted the large number of cattle and horses they carried. But Niue's group was handpicked. Everyone had excellent horsemanship and could shoot from horseback. Even if the opponent had superior numbers, they could escape with minimal losses relying on the cavalry's cheat-like mobility. After wandering in the mountains for a month like this, they finally found a decent river, large and wide. This river they valued was none other than the lower reaches of the Luyang River. Following this river over 100 meters wide northward, Niue and his group soon made discoveries. First, they met tribes who knew about the Han tribe. Although those natives hadn't had much contact with the Han tribe, they knew of such a tribe from others. This situation finally let Niue and his team see the dawn of hope. As they continued north, the news they received became more detailed, from heard from others, to we've seen the Han tribe's convoys, to we've bought things from their merchant caravans. Until today, they heard news about the Han tribe again. You are going to the Han tribe too? A 30-something-year-old primitive man asked in surprise, gesturing and speaking some non-standard Chinese. Yes, and you are? You are also going to the Han tribe. Niue quickly noticed the difference between this group and the tribes encountered before. Yes, our tribe is preparing to officially join the Han tribe. I just came back from the Han tribe this time to pick up my tribesmen to go there together. I see you are all riding horses and brought so many cattle and sheep, but your clothes and headwear don't look like the Han tribe's merchant caravans. So what do you do? And listening to your question, you seem not to know where the Han tribe is. The questioned native began to be curious about Niue's identity. Oh, we are a southern tribe. We raise some cattle and sheep ourselves. Hearing that the Han tribe has good things to exchange, we wanted to go over and swap some with them. Niue lied casually. Someone is delivering cattle and sheep to the Han tribe's door? The native was surprised at first, then felt that since it involved the Han tribe, it didn't seem strange. Brother, listening to you just now, you went to the Han tribe and came back, and now you want to take the whole tribe to join them? As Niue spoke, he took a strip of salted dried beef from a subordinate, cut half off with a bronze dagger, and handed it to the native, eating the remaining half himself first. This was a gesture of goodwill, willing to share meat with the other party, and eating first showed the meat was safe. Niue had mastered these simple social skills to perfection. Every time he asked for directions, he would take out a small gift to give thanks, as practiced as a modern person offering a cigarette when asking for directions. The middle-aged native wasn't polite. He took it and took a big bite before continuing. That's right. Before the snow fell, at a gathering, I saw a nearby tribe had changed a lot. Everyone was wearing clothes and shoes made of unknown materials. After asking, I heard about the Han tribe. They all said how good that tribe was, and that they were recruiting people to work. As long as you went to work, you could exchange for good things, not just cloth for making clothes, but also salt, iron pots, and porcelain bowls. Moreover, they provide food, the kind where you can eat your fill every meal. I was very interested at the time, so I asked them to take me to see it. But when I got there, I found. What happened? Was what they said fake? Niue couldn't help interrupting curiously. No, the Han tribe is much better than they said. They really give food. As long as you are willing to work, and it's not dangerous work, just a bit tiring, but hunting and gathering take effort too, and the key is you don't always get a harvest. But at the Han tribe, it's really stable. Meals on time, never missing a meal. Not only do they give food, but when you leave, they also give some money. Money is a good thing in the Han tribe. It's new recently. It can be exchanged for various good things. I got some Once the middle-aged native started talking about his days working in the Han tribe, he chattered endlessly because every time he talked about these experiences in front of his tribesmen, it attracted everyone's attention and envy, making him very happy. Niue struggled to understand the native's words, picking out useful information. The Han tribe was recruiting outsiders to work for them, providing not only food but also distributing things. What was going on? What was the Han tribe doing that required so much manpower? But this wasn't the key. The point was that the person in front of him had indeed been to the Han tribe, and they were heading there now. In that case, wouldn't they be traveling the same way? Why not just go together? Thinking that he had finally found the Han tribe's location and would arrive soon, Niue felt a burst of excitement. Oh, really? Brother, you are amazing to have done so well in the Han tribe. Hearing you speak makes me want to visit the Han tribe even sooner. But we came from afar and don't know the way to the Han tribe yet. How about letting us go with your tribe? I see you have 300 or 400 people here. You will definitely need a lot of food on the way. We happen to have brought plenty of food. Let us provide the food for everyone on this journey. As long as you take us to the Han tribe, how about it? Niue pointed to the cattle and sheep behind him and immediately suggested to the native chief. Hearing such a good thing, the native was also tempted. Honestly, the food they brought wasn't very sufficient. Walking from here to Luoyang Commandery would take another month. The stored food definitely wasn't enough. They might have to hunt and gather fruits along the way to get there. Previously, he took 30 tribesmen to the Han tribe and received some wages upon return, but they couldn't bear to exchange it all for things to bring back. They only exchanged for some daily necessities like white salt. As for grain, since the Han tribe was also short on it, they didn't sell it externally. Besides, even if they could exchange for it, without pack horses and carts, they couldn't carry much back. Now someone was willing to provide food assistance, only requiring him to lead them to the Han tribe. Besides, his tribe was going there anyway. Taking them along didn't seem impossible. This group had so many cattle, horses, and sheep, they could be said to be filthy rich. They probably wouldn't do anything to his tribe, right? They really had nothing worth robbing. Thus, the native chief quickly agreed to Niue's condition, agreeing to take them to the Han tribe. In return, their entire tribe of nearly 400 people ate a hard-to-come-by meat meal at noon, plus a bamboo tube of corn porridge per person. The pot used was an iron pot the native bought from the Han tribe. The dried meat and corn were provided by Niue. While eating, looking at the corn porridge in the rough bamboo tube in his hand, the native chief was even more surprised. How do you have the Han tribe's corn? I've only eaten this in the Han tribe. I heard only they have it. Where did you get this? Our tribe grew this ourselves. Does the Han tribe grow corn too? Haha, what a coincidence. Niue said meaningfully. You know how to grow corn too? Yes, our tribe specializes in growing this. This is our staple food. Of course, we also raise cattle, horses, and sheep. What? Does the Han tribe call this thing corn? Niue simply introduced. Oh, so that's how it is. But the Han tribe doesn't specialize in growing corn. The Han tribe grows more rice. Corn is only a minority. And this corn really isn't as tasty as white rice, the native chief lamented. And Niue appeared very happy at this moment, because he suddenly discovered that chatting with the native in front of him could indirectly obtain news about the Han tribe. For example, although the Han tribe grew corn, it wasn't the main crop. The Han tribe's staple food was something called rice and white rice. The two groups came together harmoniously. To accommodate the native's speed, Niue and his group also dismounted and walked. After walking like this for 2 days, as the two groups became familiar, Niue actively let the pack horses help carry the children of the native tribe. Coupled with not having to struggle to find food along the way, the overall travel speed increased. After getting familiar for a few days, the native chief became more open and started actively showing Niue the coins earned in the Han tribe. You say this is money? Anything can be exchanged using this. Niue picked up a brass 1-won coin, asked in surprise, and exchanged a glance with his fellow tribesmen beside him, as if reading something from each other's eyes. That's right. There are other patterns too. Size, weight, color are all different, and the amount of things they can exchange for is different too. But these coins can also be exchanged for each other. There are Chinese characters of the Han tribe written on them, indicating the size of the money. I just haven't learned them yet. Now I can only look at the pictures to know how much money it is. The native tribe chief displayed the various coins in his hand. Niue opened his eyes wide and examined them carefully. Finally, After getting permission, he picked them up one by one to examine closely. These coins were made very exquisitely, and the patterns and designs were clear. They looked very new, as if just made not long ago. Just based on this metal casting technology, Niue knew the Han tribe's level was mountains ahead of the Exon tribe. More critically, the round metal discs called money shown by the native chief looked like they were carved from the same mold. They were all identical. For the same denomination, whether size, thickness, pattern, or even the orientation and angle of the pattern, they were all exactly the same. How was this done? With the Exon tribe's current level, let alone whether it was possible to make an identical coin. This kind of repetitive copying where every single item was equally precise casting technology was something they could only dream of but not reach. However, they didn't lack the metal to make money. Whether it was copper called purple gold or silver called white gold, the Exon tribe had both. With this thing, one could exchange for anything in the Han tribe. A bold plan gradually rose in Niue's heart. But before that, he also saw some things about the Han tribe from these coins. For example, the few stalks of rice on the 1 coin. It looked like some plant, but definitely not corn. There were also patterns of planting rice seedlings, plowing with oxen, and the 3 wild beasts the Han tribe raised or worshipped. Finally, the Yuan class had many strange patterns Niue couldn't figure out. Of course, the most striking thing was the portrait of a person on the back of every coin. Brother, who is this person on the money? Why is his image on every one? This, I heard, is the chief of the Han tribe. I heard he is very powerful, not old, but extremely smart. He taught the tribesmen many things they didn't know before. For example, making salt, weaving cloth, building carts, planting, and raising animals. These were all taught to everyone by this chief. To the people of the Han tribe, he is like the god of the Han tribe. Moreover, there is a saying circulating in the Han tribe that this chief is the child of heaven. That's why he was born knowing the uses of all things and how to utilize them. Even with a stone, he has a way to smelt iron from it and use the iron to make useful tools and sharp weapons. The native chief explained this way, but there were some things he didn't say. He had seen many surrounding tribes and encountered even more in the Han tribe. Everyone had their own beliefs, from flowers, birds, fish, and insects to fire, wood, water, and earth, to the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, and even dead ancestors. But this was the first time he had heard of worshipping a living person like the Han tribe did. However, judging from the various deeds of the Han tribe chief, worshipping him like a god wasn't problematic. Maybe he really was sent by heaven to benefit mankind. Niue listened seriously and learned something that even he found magical. The Han tribe chief really seemed to know everything. Was he really the child of heaven, sent to benefit mankind? Such things were hard to say. And in this era of severe pantheism, there was no such thing as there are no gods in the world. Putting aside these strange thoughts, Niue stopped thinking too much and reaffirmed his original intention. Where those technologies came from didn't matter. He just wanted to learn them. Of course, if possible. The two groups set foot on the journey north again. During this period, they encountered other tribes and groups. After communication, they found that some were going to the Han tribe to work, and some were preparing to join the Han tribe, even if there were only a few dozen people. There were also some with more complex compositions, ranging from a dozen to 100 or so, entirely composed of wild men. That is, those pitiful people in groups of 3 or 5, without even a tribe. These wild men were gathered by people with ideas, who told them they were taking them to a place where they could eat their fill and face no danger, as long as they worked for that tribe every day. Those wild men also received benefits, animal skins, food, or white salt, things that could win their trust, hoping they would follow. Niue was quite curious about this, so he pulled a leader aside. After bribing him with a bronze dagger, he learned the purpose of these people. The Han tribe wants wild men. As long as they are healthy, even with minor disabilities, it's fine. As long as they can farm and work. You don't know? The Han tribe's conditions for accepting newcomers are different now. People with no supplies or few companions will be treated as wild men. They can only help those old tribesmen farm at home. They have to work for 2 years to obtain the treatment of formal tribesmen. That thing is called, oh right, household registration. But for large tribes joining, it's no problem. As long as the population is over 20, and depending on the quantity of population and goods carried, and whether they are useful, their chief can also get different nobility titles. What is a nobility title? Niue asked, puzzled and curious. This I can't say exactly what it is, but it's similar to status in a tribe. For example, the chief can distribute food and women first, others second, third, and so on. That nobility title is similar. The higher the title, the more things one gets. But the Han tribe won't distribute women and food. They distribute land that can grow grain. Then what benefit do you get from taking these wild men there? Niuwei asked again. Making money, of course. Selling them to those with high titles. You don't understand. People with high titles in the Han tribe have a lot of land, a lot of grain, and a lot of money, but they also have a lot of work to do. Their own families can't handle it, so they can only think of finding wild men outside. But these titled people aren't ordinary people in the Han tribe. Basically, they are minor officials or something, the kind that manages people. Like the small captains in other tribes, the leaders who lead hunting or gathering. But they manage differently. These people have endless things to do. Where would they find time to run outside looking for wild men? So I specialize in finding them for them, just exchanging for some money. The man held the bronze dagger Niuwei gave him, liking it very much. After all, metal objects were rare, especially weapons. The Han tribe wouldn't easily sell them externally. Niuwei frowned and pondered for a while. After understanding most of it, he asked another question. Then how do you know these things? You seem very familiar with the Han tribe. Of course. I was one of the earliest batch of people to work in the Han tribe. It's been about 2 years now. It's just that I haven't joined the Han tribe. Why? Didn't you say the Han tribe is very good? Niuwei asked again. Sai, didn't I just say? When I first went, it was just working and then exchanging for some things when leaving. If joining the Han tribe, they also gave houses, everyone farmed together, and distributed grain together. That was tiring. There was endless work every day. I found that those who worked with me at the beginning, after joining, apart from having a house, actually didn't live as comfortably as me. They did no less work than us, but didn't get as much stuff distributed. And for us, not only did the Han tribe provide food and lodging usually, but they also gave things when we left. After working every day, someone cooked the meal. I just had to eat. As for them, after joining, not only did they have to work during the day, but they also had to figure out firewood themselves, cook their own meals. To eat meat, they had to wait for the tribe to distribute it. If they didn't want to wait, they had to raise livestock themselves. But raising livestock meant spending effort feeding them. Endless, trivial matters every day. This year is better. The Han tribe chief changed it again. Everything is privatized. Land is distributed, grain isn't distributed. How much you eat depends entirely on what you plant yourself. It feels even worse than us outsider workers. At least the Han tribe feeds us. But that nobility title is a good thing. The higher the title, the higher the things and status obtained. But for that thing, besides their own Han tribe people, outsiders who want to get a title can only depend on how much population and useful things they bring when joining. So you bring these wild men. 1 is to exchange for money. 2 is to want to use this population to get a title. Niuwei inferred. That's about it. But I haven't saved enough money yet. Wait until I have more money. Then I'll find another batch of wild men and take them to join. Then why save so much money? Is there a use? Niuwei urgently wanted to learn more about the Han tribe. What do you think? Money is a good thing. With money, you can buy cattle, horses, carts, grain, and clothes. If I don't save more now, I won't have a chance after joining the Han tribe. Do you know how the Han tribe's own people live? To plow land with an ox, they can only pay the government to rent one, and the ox isn't theirs. Carts are even harder. Ordinary people can't afford them. A 4-wheeled cart is more expensive than a boat. The most critical thing isn't how much those things are worth, but that those ordinary tribesmen spend most of their time farming every day. Where would they have time to do other things to make money? To buy a 2-wheeled cart and pair it with a working ox, who knows how many years they'd have to save. Will I suffer poverty with them? No, I won't. It's fine like this now. I'll save a lot of money first, without being under Han tribe control. I have plenty of time to make money. When I save enough money for future living, I'll join the Han tribe and get a title, get a position where I don't have to do much work. Wouldn't that be more comfortable? After the wild man leader finished speaking, he walked away playing with the bronze dagger. Niuwei didn't chase after him, but chewed on the meaning of these words on the spot. At the same time, he had a better understanding of the Han tribe. It seemed the bottom layer of the Han tribe didn't live that well. Then why did so many tribes actively join it? Regarding this question, in the subsequent journey, Niuwei raised his doubts to the initial native chief. You ask why we joined the Han tribe? Isn't that simple? Of course, to live a good life. But I heard from others that the Han tribe has titles. and those ordinary people don't live well. Niue asked his question. Yeah, you have to look at what you want. The life those ordinary tribesmen live, having their own land, their own grain, eating as much as they want, selling the surplus for money. Although the money isn't much, it's definitely enough for living. Unless you want to be a city lord or a commandery governor, what use is so much money? Just like those ordinary tribesmen of the Han tribe. Although they don't have horses or carts when going out, why would they go out? I don't know what others think, but my tribesmen are willing to go. My tribe has nearly 400 people. We don't know how to plant grain, raise animals, or weave cloth. We can only rely on hunting and gathering to get food and skins. But for a tribe of hundreds, wanting to eat our fill every meal, wanting to survive safely every day, in my view as a chief, this is too hard. But the Han tribe is different. There are many people there, safe enough. No enemy can beat so many of us. There are city walls, and no wild beasts can kill us. It's also stable enough. We farm. We don't need to gather to fill our stomachs every day. We raise livestock. We don't need to risk hunting to eat meat. Without animal skins, we can weave cloth to make clothes. Even if you really don't want to live this life and want to be a boss, there's plenty of work in the Han tribe. Learn some skills well, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You can also enter workshops to earn wages. Dozens of yuan a month. Isn't doing anything better than starving one meal and being full the next like now. Niue nodded thoughtfully, quickly figuring out this issue. This was a difference in needs, and the conditions for satisfaction were different. They didn't think about much, just wanted a safe place to live, to fill their stomachs every day, eat meat every now and then, not freeze to death in winter, and have a woman to bear children. That was enough. As for the person met before, they had encountered such people in the Exon tribe too. Such people were lazy, always thinking they should get the same distribution of supplies regardless of how much they worked. Too lazy to farm grain themselves, yet fantasizing about becoming superior to others, suppressing others to satisfy their inner arrogance. From this point alone, the Han tribe was similar to their Exon tribe. All kinds of people existed. The tribesmen's thoughts weren't monolithic. This should be a common characteristic of large tribes with many people, Niue concluded in the end. However, he also discovered a crisis from this matter, a threat from the Han tribe. It was fine if the Han tribe was just more technologically advanced than them. But the key was that the Han tribe was rapidly expanding its population in various ways. How many people did the Han tribe have now? Niue didn't know. But he understood that just along this journey, the people he met wanting to join the Han tribe numbered 1,000 or 2,000. And how many more such people were there? After all, he was only walking in one direction. What about the other directions of the Han tribe? Were there other channels absorbing population? This population growth rate was truly terrifying, far more terrifying than the Exon tribe. The Exon tribe was an island after all. There were only those few tribes on the island, and they had long been ruled by the Exon tribe. Although the names of the respective tribes were different, the Exon tribe had actual control. In total, the population was only over 80,000. Although there had been some growth over the years, it hadn't exceeded 90,000. And this was just an estimated number. The Han tribe had household registration and identities, and specialized officials responsible for these matters. But the Exon tribe didn't. Just the writing tools of bamboo slips, charcoal pencils, and shell knives limited their use and popularization of writing. The more he compared small things like this, the more Niue could feel the Han tribe's power. It seemed that for any situation, the Han tribe had more mature management methods than them. Simply put, the Han tribe operated more efficiently, vigorously, and grew more rapidly than their Exon tribe. The Exon tribe, due to its geography and various other reasons, had already limited its development ceiling. If this continued, even if the Han tribe wasn't the Exon tribe's match now, it wouldn't take long for the Han tribe to achieve a comprehensive overtaking, even in population. Such a Han tribe absolutely could not be made an enemy. They really couldn't afford to provoke them. It seemed that going to the Han tribe this time, he still had to lower his status as much as possible, adopt the posture of a weakling. He wouldn't yield on major principles, but he had to correct his attitude. The Han tribe was stronger than them. This was an undeniable fact. He absolutely couldn't be arrogant. Otherwise, let alone learning technology, whether he could return alive would be a question. Thinking about these random things, following the footsteps of the natives, after more than a month of long-distance trekking, Niue and his group finally arrived at the legendary Han tribe, a large settlement called Luoyang Commandery, in the midsummer season of late May. Crossing the hill in front, and passing through a dense mountain forest, a vast plain suddenly appeared in the distance. To the right, a great river shimmered with waves. By the bank were endless farmlands containing corn, which Niue knew well, but mostly a kind of tall grass growing in mud or ponds. On the other side of the fields, several earthen yellow city walls were arranged in an orderly row. There were also identical cities to the east and west. He didn't know the significance of such an arrangement, but Niue could see that flags with the same character were flying on all those city walls. He recognized that character. It was the character Han that appeared on many of the Han tribe's goods. Are those the Han tribe settlements? How strange. They seem to be piled up from earth. Walls made of earth. Aren't they afraid of being washed away by rain? Behind Niue, his companions who had trekked here through hardships with him all looked at the distant city walls in amazement. Look quickly. There seem to be people up there. In an instant, hundreds of pairs of eyes looked towards the top of the city walls. All right, what's all the fuss about? There are always people on the Han tribe's city walls. They are sentries, guarding against enemies and wild beasts. Let's go, it's getting late. The native chief who had led Niue all the way spoke loudly, his tone carrying a sense of being a host. But it was understandable. After all, they were specifically here to join the Han tribe. Stop arguing. Let's go. Be careful later. Don't provoke the Han tribe people casually. Remember, this isn't our tribe, and it's certainly not the grassland. Yes, Elder. Niue's subordinates answered in unison. After saying this, the team composed of two groups slowly walked out from the edge of the forest south of Luoyang Commandery. And such a large group of people suddenly drilling out of the woods immediately attracted the attention of the sentries on the city wall. Usually, this might not be much. Since the establishment of the recruitment market in Luoyang Commandery, tribes coming to work or preparing to join often came from that direction in the past 2 years. But this time, a horse team came from the south, and the number wasn't small, a full 100 riders. Not only did each person have 2 horses, but they were also followed by many cattle and sheep. This was abnormal among the southern tribes, except for the very distant nomadic tribes, who could produce so many cattle, horses, and sheep, and organize a cavalry of 100 men. More critically, although the distance was a bit far and not very clear, the sentry could be sure that none of those people coming were wearing Han tribe clothes, nor were they flying the Han tribe's flag. Han tribe teams, whether army or merchant caravans, as long as they were mounted, had flags. These aren't Han tribe people. Reaching this conclusion, the sentry immediately became alert and hurriedly shouted to his companions. Someone come! Someone come! Beat the drum quickly. There's a strange tribe's horse team, not our people. His companion, who was resting nearby preparing to rotate shifts, heard this and bounced up from the ground. Adjusting the bamboo hat on his head and seeing the horse team to the south, he ran to the drum tower on the city wall without a word and struck the big drum. Dong, 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 dong. A series of rapid drum beats sounded. The thunderous drum beats immediately resonated in all directions. This was the big drum for alarms. Each city wall had only one, and the diameter was very large. Each side of the drum face was basically made of a whole cowhide. One drum meant 2 cows. Of course, the sound lived up to its cost. The moment the drum sounded, the surrounding 6 earthen cities, as well as the tribesmen scattered around working, heard the alarm immediately. In the farmlands along the river. What's happening? Are enemies coming? I don't know. Probably. The alarm drum can't be beaten randomly. Random beating leads to beheading. Then what are you waiting for? Run. Go home. Listening to the drum, it's from the south wall. The enemy is in the south. We'll go back through the east gate. Forget about home for now. Just enter the nearest city, quick. Go, go, go. Everyone listen to the squad leader. Check if anyone is still in the fields and call them back. Inside the walls of each district. Hearing the alarm drum, women immediately went to the streets in the city, drove their children playing outside back home, and then tightly closed the doors. People in various workshops reacted differently. Women basically organized to defend at the workshop gates, while men, led by foremen, picked up various tools and gathered. Then, organized according to their usual work groups, they were led by foremen towards the South City Gate, where the alarm drum sounded. And in the newly built official district to the far west, Deshu, who was reading documents in the commandery governor's hall, frowned. This is the alarm drum. What happened? Picking up his ring pommel-long saber from the weapon rack beside him, he trotted to the courtyard of the governor's office. Seeing the bewildered clerks around, Deshu immediately roared. Bring my horse. Assemble the garrison soldiers, close all city gates, recall the people outside. Personal guards, follow me. Let's go see what's happening. Deshu's series of orders gave the bewildered clerks a backbone, and they went to carry out orders one after another. When subordinates brought the horse and the dozen personal guards assembled, Deshu immediately led them towards the city where the drums sounded. On the other side, Niuwei and the accompanying natives were also confused. What's the situation? What happened to the Han tribe? Brother, what's wrong with the Han tribe? Those people seem to be running into the settlements. And that thunder-like noise, what happened? Niuwei asked, slightly nervous and very puzzled. What situation? Those cities aren't just settlements. They are also for defending against enemies. They are running inside in broad daylight, and running so urgently. Could they have encountered enemies? Oh, right, that sound. It's the sound of drums on the city wall. Usually, they beat it every night when closing the city gates, but the drum sound isn't this loud. This sound is so loud, it should be the alarm drum. Whichever side discovers enemies beats the drum to raise the alarm. After saying this, the native chief and Niuwei looked at each other. Listening to the direction of the drum, it was from their side. Then the two looked back suspiciously, but besides their own tribesmen, there was no one else behind them. Could it be? We are the enemies? It's you. It's you. Niuwei and the native chief's voices sounded simultaneously. Both looked at each other with suspicion and scrutiny, alert. What are you looking at? It's you guys. I stayed in the Han tribe for half a year and never heard of any tribe besides the Han tribe having so many cattle and horses. Even the grassland tribes they talk about wouldn't run so far to the Han tribe. Before, even if exchanging cattle and horses, the Han tribe went to the grassland themselves. But you found your way here yourselves. Speak quickly. Are you enemies of the Han tribe? The native chief questioned Niuwei loudly, stepping back a few paces. The bone spear in his hand immediately pointed at Niuwei. Seeing the chief react this way, his tribesmen immediately pointed their spears at the people on horseback beside them. These people who had walked with them for over a month. These people who had supplied them with food for a month. Niuwei was also stunned. This is the Han tribe's way of dealing with enemy invasions? They treat us as enemies? It seems currently the Exon tribe and Han tribe are indeed in a hostile relationship. But why? How do they know this group is from the Exon tribe and not a nomadic tribe from the grassland? Could it be that the Han tribe is also hostile to nomadic tribes? That's impossible. The Han tribe's merchant caravans are very popular on the grassland. Never heard of any conflicts between them. While Niuwei pondered briefly, the reaction on the Han tribe side intensified. More and more flags appeared on the city wall, and more figures. The city gate facing them had also closed. A team of dozens of knights ran out from the west city, then ran into the west gate of the middle city. Before long, the drum sound stopped abruptly. Deshu had arrived at the tower of the south gate, gazing from afar at a cavalry team ahead. It was indeed not the Han tribe's forces. You did well. These aren't our people. Although we don't know if they are enemies, we can't be careless. Deshu first affirmed the sentry who decided to sound the alarm. Then he had a good archer among his personal guards shoot an arrow with a longbow towards the front in a high arc based on the arrow's landing point. A warning line was drawn, hoping the other party would stop advancing upon seeing it. Niuwei frowned slightly looking at the flying arrow. What does this mean? A warning? After thinking for a moment, Niuwei decided to go forward personally to negotiate. They really came with sincerity this time and didn't intend to continue being enemies with the Han tribe. But since the Han tribe only shot one arrow, there should still be a chance. They were relatively restrained. Thinking of this, Niuwei shouted loudly to the team members behind him. I'll go over and take a look myself. You all stay here. If I get killed, don't bother with me. Turn around and go home directly. Tell the chief to guard our island well in the future and not try to contact the Han tribe again. After giving his last instructions, Niuwei rode forward alone, continuing to approach the city under the surveillance of everyone on the wall. When he was about 100 meters from the city, under the gaze of numerous sentries and Deshu, he threw away his bow and arrows. When he got to 50 or 60 meters, he threw down his sword, indicating he carried no weapons and had no hostile intent, hoping the other side would give a chance to communicate. Deshu had guarded Luoyang Commandery for 2 years and was considered knowledgeable. Naturally, he saw Niuwei's intent. However, during wartime, city gates could not be opened casually, so he had a basket lowered for Niuwei to get in, then pulled him up. Niuwei was very cooperative and soon ascended the city wall. He hurriedly greeted them respectfully in the Exon tribe's language. However, seeing they came on horseback, the Han tribe assumed they were a nomadic tribe from the grassland. Thus, they found a grassland native who had joined the Han tribe previously and was responsible for livestock breeding in Luoyang Commandery to act as a translator. The translator first communicated with Niu Wei in the grassland language, then translated into Chinese for Deshu, enabling communication between the two sides. Lord Governor, he isn't a grassland native. He says he is an elder of the Exon tribe, specifically responsible for external trade. He came this time to meet our chief, firstly to discuss grassland trade, and secondly to conduct some transactions with the Han tribe. He says the horse team outside are his subordinates, and the cattle and sheep behind are all gifts for us. The translator relayed to Deshu. Oh, an elder of the Exon tribe, in charge of external trade, discussing grassland trade, and wanting to trade with our Han tribe? Ask him what trade he wants to do. The chief is very busy and might not see him, Deshu said in surprise, obviously not expecting the other party to be an important figure from the Exon tribe. The translator communicated with Niu Wei again, then relayed to Deshu. Lord Governor, he says he wants to buy the things our merchant caravans sell to the grassland people: iron pots, ironware, cloth, carts, and ox carts. He wants them all. They can pay with cattle, horses, sheep, and furs. Whatever the grassland people give, they can give too, and no less than the grassland people. The Exon tribe still wants the Han tribe's vehicles? Last time conflict erupted, it didn't stop them. They still want them, right? Carts are good things. The convenience they bring is immense. If I were an Exon tribe elder, I would also try every means to get them. Not just the carts, but the technology to build them. So, what they actually want is technology. Deshu instantly figured out the key point. However, exactly what to do had to be decided by the chief. He needed to stabilize these people first, then tell the chief. Having made up his mind, Deshu immediately put on a smiling face. Tell him this isn't impossible. However, I am not the chief of the Han tribe. This matter must be approved by the chief. They can stay here for now, but they cannot move around freely. The chief isn't here right now. We need to send a message to the chief first. It might take half a month for the chief to come over. If they want to talk, let them obey arrangements and wait. Deshu's words were half true and half false. Telling the chief was true, but it wouldn't take that long. Han Feng was currently nearby in the newly built Weishan Commandery, north of Babao Mountain, planning the new commandery's construction with Yunji. Using a flying eagle message, the news would arrive in half an hour at most. If Han Feng came immediately, it would be a matter of tomorrow at the latest. But he deliberately said half a month to give the Han tribe a buffer time, allowing Han Feng more time to think and make a response most beneficial to the Han tribe. It was also to stabilize Niu Wei's group, putting them under house arrest first to control their freedom. Who knew if they had stolen Han tribe technology? What if they took it away? Hearing Deshu's reply, Niu Wei didn't suspect anything. From sending the message to the person arriving, half a month was about right for their Exon tribe too. He just didn't know the Han tribe had more efficient communication methods, nor did he know where the Han tribe chief was. He even lamented somewhat that the Han tribe's territory seemed quite large. Such a large settlement wasn't even where their chief usually stayed. It seemed the Han tribe was bigger than he imagined. To strive for this opportunity to negotiate with the Han tribe, Niu Wei showed sincerity, willing to obey Deshu's arrangements for them. However, Deshu didn't settle them in the city. Instead, he first sent a team out with Niu Wei, ordered Niu Wei's subordinates to dismount and surrender their weapons, stripping them of mobility and ability to resist, and then cleared a temporary worker camp for them to live in. This was a temporary camp composed of shacks and adobe houses. The camp had 2 water wells and 2 public toilets, surrounded by wooden fences and cheval de frise. There was a wooden watchtower at each of the 4 corners, now all guarded by Han tribe warriors. Exon tribe members couldn't go out without reason. If they had matters, they had to ask someone to report to Deshu. Their cattle and sheep were all given to the Han tribe as gifts. The more than 200 horses were temporarily impounded by the Han tribe. They were allowed to keep the living supplies they carried, as well as their grain. However, after the journey and sharing food with the guide tribe, not much was left. Niu Wei requested food supply, but Deshu's reply was that the Han tribe couldn't give them food for free, so they had to exchange things for it. However, currently, only those 200-plus horses caught Deshu's eye. Therefore, Deshu agreed that the Han tribe would provide food, and the cost would be deducted from those horses. The longer they stayed, the fewer horses would remain in the end. Although he knew he was being fleeced by the Han tribe, Niue had no choice. A man under low eaves has to bow his head, so he could only agree to Deshu's conditions and requested that the Han chief be notified sooner. If he couldn't come, sending them to see the Han chief was also acceptable. Niue had to save time and plan for the return trip. Otherwise, if no horses were left when leaving, walking back might take years. After dealing with the Exon tribe mission, Deshu sent cavalry to scout the surroundings. Confirming there were no lurking Exon tribe personnel or other enemies, he lifted the alarm and let everyone go back to their business. At the same time, regarding the foreign tribe preparing to join the Han tribe, especially the group that led the way for the Exon tribe, Deshu accepted their request to join. However, necessary vigilance and suspicion remained. Who knew if there were hidden Exon tribe spies among these people? The final disposition was that although these people were granted formal Han tribe resident status, household registration, they weren't assigned to any city. Instead, they were all dispersed into several newly built villages. The villages were all outside the towns. Land and housing plots were distributed. Houses were built collectively, and fields were farmed together. But this was just a village after all. They wouldn't come into contact with any advanced Han tribe technology. Villagers usually just farmed or dug rivers. Even if there were really spies hidden inside, they couldn't get any black technology. At the same time, Deshu placed these people under surveillance to prevent any abnormal behavior. The new tribe had no objections to this arrangement. They came for a stable life. Having a home and their own land to farm was enough. Meanwhile, in Weishan Commandery, it was a scene of bustling activity. 300 slaves with chopped big toes had been sent over and were currently building Weishan Commandery's walls under the whip. Grain support from Luoyang Commandery had also arrived by boat to supply the slaves and the first batch of new residents of Weishan Commandery. Thousands of Ling Tribe members had already moved here, making the place look less empty. These days, Han Feng was planning the urban zoning here, and Yunji wasn't idle either. He led his tribesmen around the Great Swamp to receive the tribes on the 20-plus lake islands. These tribes didn't have much resistance to joining the Han tribe. First, their direct superior leader was the Ling Tribe chief they were familiar with. Second, the quality of life in the Han tribe was indeed much better than theirs. Coming to the Han tribe meant enjoying the convenient life brought by these technologies. Moreover, the chiefs of those tribes would first come to Weishan Commandery to inspect and see if the environment and conditions were really that good. After seeing it, coupled with Yunji's persuasion, they basically all agreed. Things went very smoothly. Improving living standards was one aspect. Living space being too small was another. Some lake islands weren't big to begin with, yet had to support the living and livelihood of hundreds of people. Usually, there wasn't even space to move around. It was too suffocating. And this situation would become more serious as their population increased. So they originally had plans to move to the mainland. While the Shu was negotiating with Niue, Han Feng wasn't idle here either. Under Yunji's recommendation, he was welcoming the joining of a lake island tribe. If it were an ordinary small tribe, Han Feng might not be interested, seeing them as just a string of numbers in the population growth report. But this tribe was different. Due to their geographical advantage in the swamp, they had mastered the planting techniques of rice and sorghum long ago. Thus, by chance, they created a rice wine fermented from leftover rice. A tribe that knew how to brew alcohol. This was why Han Feng was interested in them. Although it was just the most primitive low-degree rice wine, it made Han Feng very happy. After all, knowing that modern high-degree liquor is distilled is one thing, but knowing how to say it and knowing how to do it are two different things. With a foundation to improve upon, the Han tribe's brewing industry could develop faster. P.S. Recommending a Xinxia book, Yuchuan Men, classical Xinxia style, telling the story of a sect cultivating immortality, also similar to farming style. Those interested can take a look. Ka Omega Ka. Yunji had given Han Feng a rundown of this wine-making tribe in advance. Having mastered agriculture long ago and living in a part of the Great Marsh with few dangerous beasts, their population had swelled to over 500. Their unique location was the reason for this. Otherwise, their numbers would likely be even greater. Like the other tribes he had encountered, this one had no name. Han Feng had taken to naming them himself based on their distinct characteristics, and this tribe was no exception. He dubbed them the Wine Tribe, bestowing upon them the surname Jiao, meaning wine. Whether or not this surname existed in his original world was irrelevant, it existed here now. Unlike tribes that relied on gathering and hunting, the leader of a farming tribe didn't need to be physically powerful. Experience in cultivation was far more valuable. Thus, the wine tribe was led by a single, white-haired male chief named Jiao Wang. The man lived up to his name. He followed behind Yunji, supported by his own tribesmen, not because he was frail, but because he was drunk. Han Feng was speechless. His entire tribe was about to be absorbed into another, a monumental event, and the man shows up completely wasted? How could he be so careless? As the group approached, the first thing that caught Han Feng's eye was Jiao Wang's nose, a classic drinker's nose, red and bulbous. The man shouldn't be called Jiao Wang, old wine man. He should be called Jiao Gui, drunkard. His dark skin was wrinkled and his body was gaunt, though his belly was not small. A head of shoulder-length gray hair fluttered in the wind, unadorned. A simple piece of undyed linen was wrapped around his waist, likely purchased from the Ling Tribe. And of course, slung over his shoulder was a glossy yellow bamboo tube that swung back and forth. Han Feng guessed it was his personal wine flask. Jiao Wang's people were dressed similarly. Since it was summer, most wore only simple linen cloths, probably all from the Han tribe. They hadn't yet learned to make proper clothing, so they just wrapped the fabric around themselves like they would animal hides, creating a rather breezy look. Some of the children were even running around completely naked. Chief Han, we, the wine tribe, are willing to join the Han tribe. We are also willing to offer our method of making wine. Supported by his men, Jiao Wang was brought before Han Feng. He offered a clumsy, drunken bow and slurred out the non-standard Han phrase, which Yunji had probably just taught him. Han Feng simply nodded and said a few words of welcome, encouraging them to work hard in the future. Naturally, Yunji translated everything. The old man was clearly hammered. After the allegiance ceremony was complete, Han Feng had him taken away to rest. The task of communicating with the rest of the wine tribe fell to Yunji and Jiao Wang's eldest son, a middle-aged man in his 30s. In truth, this was the man Han Feng was most interested in. Jiao Wang no longer brewed wine himself. His eldest son was now in charge of the entire operation. Chief, this is the wine our tribe brews. Please, have a taste, said Jiao Wang's eldest son, Jiao Feng, as he followed Han Feng into a temporary wooden shed. He immediately brought out his tribe's wine for inspection. On the square table inside sat several blue and white porcelain tea bowls. Jiao Feng uncorked a large bamboo tube and poured out their rice wine. It was a purely natural fermented wine, cloudy and white, looking much like rice water. In essence, that's what it was, rice water with alcohol, brewed from rice, with grains of rice still floating within. Yunji and Jiao Feng had already tasted it in front of Han Feng. He took a sip himself. It definitely tasted of alcohol. Being a naturally brewed, low-proof wine, it was more like a beverage. The flavor even felt a bit familiar, especially when he scooped up some of the rice grains and chewed on them. It reminded him of the sweet rice wine he used to drink in his hometown as a child. After tasting the wine and praising its flavor, Han Feng listened as Jiao Feng recounted their ancestors' legend of discovering winemaking and the methods passed down through generations. Low-proof brewed wine was a gift from nature to humanity. It didn't require much technology, relying purely on a lucky, natural process. To brew it, one simply had to replicate the conditions of that process. The story Jiao Feng told had a touch of myth to it, but stripping away the embellishments, the essence was much as Han Feng had guessed. The natural emergence of wine depended on three things. First, leftover cooked rice, the main ingredient for brewed wine, cooked grain. Second, improperly stored grain that had become moldy or had sprouted, which provided the necessary bacteria, yeast, and saccharifying agents. Third, time, or rather, being forgotten long enough for fermentation to occur. With these three conditions met, the story of wine's birth was almost always the same. According to Jiao Feng, their ancestors had accidentally dropped moldy grain into a container of leftover rice. At that time, they already knew that moldy food was inedible and could cause sickness or death. The contaminated rice could no longer be eaten, but throwing it away felt like a waste, so they stored the bamboo tube of leftovers. By the time they remembered it again, it had transformed into a liquid with a strange, wonderful aroma. Han Feng knew at once that it was just as he'd imagined. No matter how the story was told, it had to satisfy those three conditions, or natural wine would never have been produced. Still, the story jogged Han Feng's memory, bringing back a wealth of related knowledge. Wine could be broadly categorized into two types. fruit wine, and grain wine. Fruit wine was dominated by grape wine, while grain wine had many varieties: millet, sorghum, soybean, corn, rice, wheat, barley, and so on. This was common knowledge in the modern world. Setting aside grape wine, grain wine was further divided into low-proof brewed wine and high-proof distilled spirits. But regardless of the type, both required microorganisms for fermentation, which was the common challenge. There were generally two mainstream methods for making fermented grain wine in the world. One used malt, or sprouted grain, a method frequently used by Westerners, especially for low-proof brewed beverages like beer. The other was unique to Chinese culture, juku, or moldy grain. The wine tribe's rice wine was interesting because they used both catalysts together, both moldy grain and sprouted seeds. And among these, the one that could be used as juku was precisely what Han Feng desired most. In Han Feng's view, it didn't matter how they made wine for drinking. In fact, the more variety, the better. But to produce alcohol, distillation was the only way, which was why he placed such importance on juku. From what he remembered, high-proof white liquor was made using juku, while ordinary low-proof wines could be made with just malt. Juku could be made from scratch, but a newly created culture would be highly unstable. After all, it was formed naturally, and the microbial communities within would vary. These microorganisms had a huge impact on the brewing process. But now, with the mature, artificially selected juku provided by the wine tribe, the Han tribe could save decades on this crucial step. Its importance could not be overstated. Chief, this is the white grain we use to make wine. Every year, during the hottest part of summer, we select some of our worst grain, cook it in a bamboo tube, and mix in some of the white grain left over from last year. We then place it in an earthen hut for a few days. Once all the grain inside turns white, it's ready to be used for brewing. As he spoke, Jiufeng took out another bamboo tube containing the white grain to show Han Feng. The tube was sealed with a lotus leaf and mud. When he broke the seal, a sour smell immediately wafted out. Inside, the grains were completely covered in a layer of white mycelium. Judging by their size, they were made from rice paddies. This is it. This is exactly it. One look at the white grain, and Han Feng knew it was the juku that the wine tribe had passed down for many generations. What was juku? In essence, it was moldy grain. But this white grain was different. According to Jiufeng, they made a new batch of juku every year, and the new material was steamed at high temperatures. It was obvious that no bacteria could survive that process. The conventional method was to take out the cooked material, pile it up in an airtight room, and let bacteria grow naturally, causing it to mold. The downside to this was the inability to guarantee that the naturally inoculated bacterial colonies would be the same every time, which meant the final quality of the wine couldn't be controlled. However, artificial inoculation could prevent this. By selecting the most suitable bacterial strain and inoculating it onto the cooked culture medium, one could cultivate the desired strain. The advantage was the ability to artificially select and breed the most effective bacteria. According to Jiufeng, mixing last year's leftover juku into this year's new material was, in fact, inoculating last year's preserved bacteria onto this year's new material. They were already practicing artificial inoculation. The bacterial colonies they had now were the result of generations of transmission. Perhaps they didn't know the exact benefits of doing this, but they had their own explanation for it. This is a technique passed down from our ancestors. We cannot change it at will, or we will never be able to make good wine again. Although Han Feng didn't entirely agree with this statement, given the wine tribe's poor production conditions, it was certainly a valid point. But in the future, when making wine for the Han tribe, they would have to broaden their horizons and research more varieties. I plan to build a winery right here in the new Weishan Commandery. How about I put your Jiu clan in charge of production? Han Feng nodded and asked Jiufeng. As long as the chief enjoys it and lets us continue making wine, that's no problem at all. Jiufeng immediately replied after hearing Yunji's translation. Hey, not so fast. The wine you used to make was good, but the variety was too limited. Of course, that was related to your tribe's conditions. But the Han tribe has plenty of resources. We have many types of grain you've never seen. I need you to experiment with all of them. How about this? You don't have to worry about the workshop. Let Yunji handle its construction. I'll also provide you with all the necessary tools. You also need to hurry up and learn the Han language and characters, including arithmetic and how to use a scale. Especially the scale. It's a tool the Han tribe uses to measure weight. With it, you can follow recipes with much stricter proportions. This is very important and will affect future mass production of wine. For now, the focus is on experimentation, so I want you to record all the data you can measure, including the proportions and weights of ingredients, fermentation conditions, and the time required. There's no rush to brew wine right now. Your first task is to test and create several different types of juku. Use wheat, barley, flour, sorghum, japonica rice, glutinous rice, and corn. Grind these 7 materials, steam them, and press them into molds. Then, inoculate them with the white grain colonies you've passed down and see how many types of juku you can get. After the first batch, you can also try natural fermentation or mix several materials in different proportions before fermenting. In short, I want you to produce at least 20 to 30 different types of juku. We'll study wine brewing after that. Huh, Chief, what do we need so many types of juku for? Before Jiofeng could speak, Yunji, who had been listening and had gained a slight understanding of winemaking, asked first. Wine made from grain is ultimately for people to drink. And wine is the essence of grain. 1 gene of wine requires several gene of grain. That's too wasteful. The Han tribe can't produce too much wine at the moment, so we need to experiment to find the most cost-effective and material-saving methods and recipes. Moreover, I need a high-proof alcohol that can be used for medical purposes, and the cost must be low. So my ultimate goal is to have them create a type of daku using useless materials like corn cobs, rice bran, and wheat bran to brew an extremely high-proof alcohol. This isn't for drinking. It's a medicine for treating wounds. Do you understand now? Can't you only make wine from grain? Can you make wine from inedible corn cobs? Yunji was stunned. He had to admit, the chief's imagination was truly vast. He always came up with such fantastic ideas, which was no doubt why he could create so many wonderful things. But making wine from corn cobs, was that really reliable? Yunji was extremely skeptical. How will we know if we don't try? To be honest, I don't know either, but I think it should be possible. So let's give it a shot. Besides being used for firewood, that stuff doesn't have many other uses. If we can really put it to use, that would be for the best, Han Feng said with a shrug. This wasn't some sudden whim of his. In modern society, corn cobs were indeed used to produce alcohol. With so many hospitals and such a high demand for alcohol, it was impossible to brew it all from grain. That was simply unrealistic. That's why Han Feng wanted to try. If he could really produce low-cost alcohol without wasting grain, it would be perfect. Jiofeng didn't quite understand, mainly because there were some things Yunji didn't know how to translate. He only understood that the chief wanted him to brew many different kinds of wine and to try using other things instead of grain. Jiofeng also thought it was a fantasy, but since the chief was providing all the materials, he didn't mind. Besides, if he could really brew more types of wine, Jiofeng would be more than willing. No member of the wine tribe was uninterested in the beverage their ancestors had invented. Now that they had an opportunity to promote and expand it, they would naturally do their best. After finishing this matter, Yunji took the newly joined Zhou clan to settle into their new homes. It was at this moment that a message by Fast Eagle arrived from Luoyang Commandery. After receiving the message, Yunji appeared before Han Feng again. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen the Han tribe's magical method of message delivery. It was truly fast. Chief, what does this say? Yunji could write some Han characters. The Ling Tribe and the Han Tribe had been trading for over a year. As a chief who had considered joining the Han Tribe, he had naturally taught himself some characters in advance. However, the Han Tribe currently lacked suitable learning materials, so he didn't know many characters, mostly learning the ones printed on various goods. Moreover, this was a letter addressed to the chief. He wasn't qualified to read it first. Han Feng frowned slightly, quickly scanning Deshu's letter. Then he said to Yunji, "A cavalry troop from the Exon tribe has arrived, led by a great elder. They say they want to trade with our Han tribe. The trade volume is large, and Deshu can't make a decision, so he sent a letter to ask me. The Exon tribe? A cavalry troop? Are they a tribe from the grasslands? Are we friends with them?" Yunji asked curiously. After all, he had just joined the Han tribe and hadn't heard about the previous conflict between the Han and Exon tribes, so his question was normal. Not exactly friends, but not mortal enemies either. They aren't a grassland tribe, but their trade caravans are often active on the grasslands. This tribe's population is no smaller than the Han tribes. They also know how to make salt, smelt metal, cultivate fields, and raise livestock. They even have cavalry. And the price of the salt they sell on the grasslands is cheaper than ours, which is why Yu clashed with them last time. Last summer, our cavalry killed over 100 of their men in a trade caravan. The new seeds we have, like corn and soybeans, were all seized from them. Hanfeng briefly explained the relationship between the two tribes and the situation with the Exon tribe. Yunji grimaced inwardly. Killing over 100 men, and that wasn't considered a mortal enemy? If that had happened to the Ling Tribe back in the day, whose total population had just surpassed 1,000, losing over 100 adult men at once would have taken them 7 or 8 years to recover from. And yet, the Exon tribe was still taking the initiative to come and trade. No wonder the chief said the Exon tribe's population was no smaller than the Han tribes. It really was large. They didn't even care about losing over 100 men. But this Exon tribe seemed very powerful as well. They actually had corn, which the Han tribe didn't, and they also knew animal husbandry and metallurgy, and even had their own cavalry. Although they might not be able to defeat the Han tribe, their strength compared to other tribes was truly formidable. Chief, if they know how to do everything, what do they want to trade with us for? Yunji continued to ask, not understanding. No. Although this tribe has a large population, their technological level is completely incomparable to ours. They don't know how to smelt iron, let alone steel. Without proper metal tools, what do you think they can do? They can't even build a cart, let alone a ship. So since last year, they've wanted to buy carts from us. It's just that Yu Fu didn't agree at the time. He even fought them, killed their people, and seized their goods. After Han Feng's explanation, Yunji finally understood the true level of the Exon tribe. Without steel, there were no proper metal tools. Without the ability to process wood, they wouldn't have anything made of wood. It was true, a single technology could change an era. So, how does the chief plan to reply to them this time? How to reply? Han Feng hadn't decided yet, but an idea was already forming in his mind. To try and establish diplomatic relations with the Exon tribe. Since the Exon tribe could send an envoy to the Han tribe, why couldn't the Han tribe send one to them? Understanding should be mutual. Figuring out the Exon tribe's situation and establishing trade with them would be a surefire win for the Han tribe. Even if no war broke out between them, Han Feng was confident he could use economics to control them. The source of this confidence, naturally, was the currency issued by the Han tribe. This is a war without smoke or blood, Han Feng thought. I'll have to go see for myself before I decide how to reply. Once we've arranged things for the winery today, I'll head over tomorrow. You can go back to your duties for now. Han Feng dismissed Yunji and jotted down some of his own ideas for Juka recipes, thoughts on temperature control and fermentation times, and plans for the workshop's construction, hoping to provide the research team with some references and direction. He had so many other things to manage. He couldn't focus all his energy on winemaking. The construction of the new commandery, the settlement of the people, the promotion of agriculture and animal husbandry, the implementation of a government administration and currency, and the negotiations with the Exon tribe, each required his personal attention. Being an emperor might just be the most exhausting job in the world, Han Feng lamented once again. The next morning, taking advantage of the cool early hours, Han Feng rode Gray Mountain with his personal guards and set off for Luoyang Commandery, arriving that afternoon. However, he didn't go to Xinyo Wei and the others directly. Instead, he met with Deshu first to ask for his opinion. Chief, I also think we can trade with them. There's no need for our two tribes to keep fighting. It's not that we're afraid of the Exon tribe, but it benefits neither of us. I've never really agreed with Yu Fu's decision to attack the Exon tribe first and seize so many crop seeds. Although his intentions were good, he didn't want to sell them carts for fear they'd learn the technology and catch up to our tribe, and he wanted to stop their white salt trade on the grasslands to protect our tribe's interests. But I still think he was too impulsive. There should have been a better way to handle it, a way for us to get those seeds without conflict and even profit from it. Starting a war was probably the worst possible option, Deshu said very seriously. Yes, you and I are on the same page. While Yu Fu's heart was in the right place, his methods were indeed crude. Perhaps being so far from home, after seeing so many other tribes, he still felt our Han tribe was the strongest. His ego got a little inflated, thinking the Han tribe was invincible and unafraid of any fight. In reality, war is never that easy. It requires money and provisions at every turn. Not only is it a huge drain on resources, but pulling large numbers of able-bodied men from their work also affects our own production, which is the greatest loss. Perhaps we had no other choice before, but things are different now. We have money and the power to issue currency. This way, even if our entire tribe focuses on production and avoids war, we can still control the Exon tribe economically and stimulate our own development. It's much more cost-effective than fighting. The Exon tribe isn't like the cannibals. They aren't madmen. There's no need to annihilate them. Besides, they have such a large population, which represents a huge market. If we can open up trade, the Han tribe stands to make a massive profit. The only issue is the distance, which affects the timing of our trade. Han Feng shared his own views. After exchanging opinions, they both agreed that they should maintain trade relations. However, to achieve this, they would need to send a diplomatic mission to the Exon tribe to reside there, supervising and protecting the interests of Han merchants and negotiating with their leadership when issues arose. But this was just the overt force. There would also be a covert one, which Han Feng didn't mention. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ishu, but he felt the fewer people who knew about this, the better. He planned to establish an intelligence agency for both internal and external affairs, and dispatch spies to the Exon tribe to infiltrate their ranks and coordinate with the public diplomatic mission. The Genie Way, it was a cliché, but a resonant name. In history, it was one of the most successful intelligence agencies. But what many people didn't know was that this department didn't just handle internal corruption. It also had agents who infiltrated and investigated foreign powers. There were countless such cases, like the agents who infiltrated the Tartar tribes on the grasslands to provide military intelligence to the Ming dynasty of the Central Plains. Han Feng wanted to create a similar organization, but with a different name. He had no brocade robes, genie, but he did have armor, kaijia, so he would call it the Jinwu Guard. Publicly, it would be a military unit tasked with protecting the Han tribe's chief, Han Feng himself. Their daily duties would include ensuring his safety, serving as his honor guard when he traveled, and guarding the imperial palace and other restricted areas. Though there was no palace yet, so that duty could wait. Secretly, it would be the Han tribe's largest official intelligence organization, also divided into internal and external branches. The internal branch would monitor officials at all levels, as well as major clans, powerful families, and even handle domestic counterintelligence. The external branch would dispatch a large number of undercover agents to various powers to gather all sorts of intelligence for the Han tribe, good or bad, as long as it was useful. Han Feng had already chosen the first candidate for this department. He, currently a junior foreman under Dezue in the Hanyang City Iron Works. He was a young man, about 1.75 meters tall, not yet 20, just a little older than Han Feng. Others might have forgotten him, but Han Feng never had. He was an outcast, a wild man driven from his tribe. He was one of the 100-plus wild men the Yu tribe had rounded up to trade with Han Feng for an ox cart, back before they had joined the Han tribe. At the time, his arm had been dislocated for a long time. Han Feng had personally set the bone and put it back in place. Otherwise, his arm would have been crippled. Because of this, he was extremely loyal to Han Feng and never questioned his orders. He was one of the first to participate in the construction of Hanyang City. After his injury healed, his intelligence and strength led Han Feng to assign him to the metallurgy workshop, where he became a blacksmith. Han Feng chose him for several reasons. First, he had no background in the Han tribe. He was a wild man without even a clan of his own, a perfectly clean slate. But he was also absolutely loyal to Han Feng, which was the most crucial point. Second, he was smart, capable in a fight, and a blacksmith. In the Han tribe, anyone who could become a craftsman was considered intelligent. Han Feng was confident he could handle these matters and complete the tasks assigned to him. With the man and the organization in place, the method of infiltration wasn't difficult. Han Feng planned to gather the first group of men and have them go to Luoyang Commandery as migrant workers. They would start making contact with the Exon tribe's delegation. Then, when the delegation was about to leave, the agents would pretend to be returning to their own tribe, but would be noticed by Niu Wei and recruited into the Exon tribe as technical experts to improve their manufacturing skills. As long as these men showed even a little bit of skill, they would gain the trust of the Exon tribe's leadership and surely be given important positions. If more and more of these undercover agents infiltrated their ranks, Han Feng was even confident he could launch a coup within the Exon tribe, overthrow the old powers, and bring the entire tribe under his control. Of course, this plan hinged on one condition. The agents had to be Han Feng's diehard loyalists, or at the very least, loyal to the Han tribe. Otherwise, it would be incredibly awkward if, after overthrowing the old powers of the Exon tribe, these agents turned against him and established themselves as kings. The secret formation of the Jinwu Guard went smoothly under Han Feng's direction. In this era, Only the Han tribe had its own household registration system. The Exon tribe certainly didn't. This meant identities could be fabricated at will, with no fear of them uncovering any issues. Han Feng didn't meet with Niu Wei's group right away. The Shu had given him a buffer period, so he used those few days to secretly summon Yi. He bestowed a surname upon him. Since he was the head of the Jinwu Guard, he was given the surname Jin, and formally appointed him as the first commander of the Jinwu Guard. This was currently the highest military office in the Han tribe. Although he was a commander without an army for now, Jin Yi was still incredibly excited. The chief had entrusted him with such a secret mission, one that even the commandery governors weren't privy to. He even had the authority to monitor and report on them. This was the mark of an absolute confidant, a sign of the chief's immense trust. For the recruitment of personnel, Han Feng listened to many of Jin Yi's suggestions. He had him select some familiar faces from Hanyang City and the surrounding counties, mostly wild men who had arrived with him, as well as some others Han Feng deemed capable and with clean backgrounds. In total, there were 60 men, though this wasn't the final number. After secretly gathering these men, Han Feng didn't appear first. Instead, he sent Jin Yi to meet them. He didn't tell them what they were to do, only that the commandery governor had a mission for them that might take them away for several years, with no chance to return home. It was dangerous, and they might not come back. However, anyone who agreed to participate would be immediately granted a first-rank noble title, hereditary for 1 generation. A first-rank title with no merit required, just for participating, and it could even be passed down to their descendants if they died. Their salary for the mission would be calculated separately and was said to be higher than the average wage. Since they would have no place to spend it, it could be sent directly to their families. The reward was incredibly generous, but any smart person could tell this was a life-or-death job, not an easy one. For a moment, many of them hesitated. Lord Jin, what exactly are we being sent to do? Why will it take so long? A young man in his 20s asked. Well, I'm not sure myself right now. The higher-ups just said the time is long because the journey is far. A round trip will take several months, and with the mission itself, it will be at least a year. And there's no guarantee you'll be back in a year. Lord Jin, will we still have our titles when we return? Will we still be paid? Another man asked. Your titles are for life, provided you don't break the law. If you commit a crime and have your title revoked, I can't do anything about that. As for the money, as long as you continue with this work, the money will keep coming. Oh, right, I forgot to mention one more thing. Even after the mission is complete, there will be good arrangements for you when you return. You can be given a respectable job, and you'll all be promoted and have your titles raised. Jin Yi explained again. After he said this, everyone began to speculate. The mission was long because the journey was far, and it was dangerous. They might die out there and never return. Thinking about it, they had a pretty good idea of what the mission was. The Han tribe's greatest enemy, the cannibals to the north. A trip there took several months and was dangerous. These conditions all fit. It seemed the mission was likely to stir up trouble in the cannibal territory. The men began to fill in the blanks themselves. In fact, Jin Yi's words were exactly what Han Feng had instructed him to say. By not telling them and deliberately giving vague information to mislead them, he was diverting their attention. This way, even if those who were eliminated went back, they wouldn't expose where the remaining men were. Of course, the promised rewards were not a lie. After much thought and weighing the pros and cons, 42 of the 60 men decided to join the mission. The rewards were simply too generous. If they just stayed home and farmed, they might never achieve a first-rank title in their entire lives. Besides, Yi had gone to the cannibal lands last year. Although one of his companions died and another was crippled on the journey, more people survived than died. And so, after sending away the 18 who quit, the remaining 42 set up camp in the mountains south of Luoyang Commandery to await further orders. 2 days later, Han Feng personally went to see the remaining group. Only then did they realize that the mission wasn't from some commandery governor, but from the chief himself. The destination wasn't the north, but the Exon tribe in the far south. The duration of the mission was also longer than Jin Yi had said, at least 3 years. The chief also said that there would be danger, and they might very well die. But because Han Feng said it himself, the promised rewards and titles were all the more guaranteed. I can't tell you the specifics of what you'll be doing just yet, but I've made the location, duration, dangers, and rewards clear to you. I'm giving you one last chance. Anyone who doesn't want to go can still back out now. However, for the sake of secrecy, those who back out now cannot go home. I will arrange for you to work at the mint, and you will not be allowed to leave for 5 years. But your salary will be paid as usual and can be sent to your families. The promised title, however, will be gone. The choice is yours. Han Feng waited for everyone to process the information and asked the same question again. This time, the men hesitated again. A title was great, but they were afraid they wouldn't live to enjoy it. There was still a chance to back out. Although the title would be gone, they could still get a job at the mint, which was a cushy position many people couldn't get into even if they wanted to. So this time, another dozen or so chose to back out. The group of 42 instantly shrank to 28. After sending away those who quit, the remaining men could be considered resolute. At the very least, their desire for promotion and titles was strong, and they were all fearless hotheads. After all, the danger had been emphasized twice, and they still chose to stay. If something happened later, they couldn't blame anyone else. The remaining 28 men stood ramrod straight. They seemed to understand that they had become the chief's confidants, working directly for him, something ordinary people couldn't compare to. Han Feng didn't keep them in suspense. He directly told them the mission. They were to hide their Han tribe identity, join the Exon tribe as wild men seeking work, and then strive to climb to high positions. They would use their authority to provide the Han tribe with all sorts of information about the Exon tribe, and there were even more important tasks. After re-emphasizing the rewards, Han Feng also told them about his future plans for them. This Jinwu Guard of yours is a military force. It's not just for undercover spy missions. When you return in the future, if you don't want to be spies anymore, you can come to my side, be responsible for my safety, and become an officer in the Imperial Guard. The men were overjoyed. So that was the good job he mentioned. It was indeed a fine post. Although it was an army to protect the chief, how many fools would be blind enough to dare make a move on the chief? Were they tired of living? So in their eyes, the position of an Imperial Guard officer meant following the chief around every day, responsible for clearing the area and standing guard. And they would be working directly for the chief, which would give them so much face in front of others. With this thought, the remaining men became even more determined. They all pledged their loyalty to Han Feng, vowing to resolutely complete the mission he had given them. These men underwent a week of simple training at the temporary camp in the mountains. Besides basic physical fitness and close-quarters combat, the main focus was on espionage courses. The training outline was written by Han Feng, and Jean E studied it with them. They learned how to gather intelligence, how to transmit messages, what methods to use to climb the ranks, and how to help each other squeeze out the old guard of the Exon tribe. These were all things they needed to learn. After the week of intensive training, their performance began. Their first task was for Jean E to take them to work in Luoyang Commandery. This was done without notifying the Luoyang government, and no one there knew them. Although they hadn't left yet, they were now not members of the Han tribe. It was on the third day after these men started working that Han Feng, riding an elephant, slowly approached from the west. With great fanfare, he moved into the Luoyang Commandery governor's mansion and formally received Niu Wei's party. By this time, exactly half a month had passed since Niu Wei had requested to see Han Feng. The situation seemed to be just as the Shu had said. Everything was harmonious. It was as if the Han tribe's chief had truly come as soon as he received the news. The Luoyang Commandery governor's mansion wasn't a multi-story building, but it was quite grand, with separate front and back courtyards, a main hall, a rear courtyard, and side rooms. The courtyards were paved with green bricks, and in the center was a lotus pond. The lotuses had been transplanted from the Ling Tribe's territory, partly for aesthetics and partly as a water reservoir in case of fire. Niu Wei, along with 5 attendants, was led by a minor official through the government district. This district was enclosed within its own earthen wall, covering an area larger than Hanyang City itself, a lesson learned from previous urban planning issues. For now, however, there were few buildings inside the walls. The only completed structure was the governor's mansion. The rest were still under construction. Following the wide dirt road to the center of the city, they saw the impressive governor's mansion at a glance. Green bricks and green tiles, pillars painted brown, and a main gate of vermilion lacquer. A high-hanging plaque bore the 3 large, gold-lacquered characters for Luoyang Mansion. There were no drums or stone lions at the entrance. There hadn't been time or energy for such laborious decorations yet. For guards in full armor stood at the gate, holding long spears, their gazes fixed forward, making it impossible to meet their eyes. Niu Wei had the same reaction. Though he didn't dare look at their faces, he carefully observed their attire and weapons. But the official leading the way wouldn't wait for them. He called out and continued forward. The chief was waiting inside. Niue had no choice but to follow, his eyes darting around. He couldn't help it. He was too curious about the Han tribe. Look at this grand building. The bricks were perfectly square, the walls perfectly straight, the green glazed tiles on the roof dazzling, the vermilion lacquered beams complex yet beautiful, and the lattice windows were covered with translucent oiled paper. The entire structure exuded a sense of artificial, masterfully crafted beauty, reflecting both the Han tribe's superb architectural skills and the diversity of their manufacturing techniques. When he thought of the valley where the Exon tribe's chief lived, and that bamboo hut, Niue instantly felt even more humbled. There was no comparison, simply no comparison. They weren't on the same level at all. And this was just the commandery governor's office. He had heard the Han tribe had several other commanderies. Following the official around the lotus pond, the main hall came into view. The doors were open. As Niue approached, he could see Han Feng seated in the main position, writing and drawing with a brush. Reporting to the chief, Elder Niue of the Exon tribe's merchants has arrived. The official announced loudly from the doorway. Bring them in. Han Feng replied without looking up. The official quickly instructed Niue and the others to remove their shoes outside the door before entering the main hall barefoot. The floor inside was made of wood. Though not waxed, it had been lacquered. The main seat was on a raised platform directly opposite the entrance, with a low writing desk in front of it. Han Feng was sitting cross-legged behind it. The others were different. On both sides of the hall were several low tables. The Shu was kneeling at a table to Han Feng's right. This arrangement was mainly for reasons of status and etiquette. If everyone had tables and chairs, it wouldn't be appropriate for others to sit at the same level as Han Feng. But making everyone stand would be inconvenient for discussions. It would be tiring, and a table was useful for taking notes. So, it was better for everyone to kneel. Han Feng himself was just used to sitting cross-legged. Niue entered the hall, walked to the center, and performed a single-knee bow, placing his right hand on his chest as a sign of respect. Greetings, Chief Han. I am Niue, the merchant elder of the Exon tribe, in charge of foreign trade. I have come on the orders of our chief to present some gifts to the Han tribe and to discuss matters of mutual trade between the Han and Exon. Niue respectfully stated his purpose directly in the grassland language. Han Feng, of course, had a dedicated translator providing real-time interpretation, so communication was not an issue. You are the merchant elder. Does your Exon tribe have other elders then? Yes. In our Exon tribe, each elder has their own responsibilities. We are each in charge of different affairs, Niue replied honestly after a moment's hesitation. I have seen the gifts from your Exon tribe. Cattle and sheep. Not too many, not too few. Speak. What trade do you wish to conduct with our Han tribe? Han Feng took out a new sheet of paper, preparing to take notes. Hearing the translation, Niue was taken aback again. What did he mean? Not too many, not too few. But then again, the Han tribe could trade directly with the grassland people. They really didn't care for a few cattle and sheep. And besides these, the Exon tribe truly had nothing else that would catch the Han tribe's eye. But, wait, that's right, they had something else. Chief Han, those cattle and sheep are merely small gifts. We have another gift that we must present to you personally. It's just that we haven't brought it with us now. If you're not in a hurry, I can have my men fetch it from our residence. Han Feng was intrigued. Did the Exon tribe have some other specialty? Could it be more crop seeds? At this thought, his eyes narrowed. Permission granted. Go and fetch it. You may also take a seat at the side. Yes, thank you, Chief Han. Niue whispered a few instructions to a man behind him. After the man left the hall, he went to a spot further down from the Shu and knelt down. Someone, serve Elder Niu sugar and tea. At Han Feng's command, a black-robed official emerged from behind a screen wall, carrying a tray with a tea bowl and a sugar dish. These were the latest products Han Feng was preparing for export. Giving Niue a taste was a sales pitch. He wanted to do business, didn't he? Well, the Han tribe could use this to make some money. The official set the items before Niue and gave him some instructions. This tea is for drinking. This sugar can be eaten, or you can put a couple of pieces in your tea bowl. Please, help yourself. Niue's curiosity was instantly piqued. This was what the Han tribe's chief used to entertain guests. He lifted the lid of the tea bowl. The mountain red tea inside was steaming, the liquid a translucent golden red. tea leaves danced up and down at the bottom, which was quite interesting. It looked appetizing. He raised the bowl and took a sip. The taste was a bit strange, but not unpleasant. It was just a little hot, which kept him from drinking more. Niue had to put the bowl down. He had seen this kind of painted ceramic tea bowl before. He had once bought a set from a grasslander and brought it back to the Exon tribe. Since the tea was too hot to drink, Niue turned his attention to the sugar dish. It was a wooden plate, glossy and emitting a faint, fresh fragrance. It had been coated with peanut oil. The plate was shallow, holding dozens of peanut-sized, rectangular, red, translucent hard candies. They were made by boiling sugar water and pouring it into molds, a first trial batch that had not yet been mass-produced. Niue was getting a fresh taste. He had never eaten this before, and it was the first time he had even heard the name. But the great chief of the Han tribe wouldn't poison him in person, so he confidently picked one up and tried it. The moment it entered his mouth, an intense, plant-like sweetness exploded in his mouth, assaulting his taste buds. What was this? This was sugar? It was sweeter than honey. No, it wasn't the same taste at all. Honey was a sticky liquid, but this sugar was very dry, yet just as intensely sweet. The shape of these things, all perfectly square and the same size, was undoubtedly artificial. Thinking of this, Niue was even more astonished by the Han tribe's manufacturing technology. This thing must be even more precious than salt. Remembering what the tea-serving official had said, Niue took another piece of red sugar and put it in his tea bowl. With sugar in his mouth and sugar in his tea, drinking it again had a completely different flavor. It seemed even better. Red sugar with red tea, a perfect match. Thank you for your gift, Chief Han. I wonder if we could buy some sugar and tea to take back with us in our trade this time. Our chief will surely love these things. Of course you can. There will be some in the return gifts from our Han tribe, but not much. We've only just recently started making this sugar, and the tea as well. These aren't ordinary leaves. They must be the tender leaves of the tea tree, and they have to be processed to become the red tea you are drinking now. But none of that is important. Let's first discuss the other trade and rules. It's not impossible to trade with our Han tribe, but we have one condition. All transactions must use our Han tribe's units of calculation, and you must use our Han tribe's currency. As for how to use these units and currency, if you agree, I can send people to teach you the techniques. I can also sell you various weighing instruments. That is, our scales, Han Feng said, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. When Niue heard this, he was overjoyed. In the half-month he had lived in the Han tribe, although their movements were restricted, they had still seen many of the people and affairs of the Han tribe. After all, the population of Luoyang Commandery was truly large. He had personally witnessed the vendors at the morning market using scales to weigh goods. It was a very convenient and precise method of calculation. With scattered weights and coins of various denominations for trade, neither the buyer nor the seller would lose out. Now that he had the opportunity to obtain such advanced technology, Niue was naturally ecstatic. But he was also a little puzzled. What did the Han tribe's chief really mean? Was he really that generous? Of course, Han Feng couldn't be generous, or rather, when it came to doing business with outside tribes, he would never be generous. But if he could standardize weights and measures throughout the world, why wouldn't he do it? Besides, he was selling the scales. It wasn't like the other party wasn't paying. Why not sell them? This was clearly a good thing with both immediate and political benefits. If he could really promote the use of weights and measures in the Exon tribe, there would be less resistance when the Han tribe eventually took over. Then there was the promotion of currency. This was more difficult, mainly because production couldn't keep up, but it had to be done slowly. Just think, if the entire Bamboo Island used the Han tribe's Luo de 2 coins for trade, looking at the portrait on them, learning the Han characters on them, what difference would there be between them and the people of the Han tribe? Sooner or later, Han Feng would find a way to assimilate them. Negotiations could never be settled in one go. The first day's talks mainly focused on establishing the rules and scope of trade. Chief Han, we are in desperate need of carts. Any kind of cart will do. We can pay the same price you sell them to the grasslanders for, or even a little more. As for other things, since we are not yet familiar with the Han tribe, we hope Chief Han will allow us to walk around here, or perhaps visit other commanderies of the Han tribe, to see what goods you have that we might need. Only then can we provide Chief Han with a clear list of items, Niue pleaded earnestly. Han Feng didn't answer immediately, feigning deep thought. In reality, he had already decided what to do. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers drummed on the desktop as if he were lost in consideration. Carts can be traded. The same ones we sell to the grasslanders, just the bare cart. You'll have to provide your own oxen and horses. Payment will also be in oxen and horses. After a moment's thought, Han Feng decided to stick with payment and livestock for the time being. Oxen and horses were crucial for the Han tribe's expansion and development, and promoting currency in the Exon tribe wasn't yet realistic. First, the current supply of currency was insufficient to support such large transactions. Second, without a network of banks or money houses, circulation would be inconvenient. To promote Han currency on the grasslands and in the Exon tribe, they would need to establish at least one city on the grasslands and set up a bank there. That would take at least 2 or 3 years. As for your request to look around, for now, I can permit you to move freely here in Luoyang Commandery. However, you are not to enter the workshops or government offices without prior notice. You are also forbidden from trespassing into the homes of Han citizens, and you cannot stay in the city overnight. Otherwise, you will be arrested according to Han law, with severe offenses punishable by death. As for other commanderies, perhaps after some time, we'll see how you behave. After a short pause, Han Feng made his decision, which, of course, had been prepared in advance. Letting them stay in Luoyang Commandery for a while served the primary purpose of giving them ample time and opportunity to interact with the members of the Jinwu Guard. He wanted them to leave Niu Wei with the impression that these are useful talents that could be poached, paving the way for future undercover operations. As for letting them go to other commanderies, that was out of the question for now. He would need to make some arrangements first. However, Niu Wei was unaware of Han Feng's plans. Hearing that Han Feng would allow them to move about in Luoyang Commandery and that they might have a chance to visit other commanderies in the future, he was overjoyed. He quickly rose from his seat, walked to the center of the hall, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Chief Han, for your generosity. Niu Wei will strictly restrain his subordinates and ensure they do not violate the rules of the Han tribe. That will be all for today. You may go. You can take the red sugar with you. Someone, wrap it up for him in paper. Han Feng waved his hand, dismissing him. Having achieved his first objective, Niu Wei was in high spirits. His mind was now filled with thoughts of exploring the city. He quickly took his leave, picked up the red sugar wrapped in white paper by an official, and left with his men, full of excitement. Just as he reached the entrance, he ran into the subordinate he had sent back to fetch the gift. The man had returned, carrying a small bag. Chief, Elder Niu of the Exon tribe has returned. He says the gift he was fetching has arrived, and he wishes to present it to you personally. The official at the door reported again. Oh, I almost forgot. Let him in. A moment later, Niu Wei re-entered the hall after removing his shoes, carrying a small animal hide bag. The bag was small but bulging. An official was already approaching with a tray, gesturing for him to pour the gift onto it. Although he was presenting the gift personally, Niu Wei was not qualified to approach Han Feng directly. It was safer to have it presented by an intermediary. Even if Han Feng himself wasn't afraid of danger, his safety was tied to the safety of the entire Han tribe, and a Shu couldn't afford to be careless. The contents of the bag clattered onto the tray. Han Feng saw at once that they were just pearls and conch shells. These were indeed rare in the Han tribe, but for the Exon tribe, who lived on an island and frequently produced sea salt, they were not impossible to obtain, though still uncommon. Chief Han, these are treasures our tribe has obtained from the Great Sea. This is a conch. It can be blown to produce a very loud sound. These beads were dug out from the flesh of some shellfish. We call them snail bones and use them for decoration. Niu Wei began to explain as the official brought the tray to Han Feng. Snail bones, really? What a bunch of ignoramuses. They probably saw that clam shells had no bones and mistook the pearls inside the flesh for bones, hence the name. Han Feng mused to himself. But speaking of which, he didn't know if Niu Wei had intentionally selected them or what. But while not every pearl was perfectly round and smooth, they were all very large. The smallest had a diameter of over 1.5 centimeters, a size larger than the glass marbles he played with as a child. The largest reached 2 centimeters in diameter. There were several hundred of them. In his previous life, they would have been worth a fortune. Could it be that in this era's environment, pearls just grew that big? As for how to use them, well, he'd pick out some for Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning, and the rest could be given as rewards to his subordinates. After all, they were tribute. These are acceptable. However, these are not snail bones. They are called pearls, and they are dug out from a type of sea creature called a bivalve. Its outer shell is its bone. These pearls are not. Not every bivalve has them. but they are not exceedingly rare. Furthermore, they can be artificially cultivated, just like the pearls inside. It's as simple as raising pigs and sheep, Han Feng said, grabbing a handful of pearls and playing with them. The others, upon hearing the translation, were all slightly astonished, especially Niu Wei, the one who had presented the gift. He was utterly amazed. How did this Chief Han know? And he knew so clearly. Did they have pearls here too? But that couldn't be right. Weren't these only found in the sea? Could they grow in freshwater too? And they could be artificially cultivated? How? We in the Exon tribe have gathered so many pearls and never knew they could be farmed. The minor officials nearby were once again filled with admiration for the chief's vast knowledge. He could speak authoritatively on any rare item. The shoe, however, was different. After a brief moment of surprise, he sat there as steady as an old dog. He was already used to the chief's uniqueness. He would have found it strange if Han Feng didn't recognize them. This was perfectly normal, wasn't it? But Niu Wei, observing the reactions of everyone in the hall, came to his own conclusion. Not only had Chief Han seen them before, but he spoke about them with authority, even knowing about pearl cultivation techniques that the Exon tribe itself lacked. The governor of Luoyang Commandery was also unmoved, showing no surprise at all. It seemed he had seen them before and was very familiar with them. The remaining minor officials were surprised, but that was probably because their rank was too low. It was normal for them not to know as much as the leaders. Although he was very curious about how to cultivate pearls, Niu Wei ultimately didn't dare to ask. This was, after all, a technology. No tribe would easily share it. Anyone who did would surely be a fool. So, after taking his leave once more, Niu Wei led his men to the marketplace. It was still morning, and the market had not yet closed. There were still quite a few people there, strolling around, chatting, and shooting the breeze. Niu Wei didn't bring all of his men. There were 100 of them, after all. If they came out in a large group, people might think they were looking for trouble. So he only brought the few subordinates who had been with him earlier, along with a minor official who had been serving as their translator these past few days. Now, this official had become their pass to enter and leave the city, their guide, and Niu Wei's Han language teacher. The market wasn't inside the city walls, but on the main street between several market districts. Luoyang Commandery currently had 6 earthen-walled cities, or 6 market districts. The layout had been planned on the scale of a capital city, so large gaps were left between each district for future streets. These reserved streets were mostly 100 meters wide, intended to accommodate lanes for vehicles, green belts, sidewalks, and even shops, inns, and restaurants on both sides of the main thoroughfare. But for now, there were only wide dirt roads, weeds, and stalls displaying all sorts of goods. Some people had simply spread a straw mat on the ground, displaying hand-woven straw sandals or cloth shoes made from old clothes. This type of cloth shoe was very popular in the Han tribe. The style was the most common old Beijing black cloth shoe, a design provided by Han Feng and taught to many women by Xiao Dai. If a family's clothes became worn out, they would sometimes patch them up and continue wearing them. When they were too tattered, they would cut out the usable parts and make them into cloth shoes, which could be worn for a while longer. "Sir, what are these shoes made of?" "The material doesn't look like animal hide," Niu Wei asked the official who was translating for him. "It's just linen cloth, made from worn-out clothes. Usually, every household makes some. After the Han tribe issued currency this year, some people, in order to make money, would go to households to collect finished shoes or old clothes to make them themselves. Then they sell them at the market, mainly to the foreign workers who come here to work, or to families who have just joined the Han tribe and don't have any cloth yet. So that's how it is. Worn-out clothes can still be made into shoes. It's a good way to not waste materials." What a great idea. Of course, not only do these cloth shoes save materials, but because they're made from old clothes, they're more comfortable to wear. You've never worn linen, so you wouldn't know. Newly woven linen is quite stiff. It takes a few months of wearing and several washes before it becomes soft and comfortable. So, new clothes look nice, but they're not as comfortable as old clothes. It's the same with these cloth shoes. Even though they're made from scraps, they don't chafe your feet at all. My whole family wears this kind. The official didn't hold back, giving Niu Wei a detailed introduction. The chief had instructed that cloth could be sold to the Exon tribe, and the more, the better. This was a major source of income. With grain exports forbidden, cloth was the biggest consumer good. Everyone needs clothes, right? Are these cloth shoes that good? I'd like to buy a few pairs, but what do we do if we don't have Han tribe money? Niu Wei asked again. The commandery governor has already said that your expenses will be covered by your horses. If you want to buy something, I'll pay for you. We'll just put it on your account when we get back, the official said readily. It wasn't his money, so he didn't mind at all. Niue was troubled. It was always being covered by their horses. If all the horses were gone, how would they get back? What would they eat here in the Han tribe? They would likely be staying for a long time. Thinking of this, he asked another question. Well, sir, can we also sell some things here to get money? Or can my men find some work here, to earn some money? You can. The commandery governor said that selling things and working are both fine. But you're not allowed to wander around. You can't go hunting in the surrounding mountains, nor can you cut firewood. In short, just don't wander off. If you have things you brought with you, you can also sell them here, but you can't force people to buy or sell. Really? That's great. I'll arrange for some of my men to start working tomorrow. I'll have to trouble you, sir, to help them find some work. For today, just put it on the account. Please, sir, help us buy a pair of cloth shoes for each of us. Niue said, somewhat happily. It sounded a bit miserable, but at least it was a source of income. Otherwise, he didn't know how long their 200-plus horses would last. The official nodded and spoke with the shoe vendor. The vendor took out a ruler made of yellow bamboo slats, measured the length of Niue's and his men's feet, and picked out shoes of the corresponding size. Finally, the official paid. Niue and his men changed into the new shoes on the spot. They felt like they were walking on air. The shoes were indeed comfortable. The soles were thick but soft, and they didn't hurt their feet when they walked. The linen uppers were comfortable and breathable. Even though it was summer, they didn't feel hot. The group continued to wander through the market. It was now mid-morning. The sweet sorghum vendors were long gone. That stuff was too popular. It would basically be sold out within half an hour of arriving at the shore. But there were still plenty of good things. There were vendors selling novel snacks, tables and chairs, brooms woven from bamboo strips, sorghum stalks, various baskets, boxes, buckets, carrying poles, hand-pushed wheelbarrows, bamboo mats, and straw mats. There was everything. However, Niue and his men had no use for these things, so they didn't buy anything. But he still had the official introduce each item to him, satisfying their curiosity. The group walked and talked until it was lunchtime. They happened to arrive at the food street. Smelling the aromas of various foods wafting around them, Niue and his men couldn't take another step. Sir, what is this? It looks so strange. Is this also food? That's right. This is also something our chief came up with recently. I heard a new tribe, the Ling Tribe, joined us from the west in Hanyang Commandery. This is made from the glutinous rice they brought. This triangular thing wrapped in reed leaves is called huishuezong. It's made by burning rice straw into ash, mixing it with water, filtering it, and then soaking glutinous rice in it. Then it's wrapped in leaves and boiled. After it's cooked, it's soaked in cold water. It's very refreshing to eat in the summer, and the texture is particularly firm. It's also very filling. It's all made from grain. This one is cheaper. And this is a bamboo tube zongzi. It's also made from glutinous rice, but you don't need to wrap it in leaves. You just put the rice in a bamboo tube and cook it. You can also take the whole long zongzi out and drizzle some honey on it. The taste is incredibly delicious, but it's also more expensive. One of these bamboo tube zongzi can buy 3 huishuezong. This official seemed to be a foodie himself, knowing all the various foods here like the back of his hand. As he stood with Niue and his men in front of the zongzi stall, he was drooling as he introduced them. Niue could see he was craving it. It wasn't just the official. Even he himself was a bit hungry looking at this strangely shaped food. Since you say this zong is so delicious, let's each have one. One of each kind. You'll have some too, sir. Just put it all on our account when we get back, Niue said generously. How can I eat your food? It's all right, sir. We don't mind. All right. Since you're so enthusiastic, I won't refuse. It's all your kindness. You've come all the way to the Han tribe. As the host, I naturally can't let you be disappointed. Young man, give each of us 1 huishuezong and 1 bamboo tube zongzi. Put plenty of honey on it. I won't short you on the money. The official made a show of polite refusal, but as if afraid Niue would change his mind, he quickly called out to the vendor to get them the zongzi. Niue stood by, dumbfounded. He hadn't even finished his polite remarks, and the other guy was already eating. With so many customers at once, the zongzi vendor was also very happy. He took out the huishuezong for them, then took out 7 bamboo tubes. He untied the ropes binding them, took a bamboo skewer, and poked it through a small hole at the bottom of the tube, then split the tube in two. The whole white bamboo tube zongzi came out. Finally, he took the skewer, dipped the zongzi into a bamboo tube filled with honey, and handed them out one by one. Awu, one bite. Seeing such an interesting preparation method, the pure white glutinous rice, and the golden honey drizzled over it, Niu Wei could no longer hold back. He took a big bite. So fragrant. Fragrant and sweet. Delicious. After spending half a day wandering the market, Niu Wei and his men began looking for Shu, the governor of Luoyang Commandery, to arrange some work for them. After all, their status was different, and there were many tasks they couldn't be involved in. Han Feng had also done no small amount of planning behind the scenes. Sending them to do hard labor digging a river wasn't out of the question, but that work required no skill, making it difficult to arrange for the Jinwu Guard to make contact with them. Ordinary laborers held no attraction for the Exon tribe, but he also couldn't leak any overly important technology to them, lest he nurture a future threat. After some thought, Han Feng decided to split the 100 or so men into various groups. Some were assigned to the new white liquor distillery in Weishan Commandery, where they would participate in all stages of the brewing process. Han Feng had his reasons for this arrangement. First, the Han tribe's brewing technology was still in its infancy, with no mature techniques yet, so letting them participate wouldn't hurt. Second, brewing consumed a massive amount of manpower, resources, and time, especially grain. This was a heavy burden for any nation. History was filled with instances of alcohol production being regulated. Wine is the essence of grain, as the saying goes. The more wine, the less grain, and the heavier the burden on the state. Han Feng's arrangement was precisely to increase the burden on the Exon tribe. Imagine if the customs and techniques of drinking and brewing were spread to Bamboo Island. It would surely consume a large amount of their grain. With less grain, population growth would slow, and their livestock would inevitably decrease. This would curb the Exon tribe's development. And alcohol, in particular, is addictive. Others were assigned to help with farming, but they were only allowed to grow barley and wheat. Both were used for brewing and were in high demand, but the Han tribe's current yield per mu was relatively low, only about 300 jin. As long as they learned to cultivate barley and wheat, they would secretly hide seeds themselves without any special arrangements from Han Feng. When they eventually left, as long as the search wasn't too strict, they would be able to take the wheat seeds with them. It wasn't even out of the question to just give them some directly. Of course, when dealing with an enemy, or rather, a competitor, Han Feng naturally had no good intentions. But this wasn't a conspiracy, it was an open plot. He was digging a pit for them in plain sight. It was up to them whether they jumped in. He wouldn't just teach the Exon tribe to brew and drink wine. He would also teach them to eat wheat-based foods, noodle soup, lo mein, flatbread, scallion pancakes, steamed buns, baozi, dumplings, and so on. The goal was to make them completely fall in love with wheat-based foods, and then teach them to cultivate wheat and acquire the seeds. In this way, with large amounts of grain being consumed by brewing, and with wheat-based foods and wheat cultivation becoming widespread in the Exon tribe, a mu of land that could have grown 1,000 jin of corn and fed 2 people would now, when planted with wheat, not only have a longer growing cycle, but also a yield of only 300 jin. It would then take 3 or 4 mu of land to feed 1 person. This would drastically reduce the Exon tribe's grain reserves. Then there were soybeans. Soybeans had been introduced from the Exon tribe last year, but Han Feng intended to give them back the technology for soybean oil extraction and methods for making soy milk, tofu, and other soy products, as well as peanut seeds and various ways to eat peanuts. The purpose of this was the same as with wheat, to reduce the area of the Exon tribe's main grain cultivation, encouraging them to plant more supplementary crops, and then using various methods to consume them. For example, planting soybeans and then pressing them for oil. This would require a large investment of manpower, resources, and time, only to yield some soybean oil, which couldn't be eaten as a staple food. Naturally, their grain supply would decrease. By reducing the cultivation area of high-yield corn and converting the existing farmland to low-yield barley and wheat and non-staple crops like soybeans and peanuts, coupled with the consumption of grain for brewing, within 2 years, 70% of the Exon tribe's population would lose their life-sustaining food supply. A sharp population decline was unlikely, but if the peasants at the bottom couldn't eat, history has proven time and again that there is only one outcome: raising the pole and rising in rebellion. Even if no one rebelled, it didn't matter. Han Feng could send Jinwu Guard agents to take the lead, leading the starving peasants to overthrow the old ruling powers of the Exon tribe. During this period, the Han tribe would provide all kinds of material support to the rebel army and could also teach them to fish at sea. Then, along the way, they could promote high-yield, short-cycle rice to fill their bellies again. One should not underestimate rice. Although rice might not be as high-yield as corn, it wasn't far behind. But most importantly, rice is a fine grain, completely incomparable to a coarse grain like corn. In this way, the Han tribe could gain both fame and fortune, firmly grasping the hearts of the common people of Bamboo Island, letting them know that the Han tribe was countless times better than the original Exon tribe leadership. At that point, Han Feng would make a strong entrance, re-establish order, and if necessary, he might even relocate the entire population of Bamboo Island to the mainland, and then replace them with his own people, completely occupying the Exon tribe's territory. This plan was dubbed the Gourmet Plan by Han Feng. He would use all kinds of delicious food to create a burden for the Exon tribe, completely crushing them, and then the Han tribe would take over. The first half was an open plot, focused on promoting delicious food, so there wouldn't be much resistance. After all, no one could resist the temptation of heavenly Chinese cuisine. The second half was a conspiracy, but the Han tribe would barely be involved. Even if the Exon tribe was torn apart by internal strife, it would have little impact on the Han tribe. Apart from taking a bit longer, the entire plan was perfect. This top-secret plan was known only to Han Feng and Jin Yi. Even the Jinwu guard agents who were preparing to go undercover only knew their own missions and nothing else. Sometimes, the less you know, the safer you are. Niu Wei's 100 men were divided into several groups: brewing, wheat farming, oil pressing, soy milk grinding, tofu making, and one group was assigned to the official porcelain kiln. In each group, there were 1 or 2 Jinwu guard agents, working alongside them day in and day out, preparing for their future infiltration. After arranging the recent activities for Niu Wei's group, the entire process of contact and infiltration was handed over to Jin Yi to manage. Han Feng let it go, only having Jin Yi report to him every few days. He himself went to the newly built shipyard in Luoyang Commandery to provide some technical guidance. If the Han tribe wanted to quickly intervene in southern affairs, and even build a city on the grasslands within 3 years, it would be impossible without rapid transportation. And right now, there was only one way to quickly increase transport capacity: develop shipping. Among all modes of transport, shipping was famous for its large carrying capacity, which even trains couldn't match. It could be said that in an era without trains on land, waterway shipping was the most efficient and fastest mode of transport. Coupled with the fact that most of the Han tribe's commanderies and counties were built along rivers, the advantages of shipping were even greater. On this day, when Han Feng arrived at the shipyard, he saw craftsmen studying the blueprints he had provided. Others were processing wood or building special facilities needed for shipbuilding, such as a steamer, Zhonglong. This was an extra-long facility for treating planks. The main body consisted of a boiler and a 30-meter-long steamer basket, which could hold entire planks for steaming. The purpose of this was to humidify the wood and, at the same time, use high temperatures to soften it, increasing its toughness so it could be bent into smoother curves. It was an indispensable step in processing ship planks. Of course, bending with fire was also possible, but that was too slow and didn't meet Han Feng's requirements for shipbuilding speed. Moreover, since the ship wasn't very large, it was easier to build in many respects. First was the use of materials. For a 20-meter-long ship, its main keel and planks needed to be over 20 meters long. In modern times, it might not be easy to find such tall trees, so many splicing techniques would be needed. But here, Han Feng didn't need them. There were plenty of towering trees over 20 meters tall, so many of the timbers were used whole, without any need for splicing in the middle, which saved a lot of time and trouble. The main keel of the ship was relatively thick. It was the largest keel, extending from the bow to the stern. The bow section curved upwards, forming a smooth arc. However, this part couldn't be steamed. The wood had to be soaked first, then heated with fire, and stretched and deformed with various ropes and winches, slowly bending it. This was the most time-consuming step. Then there were the numerous ribs, which also needed to be bent by heating. Just making the keel for one ship took a full week, and this was just a small boat. On the day the keel was assembled, Han Feng was there to personally supervise. The long keel was set up in a shed by the river, which served as the workshop. This was to facilitate launching after completion. Otherwise, such a behemoth would be difficult to move. Next was the installation of the ribs. Each rib was very large. After all, the ship was 6 meters wide, so the ribs were also 6 meters long. Without a gantry crane, it took about 10 men to lift one. Some men lifted from the sides, while others directed from the middle, accurately fitting the tenon in the middle of the rib with the mortise on the keel. Then, they used a long-handled wooden mallet to hammer it tight, making the two parts fit seamlessly. Finally, they used a hand drill to make holes at the connection point, poured in fish bladder glue, and drove in wooden pegs to completely lock the two parts together. For a 20-meter-long inland sailing ship, with ribs every half-meter, there were a full 40 ribs, some wide, some narrow, with different curvatures. But they had been numbered in advance, so the workers just needed to install them in the order indicated on the blueprints. After all the ribs were installed and reinforced, 2 long wooden planks had to be nailed to the very top first. This was to fix the distance and angle of each rib. Then came the laying of the ship's planks. However, the planking this time was different from the small rowboats of the past. Because this one was larger and had a keel, the planks were also divided into inner and outer layers. One reason was to better prevent leaks at the bottom of the ship, and the other was to increase buoyancy. With 2 layers of planks, an air layer would be created between the inner and outer layers to increase buoyancy. However, this was only at the bottom of the ship. The 2 sides of the ship were still mostly single-layered. But more importantly, for a large ship of 20 meters, the connections used for planking were all iron nails, very large iron nails. This made the shipyard the largest consumer of iron after weapons and tools. The number of iron nails, various connecting hooks, and various types of nails used to build one ship was simply too many. And this didn't even account for the possibility of the ship being equipped with heavy weapons. In the age of sail, a third-rate ship of the line would use dozens of tons of iron. That was no joke. Although they also included iron cannons in the iron consumption for shipbuilding, the planking of the ship progressed quickly, thanks to the division of labor and assembly line-style work. Men at the lumber mill used a windmill-powered automatic gang saw to cut logs into planks. At the shipyard, a dedicated team handled the steaming and softening process. The rest were installers armed with hammers, whose only job was to nail the planks to the keel. In broad strokes, the process of shipbuilding wasn't complicated. You set up the keel, then you skin it. That is, lay the planks. Next comes the sea trial, launching the bare hull to check for leaks. If everything checks out, the outfitting begins. Outfitting is much like renovating a house. What goes into the water is just an empty hull, like a bare-bones apartment. The renovation for a ship is quite extensive, including painting the interior and exterior, installing masts, sails, and rigging, adding oars, appropriate furniture, weapons, special equipment, and so on. For example, a fishing boat would need special fishing gear installed or modified, and of course, nets and harpoons couldn't be left out. A military vessel would be fitted with heavy crossbows or modified for deploying Greek fire, and would also require dedicated troop and weapon compartments. However, the Han tribe's first inland sailing ship wasn't that complex. It was just a standard transport vessel, an experimental one at that. If any problems were discovered during the trials, they could be corrected on subsequent ships. Crafting the keel took a week, installing it took only a day, and planking took another week. Then came the waterproofing of the hull. It was similar to the process for smaller boats, but with some changes. Previously, they used a mixture of deer antler glue and fish bladder glue, combined with some hair and hemp fibers, to create a thick paste. This paste was packed into the gaps between the planks with a small trowel or wooden slat, then smoothed over and finally painted. This time, however, there were slight modifications. First, there was the issue of fish bladder glue. Although the Han tribe now fished regularly, they still couldn't keep up with the demand from all the woodworking. Modern carpenters didn't use nails. They relied on glue and mortise and tenon joints to create woodenware. So, to meet the demands of shipbuilding, Han Feng first ordered the new tribesmen in Weishan Commandery to increase their fishing efforts, with the government buying up fish bladders. Second, in the new waterproofing paste, he used a large amount of antelope horn and hide glue to substitute for the scarce fish bladder glue. The hemp fibers were also replaced with fine hemp rope. The tighter structure of the rope, when mixed with the glue filler, was actually better for a slightly larger vessel like this one. The larger the ship and the greater its displacement, the greater the water pressure it experiences. Therefore, the waterproofing requirements varied depending on the size and type of the ship, and the craftsmen had to be flexible. They used shredded cloth and hemp rope mixed with glue to fill the gaps between the planks, then smoothed it over with the old version of the waterproofing paste. Once it was dry, it could be painted. There was actually another material more suitable for waterproofing a ship's hull: asphalt. Unfortunately, this material wasn't easy to find. The Han tribe didn't yet have the conditions for artificial refining, and they hadn't found any natural asphalt deposits. So, for now, it was just a thought. After half a month, the bare hull was finally finished. The time had come for the wooden ship's official launch. The launch of the first sailing ship was not a public event. Han Feng's attitude was not to hide it, but not to make any announcements either. Anyone who wanted to watch could watch, but there would be no official statement. After all, it was the first launch. If it sank shortly after hitting the water, it would be a huge embarrassment. So, it was better to keep a low profile for now. Han Feng scheduled the launch for the afternoon to avoid the morning rush of merchants at the docks. On that day, around 3 in the afternoon, in the shipyard by the river, the Han tribe's first inland sailing ship was launched. With all the support poles removed, the large ship lay at an angle on the tidal flats by the shore. Several small boats floated on the river nearby, with many people ready to assist. Han Feng had arranged for the ship to be launched bow first into the river, mainly to prevent it from capsizing. A large group of people pushed from the stern, while in the river, Ro and Hui Shan pulled with ropes. The two elephants had grown a lot over the years, now standing 3 meters tall. They could not only walk in the shallows by the riverbank, but could also swim directly to the other side without any problem. Despite their great weight, they were mostly thick layers of fat. Such large swimming rings provided them with a lot of buoyancy. Han Feng stood on a small boat on the river, directing the two elephants' movements, with the people on shore coordinating. After a concerted effort, they finally managed to slowly drag the wooden ship into the water. Untying the ropes from the two elephants, Han Feng was the first to jump onto the new ship. He had to admit, a 6-meter-wide ship was much more stable than a small boat. The ship barely rocked when he jumped aboard. Of course, he wasn't the only one to board. A large group of shipwrights, all experienced oarsmen, followed. The hull currently had no mast or sails, so it could only be powered by yullos, which were essentially oversized oars. The gunnels were fitted with oarlocks, and the oars were placed in them. This way, the person operating the oar didn't need to hold it with both hands. They could simply hold the end of the oar handle with 1 or 2 hands and move it up, down, forward, and back to row. This wasn't difficult to learn for people used to rowing with wooden oars. In fact, many of the Han tribe's new small boats had already been refitted with oarlocks and yullos. A small boat that used to require several people to operate could now be propelled by just one person, saving a lot of manpower in the shipping industry. After all, hiring an extra person now meant paying an extra person's wages. Some people who rented boats for their own business could now row the boat themselves. Although it was a bit more work, saving one person's wages meant earning one person's wages for themselves. Many people praised this small improvement, which was really just another application of the lever principle. Especially on the waterway between Hanyang Commandery and Riyang Commandery, the shipping industry was very developed. Over the past few months, the number of boats traveling this stretch of the river could reach over 100 times a day. Some of those who rented boats used them to transport their own goods, while others rented them to run a transport business. Some vendors didn't have enough goods to justify renting a whole boat, so they could find these specialized transport boats and put their goods on them. The boatman would only set off when the boat was full. It was similar to carpooling, but with boats. However, it was slower than chartering a boat, as the boatman had to take on more cargo to make a profit. The boat rental business, controlled by Hanyang Commandery, had also developed into a business model similar to the rickshaw companies of the Republic of China era. The vehicles were the property of the company, and the drivers had to pay rent to the company. The money the drivers earned from pulling the rickshaws, after paying the rent, was their own. Here in Hanyang City, they were all boatmen. The newly launched large ship took on 100 people at once. Each person weighed over 100 jin, which was already over 10,000 jin, something a small boat couldn't even compare to. Some people were rowing at the stern and on both sides, while others went down to the cabins below deck, holding oil lamps to check for leaks. Han Feng stood on the deck at the bow. There were no second-story structures on the ship at all. It was completely bare, and Han Feng had designed it with a low freeboard. The gunnel was less than a meter from the waterline, so from a distance, it looked like a dense crowd of people standing in a large wooden basin. At this moment, this was the scene the people on the shore saw. Many people noticed this and called their friends to come and watch. Niue, who was full of curiosity about the Han tribe, was naturally among them. Look, it's a big ship. It seems to be coming from the new shipyard. Wow, this ship is huge. One of them is bigger than two of the old kind of boats. No, three. So that's what the new shipyard is for. I guess the Luyang River will be full of these big ships from now on. The old kind of boat could carry at most 30 people at a time. This one can probably hold 200. I see at least 50 or 60 people on it, and it still looks spacious. The farmers, workers, and vendors standing on the shore were all discussing the new ship, amazed by its size and carrying capacity. As they were talking, they noticed Niue and his accompanying official suddenly appear beside them. They proudly puffed out their chests. At this moment, they were proud to be members of the Han tribe. In front of outsiders, just mentioning their Han tribe identity gave them a great sense of pride and would surely arouse the envy of others. Niue also greeted some of the familiar vendors, but his eyes never left the large ship on the river. He had been living in the Han tribe for almost a month now and had long since seen the bamboo rafts and boats that frequently came to the shore to sell goods. He had even paid to ride in a small boat once. At first, he was amazed by the Han tribe's shipbuilding technology. He had seen bamboo rafts before, but this was the first time he had seen a boat made of pieced-together wood. However, at the beginning, he didn't have any particular thoughts about it. There were freshwater rivers on Bamboo Island, but they were not skilled at water travel. Even if they did travel by water occasionally, a bamboo raft was enough. A small boat wouldn't be of much use. Because Bamboo Island was surrounded by the sea, if they wanted to go out to sea, such a small boat would be completely useless. But the large ship before him made Niue's heart pound. It was the feeling of being moved. This ship is so big. It can carry so many people at once. It must be able to carry a lot of cargo too. I wonder how much salt it can carry. A ship this big must be able to safely cross that strait, right? If so, the Exon tribe wouldn't have to wait for the low tide at the end of each month to travel to and from the mainland. They could build a dock and go whenever they want. Sir, could you ask Chief Han for me tomorrow if this kind of large ship can be sold to our Exon tribe? If so, how many cattle, horses, and sheep would it cost? Niue suddenly asked the translator official beside him. Niue showed a keen interest in the newly launched ship. The Exon tribe was located on an island, surrounded by the sea, with only one route to the mainland that was passable for just one day each month. Currently, the Exon tribe had people, grain, the ability to smelt metal, and animal husbandry, so they had no shortage of meat. The sea salt they produced not only met their own needs, but could also be traded with nomadic tribes for a large number of cattle and horses to form their own cavalry. It could be said that the Exon tribe had no worries about development. The only thing limiting their progress was their small territory. So, if the Exon tribe could be equipped with such large ships, they could travel frequently between Bamboo Island and the mainland, colonizing and opening up new territories on the mainland. Even if they lacked such ambition, just using these large ships for transport and frequent trade with the mainland would be enough for them to make a fortune. Yes, a large ship, even if it was only 20 meters long. Well, I can ask for you, but I doubt it's possible. It's not just your Exon tribe that wants a ship this big. Even our Han tribe has only just built one. And even if the chief agrees to sell it to you, and you can afford it, you'll have to wait until we've finished building them for our own use. A ship this big takes a long time to build. Even if you place an order, you'll probably have to wait a few years. Besides, this ship is so big. Even if we sell it to you now, how would you get it back? The translator official analyzed for Niue. Niue listened intently to the first part. What the translator said made sense, but he was still unwilling to give up. He felt that as long as the Han tribe was willing to sell, he could definitely get it back. But the last sentence made Niue freeze. That's right. A ship this big, with no wheels, even if they sold it to them, how would he get it back? This thing could only travel on water. On land, it was just a pile of useless firewood. But the problem was there a direct waterway from Luyang Commandery to Bamboo Island? Niue's spirits suddenly sank. Then forget it. No need to ask. You're right. Even if Chief Han is willing to sell it to us, we can't take it away. Niue seemed dejected, but he was still very interested in the large ship. After all, it was a high-tech product of the Han tribe. Even just watching it from the shore was a pleasure. On the river, the large ship moved slowly, propelled by Yahellos. Many craftsmen were in the cabins, holding oil lamps and checking for any leaks. After about 2 hours of inspection, no significant problems were found. All the craftsmen breathed a huge sigh of relief. No problems were good. If there were problems, repairing them would be even more troublesome and would surely delay the construction schedule. But Han Feng wasn't particularly worried. He had visited the shipyard almost every day while this ship was being built, and he was there to personally supervise the start of each stage. With the chief personally overseeing the project, no craftsman dared to slack off. They were all on high alert while working. The only fear was that if Han Feng stopped supervising in the future, these craftsmen might become lax. Han Feng wondered if he should implement the Woolgongming system, where craftsmen mark their work. It was an effective way to prevent workers from being lazy and careless. This system had a reason for lasting from the Warring States period to modern times in history. Before the Qin dynasty, Liu Buwei relied on this system to lay the foundation for Qin to unify the 6 states. In modern times, the Woolgongming system was still used in various manufacturing industries. In fact, it was a method of signing the craftsman's identity information on the manufactured product to hold them accountable. In the Qin dynasty, for example, the names or numbers of the craftsmen had to be engraved on all weapon parts. If any part was substandard, the craftsman could be punished. In modern times, this system has changed slightly. This production information is encoded into barcodes, but if a batch of goods has problems, the workers of that day's shift can still be found. The industry where this system is best preserved is shipbuilding. Even in modern times, with ships made of welded steel, welders have to stamp their employee number on the seam they welded. If the ship has an accident and sinks in the future, and it's found that a certain seam was not welded properly, the worker will be held responsible. Although it was impossible to stamp steel marks on these wooden ships now, and the system of Woolgongming, with harsh legal punishments, was a bit inhumane, Han Feng could modify it slightly. Instead of punishing the workers, he would punish the person in charge. If a ship had a problem, Han Feng might not go after the workers, but he would definitely hold the person in charge responsible. Why didn't you supervise properly? If you, the supervisor, don't take it seriously, how can the workers below do a good job? Of course, to avoid a situation where the supervisor is caught between a rock and a hard place, with workers being defiant and deliberately not following the supervisor's instructions, the supervisor must also be given a certain amount of power to deal with unruly workers. This would make the workers listen obediently. And in this way, Han Feng could play the good cop. He would leave the dirty work of disciplining the workers to the supervisors. He wouldn't have to manage the specific production or the workers. If something went wrong, he could just execute a supervisor to make an example of them. This way, he wouldn't offend the working class and could still make them work honestly. Wasn't that beautiful? The large ship floated on the river for a while. After confirming there were no problems, Han Feng ordered it to return. There was still a lot of outfitting to do, and they didn't have much time to waste. The large ship sailed directly back to the shipyard's dedicated dock, where the entire outfitting work would be carried out. To obtain enough power to increase its speed, Han Feng designed the ship with 3 masts. The 2 main masts were located at 8 meters and 14 meters from the bow, almost dividing the ship's length into 3 nearly equal parts, with the bow section being slightly longer. A bowsprit could be fitted with a triangular sail, providing forward momentum even when sailing against the wind. It could also be seen as a ram, and although the Han tribe currently had no enemies on the water, it was always good to be prepared. The distance between the 2 main masts was 6 meters. This was where the ship's superstructure would be located. A 6-meter-long and wide cabin could be built here. As the saying goes, "O Pengchuan, black canopied boat, isn't O Pengchuan without a canopy." Besides, this canopy was very necessary. Otherwise, if it rained during a voyage, where would the crew take shelter? Where would they live? These were all problems. But for the first experimental ship, which was also a prototype, Han Feng wasn't going to just put up a simple canopy to fool himself. He built a 2-meter-high wooden house directly on the deck. The house had a flat roof, which was a platform. There were wooden stairs on both sides of the house, allowing the crew to go up to observe the situation or operate the sails. It was even possible to set up 4 ballistae here. There were also 4 portholes on each side, in the same style of paper-covered lattice, but the windows opened by sliding left and right. Because the ship itself was relatively bumpy, the facilities on it had to be as fixed as possible. Things that could be made fixed were made fixed. The construction of the superstructure was not slow. Compared to shipbuilding, the craftsmen were obviously more skilled at making these square houses. And so, Niu Wei, who came to the riverbank to watch every day, witnessed this magical process. On the second day after the first sea trial, Niue suddenly discovered that the shipbuilders had inserted 3 very long poles into the ship. 2 were standing in the middle section of the ship, and 1 was lying diagonally at the bow. This confused him. He didn't understand the purpose of these poles. Weren't they just in the way? In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the Han tribe's own people were amazed when they saw the new ship with several poles sticking out of it. They all discussed what new trick the chief had come up with. A day later, many craftsmen appeared on the ship. They carried a lot of wooden beams and planks onto the ship, and then, with a flurry of hammers, they built a square superstructure cabin on the deck in 3 or 4 days, with several windows on each side. The next day, some people started adding stairs and railings to the flat-roofed wooden house, turning the entire roof into an open-air platform. For the next 2 days, others were seen smearing something in the cracks of the wooden planks of this house. Niue couldn't understand what they were doing. It looked like they were decorating, but it didn't seem like it. In fact, this was the waterproofing treatment for the superstructure, using the same method as the hull below. Finally, when the workers started painting the ship, a 4-wheeled carriage suddenly arrived from Hanyang Commandery and entered the shipyard. No one knew what was on that carriage. Until the next morning, when the merchants from Lake Hard Island came to Luoyang Commandery to trade, people suddenly saw 2 small boats, loaded with nothing but fine bamboo poles. And these boats didn't dock at the merchant's pier, but went directly to the shipyard's pier. What does the shipyard need so many bamboo poles for? Everyone wondered, including Niue. The next day, they witnessed an even stranger scene. A group of craftsmen carried a large bundle onto the terrace in the middle of the ship. Then, they took out a giant. What was that? It should be a national flag, right? But it looked so big. Then the craftsmen inserted the bamboo poles from the pier into the national flag, one by one. That thing seemed to be double-layered. Finally, when a skinny young man climbed up the pole like a monkey and tied a hemp rope to it, they saw the craftsmen below hoist the vertical rectangular national flag like they were raising a flag. It was a national flag sail, with a solid red background and a huge black character Han in the middle, which looked twice as big as a person. There were also horizontal bars on it, which were actually the bamboo poles inserted inside. It was only at this moment that many people suddenly understood. Oh, so those 2 poles are flagpoles. But just as they were thinking that, someone suddenly noticed that the ship was moving, and it was slowly leaving the pier. Of course, if it was just the ship moving, that wouldn't be strange. The key was that they didn't see anyone rowing at the side of the ship. If no one was rowing, how was the ship moving? My goodness, this is incredible. The chief actually built a ship that can move on its own. Wow, oh, in fact, some people had already complained about this newly built large ship, not for any other reason than its size. The original small boats were already tiring to row. Now they had built such a large one. Although it could carry more goods and people, it would definitely be more tiring to row. It was only at this moment that those who held this view felt like they had been slapped in the face. Would a person as wise as a god, like the chief, not have thought of this problem? Would he not have a solution? How could that be possible? The sails billowed. 2 giant sails, one white and one red, began to pull the ship forward under the force of the wind. The triangular sail on the foremast had not yet been hung. Han Feng had only heard of that kind of thing and didn't know the specific operating procedures. He would have to try it out slowly in the future. At this point, the ship's outfitting was almost complete. After that, it was just continuous sea trials, discovering shortcomings and slowly improving them. The hull was painted in 3 colors, red, black, and yellow. The hull was black, the area near the gunwale was painted bright red, the cabin on the deck was painted black, but the portholes on both sides were yellow, and the railings on the terrace above were painted red again. The masts were left in their original color, but they were also coated with a layer of tung oil, used as a clear varnish. The same was true for the deck below. As for the cargo hold below and the cabin walls above, they were painted white, mainly to increase the lighting in the cabin. White walls always make a room look brighter. All the paint used was a mixture of tung oil and natural plant-based lacquer. It was not only for aesthetics, but also mainly for anti-corrosion, acting as a protective layer. After all, a ship couldn't be stuffed into a house or under a shed. It was soaked in water every day, exposed to the sun and rain. Without paint, it might get damp and moldy, reducing its service life. Although the cost of painting was not small, it had many benefits in the long run. On the shore, Niue was so shocked by this beautiful large ship that he was speechless. Compared to the bare ship he had first seen, it had completely changed its appearance after half a month of work. Not only was it more beautiful, but its functions had also been upgraded. He still hadn't figured out how such a large ship could move without rowing. Could this be the Han tribe's sorcery? Don't they all say that Chief Han is a divine person? Does he really have some extraordinary means? But after listening to many people's discussions, he learned the truth. Most of the Han tribe's people had seen windmills. There were many of these in the Han tribe. When many people first saw them, they were also very curious why that thing would turn on its own without cattle or horses. Later, after being educated by the older tribesmen, they learned that it was blown by the wind, using wind as power. Now, seeing the giant sails on the large ship, many smart people could tell at a glance what they were for and what role they played. This is an inland sailing ship. It's propelled by the wind. As long as there is wind, this ship can move on its own. When there is no wind, it uses Yahellos for power. Those two big things hanging on it are the sails, a name given by the chief, the official explained to Niuwei. Niuwei was stunned. Although he knew this was not some miracle of Chief Han, he was also very amazed by Chief Han's imagination. Using the wind to drive a large ship, how did his brain come up with that? He really was a divine person. P.S. Recommending a friend's new book, Shadow Cage. Everyone, please add it to your collection. Synopsis: darkness and light intertwine, justice and evil collide. When extraordinary power once again sweeps across the land. Seekers of knowledge, lurkers, martial artists, magicians, those who control the extraordinary once again appear on the earth. Creatures lost in the long river of time attack again. The gears of fate begin to turn. And at this moment, Lu Qiming opened his eyes. Niuwei had lost count of how many times he had come to the riverbank to watch the Han tribe's great sailing ship. He thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere of the Han tribe. Compared to the Exon tribe, which had been established for who knows how many years, the Han tribe felt much more vibrant to him. Every person in this tribe was living actively, calculating how much grain they could harvest this year, how much money that grain could be exchanged for, and planning to have another child next year. The vendors, in their spare time from farming, worked hard to earn money. At some point, many people discovered that no matter what kind of small business they started, it was easy to make money. As a result, more and more people joined the ranks of merchants. Han Feng wasn't surprised by this. The Han tribe now had such a large population, and with population comes demand. The market was currently a blank slate. As long as you had goods, you didn't have to worry about finding buyers. Of course, everything sold well. But naturally, Han Feng's support was indispensable. For example, the snacks he promoted were very popular. The lives of the craftsmen were even more active. For the manufacturing industry, the greatest happiness wasn't how much salary they earned or how many ranks of nobility they rose, but seeing the things they personally produced being put to use. The first sailing ship had been outfitted for half a month. During these days, the crew had been continuously conducting sea trials, partly to test the new ship's performance, and partly to train the crew on how to operate the sails. However, this type of Chinese hard sail was the easiest to operate, so the crew learned quickly. At the same time, they were not only familiarizing themselves with the various equipment on the ship, but also with the weather and hydrological conditions. A red wind vane was inserted at the top of the mast. After more than 10 days of sailing, the crew had already summarized the prevailing wind directions for this season. The Luyang River was a large river that flowed from north to south. But in this area, perhaps because of the large mountains to the north and south, there were always east and west winds. For a sailing ship on the river, this was a crosswind. Tailwinds and headwinds were rare. Most of the time, it was a crosswind. But this wind direction was perfect for Chinese hard sails. As long as the entire sail was raised and the sail surface was pulled to a 45-degree angle with the hull, the ship could still move. Although it was always said that sailing with the wind was the fastest, if there was a tailwind, there would inevitably be a headwind. The greatest advantage of a crosswind was that there was neither a tailwind nor a headwind. Whether you were going upstream or downstream, you could always find a suitable angle for the sail to catch the wind and propel the ship forward. These days, the crew had been practicing operating the sails. They had already learned how to sail into the windward side, and then use the advantage of the tailwind to complete a 180-degree turn in a river section less than 100 meters wide. And after turning, they could quickly change the angle of the sail to take advantage of the crosswind again. Han Feng had been paying close attention to this matter. He had also designed 2 new types of small boats to be used in conjunction with the large sailing ship. One was a small hydrological reconnaissance boat. This boat was less than 5 meters long and less than 2 meters wide for single-person use. It was only slightly larger than the kayak he had made before, but the difference was that this boat also had a sail. However, the mast on it was movable and could be flexibly disassembled. The purpose of this was, of course, to clear the way for the large ship. The hydrological environment of inland rivers was relatively complex. The depth of the river channel, the presence of reefs, the slope ahead, the presence of rapids, and even waterfalls. If they just charged ahead with the large ship without knowing anything, the result would most likely be the destruction of the ship and the death of the crew. With this boat, one person could be sent ahead to scout. If it was found that the way ahead was not suitable for the large ship, a signal had to be sent back to the large ship in time to stop or turn around. Although this was somewhat unfair to the scout in front, if the sacrifice of one person could save the large ship and the many crew members behind, Hanfeng would not hesitate to sacrifice the scout. Of course, high wages and high compensation were also necessary. This position was voluntary, no one was forced. Forcing someone would be even more dangerous. If someone was forced to do this and developed a desire for revenge, and there was a waterfall ahead, but he didn't send a signal, then everyone would just have to die together. The other new type of small boat was a sampan assigned to the large sailing ship. This boat was 5 meters long but 2.5 meters wide, with a length-to-width ratio of 2:1. The purpose was not to go fast, but to carry more people. The bow and stern of the boat were flat, and it had no power, relying entirely on manual rowing. In fact, this was a landing craft. When the shore was too rocky or the water was too shallow for the large ship to dock, the large ship could drop anchor in the middle of the river, and the crew could lower the small boat to land. That's why Hanfeng designed the length of this sampan to be only 5 meters. When not in use, this boat was placed on the deck of the large ship. In a critical moment, it could also be used as a lifeboat. At the same time, to cope with possible situations, Hanfeng had the large sailing ship equipped with 2 of these landing craft. They were usually placed side by side on the stern deck, where 2 could fit perfectly. On the forward deck, for hydrological reconnaissance boats were placed to be used as spares in case of an accident. Usually, the crew stayed in the cabin in the middle and on the terrace above the cabin. Finally, to ensure that all crew members could survive in case of an accident, the ship was also equipped with many leather bags. These were complete sheepskins with the head and legs removed, inflated with air, tied tightly, painted white, and then put into a large red fine hemp rope net bag to be used as lifebuoys. If they fell into the water, they could hold on to this bag. As for why a net bag was added on the outside, it was of course to make it easier to grab. Otherwise, such a large balloon floating on the water would be really hard to hold on to. Several small boats were quickly equipped on the large ship, and the crew was also undergoing corresponding training. Of course, swimming training was also indispensable. The shipyard was not idle either. With the experience of successfully building the first sailing ship, the progress was much faster. The overall progress on the assembly line had now reached the speed of preparing materials for one ship, building one, sea trialing one, and outfitting one. For ships at different stages were being worked on simultaneously. The speed was incredible. A new ship was launched almost every week, like dropping dumplings into a pot. The first ship that was built was also constantly recruiting crew members and training them in various sailing subjects to prepare crew for the new ships. Hanfeng even thought about whether he should set up a driving school for carts and boats, specializing in training drivers for carriages and sailing ships. It would only accept adult students and issue them licenses. In the future, those without a license would not be allowed to drive, no, not drive, but sail a boat. Thinking about it, it was actually feasible. After all, both driving a carriage and operating a boat were very technical skills. Otherwise, even if ordinary people saved up to buy one, it would be quite frustrating if they didn't know how to use it. Moreover, setting up such a school could, 1. Provide the tribe with more driving talent reserves. 2. It could also charge fees and increase government revenue. And 3. In the future, when conscripting drivers and sailors, it would be easier to select and gather them. A quick look at the household registration files would tell them everything. It was when the third large sailing ship began its outfitting that another convoy arrived from Hanyang City. This time, they were also here to deliver sails. After all, the textile factory was there, and currently, only Hanyang City had the ability to manufacture large sails. But that wasn't the key point. The important thing was that the people who delivered the goods this time were the Yu brothers, who had been idle for half a year. Chief, you finally remembered us. Please give us a mission. I've been waiting so long I'm about to grow moss. The moment Yu Fu saw Hanfeng, He couldn't help but complain. Since Han Feng decided to build new commanderies and counties this spring, he hadn't let Yu Fu continue his business on the grasslands. Instead, he had him stay at home to help with construction. But how could the two brothers be the type to sit still? They had long been looking forward to going on another long journey, but Han Feng seemed to have deliberately forgotten them and had not given them any missions to go out. Oh, is that so? But I heard you've been doing well these past few months. Both of your wives are pregnant again, Han Feng said with a teasing smile. That's because I was idle. Idle as idle does. Yu Fu showed an embarrassed expression. Hee, you don't have to be idle anymore. I called you over this time because I have a mission for you too, Han Feng said unhurriedly. What mission? Where are we going this time? Is it to the grasslands again? As long as the chief points the way, Yu Fu guarantees to get there and resolutely complete the mission the chief has arranged. I will not turn back until the goal is achieved, Yu Fu vowed. It's not that serious. But this mission is a bit dangerous. Do you know what's in the carts you escorted here? Han Feng didn't answer Yu Fu's question, but asked one in return. What? Aren't they called sails? But they look so big. Some of them look like national flags. Yu Fu thought for a moment and answered honestly, a little confused about what Han Feng meant. Yes, that's right. They are sails for the newly built large ships. Let's not talk here. Let's go to the ship and talk, Han Feng said as he beckoned the two to follow him. Huh? Oh. The two were a little slow to react, but they quickly agreed. A quarter of an hour later, the three arrived at the riverbank and saw a large sailing ship moored there. The hull was entirely black, with the gunnels, windows, and railings painted yellow and red. The whole ship was a striking sight. The large ship was not under sail at the moment, but was quietly moored in the middle of the river. Many crew members were standing at the stern, practicing the drill of launching and retrieving the landing craft. This was a skill that all crew members had to master. At this moment, another large ship that was practicing operating its sails also returned, sailing quickly across the water and finally docking at the shipyard's pier. This somewhat magical scene left Yu Fu and Yu Yi stunned. They uttered the same words everyone says when they see a sailing ship for the first time. This ship moves on its own. That's right. See the sails on it? That's what you delivered. This thing works on the same principle as a windmill. As long as the wind blows on the sails, it can propel the ship forward. If the wind direction changes, you can also turn the angle of the sails according to the wind direction, Han Feng explained to them. Oh, so that's how it is. The chief is really amazing. He could even think of this, Yu Yi said with a sudden realization. So the chief brought us here to see this. Does the new mission have something to do with sailing ships? Yu Fu also asked tentatively. That's right. I want you two to each lead a fleet. One will go downstream, opening up the waterway from here to the Jinsha River at Wu Gorge Mountain. Then, from the Jinsha River, you will continue downstream to see how long this river is. There will surely be many tribes along the banks. I want you to collect information about these tribes, as well as the geography and various special products of the coastal areas. This information can be obtained by trading with the local natives. Yu Fu will be in charge of this. He has more experience dealing with outside tribes and has organized several grassland trade missions. As for you, Yu Yi, your fleet will go upstream from here into the Great Marsh. First, to measure the geography of the Great Marsh and draw a map. Most importantly, to see if there is an upstream entrance to the Great Marsh so that we can continue to explore to the north in the future. Second, to cooperate with Yunji, the governor of Weishan Commandery, to help him communicate with the tribes along the banks of the Great Marsh, and to be responsible for contacting and transporting supplies and people. He promised to get me 50,000 people. This must be completed within 2 years. After saying this, Han Feng saw Yu Ye's unhappy face and naturally knew what he was thinking, so he warned him. Don't look so glum. Don't be unhappy just because your mission isn't as far-reaching as your brother's. Your mission may seem close, but it's not easy at all. The hydrological environment in the Great Marsh is even more complex than downstream. The water level there is mostly shallow, and there are many swamps. A moment of carelessness could cost you your life, so you better take it seriously. Also, when you make contact with the tribes along the banks, you must handle the relationship well. Remember, those will be our people in the future, our own people. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's tens of thousands of people. Accomplishing this is no less a contribution than your brother's. You better do a good job. Hearing the chief say this, Yu Yi became serious. His unhappy attitude disappeared. The chief didn't always treat him like a child. The mission he was given was no less important than his brother's. This showed that the chief still valued him. Yi thought to himself. I guarantee I will complete the chief's orders and cooperate with the Weishan governor to bring back our people. Yi immediately stood up straight and promised loudly. Yes, that's more like it. You too. Your mission is also very important. Although it won't increase our population, it can be considered a forward post, preparing for the future expansion of our Han tribe's territory. Only by understanding the situation outside can we formulate targeted countermeasures, whether it's peaceful absorption or sending troops to conquer. You must investigate all of this clearly. Also, you must also draw a rough map of the downstream coast and write a sailing log every day. You must not only record the situation you encounter that day, including the geography of the coast, but also the time and weather, hydrological changes, the health and psychological state of the crew, the ship's supplies, and so on. You must write all of this down, every day, as long as you are still alive. Even if you die out there, you must find a way to have someone bring the log back. Do you understand? Understood. I guarantee I will complete the mission the chief has given me. Yu Fu also replied loudly. All right, that's your mission. But you're not leaving right away. You too, and the men you brought with you, will have to undergo a month of boat handling training to familiarize yourselves with your future living environment and the crew you'll be working with. When you're out there, your lives and the lives of all the crew will depend on those few boats. Han Feng instructed the two men again after assigning their tasks. The Yu Fu brothers quickly agreed. To be honest, they couldn't wait to get on board. A sailboat was such an advanced piece of technology, far more interesting than riding a horse or driving a cart. It was a large, mobile house that could hold 100 or so people. With that matter settled, there was nothing else that required Han Feng's personal attention for the time being. The construction of Weishan Commandery was being supervised by Yunji and was now on the right track. The rammed earth city walls were as large as Ryong Commanderies, a square with sides 1 kilometer long. Several brick kilns had also been built outside the city, continuously producing bricks from the earth excavated from the ditches. The farmland was also being constantly reclaimed by the efforts of the immigrants, planted with rice and corn seeds provided by the government, as well as the sweet sorghum they had brought with them. The immigrants here were treated the same. Once they officially joined the Han tribe, their households would be registered, their population recorded, and they would be allocated land according to their noble rank. Although there were not many residential houses in the city yet, the winery had already started operations. The members of the Jiu clan were methodically experimenting with the 20 to 30 different juku recipes Han Feng had provided. However, brewing wine was too time-consuming, and it would be a while before there were any results, so there was nothing to be done about it for now. The sugar factory, which could see results quickly, had already been built. After the initial small batch trials, it was now on the right track. The factory was located in the market district of Luoyang Commandery. The main production processes for red sugar were juice extraction, boiling, stir-frying for soft red sugar, and molding and cooling for hard candy blocks. These were all very simple steps. Even without specialized equipment, as long as there was a container for boiling sugar, it could be made by hand. The technical difficulty was not high. Otherwise, the Zhu tribe would not have been able to produce red sugar so early on. However, to adapt to large-scale production, Han Feng had designed a set of sweet sorghum pressing equipment. This machine was driven by a windmill. At the front was a constantly rising and falling chopper that could cut the fed sweet sorghum into desired lengths. Then, these small sections of sweet sorghum were placed in a hydraulic cylinder and physically pressed to extract the juice. This hydraulic equipment was actually similar to the oil press in the Hanyang City oil mill. Water was manually injected into the press to increase the weight of the hammer. After the juice was extracted, the plug was pulled to release the water. It was a very primitive hydraulic device, but at least the principle was the same, just with a different driving force. The equipment was completely fine. The next step was to wait for the next sweet sorghum harvest season to start mass-producing red sugar. As for white sugar or yellow sugar, which required filtering out the pigments, that would require secondary deep processing with red sugar as the raw material. However, Han Feng had no such plans for the time being. Not to mention whether it could be made. Even if it could, the cost would not be cheap. Moreover, with red sugar as a seasoning, Han Feng could now recreate some of the delicacies he had eaten in his previous life, such as red braised dishes. Without soy sauce, sugar was needed to caramelize for color. Another use was for smoking meat. Many people loved smoked meat, especially dishes like pig's head meat, smoked chicken, and smoked duck. Han Feng used to like them very much, but he couldn't make them without red sugar. This type of cooked smoked meat was different from the cured meat smoked for preservation. Cured meat only required the smoke from smoldering fresh, wet wood and grass. Smoking cooked snacks required sugar. It wasn't difficult. Take smoked chicken, for example. After killing and seasoning the chicken with salt, it was boiled in a pot. Then it was taken out and drained. A large pot was set up, without water, and a bowl of red sugar was poured in. A bamboo rack was placed on top, and the chicken was put inside. The lid was closed, and the pot was heated dry. The red sugar in the pot would release a large amount of smoke when heated, eventually smoking the chicken's skin to a reddish-gold color, which was both beautiful and added that unique red sugar smoke flavor. During Han Feng's stay in Luoyang Commandery, De Shu and the Yu Fu and Yu Yi brothers also benefited, often getting to eat the varied delicacies from the commandery governor's mansion's kitchen. Lotus roots from the Great Marsh, radishes and cabbage from Luoyang Commandery, green beans, mung bean sprouts, boiled peanuts, with some chili peppers added to make a vegetarian medley. Smoked chicken and smoked duck, fried small fish and shrimp, fried peanuts, and a few large flatbreads, with a pot of rice wine. It was simply too pleasant. But such days always come to an end. Although Han Feng had been running around for the past 6 months, he hadn't forgotten to write his books. After more than a year, the 2 books he personally created, plagiarized, Selected Poems, and Han Writes, were finally completed. Selected Poems was a book to cultivate sentiment, promote the traditional virtues of hard work, respect for the elderly and love for the young, and diligence and thrift. The poems in the book were mainly on these themes, for example, Pity the Farmer. Of course, the main purpose of this book was to teach people to read. It was a basic language book. The other book, Han Writes, focused on various etiquettes, folk festivals, weddings and funerals, sacrifices, making friends, gatherings, banquets, and other occasions. It also combined the Han tribe's 20 ranks of nobility, writing out the specifications for different noble ranks and social statuses in different occasions. This book was of intermediate difficulty. After learning to read and understanding some traditional virtues, one could then learn Han Writes. As long as one learned these 2 books, one could basically graduate. All schools in the future would follow this. As for a higher level, students who wanted to become officials, in addition to these, would have to study policy debate, focusing on current political affairs, how to solve various problems, how to handle the relationship between officials and the people, how to complete tasks assigned by superiors, and what official virtues to abide by. In addition to this, there was also a book called Han Law, which was a constitutional code. However, it had not yet been completed. As the Han tribe system became more and more perfect, the various situations encountered also became more and more numerous. Especially with something like law, it had to be detailed, so that law enforcers had a law to follow, rather than judging a person's guilt based on personal subjective feelings. This point had to be made clear. It was precisely because of this meticulousness that this book was being written very slowly. Han Feng had to think of all possible situations in advance, and then propose solutions and what punishments to impose. These were all in the language arts. In mathematics, Han Feng had also compiled 2 books with very simple and direct names, Elementary Arithmetic and Intermediate Arithmetic. The advanced one had not yet been compiled. The knowledge involved in elementary arithmetic was all elementary school content: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division operations, making tables, calculating accounts, basic geometry, mainly the characteristics of several shapes, length, width, height, area, volume, capacity, angles, and weight. Intermediate arithmetic involved simple equation operations, algebra, functions, advanced geometry, and so on. It also included some junior high school physics knowledge, mainly about mechanics, which was currently acceptable knowledge. At least, those who had learned the elementary level could understand a part of it. After learning these, one could participate in the construction of some bridge projects, the manufacturing of production machinery, and shipbuilding, belonging to the professional category of engineers. As for a higher level, Han Feng had not written it yet, nor did he plan to publish it. He didn't think that things like calculus could be mastered by primitive people now. Besides, even if they learned it, it would not be used in daily life. The last book was Nature. The content of this book was based on elementary school nature and junior high school science. It covered a wide range of knowledge, but it did not require deep mastery. It was mainly a popular science book. It covered everything from astronomy and geography to weather, seasons, seasonal changes, biology, and basic physics and chemistry. For example, what is thunder, Why does it rain? How are clouds formed? Why does river water flow? Don't hide under a tree during a thunderstorm, or you might be struck by lightning. These may seem unimportant, but they can dispel ignorant thoughts, so that people are not like the primitive ancestors who thought a solar eclipse was a celestial dog eating the sun and the end of the world was coming. In terms of biology, cells and the like were not mentioned, but seed germination, plant growth, animal reproduction, and the types of animals and plants were. There was also some knowledge about mold. Learning these was mainly to popularize some basic knowledge about farming and animal husbandry. Although they had been farming all along, they had no idea why seeds would sprout or how they would mature and bear fruit. They knew the what, but not the why. But after reading this book, they would have a new understanding of animals and plants. What are mammals? What are oviparous animals, cold-blooded animals and reptiles, etc., learning to distinguish various wild animals, and how to domesticate cattle, horses, and sheep. Regarding physics and chemistry, there were only simple introductions. The series of changes in the state of matter, what is dissolution, what is evaporation, what is condensation, and some simple knowledge about light, such as how rainbows are produced. The chemistry aspect focused on metals and carbon, allowing readers to identify several metals, their properties, how carbon is produced, whether they are poisonous, and to remember to open windows when burning charcoal in winter, or they would be poisoned by the gas. These were all things they might encounter. This was a thoroughly miscellaneous book, with the main purpose of popularizing some common sense of life for the common people, so that they would no longer be so ignorant. Then, through the mouths of the students, it would be told to their parents, so that it would gradually be promoted throughout the Han tribe. None of these books had been printed yet. Currently, there was only one handwritten manuscript in Han Feng's hands. So, as soon as he finished his business here, he wanted to go back. The only place where books could be printed was Hanyang City, and the school was also there. How could he not go back? Before leaving, Han Feng first called Deshu and arranged for him to build a new market district, the entire city to be used as a school, under permissible conditions. After all, the population of Luoyang Commandery was not small, and the education of children was a problem. Now that Han Feng's teaching materials were written, printing would not take long, so this problem had to be addressed quickly. After arranging this task, Han Feng had someone call for the Exon tribe's merchant elder, Niu Wei. This guy had been either wandering the market, watching boats by the river, or hanging out with vendors for the past 2 months, frequenting the food street every day. Of course, the most important thing was to contact his subordinates, ask them if they had learned any skills while working, who they were surrounded by, if there were any who could be poached, who had some skills, and to build good relationships with them so that they could all be lured away in the future. But Niu Wei never expected that the Han chief would specifically look for him just to ask if he wanted to go to school, if he wanted to go to Hanyang City to have a look. Could it be that he had passed the test of these 2 months? Was he finally allowed to see other commanderies? With a heart full of trepidation and a hint of anticipation, Niu Wei once again came to the Luoyang Commandery governor's mansion and met Han Feng, who had summoned him. In the main hall of the governor's mansion, it was the same position as last time. Han Feng sat in the main seat on the high platform, holding a brush and writing something nonstop. Niu Wei knelt below, quietly waiting for Han Feng's instructions. After a long while, Han Feng finally stopped writing, then waved the brush at Niu Wei and suddenly asked, "Do you want to learn to read and write Han characters?" "Huh? I do, of course I do. Can I really learn?" Niu Wei was stunned for a moment, but after he came to his senses, he quickly nodded. There are many characters in the Han tribe, as well as other knowledge and etiquette. It might take several years to learn everything. I can allow your Exon tribe to send people to learn, but their age cannot exceed 16. You are an exception. I won't mind your age. However, this education is not free. You must exchange something for it. And the tuition itself is not cheap. After all, brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and books are all quite expensive. After saying this, Han Feng had a minor official next to him bring Niu Wei a set of the 4 treasures of the study, as well as a printed copy of the old version of selected poems, one of the first 3,000 copies printed. This, Chief Han, I wonder how much we need to pay for one person to study here. Niu Wei was also shrewd. He deliberately asked Han Feng what things he wanted, not what conditions he would set. After all, if it was things, the Exon tribe could find a way to get them. But if he let Han Feng set the conditions, who knew what he would say? Would they have to agree even if he asked the Exon tribe to cede Bamboo Island? 10 cattle and 10 horses per person. Remember, This is the tuition per person per year. If you want to continue for a second year, you'll have to send more next year. Of course, you can bring them all at once. Also, as for the number of students, you can decide for yourself. We can take a few hundred at a time. More than 1,000 would be difficult to teach. Our school is not that big yet. Han Feng directly quoted the price he had long thought of. When Niu heard this, he almost coughed up a mouthful of old blood. 10 cattle and 10 horses per person per year, and 1,000 people. If 1,000 people really came, that would be 20,000 large livestock every year. How many people did their Exon tribe have in total? If they were to support 1,000 people in school, the entire tribe would probably be working for the Han tribe for free, with all their assets used to support these 1,000 students. Sending 1,000 exchange students was out of the question. Niu shook his head inwardly. It wasn't a matter of whether they could afford it, but that there was no need for so many. Besides, the distance between the two tribes was too great. Bringing so many people would require an astronomical amount of supplies for the journey. It wasn't that the Exon tribe couldn't afford the cattle and horses. They wouldn't have to provide them themselves. The Exon tribe only needed to transport a batch of white salt from Bamboo Island to the grasslands to exchange for a large number of livestock. And for the Exon tribe, which was located by the sea, white salt was practically inexhaustible. It just took time to sun-dry. Han Feng, of course, knew this. The reason he set such a condition was mainly because the Han tribe was currently focused on its own development and was too stretched to handle the grassland trade. This was why he hadn't sent Yufu again this year. It wasn't due to a lack of manpower, but a lack of goods. The three most sought-after commodities in the grassland trade were white salt, iron pots, and cloth. However, the Han tribe only had one salt mine. With so many new people absorbed in the past 2 years, and so many new commanderies and counties established this year, that one salt mine had to supply the daily salt for nearly 100,000 people. It wasn't that the salt mine's reserves were insufficient, but that production capacity was limited. After all, the salt couldn't be eaten directly after being mined. It had to go through multiple processes like dissolving, filtering, and re-evaporation and crystallization. Therefore, production was limited. Supplying their internal needs was fine for now, but there wasn't much surplus for foreign trade. The demand for iron was also an issue. The once relatively abundant production had been strained by the growing population, with a massive increase in internal demand for iron pots, farm tools, weapons, carts, ships, and tools. The Han tribe currently had no spare capacity to export ironware. They had to satisfy internal demand first. To expand steel production, they would have to wait until the new steel commandery was built and a steel plant was established there. The same was true for cloth. As the population grew, the people's demand for clothing and shoes increased dramatically. On top of that, the new sales for ships consumed a large amount of cloth, so foreign supply had to be suspended. Of course, just saving wasn't enough. They also had to increase production. This time, besides supervising the printing of books and the opening of schools, Han Feng's most important task upon his return was to find ways to expand the production capacity of various materials. It was for these reasons that Han Feng thought of a different approach. He would have the Exon tribe supply white salt to the grasslands, exchange it for a large number of cattle and horses, and then send them to the Han tribe. Besides tuition, all other goods would also be paid for with livestock. This would provide a continuous supply of animals to fuel the Han tribe's development. As for worrying about the Exon tribe growing too powerful in the future, increasing their influence on the grasslands, and eventually interfering with the Han tribe, that was impossible. As long as Han Feng's plan succeeded, neither the Exon tribe nor the nomadic tribes would benefit. They would only serve as a continuous source of blood for the Han tribe. And it wouldn't be long before Han Feng could control the entire Exon tribe. At that point, what happened would be up to him. First, if the Exon tribe wanted to obtain the Han tribe's technology and material assistance, they could only exchange it for cattle and horses. So they would have to devote more manpower to salt production and cargo transportation. And the technology transferred to the Exon tribe couldn't be applied immediately. It would take time to absorb. As for the nomadic tribes on the grasslands, in order to obtain the Exon tribe's metal support and white salt assistance, they could only sell their hard-raised cattle and horses to the Exon tribe, which was essentially selling them to the Han tribe. The greatest asset of the nomadic tribes was their large number of cattle and horses. In this way, with a large number of livestock being transported to the Han tribe, their own strength would be weakened. Chief Han, we should probably send 100 people over first. If there are too many, It would be quite inconvenient due to the long journey. But why does Chief Han only accept young people under the age of 16? Niuwei asked Han Feng with the help of the translator. Why only children under 16? Do you think I'd tell you it's because these children are ignorant and naive, relatively pure, and easier to brainwash? This was what Han Feng was thinking, but he didn't say it out loud. When these young children learned the Han tribe's culture and compared it to the Exon tribe where they were born, it was really uncertain which side their hearts would lean towards. Because young people learn faster. And after they finish learning, they will have a longer time to contribute to the Exon tribe. If you bring a group of old men over, not only will they learn slowly, but they might die of old age on the way back. Wouldn't you be wasting all that tuition money? Han Feng explained with a fabricated reason. After hearing the translation, Niuwei had a sudden realization and repeatedly said it made sense. Why hadn't he thought of that? It seemed Chief Han was indeed clever. Oh, and since you are willing to come to school, you will definitely need brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones when you go back. I am willing to teach you the manufacturing techniques for these things, as well as printing technology, so that you can continue to study when you return and teach the Han tribe's knowledge to more of your people. Don't get too excited yet. These technologies are very important. It's fine to teach them to your Exon tribe, but you will also need to exchange them for something. Han Feng dug another big pit for Niuwei. Han Feng had made this decision after careful consideration. To quickly spread the Han tribe's culture in the Exon tribe, it would be very difficult without things like papermaking and printing as a medium of transmission. Why was it that during the spring and autumn period, only the children of feudal lords and generals could learn culture and writing? It was because bamboo and wooden slips were too expensive to make, and their weight made them very inconvenient to transport, so writing was mastered by only a few people. When Niuwei heard that there was technology to be learned, he immediately perked up his ears. Of course, he could accept Han Feng's conditions. If Han Feng didn't want anything and just gave them the technology for free, that would be truly strange. On the contrary, the higher the price the Han tribe set, the more at ease he would be. Chief Han, please speak. As long as it is something we can do, we will definitely find a way to solve it. Niuwei didn't make any empty promises. He spoke with the potential of a diplomat. What did he mean by something we can do? Of course, it was things they considered beneficial. As for anything harmful to the Exon tribe, they could just say they couldn't do it. It was full of diplomatic cliches. Han Feng didn't directly state the Han tribe's conditions, but first asked Niuwei a few questions in return. You've been in the Han tribe for 2 months. I haven't had anyone beat you, have I? No. Chief Han has been very good to us. Niuwei was a little confused, not knowing what Han Feng meant by this. Then did I not assign you a dedicated place to live and arrange work for you so that you can earn money and eat in the Han tribe? Well, that's also true. Niuwei continued to be confused. Yes, that's what I mean. The manufacturing technology for brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones can be given to you, but these things are not so easy to make, which is why your tuition is relatively expensive. Therefore, if I teach you directly, you won't learn it in a few years. So I plan to, like you, send a diplomatic mission to the Exon tribe. This mission will have craftsmen who are proficient in these technologies. They can provide technical guidance, and your tribesmen can be the craftsmen. This way, you can produce these things in a short time, but I want your Exon tribe to also set aside a piece of land for the mission to live on. This piece of land should be a bit larger, have a place to live, be close to a water source, have arable land, so they can grow their own food and not have to trouble you to provide it. It also needs to be able to build a few workshops, because the mission's craftsmen need a place to teach the manufacturing techniques of these things. Being close to the workshops would also be more convenient, so they don't have to run around. And a school. We can also help build a school there, using your students who have returned from studying abroad as teachers. With the help of the Han tribe's mission, your people can quickly learn advanced knowledge. Yes, this place should preferably be by the sea, because our Han tribe also agrees to trade with your Exon tribe, so your Exon tribe must also allow our Han tribe's merchants to sell things there. Therefore, we need to build a dock that can transport goods. Oh, and we also need to open a bank in this place, because we need to use our Han tribe's currency when trading with you. Of course, you don't have to worry that we will stay and not leave. I can sign an agreement with your Exon tribe to lease this piece of land you have allocated to the mission for a period of 20 years. The rent will be the technology we teach you. How about that? But if you sign this agreement, you must also protect our mission from threats. After all, when you were in the Han tribe, I didn't have anyone beat you. And you cannot interfere with what our people do in this area, because there are some technologies that I have not agreed to give you, and they need to be kept secret for the time being. Finally, if your tribesmen attack our mission, our people have the right to fight back, and you cannot pursue the matter afterwards. Of course, you don't have to be afraid that we will attack the Exon tribe. Our warriors will only stay in the area you have allocated to us to protect its safety. As long as your tribesmen don't randomly break in, our warriors will not randomly attack. Even if they do, they will definitely not fight outside that area. This can all be written in the terms. You don't have to doubt anything. It is definitely necessary to station warriors, because we will have our workshops, confidential technology, banks, and trading houses there, as well as large warehouses of supplies. We need our own team to protect our rights and interests from being violated. Han Feng slowly said a long paragraph, expressing his idea of getting a concession in the Exon tribe. This was a bold idea, and it was not without the possibility of success. After all, what the Han tribe was offering was technology. Wasn't advanced technology worth this price? Although most of it was for making brushes, ink, paper, and printing. But once this goal was achieved, it would lay a solid foundation for the Han tribe on the Exon tribe's territory, which would play a great role in reconnaissance, infiltration, and strategic layout in the Exon tribe. Niue was dumbfounded. He really hadn't expected Han Feng to make such a request, and it was the first time he had heard of leasing a piece of land with a specified period of use. Moreover, Han Feng had blocked all possible reasons for rebuttal, leaving Niue unable to even say no. If you say you won't arrange a place for the Han tribe's mission, but the Han tribe did arrange a camp for them. Although it was just a place to live, it was indeed a private space, and no ordinary Han tribesman had ever gone to that camp to disturb them. In this way, Niue couldn't refuse. And the seaport dock, warehouses, trading houses, banks, schools, and workshops that Han Feng mentioned were all real facilities. They would all be built by the Han tribe, but they would only be leased for 20 years. When they left after 20 years, it was impossible for them to dismantle these things, right? In this way, from a long-term perspective, it seemed that the Exon tribe was still getting a great deal. It looked very cost-effective. You have to know that the things Han Feng mentioned could not be built all at once. It would take about 10 years to build them all. But after using them for only a few years, they would leave, and the things they left behind would be almost brand new. Especially the dock. The Exon tribe had no idea how to build it, and they didn't have large ships. But if the Han tribe could really develop sea transportation between Bamboo Island and the mainland, wouldn't they be able to just pick up the ready-made one? Although the Han tribe was still keeping some technology secret from them, with such a large mission staying there for 20 years, wouldn't the Exon tribe have plenty of opportunities to infiltrate, or simply bribe some high-ranking officials in the mission to get some technology? After all, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. The Han tribe was so far from Bamboo Island. Han Feng would probably not personally travel so far. He could only send someone to manage it. At that time, even if the Exon tribe bribed this high-ranking official and stole some of the Han tribe's technology, if no one reported it, Han Feng would not know. Thinking of this, Niue became more and more excited. This was a way for the Exon tribe to achieve a great leap forward in technology in a short period of time. In 20 years, the Exon tribe could be raised to the same level as the Han tribe. Perhaps in his lifetime, Niue could also see the day when the Exon tribe was as powerful as the Han tribe. But there was still a big problem with this matter. That was how many people the Han tribe would send, how many troops they would station, and whether the great leader of the Exon tribe would agree. These were all problems. After all, Niue was just an elder in charge of foreign trade. Such a big matter was not something he could decide on his own. After thinking about it, he said to Han Feng, "Chief Han, it's not that I don't agree to this matter, but that I am not qualified to make this decision. This matter must be reported to our chief before a reply can be given. What do you think?" "Yes, I can understand. Our Han tribe is not in a hurry. After all, you are the ones who need the technology, not the Han tribe. How about this? You are going back soon anyway, to select a group of young students and to raise the tuition fees. I will first send a 100-person mission with you. The envoy will negotiate with your chief in person. If he agrees, then let the mission stay and allocate a piece of land to us. I will then have the subsequent personnel and supplies sent over in batches. If your chief does not agree, then let the mission return to the Han tribe with your first batch of students. Is this arrangement okay?" Hearing Han Feng's proposal, Niue had no choice but to agree. He promised that when he sent people back this time, He would emphasize the matter to his chief, hoping he would agree. Then, Niue bowed and took his leave. Not everyone in the Exon tribe's delegation would have the opportunity to study in Hanyang Commandery, so Niue had to make arrangements for them before he left. He also had to send a portion of his men back to deliver the news. In reality, it was to gather a batch of payments and tuition fees, and also to escort the Han tribe's diplomatic mission back to the Exon tribe, and then have the chief select a group of young students to come and study. There were many things to arrange, and Han Feng was about to set off for Hanyang Commandery soon, so Niue didn't have much time. That evening, Niue bought some delicious snacks at the market and returned to their camp. His subordinates had all received notice from the Han tribe and had all returned to the camp to await further orders. Greetings, Elder. Great Elder. Have a seat. I bought some food. Let's eat together, and then I have something to tell you. In an open space in the camp, a whole lamb was roasting over a bonfire. Niue had specially bought it, along with some cumin and chili as seasoning. There were also plenty of fried fish, shrimp, and peanuts to go with the meal. The few men who worked at the winery had even brought a bamboo tube of rice wine, though not much. It was gone after 1 cup per person. Everyone sat around a straw mat with smiles on their faces. For the past 2 months, they had been working in the workshops every day, and their meals were the same as everyone else's. It wasn't every day they got to eat so much meat. After distributing a piece of roast lamb to everyone, Niue arranged for some men to stand guard, and then began to confer with a few of his lieutenants in secret. I told you to keep an eye out for useful people, to secretly collect seeds, and to learn about the Han tribe's technology. How have you all done? Tell me one by one. Niue asked a few men in a low voice. Elder, let me go first. I've been following the minor officials of Luoyang Commandery, farming the official fields. But they only let me work on the wheat, nothing else, so I've only learned how to grow wheat. The Han tribe is really amazing at farming. They use a tool made of wood and iron called a plow, and there are many kinds. Some are pulled by people, some by oxen. You haven't seen the real thing, but the pattern is on the Han tribe's 5-cent copper coin. Plowing with that thing is so fast, and it goes deep and straight. Not only that, but they also fertilize the fields. They pile up manure, and then I don't know how they process it, but after that, they bury it in the fields. They say it makes the grain grow especially well. I don't know if it's true or not, since the wheat isn't ripe yet, but that's what they all do. I also found the people the elder asked me to find. It's a man in his 30s, and he has a brother from the same clan. They were both kicked out of their tribe, so they're considered wild men. They later joined the Han tribe with another tribe, but since there were only 2 of them and they didn't bring anything useful, they weren't given a clan name. Because of this, they were assigned to farm the official fields. They said they have to farm the official fields for 5 years to get an official household registration, their own land, and property. They've only been at it for a little over 2 years, so they have at least 3 more years to go before they can make a name for themselves. These 2 are excellent farmers. They've been farming the official fields for over 2 years. Not only are they good at farming, but they can also repair farm tools, and they know how to make compost. They're both useful men. I asked them if they wanted to go with me. If they came to the Exon tribe, they would immediately be given land, a ready-made house, and an ox. If there was a suitable match, I could even introduce them to a couple of wives. They agreed on the spot. They even complained to me that the Han tribe is good, but the rules are too strict, and they're especially stingy. Even the grain they grow in their own fields, they have to give half to the tribe. As long as what I said is true, they're willing to go anytime. The lieutenant chuckled after he finished, seemingly proud of what he had accomplished. Niue wasn't so optimistic, but he didn't doubt the identity of the 2 men. He was just worried that this matter would be exposed. Thinking of this, he asked the lieutenant again. No one else knows about this, right? Did you tell them not to tell anyone else? Don't worry, Elder. These 2 are timid. I scared them. I told them not to tell anyone else about this. If it gets leaked and the Han tribe finds out, not only will they not get the benefits, but they might even be severely punished, maybe even demoted to slaves. They were very scared, especially of being turned into slaves. I heard that the Han tribe slaves have their toes cut off, so I don't think these 2 will go around talking about it. At most, they'll just discuss it between themselves. The lieutenant continued to analyze. You've done well. Go contact these 2 tomorrow. You might have to set off on your return journey. Niue thought for a moment, found no problems, and gave the farming lieutenant his instructions. We're going back in a few days? Oh, all right. The lieutenant was stunned for a moment, then understood when he saw Niue nod. What about you? How are things on your end? Niuewei asked again. Let me speak. I work at the winery. The Han Tribe's winery is also newly built. The technology was partly provided by the Han Tribe's chief, and the rest is mainly done by a newly arrived Jiu clan. Recently, everyone has been making juku according to the method given by Chief Han. The Jiu clan's own people have also tried to brew wine with this new juku. I've memorized all the methods, but it's still too early to know how the new wine will turn out. But this thing is quite easy. It's just made by fermenting moldy grain and cooked leftover rice. But it seems you have to use grain with the husk on. I don't know if our corn will work, but we can try when we get back. And I also got some wheat and barley seeds from the winery's warehouse. I hid them in my shoes. I hide a little every day, and now I have 1 or 2 gene. As for the people the elder asked me to find, I don't have any particularly suitable ones. The people at the winery are either from the Jiu clan or people with Han Tribe household registration. They're not likely to leave, and I don't have much opportunity to interact with others. Another lieutenant also reported on his situation during this period. You've also done well. It's fine if you didn't find anyone. Being too deliberate in your search could easily get you discovered. Where are the wheat seeds now? Did you bring them back? Niuewei commented and then asked about the seeds he was most concerned about. I brought them back. I got them when I came back just now. I hid them in my pants. No one found them. Bring them to me after we finish eating. What about the others? Niuewei continued to ask. It's my turn now, I was assigned to the construction site to cook for the workers. I've been eating well these days. I've even gotten fat, As another lieutenant spoke, the others around him started to punch him. They were so envious. This guy had the best job. Although cooking was dirty and tiring, when it came to eating, he always got the first bite. This was a special perk for most cooks. All right, stop hitting me. When we all go back and grow our own wheat, I'll cook for you too. We're talking about serious business now. The lieutenant begged for mercy, and the others threatened him to cook delicious food when they got back before letting him go. What should I say first? Let's talk about seeds. Many of the Han Tribe's vegetables are from the seeds we got from them last time, but there are also some we don't have, like cabbage, radish, long beans, and a kind of pickled vegetable called jakai. The most famous vegetable is the chili pepper. You've eaten it too. And this thing can not only be eaten fresh, but it can also be dried and used as a spice. You can stir-fry it, stew it in soup, grind it into chili powder for barbecue, or mash it and mix it with noodles. It's the most important vegetable in the Han Tribe. Every family grows it. I also bought some seeds from the master cook. They're all from his own garden. Except for the jakai, I have all the beans, radishes, cabbage, and chili peppers I just mentioned. I traded the elder's snail bones, the pearls Chief Han mentioned, for them. He took the pearls back to give to his wife. The Han Tribe has many kinds of cooking utensils. I've studied them pretty well. The most commonly used is the iron pot. We probably can't make this ourselves, but the others, like rolling pins, steamers, and slotted spoons, and some coarse pottery jars and pots, we can make those. Oh right, there's also a vegetable called loofah. I got some of that too. We have a few planted next to our kitchen. We can't even eat all the loofahs that grow. And when this thing is fully ripe and dry, you can scoop out the pulp and use it to scrub pots. I got some seeds for that too. Most of the other things are flour-based foods and rice, and some stir-fried dishes. The Han Tribe has too many ways of eating. I haven't learned them all, but I can find some people who can cook these dishes. There are many outside helpers in the kitchen. Some have been there for almost 2 years. I also found a few who are good at cooking, and some who can weave steamers and repair kitchen utensils. They're willing to go with us. I just need to let them know. It's just that the Han Tribe's kitchen knives are made of iron. I don't know what our Exon tribe will do. This kitchen knife is too important for cooking. It really might not work without a kitchen knife. The lieutenant reported his situation and finally voiced his concern. After all, this ironware was really not that easy to make. Let's think about this when we get back. See if there's any breakthrough possible with the Han Tribe's diplomatic mission. Niuewei nodded thoughtfully, considering the topic closed. After these few had spoken, everyone looked at the last lieutenant who hadn't spoken. Me? I've been at the tofu workshop. The soybeans came from our Exon tribe, but we really don't know how to eat them as well as the Han Tribe. The last lieutenant first sighed with emotion before continuing. The work at the tofu workshop was to soak soybeans for a day, then grind them into soy milk with a stone mill. The soy milk could be boiled and drunk directly, but it was poisonous when raw. After boiling the soy milk, you stir in some brine, and the soy milk water turns into soft tofu. At this point, you can also add some seasoning and eat it directly, where you can put it in a wooden box lined with cloth and press it. After a while, it becomes a block of tofu. The most crucial thing here is the brine. I heard from the people at the tofu workshop that this brine is naturally formed. It's the accumulated water under their Han tribe's salt mine, which is actually salt brine. Although we eat sea salt, there are also salt mines on Bamboo Island, near the mouth of the Qingchuan River. If we dig a well there, we should be able to get some brine. There are also dried tofu and tofu skin, which are made by wrapping soft tofu in linen cloth. The pressing method is different, but the rest is similar. But if we want to make it, we might need a lot of cloth. There's nothing else really. I worked there for over a month. The most important thing at the tofu workshop should be the stone mill. I don't know how to make it, but I found someone who does. This stonework is not difficult to make. It just takes a lot of time to polish. But if you have iron tools, it should be much faster. The last lieutenant also introduced his situation and proposed his own opinion. Ironware again. It seemed this ironware was really important. In just a short while, Niue had heard them mention it many times. Iron farm tools, iron weapons, iron kitchen utensils. There was almost nothing that didn't involve iron. But the Exon tribe was completely clueless about it. They didn't even know if there was iron or on Bamboo Island. What should they do? Forget it. It was better to go back and persuade the chief to find a way to keep the Han tribe's diplomatic mission, and then try to get something from them. Anyone who could be sent on a diplomatic mission to an outside tribe must be an important person. They might know more about iron smelting. And didn't they say there were many craftsmen in the mission? What if there was one who knew how to smelt iron? Temporarily putting these matters aside, Niue began to arrange the plan for their return. Tomorrow, you will start taking the people you have found. After gathering them, send them to our return route first. Set up a temporary camp and have them wait there for our returning party. This time, you will go back first. Let's split the group in half. 50 people will stay in the Han tribe. I will take a few of them with me to Hanyang City with Chief Han. The others will continue to work in the workshops here and learn as many useful skills as possible, but you must not be exposed. The other 50 people will pick up those hidden on the road halfway. Then you will also have to escort the 100-person Han tribe diplomatic mission back to our Exon tribe and lead them to see our chief. They will naturally talk to the chief about what needs to be discussed. Remember, you must continue to hide the identities of those craftsmen on the way back. Do not let the accompanying Han tribe diplomatic mission know about this, or it will be difficult for the Han tribe to teach us the technology. Niue repeatedly warned the few lieutenants. He was willing to personally lead the team back, but unfortunately, he couldn't leave yet. While Niue was holding a meeting with his subordinates, the Jinwu Guard was not idle. Using the government's many eyes and ears, they confirmed that all the Exon tribe members had returned to their camp. Then, Jin Yi also summoned his men who had infiltrated the various workshops. The situations of the 28 men varied. The kitchen on the construction site had the most contacts, a total of 6. The others had 2 or 3, and the winery had none at all. In total, only 12 could be confirmed to be taken away. 12 out of 28 infiltrated. This was not a low number. Too many would have easily been detected by the other party. However, the remaining dozen or so would not be idle. Han Feng could give them new identities and have them go with the diplomatic mission, or have them dress up as merchants to be responsible for the communication between the Han tribe and the mission in the future. Of course, such a small number of people would be difficult to have much of an effect. The infiltration plan would continue. The next step was to start from the school, to turn a batch of the Exon tribe's exchange students, and to insert a batch of Han tribe students. This way, the overall situation would basically be reliable. At a tense meeting, everyone agreed to support and help each other in the Exon tribe, and to definitely complete the mission assigned by the chief. In fact, they had no mission when they first went over. Being able to successfully infiltrate without being discovered and protecting their own safety was already a victory. After that, it was to strive to gain status in the Exon tribe and wait for the chief to issue an order for them to execute. There was no celebration, no dinner party. Their mission had just begun. After bidding each other farewell, everyone quietly went back. The next day, Han Feng had already begun to arrange for the convoy to be loaded with the white paper produced by the paper mill in the past 2 months, preparing to take it back to Hanyang City to start mass printing books. These few books were all finalized versions. As long as the Han tribe's political power was stable and Han Feng was not overthrown, there would basically be no changes. Han writes, elementary and intermediate arithmetic, and nature. These 4 books could be used as basic textbooks for a long time. There were also the bamboo-handled brushes produced in Luoyang Commandery. The Lake Heart Island here had bamboo, and the antelopes and wolves raised in Luoyang Commandery were also relatively numerous, so the supply of bristles was also sufficient. The remaining ink sticks and inkstones were all produced in Hanyang Commandery. The mountains there had more pine trees, and there were also ready-made various kilns, so firing inkstones was also easy. And during this time, when Han Feng had nothing to do, he had also developed that portable brush, the size of a fountain pen. The front was a 3 mm diameter wolf hair small script brush head, and the back bamboo tube could hold ink. It also came with a bamboo cap of the same diameter as the pen body, which could be used to protect the brush head. This brush was actually not difficult to make. The key was that ordinary water-based ink could not be used, because if it was not used for a period of time, the ink inside would settle and separate, and it would basically be impossible to write. And it was not easy to disassemble and clean it again. So Han Feng used an oil-based ink that the printing workshop had previously developed. It was the one with the best effect among the several pens tested. The ink hardly settled, and the brush head's absorption was also relatively strong. It was not easy to leak ink, and the evaporation speed was also relatively fast. In short, it was a quick-drying type. After writing a few dozen characters, when the last ones were finished, the first ones were basically dry, unlike water-based ink that had to be left to dry for a long time. But such good ink was of course more expensive. After all, one was mixed with water, and the other was mixed with oil. The cost was there. This portable small script brush was designated by Han Feng as a special-purpose shorthand pen for official business. It was very convenient for going out on business, and there was no need to carry an inkstick and inkstone. It could be taken out and used directly anywhere. The first batch to be equipped with this pen, besides the officials of Luoyang Commandery, were the Yu Fu and Yu Yi brothers. They were both people who traveled all year round, especially Yu Fu. Han Feng had also asked him to write a sailing log every day. Now in the Han tribe, besides Han Feng, Yu Fu was almost the person who wrote the most. After both the Han and Exon sides had arranged their own people, Han Feng set off for Hanyang Commandery on the third day of the negotiations. This time, besides Han Feng and the cargo convoy, Niu Wei also took the 50 people who were about to leave to Hanyang City. It wasn't that they had something to do, but they needed to meet up with the Han tribe's diplomatic mission there. Because Han Feng hadn't picked out all the candidates for the mission yet, it was impossible for them to leave immediately. Han Feng was still riding his gray mountain, with Ro Ro following beside him. In front and behind were long convoys loaded with a large amount of white paper and brushes, as well as many animal hides and wool, all to supply the newly established commanderies and counties. Niu Wei led his 50 men, riding horses alongside, looking at the long convoy of the Han tribe, feeling an indescribable envy in his heart. If the Exon tribe also had such strong transport capacity, what would the scene be like? The Exon tribe still only had a carrying pole. The strongest official transport force was just a pack horse, which was not on the same level as the Han tribe at all. The group walked along the main road to the west. Just after leaving Luoyang Commandery, not far from the city, they could still see many people digging an artificial river and some special villages distributed on both sides of the river. They were called villages, but they were actually li ju, similar to modern residential communities. All the houses were put together, plus some surrounding walls, forming a large courtyard. The entire li ju had only one entrance. The li zhang would count the people when they went out in the morning and came back in the evening. They were not allowed to go out casually. After all, this was still undeveloped wilderness, and no one could say for sure if a wild boar or a terror bird would suddenly run out and attack people. Looking at these villages under construction, the artificial river being dug, and the iron hoes and shovels wielded by the Han tribesmen, Niu Wei's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This was all the convenience brought by tools. And Niu Wei had not been idle during his 2 months in the Han tribe. He was no longer the ignorant Wu Xiaoming he was when he first arrived. He also understood what these people were digging the river for. Besides being used to get earth to burn bricks and build houses, it could also be used to divert water from the big river to irrigate farmland, making land that was originally uncultivable usable for food production. In terms of land transformation and maximizing utilization, the Exon tribe was also far inferior to the Han tribe. If the Exon tribe could develop all the land on Bamboo Island, that long island stretching for thousands of miles would not have a population of less than 100,000. A group of people were all traveling by cart and horse, so the speed was naturally not slow. After walking for another morning, Niue saw in the distance ahead another rammed earth city with a large Han flag hanging high. This was also a newly built county town this year, the Sitong County located at the junction of the four commanderies. Although the construction time was short, there were not few people here. The initial 3,000 or so people who were transferred over, plus the several hundred slaves who were transferred over, were all people and vehicles inside and out, as well as many livestock. It looked very lively. The group had lunch in Sitong County at noon. The convoy also unloaded some supplies here, fed the cattle and horses with fodder and water, and then set off to the west again. The journey in the afternoon was relatively desolate. Occasionally, they could see a few convoys transporting goods on the road, all of whom were Han tribesmen. Other than that, they rarely saw anyone. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Niue finally found some Han tribesmen in the woods by the road again. They were wearing cloth clothes, with their hair tied up on top of their heads. They were carrying firewood in groups of a dozen or so and walking towards Ruyang Commandery. These people were all from Ruyang Commandery who had come out to cut wood and firewood. They often moved around in this area. When they met them, they were basically not far from the Ruyang River. Sure enough, after about another hour's walk, Niue saw in the distance, under the setting sun, a sparkling little river cutting off the horizon. On the other side of the river, the rice paddies swayed in the wind, and in the middle of the farmland, a city built of obvious man-made green bricks stood there. The city was not big, far from the grand scale of Luoyang Commandery, not even as big as a market district in Luoyang Commandery. Even the Sitong County where they had stopped for lunch at noon looked bigger than here. But in terms of the sturdiness of the buildings, this place ranked second, and no other city dared to claim first. Just looking at the layer of dark green bricks on the outer wall of the city wall, it was like it was built of large, solid mountain rocks. Not far from the foot of the towering city wall, a circle of sparkling water could be seen. The bends in the river were angular, obviously man-made. It was naturally no problem to say it was used to irrigate farmland, but Niue also saw another use for this artificial river, and that was defense. With such a river surrounding the city, it would be very difficult for either people or cavalry to cross the river to attack the city. Before Niue could think much, the team continued to move forward. Just when he thought he would have to ride his horse through the water, the convoy in front didn't even stop and drove directly across the river. This situation startled him, so he spurred his horse to leave the team and walk to the side. Only then did he see what was going on in front. He saw on the river ahead, a road built of logs and wooden planks spanned across it. That thing was not a moving machine, nor did it float on the water like a boat. Instead, there were several thick pillars firmly inserted into the bottom of the water, like a huge beast standing steadily in the water. "What is this?" Niue asked the translator beside him. "This is called a bridge. It's specially used to cross rivers. Any road built to cross a river can be called a bridge," the minor official who was translating replied. Niue nodded in understanding, thinking to himself, "I've learned something new again." Although he had already seen a sailing ship bigger than this bridge in Luoyang Commandery, they were not the same thing after all, so Niue was also amazed when he saw the bridge for the first time. The vehicles drove over one by one. Hanfeng walked over himself. Gray Mountain and Ro, these two, had to wade through the water, otherwise their small bodies might crush the bridge. Finally, it was Niue's turn with his dozens of men. They all got off and led their horses across the bridge. It was the first time he had walked on this thing, and he still wanted to walk on solid ground. The wooden bridge was very stable. The planks and beams used were also of good quality. The horse hooves made a thudding sound on the bridge deck, and the sound of flowing water came from under the bridge. This was truly a wonderful feeling he had never experienced before. And at this time, standing on the wooden bridge, Niue did not forget to observe his surroundings. After arriving here, he noticed that the shipping in Hanyang City was also very developed. Countless small boats were sliding downstream, and small boats were constantly coming up from downstream. Although these boats had no sails and were more than half the size of a sailing ship, their advantage was their large number and simple operation. 1 or 2 people could control a boat, so in terms of shipping, this place did not seem to be inferior to Luoyang Commandery. A civilization's strength can be seen from its transportation capacity. In this respect, the Han tribe was indeed a dozen streets ahead of all other civilizations. After crossing the bridge, there was a straight road leading to the city gate, cutting through the farmland. This road was dark, and the dirt on the ground could not be seen at all. It was obviously paved with a layer of something. But Niue rarely recognized it, because the Exon tribe also had this thing. It was the slag discarded after smelting metal. So this slag can be used to pave roads. But looking at the amount of slag on this road, how much or has the Han tribe smelted? This is too scary. Niue was secretly amazed, exclaiming in his heart that the Han tribe's metallurgy output was ridiculously high. Another symbol of the Han tribe's strength. How much was the annual metal output, and how much metal did the tribe have in total? But in this respect, the Exon tribe was even less qualified to compare. The Han tribe had already started using metal as currency. Was that metal output a joke? Finally, they arrived at the city gate. The towering city wall, nearly 8 meters high, looked both sturdy and majestic. The tribesmen living inside must feel a great sense of security. After crossing another uniquely shaped movable drawbridge, everyone was considered to have officially entered the city. The scene inside suddenly burst into view, leaving Niue and his party in awe. Having seen Luoyang Commandery, they had thought it was the best and largest human settlement in the world. But here in Hanyang City, the outer city wall alone surpassed Luoyang Commandery, and the inside of the city wall was several grades higher than Luoyang Commandery. It was true that it was not as big as the market district of Luoyang Commandery, but it gave people a sense of exquisiteness, like a sparrow, though small, has all its vital organs. It was like you had just seen a 240 square meter large-sized bare-bones apartment, and then you went to see a 90 square meter exquisitely decorated small apartment with a first-class design plan, decoration, and all top-of-the-line appliances. What would that feel like? That was what Niue felt at this moment. What was the feeling that Hanyang City and Luoyang Commandery gave Niue? If you really had to compare, Luoyang Commandery was big, but very earthy. The city walls were rammed earth, the streets were rammed earth, and even some residential houses were rammed earth adobe houses. But upon first entering Hanyang City, the first impression it gave him was clean and tidy. The city walls were built of green bricks, the streets were paved with green bricks, and the houses were built of green bricks. Many of the houses were also painted with white walls. The streets were not spotless, but there was no obvious dirt. On both sides of the road, there were rows of tung trees and willows as street trees. Under the trees, there were also some green belts, but they were also planted with chili peppers or lacquer grass. These two crops were also very beautiful when they bloomed. Besides the layout and decoration of the streets, the architecture of Hanyang City was also a sight to behold. Compared to the grand courtyards and halls of Luoyang Commandery, the buildings here were generally taller. The few residential areas were fine, all identical single-family courtyards. Although not as large as those in Luoyang Commandery, they had the advantage of being well-proportioned, with a beautiful environment and convenient living. The most conspicuous feature was the small pavilion with a wooden fence at the entrance of each alley. Inside was the well. When you needed to dispose of dirty water, you could pour it directly into the sewer in the middle of the alley. There was also a public toilet on each of the 4 main streets, and some rattan-woven trash cans along the streets. In addition to these, there were several warehouse districts. Huge warehouses stood one after another. Some were real warehouses, while others had been converted into workshops and barracks. The temporary residence for Niue and his party was in the former military camp. After bringing them here, Hanfeng went home first, leaving the translator to make arrangements for them. Once Hanfeng was gone, Niue finally dared to speak freely. Unable to contain his curiosity and excitement, he couldn't help but ask the minor official to be his guide. The group first went to the barracks where they would be staying. It was still the same as before, with 2-story bunk beds on one side and a blackboard and rows of desks and chairs on the other. Niue's many subordinates were also very curious, interested in everything. "Sir Translator, what is this for? For sleeping? Why does it have a top? You wouldn't understand." "I know. This top is obviously for putting things on. You put your clothes and quilts on top, and you sleep below." "TCH, you're talking nonsense." "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. You'll make a fool of yourself." A few of the lieutenants started arguing over the use of the bunk beds. If Niue hadn't stopped them, they probably would have climbed up to study them on the spot. "Hee, everyone, this is a double-decker bunk bed. Both the upper and lower levels are for sleeping. One bed can sleep 2 people, one on top and one on the bottom. When our Hanyang City was first built, it wasn't very big. To save space, the chief had people make this kind of bed. This was originally the barracks for the Han tribe soldiers, but they have moved elsewhere now. So this place is empty and used as a temporary guest house. You will be staying here for the next few days. You can use these beds as you please, both upper and lower levels. Just be careful not to break them." This is the ladder on the side. You can climb up from here. But those who are not used to it can also sleep on the bottom. It's more convenient to go to the toilet at night. The minor official introduced to the people of the Exon tribe. So that's how it is. Chief Han is truly wise to have come up with such an idea. But I see this house is quite large. Even if all these beds were laid flat, they should still fit. But why are there so many desks on the other side? Neo Wei asked in confusion. Oh, didn't I just say? This used to be a barracks for soldiers, so the other half of the barracks was set up as a classroom. Usually, those soldiers also had to learn to write here. Learn to write. Those warriors have to learn to write. Neo Wei's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the translator in disbelief. He didn't understand. A warrior who kills with a knife only needs to be big and strong and know how to use a weapon. Why would a group of brutes need to learn to write? Could it be that those who can write are more powerful than those with bulging muscles? Or was it that the Han tribe valued cultural education? Even soldiers were forced to learn? Well, I don't know about that. The chief probably has his own arrangements. The translator knew the answer, but he couldn't say everything. It was no secret that Han Feng had the soldiers learn to write. The original purpose was nothing special, just to train some military officers to prepare for future military expansion. And to be an officer, the most important thing was to be able to read and write Han characters. Otherwise, how could they understand the written orders from their superiors? Hearing the translator's answer, Neo Wei immediately understood. This naturally involved matters of Han tribe secrets, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he once again asked the translator to be his guide and take him for a walk in the city. I can take you for a look, but you can't go to the few workshops in the city. And don't wander around in the future, or you might be caught and punished. You should understand this. How about this? Since you want to take a look around, I'll take you to see the school and the square in the city. Hanyang City is not big. Besides some taller buildings in the central city, there's not much else to see. The minor official thought for a moment and said, all right, we'll follow your arrangements, sir. Shall we go now? Neo Wei asked eagerly. All right, Elder Neo, please. The two walked together, followed by a few young subordinates who were preparing to enroll in school with Neo Wei. The group walked through the city. Just as they had walked a few steps out of the barracks, the sound of drumming suddenly came from the city gate, startling Neo Wei. He remembered that when they first arrived, they were treated as enemies by the Han tribe, and the drums were beaten just like this in Luoyang Commandery. Could it be that an enemy had come? Oh, don't be afraid. This is the evening drum of Hanyang City. It is beaten every day at dusk when the sun sets. It is beaten 500 times to urge those outside the city to hurry back. When the drumming stops, the city gates will be closed, and no one can leave the city for the rest of the day. After dinner, when it's completely dark, there will also be an evening bell. The evening bell will ring 10 times, after which there will be a curfew. All residents in the city must return to their homes and are not allowed to walk on the streets. There are also soldiers on patrol at night. It's not good to be caught. You should be careful when you live here in the future. The minor official explained the unique rules of Hanyang City to Neo Wei and his men. Unlike other commanderies and counties, this place had the Han tribe's only astronomical observation institution. There was the Rat Shaman, the director of the Imperial Observatory, who was specially responsible for observing and recording the trajectory of the sundial to tell the time every day. The sundial's records had not yet completed a full year, so it could only be said to be in trial operation, just finding the pattern. Therefore, it had not yet been popularized in all commanderies and counties. Oh, so that's how it is. Hanyang City is really different. Neo Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Not only were the hardware facilities here stronger than in Luoyang Commandery, but the software system was also very complete. There was even a public timekeeping institution. After a while, the drumming stopped. At this moment, the entire Hanyang City suddenly changed. The seemingly ordinary willow trees planted by the roadside, their countless branches suddenly emitted a pinkish-white fluorescent light in the night. The light was not very bright, but the sheer number of them, millions of weeping willow branches emitting light together, was like streetlights, illuminating the entire street and city. What is this? The people of the Exon tribe all stared with wide eyes in shock. Although the Han tribe's technology was amazing, the magical scene before them could not be explained by technology, right? Could this be a miracle? Was the Han tribe a kingdom of gods? Ha ha ha. Everyone, don't be surprised. This is a rare treasure of our Han tribe. This tree is called the glowing willow, a name given by our chief. It was originally discovered in a valley. This glowing willow can emit light, So our chief ordered people to collect some saplings and plant them in the city, saying they could be used as streetlights. You see, as expected, this tree has been planted for over a year and has grown new branches. Now it can be put to use. The translator explained with great pride. Seeing outsiders praise their own tribe, which member of the Han tribe wouldn't feel proud? The Han tribe actually has such a magical plant. I've really learned something new. Niuwei exclaimed. I just don't know how to transplant this tree, and if there are any restrictions. I wonder if the Han tribe can sell us some seeds or saplings. It would be great if we could also plant some in the Exon tribe, Niuwei asked with some envy. I can't make that decision, and I don't know how to plant trees. Elder Nio should ask our chief tomorrow. The minor official quickly distanced himself from the matter. Showing off was one thing, but when it came to such matters, he couldn't just make promises. Although this tree had no other use besides nighttime illumination, the group walked forward and arrived at the city square. It was now midsummer, the hottest time of the year. People who had been busy all day took a shower at home and came out for a walk in the rare cool night. Since the promotion of currency, there had also been some small businesses in Hanyang City. However, as the manufacturing base of the Han tribe, the common people's homes were basically not lacking in anything, so the market here was mostly for snacks. But although Niuwei hadn't had dinner yet, after eating various snacks in Luoyang Commandery for 2 months, he had developed some immunity to these various foods. At this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the several tall buildings next to him. Sir, what are those particularly tall houses over there for? Oh, you mean over there? That's the school and the commandery governor's office that I was going to introduce to you. See that 5-story tall building in the middle? Tall building? Niuwei asked, not quite understanding. Yes, tall building. In the Han language, a building refers to a house with more than 2 floors, just like the double-decker bunk beds you sleep on. Houses can also be built with many floors. Oh, I understand that. Our Exon tribe also has bamboo buildings. Yes, that 5-story tall building in the middle with the big red lanterns is our Hanyang Commandery's governor's office, where those government agencies work. The 4 3-story buildings on either side of the office are the teaching buildings of Hanyang City, where the school is located. You few and the future exchange students will also study in this place, the minor official said as he led the group. It was already dark, and there was no light in the few teaching buildings, so they could only see a rough outline of the buildings by the light of the moon and the glowing willows. They couldn't observe the facilities inside in detail, so they had to wait until tomorrow to make arrangements. For the rest of the time, before the curfew, the group had dinner at the food street before returning to the barracks again. But Han Feng was different. He went straight back to his own home. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a strange voice. Husband, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. A woman in a yellow silk dress threw herself into Han Feng's arms. Han Feng looked at Zhang Ying in his arms, dressed in new clothes and having learned the Han tribe style of dress, and was stunned for a moment. You can talk now. No, you can speak the Han language now. Yes, Sister Xiao Dai taught me. Sister Xiao Dai is so amazing. She can weave such beautiful silk cloth, and she taught me how to make clothes and how to work. It's a pity I'm too stupid. I can't do it as well as her. But I recently learned how to grind tofu, and I can even sell some for money every day. Tonight's dinner also has fried tofu. Sister Xiao Dai loves the tofu I make the most. Husband, do you want to try my tofu? Han Feng, is there much tofu left? I don't really like fried tofu. If there's still some, just give me a bowl of it mixed with chili peppers. It's so hot in the summer, I want to eat something light. Oh, chili peppers? We have chili peppers at home. I'll go to the garden and pick some now. After saying this, Zhang ran off with small, hurried steps. It wasn't because she was being ladylike, but because the hem of her skirt restricted her steps. At this moment, the door of the house behind him creaked open. Xiao Dai also came back, holding a roll of newly made silk cloth. Seeing Han Feng standing in the courtyard, her eyes immediately lit up with joy. Husband, her soft cloth shoes pattered quickly on the ground. The white silk cloth in her arms was thrown directly onto the small table in the courtyard. With a flying leap and a bear hug, Xiao Dai clung to Han Feng like a koala, with her hands and feet. Hee, I'm back. Did you miss me? Han Feng asked, holding her in his arms. Yes, I missed you. I missed you so much I couldn't forget you. Mother talks about you to me every day. When I came back just now, she asked me again why I haven't given the chief a child yet. You two are so old. A girl your age should have 2 or 3 children by now, and the oldest would be able to help feed the chickens. What's wrong with you and the chief? Even if he's busy, He should have a child by now. He's 15 this year. After saying this, Xiao Dai stared intently into Han Feng's eyes with a resentful expression. Han Feng was also embarrassed. When he brought Xiao Dai back, he had promised her that they would have a child after 3 years. But now, let alone 3 years, the 4th year had passed. Han Feng had gone from 10 to 15 years old, and he still hadn't mentioned having a child. In addition, the tribe had developed rapidly in the past 2 years, and he really had a lot of things to do. But these were all excuses. No matter how busy he was, could he be so busy that he didn't even have time to make a person? That was impossible. It was just that he had been procrastinating. He himself didn't mind, but he hoped to have Xiao Dai have a child as late as possible. Before the age of 30, the older she was, the safer it would be. After all, with the medical technology of this era, childbirth was really a matter of fate. Besides, there were no effective contraceptive techniques in this era, so he cherished Xiao Dai very much and didn't want her to suffer irreversible harm from having a child. But the promise had already expired for more than a year. Looking at Xiao Dai's resentful eyes, Han Feng knew that if he didn't give an explanation today, it would not be easy to get through. All right then. I won't run around so much for a while. Let's have a child first. Han Feng finally relented under the pressure of Xiao Dai's gaze. In truth, he wasn't without feelings for Xiao Dai. The Xiao Dai of the past had wheat-colored skin and features that, while not devastatingly beautiful, were at least pleasant and proper. She was healthy, with a lively and cheerful personality, which was why Han Feng had chosen her back then. The Xiao Dai of today, after living in the Han tribe for over 4 years, was like a completely different person. She was never ugly to begin with. It was just that her previous living conditions were poor. In these past few years with Han Feng, she could eat whatever she wanted, bathed frequently, practiced good hygiene, and wore proper Han-style dresses. This, combined with her status as the chief's wife and her superb skills in weaving and dyeing, had transformed her. She was well-nourished, with a rosy complexion, and her skin was fairer than before, likely from being covered by her dresses. The confidence that came from her status and career had also boosted her charisma. She was truly looking more and more like a chief's wife. Hearing Han Feng's affirmative answer, Xiao Dai threw her arms around his neck, overjoyed. This scene was witnessed by Zhang Ying, who had just returned with the chili peppers. She couldn't help but blush and quickly said to them, "Sister Xiao Dai is back too. I'll go make dinner for you." Han Feng nodded and said, "All right," while patting Xiao Dai's back at the right moment. "Come on, get down. Let's go make dinner first. I brought something good for you this time. I'll show you later." "What good thing? Did husband find another plant that can be used for dye?" Xiao Dai asked as she let go of Han Feng and walked towards the kitchen. No, it's a beautiful decorative item. A gift from the Exon tribe's delegation. It's something you really can't find in these mountains. I picked out some of the best ones to share between you two later. Han Feng deliberately kept them in suspense, not revealing what it was. He entered the main house, sat down on a small stool by the stove, and started to tend the fire for them. The notion that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen was impossible for him. He wasn't that kind of person. On the contrary, Han Feng quite enjoyed cooking himself. He felt a sense of joy every time he recreated a dish from his past life. It was probably a form of nostalgia. Besides, the entire culinary culture of the Han tribe had basically originated from Han Feng's kitchen. If he stopped cooking, the Han tribe would likely not see a new dish for half a year. For their dinner of 3, the rice was already steaming in a small pot on the side. Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying, one washing the bowls and the other chopping vegetables, worked while Han Feng personally handled the wok. A plate of cumin lamb, a plate of stir-fried cabbage with chili, and a dish of fried tofu with bean sprouts and blood curd. Finally, a bowl of white tofu mixed with chili sauce, as Han Feng had requested. The 4 dishes were ready. It was a celebration for Han Feng's return and a pre-celebration for the great undertaking of baby-making that was about to begin. There was no soup, as stewing soup took too much time. Besides, Han Feng had recently taken a liking to drinking tea, so they rarely made soup at home. Even when they did, it was mostly made with offal, which was actually quite nutritious. The 3 of them ate together, with Han Feng occasionally putting food on their plates. He secretly observed the interaction between Xiao Dai and Zhang Ying. Fortunately, his worries did not come to pass. Perhaps influenced by the customs of this era, where a tribe's chief enjoyed priority in, marital rights. Most tribal chiefs had more than one spouse. So, Xiao Dai showed no signs of jealousy or a desire to monopolize Han Feng. At least on the surface, Xiao Dai treated Zhang Ying well. Listening to them talk about their lives during this period, Han Feng could tell that Jianing had been well taken care of by her older sister Xiao Dai. As for Jianing, she was somewhat envious of Han Feng and Xiao Dai's relationship, but it was pure envy, not jealousy. After all, living such a privileged life was far beyond her own expectations. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about, and nothing to be jealous of. Xiao Dai never hesitated to share what she had with Jianing. As for affection, that would come with time. They hadn't been living together for long. After dinner, Han Feng took them for a walk outside, then to the government building to retrieve the things he had brought back, some newly made stationery and that small bag of pearls. The pearls were all large. Among them were not only round ones, but also some beautiful Baroque pearls. They were a bit too ostentatious for a necklace, but would make fine earrings. However, the women of the Han tribe didn't have a custom of piercing their ears yet. They mostly made necklaces, bracelets, and head ornaments. Han Feng thought for a moment and decided it was best to make them into head ornaments. A golden hairpin paired with a large pearl to create a buyao would surely have more artistic flair than a large necklace. A buyao would look ethereal, while a necklace would just look gaudy, tacky, and ostentatious. Both girls loved them, constantly holding up pearls to each other's heads to see how they looked. They even thought about how to make an ornament for Han Feng, which left him speechless. In the end, he had to escape to the study, find paper and a brush, and design a few hairpin and buyao styles for them, planning to have the craftsmen at the metallurgy workshop try making them later. After the three of them had played for a while and washed up, they finally heard the melodious sound of the evening bell from the city. The curfew had begun, and everyone returned to their homes. The evening breeze rustled the glowing willow branches. The empty streets were left with only the footsteps of a few patrolling soldiers. But in the residential houses, waves of laughter and joy could be heard. A safe and comfortable living environment and a stable food supply meant that human reproduction no longer had to follow the seasonal patterns of animals. In the Han tribe now, babies were born all year round. This not only satisfied people's restless hearts, but was also a joint effort made by every couple for their family. After all, the chief had decreed that having a child meant getting an extra piece of tax-free land. Tax-free. That was a real benefit. Han Feng's home was no exception. At this moment, he was like an old ox, diligently plowing 2 paddy fields, hoping for a good harvest next year. The next morning, Han Feng woke up early to cook meat porridge for the two of them. Xiao Dai and Jianing, unusually, slept in. He left their breakfast for them on the small table by the Kong, ate his own portion, and then went out. There was much to do today. He couldn't stay at home indulging in domestic bliss. First thing in the morning, Han Feng took his manuscripts to the teaching building that housed the printing workshop and found the person in charge, Bai Qi. These are the new books I've compiled. Han writes is finished. Go ahead and print it according to this layout. There are a few illustrations inside. I've drawn the manuscripts in pencil. You arrange for someone to carve them into woodblocks. Arithmetic, both the elementary and intermediate volumes, also have many illustrations, numbers, and tables. If you have enough manpower, I suggest carving them directly into woodblocks. The print run for these books will be very large, so it won't be a loss to carve them. In fact, it will be more convenient. And this one, Nature, can be printed last. It also has quite a few illustrations. You can arrange to have them slowly carved into woodblocks. These books won't have any major changes for several years, so you can print them with confidence. Print 10,000 copies of each to start. Besides being used by the school here, some will also be distributed to other commanderies and cities. Han Feng laid out the production tasks for Bai Qi, who was flipping through the manuscripts. Chief, are we really printing so many of these books? Of course, these will be the required textbooks for schools in the future. They won't change much for the next 100 years or so. Just do as I say. Han Feng explained to the surprised and bewildered Bai Qi. Bai Qi acknowledged the order and quickly began to arrange the work. The workload was indeed substantial, especially for the arithmetic and nature books. The Arabic numerals were easy enough. They could immediately cast some metal movable type. After all, there were only 10 Arabic numerals, so they just needed to cast more of each. The difficulty lay in the numerous illustrations in these 2 books, which couldn't be solved with movable type. And for some knowledge, without illustrations, it was very difficult to understand just from the text. After arranging this matter, Han Feng went to the woodworking workshop to take a look. The woodworking workshop in Hanyang City now had 2 main businesses, shipbuilding and crossbow making. Han Feng had come this time to see the crossbow making. Wood in winter, horn in spring, sinew in summer, assembly in autumn. The wooden bow staves had been completed in the winter. The ox horns had also been sawn into horn plates in the spring when their elasticity was at its best. Now, in the height of summer, they were in the final stage of material preparation, making sinew. Making sinew involved soaking dried ox tendons in water until they were fully moistened, then wrapping them in cloth and beating them with a wooden mallet. This broke down the originally finger-thick tendons into fine, silk-like sinew fibers. These sinew fibers were very elastic and would be glued to the bow stave, serving as the main means of increasing the elasticity of the composite bow's limbs. Generally speaking, the more and thicker the sinew fibers glued on, the greater the bow's draw weight. The stone rating of a bow was controlled by the amount of sinew applied. At this moment, in the workshop's factory building, many workers were beating ox tendons with wooden mallets. The sound of bang, bang was endless. On the drying racks in the factory, many prepared ox tendons were hanging, all fine and delicate, white and soft, like a bundle of cooked dragon's beard noodles. They looked very good. How is it? Are these ox tendons enough? Han Feng asked the workshop's manager, Mu Tong. They're enough. We've collected a lot of ox tendons from the grasslands in the past 2 years. We have enough material for a few thousand bows, but it will be difficult to make more. After all, our tribe can't possibly have ox tendons. The chief won't let us kill cattle, Mu Tong said with some helplessness. Ahem, there's nothing to be done about it. You stay in the workshop all day, so you might not know. Our tribe has developed so rapidly in the past 2 years, adding so much territory and population. If it weren't for these cattle helping with farming, we might not even be able to fill our stomachs. Cattle are our helpers in work. 1 ox is worth 5 strong laborers. We can't kill them. Han Feng explained with a sense of helplessness. In fact, he was also a person who loved to eat beef, but because he was the chief and had to set an example for those below him, he hadn't eaten beef in a long time. There was a saying, what the superior loves, the subordinate will emulate. Once Han Feng started eating beef, wouldn't the upper echelons with some status and power follow suit? Even if they didn't eat it themselves, they would surely often get some beef to curry favor with Han Feng. And where would their beef come from? It was obvious. Mu Tong was just expressing his feelings and had no strange ideas. It was just that after personally participating in the work of making crossbows, he had come to appreciate the power of this weapon. As a high-level cadre with some status and power in the Han tribe, he naturally wanted the tribe to become stronger. It would be great if they could be equipped with more powerful crossbows, but the materials were too limited. Can this batch of bows and crossbows be completed on schedule this year? Han Feng asked again. Well, our woodworking workshop has no problem. The materials have been prepared long ago. The bronze crossbow mechanisms sent from the metallurgy workshop are also sufficient. It's just that the iron stirrups for the front haven't all been delivered yet. If the chief has time, you should go to the metallurgy workshop and urge them, Mu Tong said with a shrug. All right then, I'll go take a look when I have time. But I have other things to do now, so we'll talk about it next time. Tell the workers to be meticulous. These are military weapons, used to protect our people. If they're not made well, and something goes wrong, it's we who will suffer the loss in the future. Oh, right, add a meat dish for the workers today. After saying this, Han Feng set off again for his office on the top floor of the government building. Then he called a minor official and had him find Shoya and bring him to see him. The matter of forming the diplomatic mission was urgent. After all, the people from the Exon tribe were still waiting here, just waiting to set off with the Han tribe's mission. Han Feng, of course, had to hurry up. After thinking for a long time, Han Feng still decided to let Shoya serve as the ambassador to the Exon tribe. Although Shoya was usually very low-key, his age was there. He was now in his 20s, and he was very steady and serious in his work. He was not only capable, but also had strategic thinking. During the counter-encirclement of the cannibal army, Han Feng had tested Shoya's strategic and tactical vision. He was more than capable of being a junior commander. At the same time, he was the Sima of the Han tribe's regular army, in charge of logistics, military discipline and law, the soldiers' ideological state, and foreign intelligence gathering, equivalent to a political commissar in a modern army. Such a comprehensive talent was not the most suitable candidate for an ambassador to a distant foreign country. Most importantly, his background was absolutely clean, and his loyalty to the Han tribe was beyond question. Because Shoya was a native of the Han tribe, and his father was the previous chief of the Han tribe, Han Feng had reason to believe that even if everyone else was corrupted by the Exon tribe, Shoya could still faithfully complete the mission he was given. This person was very responsible. After a long while, Shoya had not arrived, but Han Feng saw the translator leading Niu Wei and his men on a tour of the school building. He sent someone to catch up with them. Elder Niu, please look. This is the place of learning in our Han tribe, called a school. This building is the teaching building. Each floor has 6 classrooms, for a total of 3 floors. There are stairs on both sides for access. It can accommodate 1,000 people for classes at the same time. There are 4 such teaching buildings in Hanyang City. The translator led Niu Wei into the building, looked at each classroom on the first floor, and then led them up the side stairs to the second floor. From the moment they entered the teaching building, Niu Wei and his men were so shocked they were speechless. They walked up the brick and stone steps, entered the building, and the corridor directly opposite the entrance was also paved with small, light yellow square tiles. The walls were painted white, and the lower half was painted with a green wainscot. There were also bay windows on both sides of the corridor, allowing ample light into the long corridor. One of Niu Wei's attendants was so scared after entering the corridor that he didn't even know how to walk, afraid that he would accidentally break the floor tiles. He even bent down to touch the floor tiles, exclaiming in surprise, "Isn't this a plate for eating? Ha 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 ha, that's not wrong. This is a tile. It's actually made in the same way as a porcelain plate. It's just a flattened plate for eating." The translator laughed and explained. The Han tribe is truly amazing, to be able to make so many identical porcelain plates. But isn't it a bit too wasteful to use such good porcelain plates to pave the floor? Niu Wei also exclaimed. Hee, Elder Niu doesn't know about this. Although wooden floors are cheaper, they are not easy to maintain. And this is a teaching building, a public place. Thousands of teachers and students come in and out every day. When studying here, there are many books, paper, pens, oil lamps, and candles. If it were all made of wood and paved with wooden floors, a single spark falling on the ground could burn down the entire building. It would be too dangerous. So when the teaching building was first built, our chief had it built with brick and stone that are not afraid of fire and water. The floor is the same. All 3 floors are paved with tiles, which are not afraid of fire or water leakage, and are much easier to clean than wooden floors. Although the cost is a bit higher, it is still cost-effective in the long run. The translator explained to them again. Oh, I see. Niu Wei had a look of sudden realization, sighing in his heart. This chief of the Han tribe was truly amazing, and he was also a meticulous person. He had already considered the possible situations that might be encountered in future use from the very beginning of construction, and had nipped the potential dangers in the bud. He was truly remarkable. The group walked into a bright classroom. The classroom was large and rectangular, with blackboards at the front and back, and windows on both sides. The ceiling and walls were white, making the classroom very bright. On the high platform at the front was a lectern, and below were neat rows of desks and chairs. A rough count showed that a classroom could accommodate 70 or 80 people without any problem. But Niu Wei was very curious about the 2 blackboards, not knowing what they were for. Sir, can you tell me what these 2 blackboards are for? I remember seeing the same thing in the barracks where we are staying, Niu Wei asked curiously. Ah, this is a blackboard. It's a teaching tool. Come and see. The translator led them to the front, took a piece of chalk from the drawer of the lectern, and wrote the 3 characters Han tribe on the blackboard. This thing I'm holding is called chalk. You can write Han characters directly on the blackboard. This way, when the teacher is teaching how to write Han characters at the front, they can write them directly so that all the students sitting below can see. And these characters can be erased at any time, and the blackboard can be used repeatedly. Oh, then this blackboard is really a good thing. Was this also invented by Chief Han? Niu Wei asked in amazement. Of course, our chief has created many good things. Otherwise, our Han tribe would not have developed to be so powerful today, the translator said with some pride. Niu Wei also praised in his heart. The chief of the Han tribe was indeed amazing. Not to mention anything else, just this blackboard. How did he come up with it? After seeing the translator's demonstration, Niu Wei immediately saw the advantage of the blackboard for teaching. Teaching others to learn. The most difficult thing is to let the students see every problem you are talking about intuitively. Of course, it's not impossible to teach without a blackboard. A teacher can teach one-on-one, hand-in-hand, and the student will eventually learn to write. The difficulty lies in how to let every student see and learn when a teacher is facing dozens of people at the same time. And the Han tribe's blackboard and chalk solved this problem very well. Han Feng didn't remember which great person invented the blackboard, But the advent of the blackboard did indeed change the education model of all mankind at once, allowing more people to have the opportunity to learn knowledge, and more talents in various fields emerged among mankind, so that science and technology could develop explosively in just 200 or 300 years. It is no exaggeration to say that the blackboard and chalk, this pair, completely changed the growth speed of the entire human civilization. It is not wrong to say that it is a divine tool in the education world. After touring the classrooms on the first floor, the translator led them up the side stairs to the second floor. Niu Wei and his party once again expressed their admiration and amazement at the craftsmanship of the wooden staircase and the layout of the building, praising the Han tribe for being remarkable. The layout of the second and third floors was the same as the first floor. The only difference was that they could enjoy the view of looking far from the window. Standing at the window on the third floor, they could even see the Ruyang River 1 kilometer outside the city, taking in the scenery of half of Hanyang City. However, they could not see the scene inside the few workshops, which made Niu Wei quite regretful. The Han tribe did not open those workshops to them. Presumably, those were the real science and technology production departments of the Han tribe. Their workshops were much stronger than the group of elders in the Exon tribe who were in charge of various productions. When the group left the teaching building, a minor official in a black robe immediately came forward, whispered a few words to the translator, and then turned back to the government building. The minor official also nodded repeatedly, then cupped his hands to Niu Wei and his men. Elder Niu, I have something to do, to contact the people of this mission, so I can't continue to accompany you. Please feel free to do as you please. You can also take a walk in the city, but please don't trespass into the workshops, or you may be arrested and punished. The minor official cupped his hands again, bid farewell to the group, and turned to walk towards the government building not far away. At the same time, he was a little curious in his heart. What could the chief want with him? He ran up to the 5th floor in one breath, knocked on the door of Han Feng's office, and the chief's voice immediately came from inside. Come in. The minor official quickly pushed the door open, cupped his hands to Han Feng who was standing by the window. Greetings, chief. Yes, you can drive a cart, ride a horse, have participated in 2 grassland caravan operations, understand the customs of the grassland people, can speak the grassland language, and are now responsible for receiving the Exon tribe's mission, acting as their translator and guide. What do you think of this job? Are you used to it? Han Feng didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Replying to the chief, I'm doing well. The people of the Exon tribe are easy to get along with, or rather, because our Han tribe is stronger than them, they don't dare to be too presumptuous. With our entire Han tribe and the chief backing me up, my work is also relatively smooth. I can arrange them as I please, and they don't dare to say anything. They can only listen obediently. The chief allowing them to study in the Han tribe is already a great kindness to them. The minor official thought for a moment in his heart and expressed his feelings. Not bad. It's good that you can understand this. You have your own opinion on things, and you know how to use the power of your background to get along with outsiders. You've done well, and your understanding is correct. A weak country has no diplomacy. If a tribe is weaker than others, it will be bullied. Only by becoming strong can you bully others. You see, we have proposed so many harsh conditions. What can that Niu Wei say? He can only grit his teeth and agree in order to get a little bit of technology. Han Feng was also speaking from his heart, and at the same time, he affirmed this minor official's insight. The chief is right. I am able to do this job today, all thanks to the chief's daily teachings. The minor official spoke again, and even threw in a small but not insignificant compliment. But what he said was also the truth. Of all the tribesmen in the Han tribe, who hadn't learned the knowledge and skills taught by the chief, Han Feng also turned his head to look at him. This kid was really good with words. He was really a good hand at entertaining guests. After all, the main content of this job was to talk to guests. Not only that, but he also had to know what to say and what not to say. He couldn't lose face for his own tribe, but he also couldn't make the guests feel like he was bullying them. And he couldn't reveal his own tribe's secrets. In other words, this was an art of language. By the way, do you have a name? What is it? Do you have a surname? Han Feng returned to his desk and sat down, looking at him again. Replying to the chief, I am the third in my family, and everyone calls me that. When our tribe came, there were only a few dozen people. At that time, the chief did not give us a surname. The minor official replied again, and at the same time, he was faintly excited in his heart. The chief was asking this. Could it be that he was going to give him a surname? To be personally given a surname by the chief, what a great honor. Oh, Han Feng said, "Oh," and suddenly remembered the origin of this person. It was in the winter of the year when Hanyang City was just built, before the development of Luoyang Commandery. A small tribe of only a few dozen people came to seek refuge because of insufficient food. At that time, only 2 people managed to run to Hanyang City. The others were rescued by Han Feng's men. When they arrived, they were almost frozen to death. And at that time, he did not give this pitifully small tribe a surname. The people were almost frozen to death, so saving them was the priority. Later, he got busy with other things and forgot about it. After all, a small tribe of a few dozen people was really not conspicuous to the Han tribe. Yes, you have been in the Han tribe for 2 or 3 years now, and you have completed all the things you have participated in very well, since you don't have a proper name yet. Hearing this, the minor official was even more excited. Not only was the chief giving him a surname, but he was also personally giving him a name. This was a great honor. Just ask the tens of thousands of people in the Han tribe how many had received this honor. I plan to promote you to a position where you will be specially responsible for receiving foreign guests with a proper official office and rank. It will be called the Honglu Si, and you will be the first Honglu Si Shaoqing, directly responsible to me and following my instructions. If you have any difficulties or need any resources in your work, you can also report to me. I will approve it for you, and you can have other officials cooperate with your work. What do you think of this position? The minor official immediately prostrated himself, kowtowed, and repeatedly shouted, "Thank you, Chief, for the official position. I will definitely do a good job as the Hong Lu Si. Yes, I will definitely do a good job as the Hong Lu Si Shaoqing in the future, and not bring shame to our great Han, not bring shame to the chief." Yes, well said. Your job is to receive foreign envoys. Your every word and action represents the image of the Han tribe. You really can't bring shame to our great Han. It's good that you understand this. Since you have become a high official, your name should also be changed. Otherwise, it's not good to always be called Lao San. How about this? Since you are the Shaoqing of the Honglu Si, let's use the homonym of the official name as your surname. From now on, your surname will be Hong. And when your tribe sought refuge in the Han tribe, it was not easy. The whole tribe almost froze to death in the ice and snow. It can be called a disaster. It is said that those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune later. So let's give you the single name Fu. From now on, you are the Honglu Si Shaoqing of our great Han, Hong Fu, temporarily holding the 8th rank Xiaoyu title. In the future, depending on your work performance, I will also raise your title. I hope that one day you can really achieve the 15th rank Shangqing title and become one of the true 9 ministers of our great Han. Receiving this series of rewards, Hong Fu was already trembling with excitement. Not only did the chief give him a proper name, but he also conferred an official position and a title. Although there was no substantial reward, the title itself meant a reward. With the title came more land, more output, more salary, and more money. He had previously been good at riding horses and driving carts, and had participated in 2 grassland caravan operations, learning to speak the grassland language and acting as a translator. In the Han tribe's first title evaluation, he was rated as a 4th rank Jizhua and served as a minor county official. Just because the Exon tribe's mission came 2 months ago, he was chosen to be a receptionist because he could speak the grassland language. Now, because he did a good job, he was valued by the chief. This time, the chief directly promoted him by 4 ranks and gave him a high official position with only 9 vacancies in the entire Han tribe. How could such a huge reward not make him happy? Hong Fu suppressed the excitement in his heart and once again kowtowed to Han Feng, trembling. Hong Fu thanks the chief for the name, for the official position and title. In the future, I will definitely do my best to complete the tasks assigned by the chief and not disappoint the chief's expectations. Get up. Tell me about your plans for the future, Han Feng said with a wave of his hand, dismissing the formalities. Thank you, chief. I wonder which plans the chief is asking about. Hong Fu asked, a little dazed. He had just been ennobled, and now he was being asked about his plans. What did that mean? Surely he wasn't asking how he planned to manage the few hundred mu of land he had just been granted. Naturally, it's about the court of state ceremonial. In a few months, by next spring at the latest, the Exon tribe will send a group of exchange students. How do you think they should be arranged? Han Feng asked, looking up at him. That depends on what the chief wants to do, but I think there are no more than 2 ways. One is to manage them centrally, like now, and minimize their contact with our people. The other is to manage them as little as possible, give them more freedom of movement, and let their people have more contact and communication with our people. I wonder which method the chief wants to use. Hong Fu wasn't sure of Han Feng's intentions, so he could only state the two most likely possibilities he had thought of. As long as the chief chose one, it would mean he had guessed correctly, and he would know what to do next. Han Feng hadn't expected this guy to be so clever. Although he hadn't said it outright, he had very subtly expressed the plan he had in mind. This guy was indeed a talent, and his cleverness lay in the fact that even though he had already guessed the answer, he just didn't say it. As the saying goes, don't say what you shouldn't say, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and it's better to play dumb about things you shouldn't know. Since the chief hadn't explicitly told him to do this, it was best not to get involved. It was enough to do his own job well. Sometimes, people can't be too greedy, as that can easily lead to trouble. Well, let's let them be. Just arrange for their food and lodging. As long as they don't break the law, there's no need to be too strict, Han Feng hinted. Yes, Hong Fu understands. I will definitely follow the chief's instructions and take good care of them, and not let them break the laws of the great Han. Hong Fu immediately understood Han Feng's meaning. His answer only mentioned his own duties and nothing else. This meant, I'll only be in charge of food and lodging and nothing else. The ruler and his minister were playing a game of charades. It seemed like they hadn't said anything, but they both understood each other's meaning. One didn't say, and the other didn't ask. It was very harmonious. After Hong Fu took his leave, Shoya arrived a short while later. The two hadn't seen each other in a long time. Shoya was now 22 or 23 years old, and he looked much more mature than before. He wore a leather headband with a wolf head insignia, and a copper hairpin was stuck in it. This was the 7th rank Gu Ben title. He also had a short beard about an inch long. He was wearing a crimson military officer's robe, without armor. The loose trouser legs were tucked into a pair of black cloth short boots. A palm-wide cowhide belt cinched his well-proportioned figure, and a coiled leather whip hung from it. It was a symbol of his position as the Sima of the army, in charge of military law, and a feared instrument of punishment for the soldiers. Greetings, Chief. Upon entering the room, Shoya immediately cupped his hands in salute, saying only these 4 words. He was still the same as before, not very talkative, but he never procrastinated when it came to work. He was becoming more and more like a soldier. Yes, do you know about the Exon tribe's mission? Han Feng knew Shoya's personality, so he didn't bother with pleasantries. I know a little. It's the tribe that sells salt on the grasslands like us. I heard they can also smelt metal and grow corn. Their mission came 2 months ago. They went to Luoyang Commandery first, and only came to Hanyang City a few days ago. I heard the chief wants them to study here. I've seen the elder named Niu Wei, but I haven't spoken to them. Shoya blurted out everything he knew, but he didn't ask Han Feng why he was asking him this. Han Feng nodded. The information Shoya mentioned was known to the minor officials and merchants who often traveled to Luoyang Commandery. It was no secret among the common people. It was all basic information, but he had never had any contact with the Exon tribe's mission, so it was normal that he didn't know anything else. So Han Feng told Shoya all his thoughts. He had no doubt about Shoya's loyalty, so he even told him about the existence of the Jinwu Guard and the plan to seize control of the Exon tribe. That's the plan. I'm planning to have you be the envoy, representing me, representing the entire Han tribe, and be fully responsible for all matters of the mission, including the execution of the follow-up plan and communication with me. This mission may last for many years, and during the mission, you will have to be stationed in the Exon tribe. You can rest assured about your family. I will arrange for people to take care of them. Your salary and other things will also be sent to them on time. If the matter of the concession goes smoothly, once you have established a foothold there and confirmed your safety, and after the trade route is opened, I can also send people to escort your family over to see you. After the Exon tribe is completely resolved, you can tell me directly if you want to stay there as an official or come back to do something else. What do you think? Do you want to do this mission? After explaining the plan for the Exon tribe, Han Feng then stated the purpose of calling Shoya over this time, asking for his opinion on this position. Shoya seemed a little hesitant. After all, this was no small matter. Loyalty was one thing, but this mission was obviously not that simple, and it was so far away. Who could say what the future held? He might never come back from this trip. He might even die out there. And his wife was still young, and his children were only 3 or 4 years old. It was not easy to just leave them behind. This was human nature, and a normal reaction for a person to have. If the chief had asked him to go to Luoyang Commandery, or even the new steel commandery in the northern mining area, Shoya would have agreed immediately without batting an eye. But the Exon tribe, which was on the other side of the world, separated by a sea, was really too far. If I go, when would I have to leave? Shoya asked. He also understood the importance of this matter. Based on his trust in the chief, Shoya had never considered that the plan would fail. But the most crucial part of this matter was that the chief needed an absolutely loyal executor of the plan. Otherwise, even if the plan succeeded in the end, if this envoy took all the Han tribe's technology and established himself as a king, breaking away from the Han tribe's control, then all these years of planning and investment would be completely wasted. So Shoya also knew that he was one of the best candidates for this ambassador to the Exon tribe, and almost the most suitable one. If he didn't go, it would be very difficult for the chief. So he still decided to go, but he had to ask clearly when he would go. He couldn't let go of his wife and children at home, and he wanted to spend more time with them these days. The departure time will be in a month at the earliest. The mission has not yet been formed. If you agree, we will have to start gathering people now. Besides some necessary craftsmen and the Jinwoo Guard, you can also choose some of your own trusted subordinates or other people you want to take with you. Then tell me, and I will arrange it for you. Besides manpower, there are also some supplies that need to be prepared, so we can't leave in a short time. It will be at least a month later. If you have anything you want to do, you can do it during this time. Hand in the list of personnel you want, and then I can give you a vacation. Han Feng said, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. In fact, he also felt quite bad about separating the young couple. But there was no other way. The Han tribe needed to develop, and some people always had to make sacrifices. If Shoya didn't do it, someone else would. At least this plan was very gentle, much cheaper than directly launching a war, and fewer people would die. Then I'll take this mission. I don't have anyone I want to take with me. I'll leave it all to the chief's arrangements. I just hope the chief can give me a vacation so I can spend some time with my wife and children at home. This may be the last time I see them. I will give you a vacation. You can go home in a little while. But you don't have to be so pessimistic. Although this mission is not easy and there are dangers, it is not impossible to achieve. Besides, you are not going alone. You have the entire mission to help you. I will choose the best team for you. Even if you really encounter danger, you can escape back with your own means. It's no big deal. Even if you are really caught, you all have technology. The Exon tribe will not kill you immediately. You can cooperate a little to save your lives for the time being. Think of a way to send a message back for help. At that time, no matter how far away, I will definitely personally lead a large army to rescue you, Han Feng said, walking to Shoya's side and patting his shoulder. Yes, Chief, I understand. Hearing Han Feng's promise that no matter how far away, he would personally go to rescue them, Shoya was completely relieved. And just as the chief said, they all had technology that the Exon tribe did not have. Even if the Exon tribe discovered their purpose, they might not be willing to kill them. It was possible that they would suffer a little and be forced to work, but it was not certain that they would be directly executed. In fact, this situation was very common in history. When two countries fought a war, no matter who won or lost, the other side's craftsmen were always first-class spoils of war. It was rare for the enemy country's craftsmen to be killed. At most, they were forced to make things for themselves. All right, you can go back now. See your wife and children, and also make some preparations. You will be away from home for a long time, so you can't be without clothes and shoes. He sent Shoya home to rest, without telling him to keep it a secret. This was a legitimate diplomatic mission to another country, and there was nothing to hide. In the following time, Han Feng was busy arranging the candidates for the mission. First, communication could not be cut off. He directly arranged for 5 members of the Eagle clan to go with 5 giant eagles. This time, he had really spared no expense. Even when Yu Fu's caravan traveled before, they only brought 2 giant eagles at most. Then there were 5 minor officials, responsible for assisting Shoya with some small matters, as well as scribes responsible for recording what they saw and heard. As for the craftsmen Han Feng mentioned for making the 4 treasures of the study, in fact, a total of 10 people were enough. 2 for making ink, 2 for firing inkstones, 2 for making brushes, and 4 for making paper. These were all master craftsmen. They were only responsible for guidance. The people who would do the work would naturally be provided by the Exon tribe. In addition to these, there were 10 professional carpenters and 10 goldsmiths, but they were ostensibly the mission's guards and did not usually show their talents. The rest were people who had participated in the grassland caravan many times, acting as guides on this journey and responsible for recording the terrain. At that time, even if there was danger, they would know the way back. In addition, There were civil officials who were good at arithmetic and commerce, responsible for planning the opening of banks and money houses in the Exon tribe. Of course, there was also a construction team. If the matter of the concession was successfully negotiated, then how to plan and how to build, these all needed to be prepared. There were many other trivial matters, such as what vegetable and grain seeds to bring, and how many people were needed to plant them. In fact, there was nothing to arrange for this. Because everyone in the mission, every single one of them, no matter who they were, farming and growing vegetables were basic skills. Even those minor officials and craftsmen, who didn't have to go home to help in the fields during the busy farming season. In terms of supplies, there was already a batch of two-wheeled carriages prepared to be sold to the Exon tribe. This time, they could be brought along, and they could also be used to carry some grain and fodder on the way. And although the number of people in this mission was said to be only 100, in fact, it was far more than that. Han Feng had also arranged for a caravan of more than 200 people to follow them. They would do some business with the nomadic tribes on the grasslands along the way, escort the mission and the dozens of people from the Exon tribe to Bamboo Island, and then complete the transaction of that batch of carriages on the shore. The Exon tribe needed to pay for the vehicles with cattle and horses. Then the mission would follow them to the Exon tribe, and the caravan would wait for news on this side of the shore. If the Exon tribe agreed to the matter of the concession, Shoya would have to use a fast eagle to tell the caravan the result. The caravan would then relay this news back to the Han tribe, so that Han Feng could arrange the follow-up plan. They would also have to escort the next mission and exchange students from the Exon tribe back to the Han tribe, which meant they had work to do on both the outward and return journeys. If the Exon tribe did not agree to the stationing of the Han tribe's mission and was not willing to send exchange students, then they could just bring the mission back. Or if the mission was detained by the Exon tribe, the caravan could also inquire about the situation and report back to Han Feng to prepare for a rescue plan. In short, the mission was not acting alone. Because on the coast of the mainland, there was an all-powerful caravan as their mobile base behind them. This base also served as a transit station between the mission and the Han tribe's headquarters, transmitting messages and supplies for both sides, and also frequently escorting people back and forth between the two sides. On the other side, Yufu's exploration fleet would also set sail as soon as possible to explore the downstream waterway of the Jinsha River, to see if there was a direct waterway to the sea, and whether a water trade route from the Han tribe to Bamboo Island could be opened. Before the advent of highway and railway networks, before there were even proper roads, water transport was the most convenient and efficient method of transportation provided by nature. As Bear Grylls once said, rivers are the highways of the jungle. Han Feng understood this deeply. Aside from the diplomatic mission, the two things that concerned him most were the development of the newly established counties and the sailing expedition team. Opening up new navigation routes as quickly as possible was currently one of the Han tribe's top priorities. 5 new-style sailboats had already been launched recently. How much did they cost? Roughly 20,000 coins per ship, considering the average monthly wage was 30 coins. An 8-meter-long flat-bottomed wooden boat sold for only 1,000 coins. Why was the sailboat so much more expensive? Because the costs simply couldn't be driven down. Some might not understand. Isn't it just a pile of wood? The mountains are full of trees. You can cut as many as you want for free. How high could the cost be? In reality, while the trees on the mountain were indeed free and no one would stop you from cutting them, transporting such massive, whole logs down from the mountain required immense manpower and animal power. Feeding the men and the horses cost money. Wood was expensive not because of the material itself, but because of the transportation fees. Furthermore, shipbuilding required giant logs that were long enough, thick enough, and completely intact. They couldn't be cut into sections for transport, which increased the difficulty and, consequently, the cost. And getting them down the mountain was just the beginning. What about storage? Freshly cut wet wood couldn't be used immediately. It had to be air-dried in the shade for over a year before it could be processed into lumber. That meant the trees being cut now were preparations for the next year or two. During this drying period, the wood couldn't be exposed to rain. This required specialized grounds. You didn't need a house, but rain sheds were essential, and building those cost money too. Then there was the size of the ship. As the volume increased, the need for iron anchors, nails, and fittings skyrocketed. The cost of these metal parts combined wasn't much lower than the wood itself. Then there were the seemingly insignificant items like tung oil, lacquer, hemp fibers, and fish glue, which were actually consumed in enormous quantities. Additionally, compared to small boats, The most critical addition for a sailboat was the sails. One ship required 4 sails, 2 for regular use, and 2 spares. Spares were non-negotiable. Without spare sails, if an accident occurred at sea, the ship would lose its power source. What were spare sails? For a sailboat, they were equivalent to 2 spare engines. Each sail was made of double-layered linen, which cost a pretty penny. Then there was the craftsmanship. An 8-meter hand-rowed boat was just a skiff, small, and consisting of only a hull. A sailboat, however, was in a completely different league regarding the keel material and construction difficulty. The high-temperature bending of wooden planks required fuel, and the ship had 2 decks, plus a protruding cabin on the upper deck. Not to mention the mast, which was the hardest part to make. The material selection was strict, and the manual labor tested the craftsman's skills to the limit. Using only an ink line, a handsaw, and a plane to turn a tree into a perfectly round pillar was a feat if Han Feng hadn't personally guided them. The carpenters might not have known how to do it. On top of that, there were the other facilities equipped on the sailboat, such as 2 landing sampans, 3 single-man hydrological reconnaissance boats, and life preservers. These auxiliary devices alone cost over 5,000 coins, taking up a large chunk of the budget. Some might wonder, do these things have to be counted in the cost of the sailboat? Of course. It's like hearing that an aircraft carrier costs at least 50 billion, and that's not even the biggest one. Why is it so expensive? Where does the money go? It goes into the planes. A single carrier-based aircraft costs at least 200 million. A carrier carries nearly 40 of them. American supercarriers can carry nearly 100. The cost of the planes alone is 10 or 20 billion. But can planes be counted in the cost of the carrier? Isn't the carrier just a ship? The answer is simple. Is a carrier without planes still an aircraft carrier? Only the combined entity of planes and ship can be called a carrier. Just like a sailboat without hydrological reconnaissance boats, can it still be called a geographic exploration vessel? Even during the age of sail, the cost of over 100 iron cannons was included in the price of a warship. The reason was simple. Without those hundreds of tons of cannons, are you still a warship? This expenditure was massive for the current Han tribe. The main reason was that much of the Han tribe's fiscal revenue wasn't in cash, but in goods like grain, hemp fiber, and raw lacquer. The Han tribe's primary fiscal revenue was shouldered by the workshops, the state-owned enterprises. Salt mining, iron smelting, and weaving were the biggest sources of income. People needed salt, and they could only buy it from the government. They needed farm tools, only available from the government. They needed cloth for clothes, and the government monopolies controlled the manufacturing sector. Of course, this referred to major commodities. For things like making shoes or weaving baskets, the government wouldn't set up workshops to compete with the common people for profit. A tier below these 3 major income sources was the commercial tax, which was collected in cash. There was also the boat rental business in Hanyang City, where income from selling and renting boats went into the treasury. Additionally, the poll tax, or head tax, was a significant source of revenue. The last item was foreign trade. Currently, the biggest foreign trade deal was the carriage order from the Exon tribe. The Exon tribe needed many 2-wheeled carriages. The Han tribe's quoted price for one carriage wasn't much cheaper than a boat. Although not paid in cash, the value in cattle and horses was definitely no less than 1,000 coins. These cattle and horses, once in Han hands, could be sold to the citizens or rented out to earn income, which was also a considerable sum. On the expenditure side, the Han tribe had been spending money like water on construction over the past 2 years. The biggest infrastructure projects were the newly established counties, city walls, streets, government offices, schools, and irrigation improvements for farmland. These public facilities were built using corvée labor during the farming off-season. Since corvée labor, like military service, was a mandatory obligation, it didn't cost money, saving the Han tribe a huge amount. Another factor was the extensive use of slaves. They only needed to be fed, which cost no money since the government had plenty of grain collected as tax. Plus, the new counties required vast amounts of living supplies. The citizens buying these goods from the workshops generated some cash flow. Overall, if the new counties could barely break even, Han Feng considered it well managed. Aside from some grain, the old counties didn't need to pump blood into the new cities. However, even so, the cost of 20,000 coins per sailboat made Han Feng's heart ache. But the money had to be spent. It affected future development. Besides, if water transport could be fully developed, income would only grow. This investment would definitely not lose money in the future. The return on investment would just be slow. But Han Feng still felt the income wasn't enough because the Han tribe was about to incur another massive fiscal expenditure: education investment. Education investment has historically been an astronomical expense, especially in China. Universal education, compulsory education, that is no joke. What is compulsory education? It means you can't charge tuition. Don't even think about miscellaneous fees. Aside from pens, notebooks, and extracurricular books the students buy themselves, everything else is free. And you have to front the salaries for all the teachers. It is a massive expense. And what is universal education? It means the Han tribe needs to build many schools to ensure a learning environment and requires a large number of frontline teachers. All of this costs big money. The most critical part is that this is purely investment. You don't see immediate profit. Is there a profit in education investment? Of course. But it's a huge return that can't be measured in gold. It's the mass production of talent and the improvement of the overall quality of the citizenry. However, to see the effects of this return, it takes at least 5 years to see an improvement in quality and 10 years to see a leap in talent. Because schooling takes time. Han Feng's curriculum consisted of 4 subjects and 6 textbooks. Language arts included poetry and Han etiquette. Mathematics had elementary arithmetic and intermediate arithmetic. General science had nature, hailed as the encyclopedia of this era. Law had Han law. How to use the shortest time and the least funds to let the citizens master these 6 books and complete compulsory education at the lowest cost. That was the question. Too short, and they wouldn't learn. Too long, and it cost too much. So, Han Feng finally set the compulsory education period to 4 years. Children reaching 8 years old, regardless of gender, were forced to enroll. If they didn't attend school, the parents would be punished, not just with fines, but with labor reform. Entering at 8, the first 2 years were spent learning selected poetry and elementary arithmetic, completing basic Chinese literacy and the 4 arithmetic operations. The latter 2 years, from ages 10 to 12, were for learning Han etiquette and intermediate arithmetic. This taught students manners and hierarchy, solidifying class divisions in the process. In math, they would learn higher-level algebra, geometry, and statistics, useful for accounting or craftsmanship. Finally, there were nature and Han law. One was a broad general science book, the other a specific legal text. These 2 were not part of the exams. They would definitely be taught. Teachers would guide the reading and explain the concepts, but students wouldn't be tested on them. These books were for general knowledge and legal awareness. The goal wasn't for them to fully master and understand the content, as that was unrealistic. For example, nature mentioned that burning charcoal is toxic and requires ventilation, and if poisoned, the person should be moved to an open, airy place. Knowing this was enough. You couldn't go deeper. Were you going to explain carbon monoxide poisoning? And what is carbon monoxide? That involves a whole other massive subject. Or that one shouldn't stand under a tree during a thunderstorm to avoid being struck by lightning. No need to explain the collision of positive and negative electrons in thunderclouds causing lightning. What is an electron? How do you prove its existence? Without a high-power electron microscope, Han Feng didn't know how to prove it either. So, nature just roughly introduced some physical, chemical, biological, and geographical phenomena one might encounter in life. Knowing about them was enough. No deep dive required. As for Han law, unless one wanted to take the civil service exam, there was no need to memorize it by rote. Just understanding what laws the Han tribe had, what could be done, what couldn't, and the punishments for breaking the law was sufficient. The purpose of teaching this wasn't to make students legal experts, but for the process of legal dissemination itself. The Han tribe ultimately didn't have the capacity to send everyone to school. So how could they make all citizens understand, know, and obey the law? Relying solely on the government for legal outreach wasn't enough, and the people might not buy it. Some naturally believed the government was up to no good and liked to oppose it, especially within large clans where tribal rules held more sway than the law. So, for universal legal education, Han Feng came up with this idea. Teachers explain the law to students, and after school, the students pass it on to their parents and elders. Using the students as little loudspeakers, the content and importance of the law would spread to all levels of society. This way, in no time, at most 2 generations or 20-odd years, the Han tribe would have no legal illiterates or actual illiterates. Compressing compulsory education into 4 years effectively lowered teaching costs while ensuring quality. After graduating at 12, students could go back to farming or get arranged for marriage. Those with higher aspirations would take higher-level exams, pass them, and they could continue schooling. full memorization of Han law, advanced mathematics. These subjects awaited. Whether becoming a civil engineer or a legal clerk, entering the system was no longer just a dream. Of course, even so, the investment in education was massive. Although the future returns were promising, one had to survive until that day. To gain more fiscal revenue to plug this spending hole, Han Feng devised several targeted strategies. That was the promotion and popularization of traditional handicrafts and the grading assessment of artisans. Based on these two decrees, he aimed to dig deep into the potential value of artisans, cultivating more of them to create revenue for the Han tribe. Han Feng had his own ideas on how to tap into the potential value of artisans and make them generate revenue for the tribe. This was mainly based on an awkward situation currently facing the Han tribe. All artisans were hoarded within the government-controlled state workshops. There were practically no artisans in the private sector, at most some helpers who could do simple tasks, not even qualifying as apprentices. This led to a bizarre situation. Historically, during the feudal imperial periods, the system was essentially a small peasant economy. What is a small peasant economy? Simply put, it's self-sufficiency. The common people didn't need to consume clothing. They had looms at home and grew their own mulberry and hemp. Buying cloth? Non-existent. And back then, for the homemade linen, they didn't even have spinning wheels. The hemp threads for weaving were twisted by hand. This manual step of twisting hemp fibers into thread was called achievement, xingji, which is where the modern term comes from. Food. They grew their own grain. Meat. They raised livestock. Even if they didn't, raising a few chickens for eggs wasn't hard. There was no need to spend money on food, except for salt. With food and clothing solved, they could cut their own firewood. The only places money was needed might be buying salt and iron, as farm tools were essential. Other than that, there really wasn't anywhere to spend money. But the Han tribe was different. The Han tribe was a social system transitioning from public ownership to private ownership, and the transition had only just begun, so inevitably, some problems arose. For instance, back when it was public ownership, the Han tribe set up collective breeding bases where livestock belonged to the tribe and citizens owned none. Then they established a textile workshop and a metallurgy workshop, both products of the public ownership system. From the perspective of that time, establishing these workshops maximized the concentration of resources and strength for production. The benefits were not only high efficiency, but also reduced waste of raw materials. Take metallurgy. Having every household build a small blast furnace was far less practical than concentrating efforts to build a few large ones. At the very least, you could centralize the charcoal usage, saving immense amounts of heat. Besides, the average citizen didn't have the ability to mine or crush or, let alone mix the ingredients. Resources were scarce, why scatter and waste them? From this angle, even after the private ownership reform, the workshop production model was a symbol of advancement. The same went for textiles. Washing wool, spinning yarn, and weaving cloth yourself wasted so much time, and with varying skill levels, product quality couldn't be guaranteed. But under the workshop model, assembly line production could be used. This not only drastically compressed the transition time between steps, but since each worker did only one task daily, they became more skilled. Quality was guaranteed, and efficiency was higher and faster, completely incomparable to private workshops. But things were different now. Although private ownership had begun, it only meant paying wages to workshop workers. It shifted from obligatory work to working for money, but the actual ownership of the workshops remained with the state. The production equipment hadn't been distributed to the people. That would be ridiculous. However, the Han tribe needed to develop toward a small peasant economy to achieve self-sufficiency for the people. Don't think that transitioning from collective factories to private workshops is a regression of society. That's nonsense too. Problems must be analyzed according to the historical background. Overly advanced production models in a significantly backward era are more prone to issues. It's like having a Dongfeng heavy truck, but no original engine. You only have a donkey for power. Even if you forcibly tie the donkey to the truck and whip it to death, it won't move. At this moment, you only have a donkey and no other power options. But you can't just not move. So, it's better to swap the heavy truck for a two-wheeled wooden cart. Although the load capacity is worlds apart, the donkey cart can actually run, which is better than being stuck in place worrying. The Han tribe was facing this situation. The textile workshop in Hanyang City, with its dozens of looms, could no longer meet the cloth demands of tens of thousands of people, not to mention the existence of cloth-guzzling sailboats. What to do? Expand the workshop? The machinery was easy enough. The carpenters in the wood workshop could build it. But where to recruit workers? Men were key labor forces. Aside from farming grain, they had to participate in construction. Besides, recruiting a bunch of men to weave cloth didn't seem right. But the women were busy too. Women had auxiliary fields to tend, with areas no smaller than the men's fields. Planting mulberry, hemp, vegetables, soybeans, lacquer grass, and other economic crops. Who had time to work in your workshop? Did they think they weren't tired enough? And they had to bear children. This was a crucial matter concerning the population growth of the entire tribe. Physiologically speaking, women were indeed the vulnerable group. No disrespect intended, purely an objective physiological analysis. Carrying a big belly, watching a 2- or 3-year-old, and waiting for the second or third child to be born. It's not easy. Do you have the nerve to ask them to enter a factory? So, without expanding the workshop, how could productivity be increased while also generating fiscal revenue for the government? Han Feng's solution was to have the wood workshop build a batch of spinning wheels and looms. But instead of organizing a corresponding textile workshop, the Han tribe would sell these wooden machines directly to the citizens. The key point was that the citizens did not want their own looms. They just had no channel to get them. Before, there was nowhere to buy them. The government workshops wouldn't sell, and they couldn't find anyone to make them because there were no loom-making artisans in the private sector. This was the status quo of the Han tribe that Han Feng spoke of. Artisans were scarce among the people. It was hard for a commoner to find a carpenter to make something, and the government didn't sell finished products. This led to a market void for many items. Yet the market was showing a strong desire to buy. Han Feng was certain that as long as these machines were sold to the newly built counties, they would be warmly welcomed and snapped up. You might see few people buying carts or boats, but for looms? One per household wouldn't be considered too many. And Han Feng was a transmigrator from the modern era. With his knowledge and experience, he could turn the loom into something like the 4 big items for marriage. He could manipulate public opinion to create a concept in the Han tribe that newlyweds must buy a loom, promoting sales just like bicycles and radios were popular for weddings in 1970s China. Then there was the matter of ironware. Although this required strict control, control didn't mean it couldn't be sold. Han Feng had a rough idea. The private sector could have blacksmiths graded by the government. After receiving a certificate for their grade, these blacksmiths could apply to open private smithies. With a business license, they could buy refined iron ingots from the government and process tools for the people. The purpose of this was, first, strict control. Private smithies only had the right to buy iron for reprocessing, not the right to smelt iron themselves. Furthermore, the amount of iron ingots a smithy of a certain grade could buy annually could be limited by quotas. For example, based on a city's population, annual farm tool wear and tear, and new population growth, data could be used to set the iron purchase limit for that smithy. Of course, this was just a preliminary idea and couldn't be implemented concretely yet. How to grade, how many grades, how to define them, and the iron quota for each grade all required careful study. On the other hand, there was the issue of transforming the existing textile and metallurgy workshops. Once looms and smithies became common among the people, the survival space of these 2 workshops would be squeezed. Transformation was the only way. Transforming the original state-owned workshops was a big deal. They wouldn't be disbanded immediately. That was impossible. They had to keep running. But how? That was the question. Han Feng had his ideas. For the metallurgy workshop, since it was decided to subcontract tool making and retail to local smithies, the workshop could pivot to focus on the remaining tasks. For example, mining, metal smelting, manufacturing military ordnance, and wholesaling metal raw materials. This would be good. The metallurgy workshop could cast aside trivial matters like forging farm tools and focus solely on how to expand steel production capacity, whether to build more blast furnaces or upgrade technology. They would also have more time to research higher-tech weaponry. Actually, Han Feng had been hesitating about whether to develop firearms. It was a huge issue. It wasn't a question of whether the Han tribe could make them. For the current Han tribe, making a bird gun or something required no technical content. Matchlocks and flintlocks were low-level. With Han Feng's deep research into firearms, he could easily whip up an early model double-barreled shotgun, or even an early Browning version of a pump-action 5-shot shotgun. The reason for this confidence was that shotguns didn't shoot far and had low chamber pressure requirements. In other words, the requirements for barrel quality were not strict, low technical level, even lower than flintlocks. Anyway, it's just a smoothbore boomstick. No need for airtight seals, no need for rifling. It shoots buckshot, so aiming isn't necessary. A dozen 5mm lead pellets will plaster your face within 100 meters and blow a big hole in you at 50 meters. Who needs to aim? This thing would be thrilling to use against the giant apes. One shot opens a bowl-sized hole, and it's a 5-shooter. The loading mechanism is simple as hell. Pull and push, and it's loaded. And the most important part inside, besides the barrel, might be the spring. But the Han Tribe's spring steel technology had long been applied to the flying shuttles of the looms. Long-term use proved the Han Tribe's springs had no issues at all. Another point to note, the world's first pump-action shotgun developed by Browning was very different from modern Remingtons because it used an external hammer firing mechanism. This feature, compared to the internal firing mechanisms of modern guns, required even lower manufacturing levels. It's just a hammer. You could hammer it out by hand. At worst, lost wax casting could solve it. Not a problem at all. Actually, this boomstick is the famous 5-shot shotgun from the game PUBG. In reality, this firearm was developed against the backdrop of World War I. At the time, there was a version equipped with a half-meter-long bayonet, known as the trench sweeper. A 5-shot shotgun with a bayonet, quite distinctive. Han Feng had been thinking about this for a while. The Han Tribe had focused its development on the south. Why? Because there were strong enemies in the north, and the Han Tribe lacked effective expeditionary capabilities. In terms of individual strength and weapons, it was hard to beat those monsters. Put it this way, give you a steel knife or a spear, would you dare charge up and hack it to death? Just the size alone brings severe oppression to soldiers. It's a bit better using ranged weapons, but with the power and fire rate of crossbows against the agile and massive giant apes, aiming is hard, and the effect is limited. Unless you hit a vital spot with a dozen arrows, it's hard to kill one outright. But in the time it takes to shoot a dozen arrows, it would already be in your face. But the Han Tribe wasn't afraid of the giant apes. Worst case, I build walls and dig trenches. I can't beat you in a fight, but you can't beat me either. As long as I'm in my permanent fortifications, I am invincible. No matter how many come, I can use the fortifications to deal with you. Although we turn soft outside the walls, so what? I'll just turtle up and develop my strength. When I'm strong, I'll wipe out your nest without leaving a crumb. But powerful weapons are always a double-edged sword. Guns are easy to make, but the people with guns are hard to manage. That was Han Feng's biggest worry. A giant ape is absolutely fragile before the muzzle of a shotgun, but Han Feng couldn't take a hit from a 5-shooter either. So, better to develop the tribe first. When the population is larger, train a special forces unit specifically for firearms, directly under his command. Only then could he truly be at ease. It wasn't that Han Feng was cowardly, but his status was what it was. Anyone else could have an accident, but not Han Feng. In the current situation, if Han Feng were gone, the Han Tribe would basically be finished, surely collapsing under the dual strikes of the grassland people and the Exon tribe. This process might not be fast, as the Han Tribe had many sturdy walls, but if the enemy was determined to lay siege, your arrows and soldiers would eventually be exhausted. Breaking the city would just be a matter of time. How long it lasted would depend on the defenders and the attacking generals. The matter of firearms wasn't something that could be settled in a moment. It was a huge subject. Han Feng hadn't even decided whether to pursue it yet, considering the impact it would have on the future development of civilization. If ambitious people witnessed the power of firearms and possessed them, it would surely be a disaster for this world. However, the population of this world was still extremely low. Han Feng's only long-term goal currently was to do everything in his power to grow the population within his lifetime. Because in an era of low productivity, population was the only true reliable strength. Why did China persist during the War of Resistance despite being so weak? Because of the large population. Unless you kill us all, I will absolutely not admit defeat. Chinese people have been like this since ancient times. Even if invaders enslaved us for a time, as long as there are people still breathing, the uprising will not stop. Just look at the Yuan dynasty, rebellions from start to finish. Urgently gathering manpower, selecting talent, collecting supplies and vehicles, and mobilizing grain and fodder. Not just for the diplomatic mission and the caravan, but Han Feng also placed great importance on the 2 exploration fleets about to set sail. More than half a month after Cowtail followed them to Hanyang City, while the diplomatic mission and caravan hadn't yet departed, the Yu brothers from Luoyang County in the east set off under Han Feng's urging. After completing a simple crash course in sailboat command, they each took 3 sailboats and departed. This was the largest long-distance voyage in the history of the Han tribe. The flood control operation at the beginning of the year didn't count. Although dozens of wooden boats were dispatched and hundreds of people transported, it was a different matter from sailboats. The nature of the missions for the two fleets was different. Besides, although there were many boats back then, how many people could one boat carry? A sailboat could hold 100 people and still carry enough food and fuel. The fuel point needs special mention. The sailboats responsible for the exploration mission carried stoves, small, portable clay stoves made of refractory earth. They were kept in the cabin usually and moved to the deck for cooking. With charcoal in the hold, the crew had the conditions to cook meals on board. In this regard, small wooden boats couldn't compare. Could you eat, drink, and relieve yourself all on the boat? My sailboat can, and the living standard isn't bad. That day, Han Feng personally saw Yu Fu off as he headed south. Then he took Yu Ye's fleet through the waterways of the Great Swamp to the newly built Weishan County. After checking on the work of the county magistrate, Yin Ji, he hurried back to Hanyang City. Afterward, he maintained close contact with Yu Fu via Eagle Post. Why do this? Because Han Feng was curious. A brand new world map was unfolding before him through the descriptions in Yu Fu's logbook. It wasn't that Han Feng was impatient, but the speed of these inland river sailboats was truly astonishing. If they really picked up speed, you would know the power of water transport. If you can't imagine it, an ancient poem describes it quite vividly. Leaving Baidi at dawn amidst colorful clouds, returning to Jiangling 1,000 li away in a day. With monkeys crying ceaselessly on both banks, the light boat has already passed 10,000 mountains. Traveling 1,000 li by boat in a day is really not an exaggeration, of course, provided the wind and current are favorable. And Yu Fu's fleet was lucky right now. They were going downstream, pushing all the way. Although there was no tailwind, the propulsion from the crosswind was considerable. Even with the hydrological reconnaissance boat suppressing the speed in front, Yu Fu had intentionally slowed down. Yet even so, the fleet took only one day to reach the tributary at the mouth of the Golden Sand River, the intersection of the southeast tributary of the Wu Gorge Waterway and the Luyang River. How to describe this hydrological relationship? Put it this way. Both the Luyang River and the Rushui River flow from north to south. In the middle, separated by over 100 kilometers east to west, lies Riyang County. Overall, the two rivers appear parallel on the map, looking like the number 11. The downstream section of the Rushui River, after a large curve turning southeast, enters the Golden Sand River directly through the Wu Gorge. This was the waterway Han Feng led people through at the beginning of the year. But at the end of this waterway, the end of the Rushui River, before entering the Wu Gorge mountain range, a tributary extended southeast from the Rushui River. At the time, Han Feng judged that based on the direction of this tributary, it would definitely flow into the Luyang River eventually. And guess what? It really did. This was equivalent to establishing a horizontal connecting channel between two parallel rivers. It looked like the 11 turned into the letter H, except the channel in the middle wasn't straight. It pointed somewhat northwest to southeast, making it look a bit like a slanted N. But the two rivers were indeed objectively connected over 100 kilometers downstream. And this horizontal tributary didn't seem small. It was midsummer, with ample rainfall and water volume. The width of this river generally reached 50 meters, wider than the Rushui River, capable of running sailboats directly. The depth of this river hadn't been checked yet, but a 50-meter-wide river wouldn't be too shallow. Theoretically, in summer, this river possessed the conditions for a water route directly connecting Luyang, Hanyang, and Riyang counties. Of course, whether this channel was mature and effective, whether the water was deep enough, how big a ship it could run, and what load and draft it could support were all unknown. More critically, this was just the summer hydrology. In autumn and winter, inland river levels generally drop due to rainfall and tidal influences. Whether it would still support sailboat passage then would have to wait for actual investigation in the autumn. On the afternoon of the departure, when Yu Fu's fleet reached the confluence of the Luyang River and this tributary, he decisively ordered the anchors dropped and sent an eagle post to Han Feng, asking for orders to explore the tributary. Yu Fu's choice was correct. The original intention of establishing this fleet was to explore all usable waterways downstream, investigate the hydrological conditions, see if they were navigable, and what size ships they could support. This was their primary mission. Han Feng responded the same afternoon, ordering one ship to enter the tributary, sail upstream to investigate the hydrology, and reached the entrance to the Golden Sand River to observe the specific condition of the river blockage blasted at the beginning of the year, to see if it had recovered or cleared. After completing this task, they were to report back promptly, then sail back along the tributary to rendezvous with the other two ships and continue down the Luyang River. The discovery of this waterway definitely impacted the Han tribe's future development strategy, because Han Feng had planned for a Giant Wood County and a Golden River County there early in the year. On both banks of that basin, there were dense primeval forests on one side and vast plains formed by floods on the other. There were abundant timber and land resources, and water resources were plentiful. It was absolutely a great place for agricultural development at this stage. Utilizing the timber resources there and being close to an important waterway, setting up a large shipyard on the spot to build bigger ships would be no problem. It could be said that as long as there were people, this was absolutely a treasure land suitable for human survival and development. Grain, firewood, building materials, nothing was lacking. Even rarer was the convenient water transport. Where could you find such a geomantic treasure land in this era? Unfortunately, the shortage of population limited the Han tribe's development and constrained Han Feng's ambition. Otherwise, he could certainly expand the Han tribe's territory to an unimaginable extent quickly. But all this could only be implemented with a sufficient population. Without a long-term resident population, how do you occupy a piece of land, even if it is ownerless? Although Han Feng was helpless, good news came the next day. Reconnaissance ship number 1 successfully reached the Wu Gorge entrance along the tributary. This news indeed proved Han Feng's previous conjecture that the Luyang River and Ruyang River were actually interconnected. At the same time, Yu Fu sent a reconnaissance report on the blast point at the Wu Gorge entrance. Because of the river's impact, the remaining stones and mud that hadn't been washed away were now gone, likely flushed down by the surge in water volume during the summer. This was good news, and it also proved that this tributary was capable of sailboat passage in the summer. At the end of the letter, Yu Fu also requested Han Feng to name this horizontal tributary. Considering the river's unique east-west orientation, Han Feng named it the Chaoyang River, Morning Sun River, because whether facing east or west, its direction aligned with where the sun rose and set. The Chaoyang River section, starting west from the Wu Gorge entrance and ending east at the lower reaches of the Luyang River, was nearly 200 kilometers long. The maximum width in summer was 80 meters, the minimum over 40 meters, capable of sailboat passage. No human activity was found on either bank. This was the final report submitted by Yu Fu. Han Feng wasn't surprised at all that no other tribes were found in this basin. This area, with sides over 100 kilometers long, should have an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. But this very place had been flooded since last summer, especially the Chaoyang River basin. The flooding was particularly severe, all caused by that barrier lake at the river entrance. Therefore, in the past 2 years, the labor market in Luyang County had continuously expanded its influence southward, basically absorbing all the homeless tribes. This was also why Han Feng had the capital to build so many new counties this year. The Han tribe had people. Currently, the registered population exceeded 60,000. Once Yunji of Weishan County brought back the 50,000 people he promised from around the lake, the Han tribe was expected to break the 100,000 population mark within 2 years, perhaps even 200,000. This wasn't an exaggeration at all, because the larger the population base, the faster the growth. It grows geometrically. Within 2 years, if one couple has 2 children, 1,000 couples add 2,000 people. What about 10,000 couples? 100,000? As long as they could survive 10 years, when the first batch of children born since the Han tribe's formation reached adulthood at 12 or 13, would the Han tribe fear a lack of population? By then, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of newborns every year would scare others to death. But that was 10 years away. Han Feng's generation couldn't be idle. Before the population explosion, this generation had to find ways to expand territory, fight for more land for their descendants, and develop more fertile fields. This is called planning for a rainy day. Otherwise, when those kids grow up and give birth to 1 million of the next generation every year, just solving the problem of feeding everyone would worry you to death. Don't think this is an exaggeration. The generation at the founding of the PRC, just after World War II ended, gave birth to so many people to restore the population. Almost every family had 5, 6, 7, or 8 kids. Otherwise, where did over 1 billion people suddenly come from? Really, do not underestimate human reproductive capacity. But Han Feng wasn't afraid. Pressure creates motivation, right? Explaining this logic to the high-level officials would also appropriately add some pressure on them. Everyone work hard for me. If you want your children and grandchildren to have food to eat in the future, go stake out land like your life depends on it. Yu-Fu didn't quite understand the relationships in this yet, but the work he was doing now was actually preliminary reconnaissance for the Han tribe's land enclosure, surveying terrain, probing waterways, recording local natural climates and topographical features, identifying where cities could be built, where was suitable for human habitation, and where were strategic military passes. Actually, Yu-Fu didn't understand these things much either, but he was obedient enough and recorded details meticulously. Han Feng could analyze local characteristics based on the records he sent back. Another important task was to contact tribes on both banks downstream as much as possible, gather information about them, and absorb those who could be absorbed peacefully. For local forces unwilling to submit, the Han tribe didn't mind using force. The Han tribe was developing too fast. So many places needed labor for construction. Catching a few disobedient people to be slaves was fine. Using slaves to work saved even more money. Thus, after receiving Han Feng's order, Yu-Fu waited for reconnaissance ship number 1 to return from the Wu Gorge entrance to the Chaoyang River downstream exit and rendezvous with the other 2 ships. Then, they continued down the Luyang River. Starting from this day, the fleet began to discover strange tribes on both banks never seen before. Their current position was over 300 kilometers south-southeast of Luyang County. This was a new area the Han tribe had never touched. Everything here seemed so strange and very tempting. A distance within 3 days of sailing, not too far, not too close, was definitely within the zone the Han tribe could conquer. That afternoon, as the 3 large sailboats hoisted their sails and followed the hydrological reconnaissance boat downstream, a group of men and women standing on the shore using simple fishing nets were stunned looking at the 3 giant sailboats. The whole group was dumbfounded, not even noticing the fish they had struggled to catch escaping from their hands. Report, Commander Yu. Foreign tribe activity discovered on the shore. Shall we dock and make contact? A crew member stood on the observation platform atop the cabin, loudly reporting the situation to Yu-Fu, the commander of this geographic reconnaissance corps, requesting action. In the scorching summer heat, the Deer tribe, living by the banks of the Great River, waited until 4 or 5 in the afternoon to come out and be active, just as usual, avoiding the poisonous sun of 2 or 3 o'clock. Women stood in the shallow water, holding wooden fish, spears hunting swimming fish. Others pulled ropes, dragging rattan cages out of the river. Inside were water weeds or fresh fruit flesh, and some animal bone scraps, but most eye-catching were the live fish trapped inside. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape the fate of being roasted into dried fish. This was the trouble caused by greed for bait. Because of the heat, the children, unwilling to wear grass skirts like the adults and running around completely naked, shouted and crowded around the fish cages. They excitedly counted the catch inside, then happily helped the adults carry the cages back. Some girls learning to gather food held slender twigs, digging for something in the soil under the trees. Occasionally, they would run to the riverbank, scoop up some water with their hands, and pour it into small holes in the ground. Before long, a cicada larva would drill out. The girl would happily pick up the bug and put it into a small cage hanging at her waist. There were already dozens of cicada larvae inside. These things were high in protein. Roasted over a fire and peeled, there was a lump of white lean meat inside bigger than a peanut, a rare delicacy. Some naughty children stood by the river playing in the water. Even when scolded and shooed back by the surrounding adults, they insisted on dipping their feet in the river. The men weren't idle either. Some dug a pit by the river and stood there barefoot, stomping mud. Naturally, this wasn't for play, but to make pottery. Just look at the white-haired old man next to him, carefully molding a container that looked like a jar. The dried mud embryos nearby were taken away and stacked on a dedicated clearing, then covered with dry grass and wood, and set on fire. Such open-air firing could indeed produce pottery, but the success rate was low. Due to uncontrollable temperatures and lack of kiln insulation, open-air firing often caused cracking, leading to a high scrap rate. The remaining strong members of the hunting team held their carefully crafted weapons, searching and hunting along the riverbanks on both sides of the tribe. This served 2 purposes: driving away wild beasts coming to drink in the evening to prevent them from attacking tribe members, and hunting some game in the process. Usually, animals would come to the river to drink at this time. The hunting team didn't need to search everywhere under the blazing sun. It was better to wait by the river. It protected the tribe and yielded plenty of meat, especially a type of small deer abundant in the area. They caught several every day, sometimes even alive. Perhaps because of the heat, killing them immediately made preservation difficult, so they tied the live deer to trees with ropes. The silly deer just grazed under the trees and didn't die for a long time. This situation sparked their imagination. After discussion between the chief and the elders, they decided to catch more and tie them up. Just like that, the deer tribe inexplicably learned animal husbandry. The deer tribe was good at learning and discovering interesting things, raising questions about them, and triggering thought. Regardless of what they thought about, they usually gained some experience and benefits in the end. But this thinking and learning had limits. When something completely beyond their imagination, something they wouldn't dare dream of, appeared before them, everyone in the deer tribe was dumbfounded. The great river, over 100 meters wide, flowed slowly. Suddenly, a human figure drifted down from upstream. The person wore strange clothes, hair tied entirely on top of the head, covered by a large bamboo hat, and carried a white air sack on their back. Most critically, this person was standing on a strange object painted white, allowing him to drift safely on the water surface. He held a triangular wing in his hand. The wing, made of unknown material, was taller than a person and painted with a strange black symbol. The strange object under his feet seemed to drag a wooden stick behind it, one end deeply probing into the water. This was actually a bamboo pole for measuring depth, hollowed out and filled with sand to sink. The other end was tied to the reconnaissance boat. If the pole hit the bottom and met resistance, the lever effect would cause the part above the boat to tilt forward. It was a measuring tool that allowed one to visually see the water depth, also invented by Han Feng. The deer tribe crowd, seeing this weirdo standing motionless on the water, moving downstream just by holding that giant wing, were all stunned. Oh, what is that? Is that even a human? What is he standing on that floats on water? Did he make that himself? A string of questions appeared in everyone's minds, but they found no existing experience or knowledge to answer them. Even the elder with the most age, experience, and wisdom in the tribe stared blankly at the river, not knowing what it was. The pilot of the hydrological reconnaissance boat on the river obviously saw them too. 3 days, and finally a living person. This was a significant discovery. So, he turned the triangular sail sideways. The sail no longer caught the wind, and the boat suddenly lost power, slowing down to drift with the current. Then he manually set the depth probe upright, sticking it into the riverbed mud to act as an anchor, bringing the boat to a sudden stop. The single-man reconnaissance boat stopped in the middle of the 100-meter-wide river. The pilot stood there staring at the deer tribe on the shore. Actually, there was a brass gong hanging on his sail. Striking it would warn the fleet 500 meters behind. But currently, the hydrological conditions were good and didn't affect the fleet's passage. The flow in this section was slow, likely due to flat terrain, and there were no rapids. He just found people on the shore, which didn't count as a danger alarm, so he didn't strike the gong. He stopped the boat and waited quietly for the fleet to catch up. Being alone, he wouldn't approach the people on the shore by himself. Look, that person stopped. He stopped. What is he doing? Is he coming over? Long legs, you run fast. Go call the hunting team back. Tell them a strange person came on the river. Children, get back into the houses quickly. Those spearing fish don't stand by the water anymore. Gather together. Everyone guard the tribe until the hunting team returns. The elder guarding the home quickly made deployments, arranging for the tribe members to be vigilant. They couldn't determine what this weirdo standing on the water wanted to do. A distance of 500 meters wasn't far for a sailboat with half sail. It would arrive in less than a minute once up to speed. The observer on the roof of the lead ship's cabin soon saw the reconnaissance boat stopped in the middle of the river. The boat was fine. The person was fine. The scout must have stopped it himself. He must have found something. Just then, the observer also smelled smoke in the air. He instinctively looked to the banks and soon found an anomaly on the east bank. There were many people, women holding wooden fish spears. The observer immediately reported the situation to Yu Fu in the cabin, requesting the next step. Should the fleet dock and make contact? Hearing a tribe was found, Yu Fu was excited too. He ran up to the second deck observation platform to look at the shore. Sure enough, there was a tribe and quite a few people. Based on the number of women staying behind, he preliminarily estimated the tribe to be around 400 or 500 people. Lower sails. Beat the drum to order the rear to lower sails. Signal the fleet to switch to sculling and continue forward. Anchor at the scout boat's position ahead. Pick up the scout boat. Order the fleet to stop in the middle of the river. Do not dock. Yu Fu issued a series of orders. Many crew members on the ship sprang into action. The sail handlers untied the ropes and lowered all sails. The scullers went to the stern and began manual output, pushing the sailboat forward slowly. The signalman on the second deck beat the drum to alert the rear ships, then used semaphore flags to convey orders. The three large ships moved in unison, quickly gliding near the reconnaissance boat, then dropped anchor to stop completely. Seeing the big ships stop and signal for recall, the scout lowered his triangular sail, pulled towards the big ship, and with the crew's help, was pulled onto the bow deck, boat and all. At this moment, the Deer Tribe was even more shocked. No, it should be said they turned to fear. The single-man boat earlier was baffling enough to cause panic. Now, suddenly, three giant monsters dozens of times larger arrived, carrying countless people. What terrified them most was that they seemed to hear loud noises coming from the monsters, dull but very loud, like muffled thunder from the sky before a heavy rain. Fortunately, the men of the tribe's hunting team returned in time. They hadn't gone far, needing to protect the tribe from beasts. But when they ran back and saw three large ships parked on the water, they were dumbfounded too. What were these things? Why were there so many strange people on them? What did they want here? Commander Yu, aren't we going over to contact those people? Should we dock? I see the water is deeper where the rocks are over there. It should be possible to dock, the first mate on ship number 1 asked. We can't dock. It's not about the depth. Didn't you see they are already scared and nervous? If we dock now and they suddenly attack us, throw fire on our ship, aren't you afraid of burning the ship? Yu Fu immediately objected. So we just don't go? But our mission, the chief agreed for us to contact outside tribes more, the first mate argued. He hadn't partnered with Yu Fu before. He was supposed to be a new ship captain, but Yu Fu was suddenly parachuted in, leaving him as the first mate. He held some resentment and didn't know Yu Fu well, thinking him cowardly, which increased his disdain. I didn't say we wouldn't contact them. Have someone lower a landing craft at the stern. A few people will come ashore with me in the landing craft. The rest stay on the ship and don't move. Oh, right, prepare some gifts. Take a set of porcelain, a jar of white salt, some chili and cumin spices, and 2 zhang of linen cloth. Yeah, that's about it. Hurry up and prepare. Also, everyone landing with me must carry a saber. Stay alert. Yu Fu issued another string of orders. The sailors moved again, lowering the larger landing craft from the stern with ropes. Each large ship had 2 landing craft. A single one could carry 30 people. This time the first mate shut up. This wasn't cowardice. This was huge balls. Going ashore with just a few people to face hundreds, even with a saber at the waist, wasn't something just anyone dared to do. So he stopped talking. The landing craft was quickly lowered. Yu Fu personally led a few of his trusted men, carrying gifts, and boarded the small boat, rowing towards the Deer Tribe on the shore with wooden oars. They're coming. But it looks like only a few people. The Deer Tribe got even more nervous. Fortunately, seeing that not everyone rushed over at once. Only a few people, and they didn't seem to carry sharp weapons like spears, they were still very tense. Yu Fu was experienced. He didn't foolishly charge straight at the Deer Tribe's bank. Instead, he offset by dozens of meters, rowing diagonally towards a clearing on the shore. The distance of dozens of meters was covered in a flash. Yu Fu calmly led his men ashore from the open water. The Deer Tribe crowd stared at them tightly. These people didn't seem malicious. That was the most direct feeling of the Deer Tribe's chief and elders. Yu Fu's contact with outside tribes, traveling north and south doing business, didn't start when he joined the Han tribe. They did this back in the Yu tribe era. His experience was arguably the best in the Han tribe. His trusted men, who often went on missions with him, naturally reacted correctly without Yu Fu needing to arrange it personally. The 7-man team saw Yu Fu walking in front holding 2 zhang of folded linen. The others held gifts, and some held nothing but rested their hands on their saber hilts. But all 7 shared a common trait. They wore warm, bright, sincere smiles on their faces. As everyone knows, no matter how many languages there are in the world, facial expressions are universal. As long as you smile at someone, they will definitely feel your goodwill. If they don't feel goodwill, it must be because your smile is too creepy. At this moment, seeing a few men without obvious weapons, smiling and walking towards them holding exquisite items, a thought suddenly popped into the heads of the Deer Tribe chief and elder. Could they be in some trouble and looking for our tribe's help? Although they didn't see the other party showing any threatening behavior, the Deer Tribe remained highly vigilant. Dozens of hunting team members held spears, facing Yufu's group at all times. Others watched the large ships on the water warily, preventing them from suddenly rushing the shore. However, the Deer Tribe elder and chief also realized that Yufu's group wanted to make contact. So, the two of them went out to meet Yufu, with the main force of their tribe's warriors behind them, so they weren't too afraid. Respected tribe chief, please accept gifts from our tribe. When Yufu was 3 or 4 meters away from the Deer chief and elder, he stopped walking. While speaking, he extended the folded linen cloth forward, gesturing that he wanted to give it to them. Although they couldn't understand the language, the two could see his intent. The Deer chief hesitated, left the elder behind him, stepped forward to take the linen cloth, and then retreated. But after examining the item in his hands for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was or what it was for. The elder touched it a couple of times, but was equally baffled. They looked at Yufu again with questioning eyes. This is linen cloth, used for making clothes, Yufu said, tugging at his own clothes as he spoke. The Deer chief and elder immediately looked enlightened. Next, Yufu took the other gifts from his subordinates and handed them over to the Deer chief one by one, explaining them. This, porcelain, for eating, for drinking soup. This spice. Taste it yourself and you'll know. Eat a little. The Deer chief pinched some red powder from a fist-sized blue and white porcelain jar and put it into his mouth. The next second, his face turned beet red, as if he had swallowed a live coal. He spat saliva frantically, holding the jar in one hand and choking his own neck with the other, shouting, "Poison! Poison!" His shouting triggered the hunting team warriors behind him. They charged forward with spears raised, surrounding Yufu's group on the shore. Yufu's trusted men drew their long sabers to protect themselves, facing off against the warriors. Yufu hurriedly restrained his men, telling them not to attack first, while frantically gesturing and explaining to the Deer elder. On the other side, the Deer chief, a man in his 20s, ate chili powder for the first time in his life. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably from the heat. He had used his fingers to pinch the chili powder directly, and now, because of the tears, he rubbed his eyes with that same hand. Oh mother! This was adding fuel to the fire, like pouring chilly water into his eyes. He instantly collapsed from the severe pain, rolling on the ground covering his eyes and howling. This sudden situation enraged the entire Deer tribe. Damn it, just a few of you run onto our turf and drug our chief, right in front of everyone? Do you have a death wish? You really don't take us seriously. The group roared and charged, wanting to turn Yufu's group into hornets' nests with their spears. However, Yufu wasn't a coward. Under the protection of his men, he kept explaining to the Deer elder with words and gestures. The Deer elder was wise with age. He could see Yufu's group had no malicious intent. The gifts given were definitely treasures. Take that jar of chili, regardless of what was inside. The container holding it was exquisite, looking like pottery painted with murals. Would they use such a fine thing to hold poison? Besides, why would they do this? There was absolutely no motive. I can save him. I can cure him. Please let me pass. Yufu shouted and gestured. The Deer elder understood the gist, knowing Yufu wanted to remedy the situation. They probably didn't do it on purpose. Maybe their own idiot chief did something wrong. Let that man pass. Just him alone. Everyone else surround them. Don't kill them. The Deer elder pondered and issued the order. The hunting team reluctantly let Yufu pass, though someone followed him closely every step. Yufu trotted over, picked up a few pieces of porcelain from the ground, chose a large bowl, ran to the river to scoop clear water, then went up and pinned down the rolling Deer chief. He poured the water right over his face, then got up to scoop more. The second time, he specifically rinsed the idiot's fingers so he wouldn't rub his eyes with chilly hands again. The clear water alleviated the pain, but the chief still dared not open his eyes. Finally, Yufu put down the bowl and simply gestured to the elder to let him run to the river to wash himself. The elder watched Yufu's actions and saw that washing with water really worked, so he quickly ordered a warrior to support the chief to wash his hands and face. It took a good while for the guy to stabilize. He sat on a rock by the shore panting, trying to open his eyes. There was still a burning sensation, but it wasn't unbearable anymore. He could keep his eyes open. The Deer elder walked over and waved his hand in front of the chief's eyes. Receiving the answer, "I'm fine," he sighed in relief. On the other side, Yufu squatted down and picked up the jar containing the chili powder. The deer chief had thrown it into the grass earlier. Fortunately, the jar was sturdy and the ground was soft, so it didn't break, but more than half the chili powder had spilled. What a waste. But he was also reflecting. It seemed better to just give white salt next time. Chili shouldn't be tried lightly. Not everyone could accept this stimulating taste. Seeing their chief recovered, the hunting team men began to calm down. Yufu held the jar of chili with a look of pity. They didn't know if he regretted not poisoning the chief to death or spilling the chili. He dipped his finger in the chili, put it in his mouth, and sucked, making geo sounds, then spread his hands with an innocent look. My chili isn't poisonous. You idiot just ate too much. The deer chief realized the stuff probably wasn't poison. Maybe he was too sensitive. He blushed with embarrassment at his earlier state. Yufu stopped testing these ignorant guys. He picked up the jar of white salt from the ground, demonstrated by dipping a little into his mouth, then offered it to the deer elder to taste. This was the fastest way to get acquainted because any tribe that knew the value of white salt would definitely try to buy it. Having learned from the previous incident, the deer elder didn't show off. He mimicked Yufu, dipping only a tiny bit into his mouth. The pure salty taste filled his mouth, stimulating his taste buds. The deer elder's expression instantly became animated. The surrounding crowd watched the elder, afraid the earlier scene would repeat. Fortunately, no accident occurred, and the elder's expression seemed pleasantly surprised. What is that white powder in the jar? Is it delicious? The crowd thought in unison. The deer elder said something excitedly, then dipped some white salt and put it in the chief's mouth. Tasting the saltiness, the deer chief's eyes lit up. He knew this was good stuff and felt even more embarrassed about his earlier reaction. That other stuff must have been good too. He just ate too much. Having received the white salt, the two changed their tune. They knew the importance of white salt, and they couldn't produce it. Only these weirdos from the water had it. To get more, they had to build a good relationship with them. The Han tribe's white salt diplomacy was always swift and effective. Friends who brought white salt were distinguished guests. Since the other party had given so many good things, the deer tribe ought to host them well. Most importantly, they needed to discuss with these people what the deer tribe could use to exchange for more white salt, the business negotiation phase. Yufu and his group were warmly invited into the deer tribe's settlement, which wasn't far from the shore, less than 500 meters. You could see the river from the settlement. The settlement was surrounded by a tall, dense fence plastered with mud, looking like a wall. In reality, it was only palm thick, more for camouflage than defense. A solid shove would probably knock it over. Inside the wall were mostly huts made of wooden frames and branches plastered with mud for shelter, topped with thick thatch roofs. Many such huts were distributed irregularly inside the wall. In front of each house were pottery jars of various sizes, ugly but practical. It seemed containers wouldn't fetch a high price here. And since this tribe mastered pottery, surrounding areas likely had the technology too. This is important news, Yufu thought to himself. It was evening. The sun hadn't set, but guests had arrived, and the hunting team had a good haul today. The women also caught plenty of fish. The deer elder called for the tribe to start fires and cook. In the deer tribe settlement, the chief and elder's houses were connected and tall. A huge pair of antlers was tied to a wooden stake at the door, likely a totem or status symbol. The population wasn't small, around 400 people, but the deer tribe was still a hunting-gathering group. The only difference might be their skill in fishing and livestock raising. There weren't many deer in the pen, about a dozen, large and small, but they were well kept. Children gathered grass to feed them daily. They looked healthy, likely kept as emergency rations, not to be slaughtered lightly. The tribe members lived in family units with independent huts and their own pots and pans. But when cooking at night, all game, fish, and gathered vegetables were concentrated at the chief's place. The chief distributed ingredients to each family based on merit and numbers, and the members took the food back to cook themselves. Yufu and his trusted men naturally ate with the deer chief. Dinner was rich, with roasted venison and soup stewed in pottery pots. Salt was precious. The deer chief couldn't bear to put it in the pot. He only called the hunting team men over and put a little in each of their bowls. This little bit had to be shared with their whole families. A small jar of white salt was consumed by a large spoonful in the blink of an eye, causing heartache for the chief and elder. The deer tribe members, knowing the guests brought the salt, were very happy. Their view of Yufu's group changed drastically, becoming enthusiastic. While waiting for the food, It was time for business. Yu communicated with the deer chief, an elder using his universal sign language. The deer chief hoped to exchange something for some white salt, but didn't know if it was possible or what they wanted. After a laborious exchange, the two finally understood Yufu's purpose. They were here to trade. The gifts Yufu gave earlier were all tradable items. The linen cloth for clothes had already been given to the deer chief's woman. 3 or 4 middle-aged women looked at the cloth in their hands, then at the style of clothes on Yufu's group, naturally loving the fabric. Porcelain, aside from being lighter and prettier, didn't mean much to the deer tribe practically. They had functional pottery. No need to waste goods trading for ceramics. As art, Yufu's gifts were enough. As for the other spices, except for white salt, the chili and cumin were prepared under Yufu's guidance. Watching Yufu carefully sprinkle spices on the roast meat, the deer chief was embarrassed. That stuff really wasn't meant to be eaten straight. After a while, the deer elder began asking Yufu about the price with the jar of white salt. Yufu was in a bind. Doing business was fine, but what did the deer tribe have that the Han tribe needed? They didn't have anything the Han tribe would look twice at. Except for large quantities of animal skins or livestock, hard currency the Han tribe needed, but the deer tribe lacked these themselves and couldn't spare any. What to do? Both sides fell into deep thought. Do you have any special stones, or special animals or plants? Things that can cure sickness, or are edible? Anything works, Yufu suddenly asked them. This was unavoidable. The deer tribe really had nothing the Han tribe valued, so he could only ask this. Actually, this had a benefit. He could quickly learn about local specialties, useful flora and fauna, and mineral resources through this indigenous tribe. In fact, many raw or stones are beautiful. Malachite from copper ore, for instance, can be used as gemstones for decoration. So if there were mines nearby, there was a high chance the deer tribe had found them. Hearing that the upstream tribe wanted strange stones, the two leaders were shocked. Stones you can neither eat nor drink could be exchanged for something as precious as salt? Yufu naturally explained. Ordinary stones won't do. They must be special, translucent, reflective, brightly colored, or have special uses. Only those stones work. Unexpectedly, the deer tribe actually had them. Hearing the guest wanted special stones, the deer elder quickly told a tribesman to fetch a pigeon egg-sized semi-transparent stone from his hut. If Han Feng were here, he would be shocked because the stone the deer elder presented was a high-quality rough diamond. What people call a diamond, and a huge one at that. The pigeon egg-sized pale yellow diamond was handed to Yufu. The purity and transparency of the stone reminded him of the clear crystal his brother Yu had shown him. But with Yufu's experience, he could clearly tell this wasn't crystal because the crystal structure was different. Natural rough stones, without processing or polishing, would never look the same as the stone in his hand. While he was examining the diamond, the deer elder kept winking at the deer chief. But even with his eyes practically popping out, the deer chief still looked reluctant, sitting there motionless. Oh, Dadi, what's the use of keeping that bloodstone? Now the guest wants stones. If we can use that bloodstone to exchange for white salt for the tribe, what does it matter if we give it to them? Go get that stone. The elder stopped struggling with winks and spoke directly to persuade the deer chief. They didn't say what stone they wanted. Why do we have to give them that one? The deer chief retorted unwillingly. This remark nearly angered the elder to death. The deer elder poked the ground hard with his wooden staff and roared in a low voice. Don't forget you are the tribe chief. And don't forget who put you in this position. Do you remember the oath you shouted to the deer god the day you became chief? The deer chief's heart skipped a beat at the scolding. He suddenly remembered the old man in front of him was the elder, someone who watched his father grow up naked. He was old enough to be his grandfather. So, he reluctantly went back to his hut. A moment later, he brought a walnut-sized red transparent diamond and shoved it heavily into Yufu's hand, then sat back down to gnaw on his roast meat in silence. This red diamond was extremely pure, the color natural and even, with super high transparency and no visible impurities. It was slightly larger than a common walnut, almost the size of a small egg. Honestly, you couldn't blame the deer chief for being reluctant. Such a top-quality gem, anyone who saw it wouldn't want to give it away. Now that it was in Yufu's hand, personally given, there was no reason to return it. If Han Feng could see it. No, put it this way. If this stone reached Han Feng's original world, who knows what bloody storms it would cause. This was a blood diamond, the rarest color of diamond. So pure and so big, likely a second one couldn't be found on the entire earth. If made public, Countless top wealthy families would fight to the death for it. But in this era, it was far less valuable. Unpolished rough stones lacked visual appeal. And humans of this era, while valuing decoration and jewelry, prioritized filling their bellies. The demand for gems wasn't that high. Friend, I wonder if stones like this will work? How much salt can we get for our tribe? The dear elder watched Yu-Fu staring at the stones without speaking. He felt both happy and anxious. Happy because Yu-Fu seemed satisfied, anxious because he didn't know how much salt it would fetch. If Yu-Fu suggested a one-to-one exchange by volume or weight, the dear elder might spit blood on the spot. Such top-quality gems were rare even for the deer tribe. They only had those two. Hearing the dear elder's reminder, Yu-Fu snapped out of it and coughed dryly. Ahem. Well, these two stones are good, but aside from being decorations, they have no other use. I can exchange some white salt for you, but definitely not a lot. Just enough for your tribe to eat for a few months. The dear elder and his chief calculated. It was indeed a fair amount. The stones were just for looking at. You couldn't eat or drink them. But white salt was edible and more precious than food, something they couldn't get otherwise. However, after finishing this supply, what then? Friend from the Han tribe, what will we need to exchange for white salt in the future? Only stones like this. The dear elder asked. Well, as I said, this stone is okay, but not very useful, just decoration. If there were a large quantity, that would be fine too, but I guess you don't have many yourselves. But you don't need to fixate on one type. Since you found these stones, I bet there are other special stones around where you found them. I said from the start, anything special or different works. Transparent like water, brightly colored, reflective, or anything you think is special and different from ordinary stones. Bring them to me. If I think they're useful, we can keep trading. Oh, right. One important point. The stone you bring must not be too scarce. It has to be common locally, or it won't be of much use. Yu-Fu reiterated his conditions for selecting stones. As if suddenly remembering something, he reached into his robe, pulled out a cloth bag, took out a 2-cent copper coin, and showed it to the dear elder-in-chief. Have you seen any stones that reflect light like this? If so, that's best. It doesn't matter if the color is different. It was the first time the two saw the unique reflection of metal. They were mesmerized by the golden glow. But the dear chief reacted first. I think I've seen stones that reflect light like that. As he spoke, he stood up, revealing a flat, round, black-gray stone the size of a cushion underneath his buttocks. It turned out the dear chief had been using a large black stone as a stool. This reflects light. Yu-Fu looked at the massive dark gray stone. It was so unremarkable, looking like ordinary basalt or flint used for starting fires. He couldn't see a speck of metallic reflection. The surface was dull gray, lacking any metallic texture. Wait a moment, the dear chief said, putting his roast meat into a large pottery jar. He turned and ran to the river to find a volleyball-sized river rock. Running back and forth nearly a kilometer carrying the rock without panting showed he got plenty of exercise hunting. Upon returning, right in front of Yu-Fu's group, he raised the river rock and smashed it down hard onto the large black stone on the ground. With a loud bang, the black stone he used as a stool shattered into a dozen pieces of various sizes. Now looking again, on the freshly broken surfaces of the dull gray stone, a nice metallic luster reflected in the firelight. The texture on the cross-section looked like calcite crystals, showing distinct layers and grain. Yu-Fu couldn't stay calm now. He was an early member of the Han tribe and had seen all kinds of ores. Back then, metal smelting was done in Hanyang City, and many residents worked hauling ore. They were familiar with the main ores mined by the Han tribe. Unlike the new members who joined later, they spent coins made of lead, silver, and copper, and used iron cookware and tools, but basically none had seen the raw ore. But Yu-Fu recognized it. He was very familiar. The moment he saw the cross-section of the black stone, he knew it was ore. He didn't know what kind, but it was definitely ore. The cross-section was pure black, shiny black, reflective black, unlike the dull gray surface. And it didn't feel solid. One smash shattered it into chunks, and many crumbs fell off. He couldn't resist picking up a piece. The moment it was in his hand, he was startled, not because the stone bit him, but because he picked it up with the force used for metal ore, yet it felt suddenly light. It felt like gathering all your strength to lift a heavy object, only to lift a piece of light foam. He was startled because he wasn't prepared. This was mainly Yu-Fu's inertial thinking at work. Seeing the metallic reflection, he subconsciously assumed it was metal ore. And the existing metal ores of the Han tribe all shared a common trait. They were much heavier than other stones of the same volume. This was naturally due to the heavy metals in the ore. The density was high. But the black stone in Yufu's hand was not only not heavy, it was lighter than ordinary river rocks, basalt, or granite. This was weird. It had a metallic luster, but lacked metallic weight. What stone was this? Yufu couldn't figure it out, but his intuition told him this stone might be very useful. Maybe the chief knew what it was? The chief knew everything. Friend from the Han tribe. Can this stone be used to exchange for salt? If so, just give us salt equal to the weight of the stone, the deer chief asked again. Yufu immediately made a strange face. Salt equal to the weight of the stone? How are you thinking? If this stuff is really some big mine. He suddenly remembered the iron mine named Xing'an County, New Steel County, by the chief. The chief said the iron stored underground there wouldn't run out even if the Han tribe used it for 1,000 years. Damn, if your mine has that much too, where the hell am I going to get that much salt for you? This stone looks like it, but I don't know if it's useful. Our tribe hasn't seen this stone before, but I can take some to show our chief. He can reply in 2 days at most. It's very fast. Oh, right. Is this stone abundant? Roughly how much is there? Yufu answered the deer chief's question and then asked one back. If this was really, or, there should be plenty nearby. There is a lot, but it's all in the mountains. There's some around, but it's hard to dig. It's underground. Getting it out isn't easy. The deer chief spread his hands and answered helplessly. What about this gem? Is it found with this stone? Yufu took out the 2 diamonds and pressed. This translucent stone was dug up by our hunting team when digging traps in the mountains. There were those black stones around too. If you insist they are together, that's not wrong, the deer chief continued. He actually hoped the Han tribe would be willing to exchange white salt for this black stone. Not for anything else, but because there was truly a lot of this black stone here, yet it was useless. It wasn't sturdy, so making stone tools was out of the question as it wasn't wear-resistant. And the damn stone shed color. Holding it too much stained hands black, taking a long time to wash off. No benefits, just a pile of flaws. If the fools from the Han tribe liked it, that would be great. The hunting team could just pick some up on the way while hunting every day, enough for the tribe's salt needs. Things having developed to this point, Yufu had no idea either. He ordered the fleet to stop, then used the Eagle Post to send the stone samples and his observation records back to Han Feng, letting Han Feng judge the value. Fortunately, the deer tribe wasn't far from the Han tribe. Following the Luyang River downstream, it was about 300 or 400 kilometers. By sailboat, it took at most 3 days. Eagle Post was even faster, flying back to the Han tribe in a few hours. Regardless of which county, it took half a day at most. Early the next morning, while Yufu directed the crew to go ashore in batches via landing craft for activity, Han Feng received the package sent by Yufu. Yes, a package. Inside was not only a letter, but also several stones wrapped tightly in linen cloth. It was delivered by a clerk from the Eagle clan in Hanyang City, specialized in message delivery. Han Feng released the 2 women holding him left and right, got out of bed shirtless, went to the study, and opened the heavy package. The moment it opened, he froze. Inside were the 2 rough diamonds and several pieces of coal of varying sizes. Coal. It was actually coal. He was too familiar with this thing. He wouldn't mistake coal for anything else even if he didn't recognize other things. When he was a child, he would go to his grandfather's house for the winter holidays. His grandfather lived in a bungalow. Back then, there was no central heating. Every household had to burn water for heating in winter. They burned coal lumps. They bought 2 tons at a time, packed in woven bags and stacked in the yard. It was really the large chunks of raw or sold by the coal station, just washed. Not processed honeycomb briquettes. The lumps varied in size. Some were too big to fit in the stove, so he had to smash them into small pieces with an axe. Han Feng did this job a lot at his grandfather's house. He smashed coal from elementary school until high school. When he went to college, the old district bungalows switched to central heating, and he never burned coal himself again. But even so, he knew coal inside out. A coal mine. Yufu actually found a coal mine. Han Feng was incredibly familiar with coal, the most common mineral, but to be safe, he threw a piece into the stove to burn as an experiment. The coal burned vigorously with a blue flame, but it also produced a lot of smoke. The room filled with the smell of sulfur, scaring him into opening the windows and doors for ventilation. However, this was understandable. This was unprocessed raw coal, and not the best quality, so some smoke was normal. Han Feng didn't know much about coal mining, but he knew the basics. For instance, the coal sold on the market was usually washed coal, which was very different from raw ore. Coal is primarily carbon, but it often contains significant sulfides. Poor quality coal smells like sulfur when burned. It can be roughly divided into anthracite and bituminous coal. Especially in ancient times, coal wasn't typically used as fuel because the ancients lacked large-scale mining and selection technology. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but they lacked the conditions. Coal mines often contain a lot of gangue, a mineral primarily composed of calcium oxide, but impure, containing some carbon. You couldn't say it wouldn't burn, but it didn't burn thoroughly and released less heat than pure coal. Using gangue as fuel was pointless. It was much heavier than coal, wasting transport capacity, and had low thermal efficiency. But throwing it away felt wasteful since it was a type of coal, just poor quality. With the Chinese virtue of frugality, throwing it away without trying to burn it felt wrong. Anyone who has burned coal knows this annoying stuff. It looks exactly like coal, but it just won't burn well. Yes, gangue and pure coal look identical on the outside. This was the biggest difficulty in ancient coal selection. With the development of modern technology, people not only mastered coal washing, or rather, had the conditions for the coal washing step, but also had a quick way to distinguish coal from gangue: heavy liquid flotation. Simply put, since gangue is denser and heavier than pure coal, you throw them together into a liquid with a specific density. Because of the different densities, the gangue sinks, and the pure coal floats. This is heavy liquid flotation. Han Feng didn't know the formula for heavy liquid as he wasn't a specialist, but the Han tribe could acquire similar liquids. The most common liquid denser than fresh water is seawater, due to its high salt content. Salt water is denser than fresh water, common knowledge. For example, in the Dead Sea on Earth, a famous salt lake, people float without swimming. Given the current technological level, using seawater to wash and select coal was the most suitable method. The Han tribe wasn't near the sea, but there was a saltwater lake at the iron mine in Xinjiang County. Surrounded by heavy metal mines, mining edible salt there was obviously a no-go, but using that lake water to wash coal was perfect. As for the use of gangue, this calcium oxide mineral is used in modern times for thermal power plants, mixed with coal, or as building material, because calcium oxide is basically quicklime, a key raw material for cement. The preparation method for quicklime, calcium oxide, involves heating limestone, calcium carbonate, to decompose it into large amounts of carbon dioxide and quicklime. Quicklime then absorbs water to become slaked lime, calcium hydroxide. Han Feng quickly ran through this coal-related knowledge in his mind, not daydreaming, but because this knowledge was needed for how to mine the new discovery, maximize utilization, and minimize pollution risks. Take the Han tribe's current situation. Switching everyone to coal was impossible. They could only supply specific departments that needed it most, like the metallurgy plant and steel plant in Xinjiang County. But for steelmaking, ordinary coal wasn't very effective. It had to be turned into coke first. So if the Han tribe wanted to utilize this coal mine, they needed to build not only a coal washing plant, but also a coking plant. Otherwise, it was meaningless. A coal washing plant was easy. Bring the salt water from the salt lake, build a flotation pool, a storage yard, and a drying yard. The difficulty wasn't high. The Han tribe could definitely do it. A coking plant wasn't too hard either. Turning coal into coke is easy. Just dry distill the coal. In other words, put the coal in a container and heat it over a fire, but don't let the coal catch fire. This is easily achieved by pumping large amounts of carbon dioxide into the container to prevent combustion. Carbon dioxide extinguishes fire. With plenty of CO2, flames cannot burn, common knowledge. As mentioned, heating limestone releases large amounts of carbon dioxide, yielding quicklime. So, combining these two projects produces coke. Han Feng's idea was to build two adjacent dry distillation towers. The towers would have two layers. The lower layer burns coal for heat. The upper layer holds the raw material. One tower for coking, one for making quicklime. Then, run a pipe from the upper part of the limestone tower to the upper part of the coking tower. Pump the massive amount of carbon dioxide generated from heating limestone into the coking tower to prevent the coal there from burning. The principle was simple and construction easy. Just build two towers with blue bricks. The connecting pipe could be brick or ceramic sections, all within the Han tribe's capabilities. As for the location, Han Feng had decided. Considering transport and pollution, building the factories in the Great Swamp east of Luoyang County was best. Swamps have the ability to dilute and degrade pollutants, known as the kidneys of the planet. This was the best choice for natural pollution management. Plus, the Han tribe's current output wasn't large, so it would be fine. It was a wetland swamp lake terrain. First, water transport was convenient. The mined raw coal could be loaded onto ships at the Deer Tribe, as mentioned by Yufu, and go directly via the Luyang River to the Lake Hard Island in the Great Swamp. Then, conduct coal selection on the island. Separate coal and gang. After drying in the yard, transport the refined coal to the coking plant. Part for fuel, part for coke. Finally, load the ships again, go downstream through the Chaoyang River into the Riyang River, and transport directly to the steel plant in Qinghang County. They could also bring back salt water from the Salt Lake on the return trip. Although this water route was a big detour, it was easier than land transport. The straight-line land distance was shorter, but transporting a sailboat's worth of coal required at least 7 or 8 four-wheeled ox carts. It also required building a sturdy road because coal carts are heavy and demand high road-bearing capacity. Considering these conditions, water transport only cost 20,000 coins to build a sailboat. But land transport required building hundreds of kilometers of paved road, 8 four-wheeled carts, and matching oxen, 2 per cart. The comprehensive cost of land transport was astronomical. Water transport might be 2 days slower, but it had the highest capacity and lowest cost. The choice was obvious. Anyone with a brain would choose water. And from the Deer Tribe to Lake Hard Island, water was the only option. But regardless of the arrangement, this wasn't a quick fix. The steel plant in Qinghang County wasn't finished. The tribe on Lake Hard Island wasn't fully cleared out. The map of the Great Swamp wasn't fully explored, and the coking and washing plants weren't built. Even starting now, completion would be next year. Therefore, Han Feng immediately wrote back to Yufu. The reply stated, "This black mineral is called coal. It is a very important mineral that can be used like firewood but burns much better than charcoal. It can be used for iron smelting. You can conduct small-scale trade with the Deer Tribe first." The goal was to stabilize them, find out the specific location of the coal mine, and then send people to survey the site. First, geography. Plains or mountains? Conditions for mass mining? In short, is the road good? Can carts pass? Han Feng didn't plan to have people carry it out basket by basket. That was too inefficient and labor-intensive. Second, ease of mining. How deep is the coal? Is it easy to dig? What equipment is needed? Are explosives needed? Third, the vein direction, radiation area, and reserves. With current technology, this meant radiating out from the discovery point, digging wells every few hundred meters or half a kilometer to check for ore. Method for checking reserves. Dig deep wells to see how deep the coal goes. No need to be pedantic. A rough idea is enough. Finally, keep an eye out for diamonds. Collect as many as possible. Han Feng didn't say they were for decoration in the letter, but that the stone was very hard and could make special tools, very useful. The reply was sent via Eagle Post and reached Yufu the next afternoon. However, Han Feng's content made him both happy and worried. Happy about the new mine discovery. Han Feng described it as stone charcoal, better than wood charcoal, a high-efficiency fuel. And the gems, the chief said they could make special tools. Yufu didn't know what tools, but if the chief called them special, they must be better than things like magnifying glasses. But the difficulty was the mission. He couldn't complete it. His 3 ships didn't have many mobile personnel. There were a few experienced miners, but organizing a geological survey team was too hard for him. So Yufu quickly sent another letter. He said he could handle communication with the Deer Tribe, but he needed manpower support from Han Feng, preferably a dedicated geological survey team. Otherwise, it would be difficult, and his fleet didn't carry professional mining tools like steel pickaxes, long-handled hammers, steel drills, or measuring instruments. After receiving the reply, Han Feng quickly drew personnel from the iron and copper mining areas. For mining and prospecting, Dali was the best choice, having managed the iron mine. But transferring him would leave no one Han Feng trusted at the iron mine. So, he sent Yumao to lead the team. Yumao had worked at the Babeo mountain mining area for a year and knew mining matters well. He was an early internal member. Though not exceptionally brilliant, Han Feng trusted him, so he sent him. The survey team had 60 people carrying many specialized tools. Han Feng also requisitioned a sailboat from Yu Yi specifically to transport them and handle logistics. The sailboat moved fast. Unlike Yufu's cautious approach, this ship didn't stop. Thanks to Yufu's hydrological report, the channel was clear and safe. Yufu's fleet had to scout, so the scout boat led, and the big ships followed slowly, anchoring at night. But the geological survey ship was different. It was following a known road. So to speed up, it sailed full sail day and night. It was a water route, over 100 meters wide. No worry about getting lost or going the wrong way. Just follow the current. No running off the road. Sailing a boat onto the shore actually takes skill. So overall, night sailing was safe, safer than land travel. With the survey ship rushing day and night, it took only a day and a half, 1 day, 1 night, and half a day, to reach the Deer Tribe. Fast as hell. When the Han Tribe's 4th large ship arrived, the Deer Tribe was stunned. They realized the Han Tribe might be even more powerful than they imagined. Giant ships appearing one after another. How many did they have? Regarding the Han Tribe sending people to scout the terrain around the Deer Tribe, the Deer Chief and their elders were actually resistant in their hearts. But alas, the Han Tribe was simply too powerful. Leaving aside everything else, just the population count was unknown times larger than the Deer Tribes. Although they didn't know exactly how many people the Han Tribe had, just the men on these large ships outnumbered them. The Deer Tribe had about 400 people in total, men, women, and children included. But the adult men on the Han Tribe's 4 ships alone numbered nearly 300. What a disparity. Then there was the non-aggression pact promised by Yu Fu. The small team sent by the Han Tribe would operate far from the Deer Tribe's settlement. Their main goal was finding the Black Stones. Yu Fu had communicated this, making them understand the Han Tribe wasn't targeting them. Of course, if that were all, the Han Tribe's actions wouldn't benefit the Deer Tribe. What truly moved the Deer Tribe's leadership was Yu Fu's market proposal. This wasn't a new tactic. Whenever the Han Tribe developed a new outpost, if initial manpower was insufficient, they would set up a market locally. At first, they sold living supplies. Later, they directly recruited labor. This was a quick way to mingle with surrounding tribes and understand local powers. Using the market method won hearts and conveyed the idea that the Han Tribe was very developed. At least the Han Tribe's living supplies weren't something they could manufacture. The key was white salt. The Han Tribe could indirectly control surrounding tribes with it. If anyone disobeyed, cut off their salt and see who dared oppose the Han Tribe. When Yu Mao arrived with the 4th sailboat that afternoon, Yu Fu introduced the 2 sides as a representative. Since Yu Fu wouldn't stay here forever, Yu Mao's geological survey team would be the ones dealing with the Deer Tribe long-term. By the next morning, Yu Fu's 3-ship fleet continued downstream. Matters concerning the Deer Tribe, the coal mine, and the market were handed over to the geological survey ship led by Yu Mao. This sailboat carried 90 crew members, fully loaded. 60 were responsible for coal prospecting, and the remaining 30 stayed with the ship to handle logistics, build a dock and outpost, and run the market around the outpost. The mission was significant. The logistics officer was a civil clerk named Jing Yin, drawn from Luoyang County. He usually served as a recording officer in the household department of the county government, tallying supplies and money. Recently, he had also done some work organizing foreign migrant workers for construction. For this new outpost construction, Han Feng asked De Shu to find someone. De Shu gathered the clerks at the county government and explained the matter. Because it was a strange location, far from the Han Tribe, starting from scratch in the wilderness with poor living conditions and surrounded by strange tribal forces, it wasn't safe. Many clerks were unwilling to go. However small, they were still officials. In the system of rules, laws, and etiquette of the Han Tribe, they were the upper class, enjoying a higher social status than ordinary citizens. But this had geographical limits. Within the Han Tribe's territory, you had superiority and were upper class. But outside the Han Tribe's turf, who gave a damn who you were? Everyone had a head on their shoulders. Who was afraid of whom? Because of this, even fewer people volunteered. Who didn't want to stay home comfortably, enjoying the respect of others? But Jing Yin, this oddball, was an exception. He volunteered to lead this mission. Strange territory, important mining area, new outpost, new market. What was this process? This was clearly the chief opening a new map. No, building a new county. If he could lead this mission and do the job well, would he fear not being appreciated by the chief? He might end up as the magistrate of this new county. Are my colleagues idiots? They can't see such a good future. Since you don't want to be this big official, I won't be polite, Jing Yin thought to himself. Undoubtedly, compared to the many clerks in Luoyang County, Jing Yin was the most ambitious and spirited. Regardless of ability, just daring to take this mission made him better than most. And he was confident about this mission. This depended on his recent work organizing foreign migrant workers for construction. Dealing with outsiders constantly gave him a better understanding of their mindset. So, on the second day after arriving at the Deer Tribe, Jing Yin began his work. He first found a relatively wide river section, about 130 meters wide, and marked a spot with deep water on the bank, preparing to build a large dock here for future cargo loading and large-scale personnel landing. This was the primary goal. If they decided to develop this place, the influx of personnel and supplies would be significant. With so many ships coming, without a convenient dock, people would have to row small landing craft to shore, which was terribly inefficient. And relying only on small boats, they couldn't transport heavy equipment ashore. For instance, how would you get an ox cart onto the bank? But to build a dock, the remaining 30 men were completely insufficient. Yu Mao's 60 men were dedicated to finding ore. Logistics relied on Jing Yan, and he couldn't expect Yu Mao to help, so he had to recruit locals. That noon, after moving some supplies ashore, Jing Yan had a lavish lunch cooked, then had people carry the pot directly to the Deer Tribe settlement to visit. In the summer heat, the Deer Tribe was hiding from the sun in their settlement, so everyone was present. Under a grass shed in the Deer Tribe, a straw mat brought by Jing Yan was spread on the ground. In the center was a rectangular low table. On the table were stewed meat, fish soup, fried shrimp, fried peanuts, and smoked meat brought by the Han tribe, all sliced neatly and arranged on ceramic plates. In front of the deer chief and elder were large bowls of rice, and even rarer, a small pot of rice wine. The two Deer Tribe leaders were scared, not knowing how to eat such exquisite and rich food, but the delicious smells from the spices hooked their gluttonous worms hard. Elder, chief, please eat. Taste our Han tribe's cuisine. These are chopsticks. If you can't use them, the spoon next to them works too. Jing Yin gestured while demonstrating. Seeing the deer chief's children running around, he generously took out a small box of brown sugar to share. Of course, he asked the parents first, inviting the deer chief to taste it. The deer chief examined the exquisite wooden box, then looked at the rectangular red semi-transparent hard candy inside, asking in surprise, "This is food." Honestly, he was more inclined to believe it was some transparent gem. It looked too exquisite to be food. But seeing Jing Yin nod affirmatively, he picked up a piece. Cautious due to the chili incident, he licked it first. Tasting a special sweetness, he hesitated no more and put it in his mouth. The sweet taste exploded, giving him a feeling like eating honey, but different. They say sugar improves happiness, and that's true. The deer chief immediately showed a simple, honest smile, then took a few pieces to share with his children, carefully putting the box away in front of him. The deer elder was hesitant. The meal looked lavish, but in their view, food was the most precious thing. No tribe gave food away for free. Even hunting teams would fight to the death over prey. What was the Han tribe's motive? Also, the Han tribe stationing people here, what did they want? How would it affect the Deer Tribe? He was the wise man, the elder, responsible for the tribe's future. He didn't want a tragic end. Some things that look good are like a viper's tail, making a nice sound to lure you, then biting you to death. The elder was worried. He was old. Could the current chief lead the tribe forward? Friend from the Han tribe, why give us food? After figuring out the meaning, Jing Yin smiled and answered, "Oh, I'm just showing you the Han tribe's goods." Goods? The elder asked, puzzled. Yes, goods are things that can be traded or exchanged, Jing Yin explained. You mean this container for food? Or the pot for cooking? Or the spices? Or that sugar? The elder asked. All of those can be traded if you want them. Oh, right, and the rice in the bowl. If you lack food, we can sell this rice to you too. Rice? It is indeed delicious. The deer chief shooed the kids away, took a spoonful, tasted it carefully, swallowed, and interrupted. Exactly. If you want, we can trade. Enough for all your people to eat every day. Our Han tribe people eat this rice every day. It's a staple food. Jing Yin explained while hosting. This surprised the leaders. They didn't know how big the Han tribe was, but it must be huge. Yet, they could ensure their own people ate daily and still have surplus to sell to other tribes, even supplying the whole deer tribe. Where did they get so much food? But that wasn't their concern right now. They cared about another issue. Friend from the Han tribe, your man before said stones could be exchanged for things, especially the black stone. But why did he say when leaving that we can't trade with that stone anymore, and your people will dig it themselves? Why? And if you don't want black stones, what should we trade with? The deer elder wiped fish soup from his beard and questioned Jing Yin. If they could beat the Han tribe, he would have flipped the table already. No, No, you misunderstand. We didn't stop the black stone trade on purpose. It's because the stone is special. It burns like wood, you know? Jing Yin said excitedly. The deer leaders pulled long faces. Though silent, their expressions said, special or not is your business. What does that have to do with us trading it? I said already, we use the black stone as firewood, so we need a lot. If we rely on trading with you, even if we can afford it, you can't get enough to meet our demand. That's why we sent people to find stones. We have to dig it ourselves. Relying on you won't be enough, Jing Yin explained. How do you know we can't get it? It's just black stone. How much can you use? Even if it burns like wood, cooking 2 meals a day, how much can you use? The elders said in disbelief. Well, although our chief hasn't said it, I know we need a lot. Just for our big sailboats, 10 shiploads a day might just be enough. Your tribe has so few people, you definitely can't transport that much, Jing Yin thought and said. The dear chief and elder were stunned. 10 ships? A day? Does the Han tribe eat stones? Even if you eat stones, you can't eat that much. Although they didn't quite believe Jing Yan's claim of 10 shiploads a day, looking at his serious eyes, it didn't feel like he was joking. This was even more astonishing. Could the Han tribe really use that many black stones? But this wasn't the most important thing. The priority was solving the issue of obtaining necessary living supplies, like white salt. Now that the Han tribe had canceled the condition of trading coal for goods, and the Han tribe didn't fancy anything else the deer tribe had. So the deer elder posed this question to Jing Yan. But this played right into Jing Yan's hands. He was waiting for this exact sentence. Elder deer, chief, this is easy to solve. Since our Han tribe has decided to station here and mine those coal deposits long-term, we definitely need to build some houses here. We also need to clear a large space by the river to stack the coal. In short, there are many things to build. But we can't spare that many people right now, so we want the deer tribe to provide manpower to help us cut trees and build houses. Let our tribesmen work for you. The deer chief and elder asked simultaneously. Yes, we will provide remuneration. As long as you are willing to send people to help work, we can provide meals long-term. We can also exchange some daily necessities for you, like shoes, cloth, and white salt. All are possible. You don't have to worry about not having time to hunt because you're helping us. Whether men or women, including your children, we will provide meals. However, we can only guarantee sufficient staple food. For meat and such, we have to rely on you to provide the ingredients, though we can help cook them. Jing Yin introduced the plan. The deer chief and elder looked at the lavish meal on the table before them, finally realizing what Jing Yin meant by this setup. So this was a tasting session for the work meals. Honestly, the deer elder and chief were quite tempted by what Jing Yin said. The main reason was that the deer tribe was effectively still a fishing and hunting tribe, and their daily food harvest wasn't stable. Aside from catching 1 or 2 live wild deer as emergency reserves, the deer tribe basically had no surplus. This was tragic. Without stored grain, the tribe's ability to withstand disasters was very weak. If an accident occurred preventing the deer tribe from hunting or forcing a long migration, their tribesmen would starve. So, having a stable food source would greatly improve the deer tribe's life. Of course, every advantage has a disadvantage. If their tribe's food relied entirely on outsiders, it meant being completely controlled by others. Development would be impossible. The deer elder hesitated greatly. After thinking for a while, the wise old man made a decision. Send a portion of people to work for the Han tribe for a few days to see the situation. If there were no benefits, they would stop. He didn't expect that this decision would rope the entire deer tribe in. After negotiation, Jing Yin recruited the first batch of workers from the deer tribe. That evening, the two sides began their first tentative cooperation. Jing Yin had a pile of tools, and rice moved off the ship. The rice was for eating, the first food supply for the deer tribe, though only a small portion since they only provided 20 people. Jing Yin had his own men lead 10 deer tribe members to clear the ground on the river beach near the dock. Everyone was issued a shovel to level the ground. The deer tribe members began using these high-level tools they had never seen before under the guidance of the Han crew. Although it was just a shovel, common as dirt in the Han tribe, the deer elder stood by leaning on his cane, watching. He didn't expect the Han tribe to have so many strange gadgets. There wasn't much work that evening. Working together, they cleared a modest flat area, cleared the surrounding vegetation, burned the ground with fire, and sprinkled some realgar powder mined from Babeo Mountain to repel insects. Then Jing Yin had people bring bamboo poles and green oilcloth from the ship. The crew and the Deer Tribe members set up several tents on the cleared ground, laying straw mats inside. They could sleep in the tents tonight. The Deer Elder didn't expect the Han tribe to move so fast. In just an hour or two, they had built their houses. So he found Jing Yin to ask, "Friend from the Han tribe, your houses are built so fast. Do you not need our help anymore?" "No, no, no. These are just temporary houses. It's summer now, hot, so living in thin tents is fine. But winter won't do. We'd freeze to death. So we set up a place to stay first, but we need to build sturdier houses later." The Deer Elder nodded, thinking of the cold winter. It seemed he overthought it. But soon, he began to look forward to the Han tribe's sturdier houses. Even the temporary ones were this good. What would the sturdy ones be like? And those strange tools, what were they made of? What other tools did they have? Intense curiosity filled the Deer Elder's head. Before the sky turned completely dark, this curiosity intensified. The reason was that of the 20 people sent by the Deer Tribe, 10 stayed with Jing Yin to build the camp, while the other 10, led by the Deer Chief, went with the crew into the nearby woods. They went to familiarize themselves with the environment and cut some trees and firewood for camp materials. The Han tribe's god-tier tree-cutting operations shocked these ignorant bumpkins once again. A crew member, led by the Deer Chief, selected a tree of suitable species and size. Then they took out a long, flat, thin blade made of unrecognizable material. One side had triangular teeth, the other was straight, with wooden handles at both ends. This was a two-man tool. They first tied the tree with rope and pulled it diagonally toward other trees in different directions. The Han crew explained this prevented the tree from falling randomly and hitting people. Tying it controlled the fall direction. The Deer Chief nodded secretly. These Han people are experienced. Not only do they have special tools for cutting trees, but they even have techniques for where the tree falls. Very good, I learned another trick. After tying the ropes, the Han crew demonstrated. They placed the thin blade tool horizontally at the base of the trunk. Two people pulled back and forth. The tool quickly bit in, the teeth dragging out lots of sawdust. A tree 20 centimeters thick was felled in minutes. The Deer Tribe men were astounded. What a divine tool. Not only was it fast, but it also looked much less effortless than hacking back and forth with a stone axe. Most importantly, the cross-section cut by this magical tool was extremely flat, unlike the dog-gnawed look from stone axes. Next, the Han crew took out a smaller thin blade tool. It also had teeth, but only one handle for single-person use. The group used their tools and stripped the branches off the big tree in 10 minutes, breaking it down into a bare log and bundles of branches. One part construction material, the other firewood. Unfortunately, no animals were brought this time, so transport was inconvenient. They had to rely on the Deer Tribe men to carry it on their shoulders. Just like that, in 2 hours, the group felled 12 trees, averaging 10 minutes per tree, including cleaning branches. This was mainly due to division of labor. Some crew members led the Deer Tribe specifically to saw trunks, just felling them. The rest used single-man hand saws to clear branches. The Deer Chief worked for a while too, personally experiencing these magical Han tools, which shocked and intrigued him even more. First was the ingenuity of the Han tribe's inventions. How did they come up with such clever designs? Then there was the material. It seemed to be the same material as many of their tools. What was it? The Deer Chief used a handsaw to cut thicker branches. Next to him, a Han crew member held an arm-length shovel, hacking at thinner branches like a stone axe. One swing cut them off, leaving a flat section. This surprised the chief even more. If used to hack people, that thing must be a weapon they carry, right? The Deer Chief suspected strongly. By the time they returned to the Deer Tribe settlement before dark, Jing Yin had prepared a large pot of rice and cooked dishes using the meat provided by the Deer Tribe. Then he had the 20 men who worked bring their wives and children to get food. A group of people, big and small, lined up with their pottery jars in front of the big pot. The Han crew served rice and dishes with large iron ladles, looking very much like cafeteria lunch ladies. Children, led by their mothers, happily ate from bowls full of rice. In the evening, those who participated in the work excitedly discussed the Han tribe's magical tools. This time, even the Deer Elder and Chief were discussing intensely. They said the tool pulled back and forth is called a saw. The big one is a long saw, the small one a hand saw. And that shovel, wooden handle, the front made of the same stuff as the saw. I saw the Han people not only shovel soil with it, but also use it like a stone axe to cut trees. True. I noticed too. The Han tribe is a tribe that cares about practicality. Their tools have at least 2 uses, doing the most work with the least material. This is worth learning. No wonder the Han tribe developed so powerfully. The dear elder lamented with deep understanding. And their houses. The covering is called oilcloth. The Han people said it's made of the same stuff as their clothes, but different. They said it blocks rain. Yes, yes. And that long-handled shovel you push with your foot. Shoveling soil is so convenient. If hands can't move it, you step on the shovel to dig, push the handle down, and the soil comes out easily. The people who make these tools in the Han tribe are amazing. Not just the craftsmanship, but the people who thought of them are even more amazing. The dear chief sighed, his tone filled with indescribable envy for the Han tribe's good things. The workers around them nodded in agreement, endorsing the chief's words. At this moment, after deep consideration, the dear elder made a decision. The Han tribe has many good things. Helping them work lets us learn more skills and techniques for making things. We should let more people help the Han tribe. Also, this food called rice. Where do they get it? Why is there so much? We must learn this. If we learn this, we won't have to worry about having no food to eat. The dear chief nodded in agreement. The ordinary tribesmen were even happier. They were still in the excitement of first contact and seeing good things. They had intense curiosity about everything Han. This is probably like modern people visiting an air show or a high-tech expo. It's a strange phenomenon. Whether to brag or out of pure interest, humans love to learn and broaden their horizons. Regardless of the motive, it's generally true. Jing Yin didn't disappoint the dear elder. The next day, learning the whole tribe was willing to help. Jing Yin brought out a lot of technical dry goods for the deer tribe to participate in, opening their eyes wide. Supplies were unloaded from the ship and placed in the temporary camp. Then Jing Yin sent a few people to sail back to Luoyang County to bring back follow-up personnel and construction tools. According to the Han tribe's standard development process, the next shipment would definitely be complete windmill sawmill parts to be assembled on site, because timber was essential for building houses and docks. Yu Fu's fleet continued downstream, scouting new waterways for the Han tribe. Jing Yan's sailboat returned to Luoyang County to transport follow-up personnel and supplies. Back in Hanyang City, Han Feng finally prepared the personnel and supplies for the diplomatic mission and the caravan. In early the 3rd month of summer, Han Feng officially held the envoy departure ceremony and personally bestowed the credentials upon Beast Fong. The ceremony was held in front of the government office building in Hanyang City. Besides the Han officials, many citizens came to see them off because their relatives were among the 100-man mission and the 300-man caravan. They didn't know if they would return alive after years away, so almost every departing member had their whole family seeing them off. Even clan leaders came to show the importance placed on clan members. Amidst the grand spectacle of onlookers, Han Feng first had the ceremonial officer read the edict, announcing to the world why envoys were being sent to the Exon tribe. Of course, these were just official words. Only a few knew the mission's true purpose. Then Han Feng began the granting of credentials. The Jing banner was a single embroidered silk flag with the character Han. This represented the mission's affiliation and told others whose team this was. The Jia staff was the traditional diplomatic staff. Historically, it was a bamboo staff decorated with yaktail hair, a symbol of the envoy's status. But Han Feng felt a plain bamboo stick didn't show the grandeur of a great power. Besides, in the Bamboo Island area where bamboo was everywhere, wouldn't they be despised for treating a broken bamboo stick as a treasure? So Han Feng had the metallurgy workshop customize a hollow bronze staff. The entire hollow metal tube was cast using a clay mold. After casting, the clay inside was poked out, and then yaktail hair was attached for decoration. The glittering golden staff was cast with exquisite relief patterns and 16 small gilt clerical script characters. Those who offend the mighty Han will be punished no matter how far. Guard integrity. Patrol on behalf of heaven. Additionally, there were 2 golden spears, bronze spears, 2 battle axes, long-handled, 2 golden dagger axes, bronze, and 2 golden halberds. 8 men specifically held these symbolic weapons behind the ambassador as his guard of honor. They also symbolized the ambassador's military power abroad. Possessing these golden weapons, granted by the chief, gave the envoy the right to execute anyone in the mission. Furthermore, outside Han territory, if they encountered Han people, they could use these golden weapons to enforce the chief's orders. In short, as long as they were outside Han territory, holding the credentials allowed Beast Fong to exercise the Han chief's power. He who holds the staff is as the chief in person. This showed Han Feng's trust in Beast Fong. Besides these items for Beast Fong, even the other mission members wore crimson official robes, deerskin boots, and carried goosefeather steel sabers. Everyone had a dedicated black wooden mission waist tag. Also, the ambassador's pure silver gilt seal, a pale bronze waist tag, and a 3-foot-long sword. The caravan was more casual. Except for 2 platoons of cavalry, the others had no special equipment, but supplies, vehicles, cattle, and horses were plentiful. Cowtail and his group watched from the side. He and the Exon tribe mission members felt a surge of jealousy. It was sour. Look at how much importance their chief placed on his envoy, bestowing so many ritual implements, guards of honor, and such great power, plus a dedicated logistics team and generous supplies. Look at themselves. The idea to visit the Han tribe was their own. They had no support from their tribe on the way. Even their own chief didn't take the mission seriously. Maybe if they died out there, the chief would just shake his head and replace the elder. One can imagine the feelings of the Exon tribe mission members. Comparing the strength and living standards of the two sides, some even birthed the thought, might as well leave the Exon tribe and join the Han tribe. Even if they only knew how to ride a horse, they would be valued in the Han tribe. Why suffer in the Exon tribe? Especially since there were some unmarried young men in the Exon mission. Seeing the girls in colorful dresses in the Han tribe and thinking of the women back home, the desire to stay grew stronger. Although no one showed it explicitly yet, it only lacked a catalyst. If Han Feng sent someone to incite defection, surely some would join. This was also why Han Feng required the Exon tribe to send students under 16. The Exon tribe returnees, along with the Han mission and caravan, finally departed together. Han Feng personally saw them out of the city gate, watching them cross the bridge and head south before returning to the city. He began presiding over the school's first autumn enrollment, the coal mining work, and the coking plant preparations. Books, paper, and pens were in accelerated production. Yu Yi and Yunji were speeding up the relocation of Lake Hart Island residents to the shore to clear the island for industrial construction. Yu Ye's reconnaissance of the Great Swamp terrain was proceeding simultaneously, crucial for industrial site selection, mainly regarding pollution discharge. If industrial wastewater polluted the Luyang River source, the loss would outweigh the gain. As for Yu Fu, after departing from the Deer tribe again, within 2 days, the fleet sailed another several hundred kilometers. Along this new river section, Yu Fu made new discoveries. The day after leaving the Deer tribe, the fleet encountered new conditions. The downstream channel grew wider, from over 100 meters to 400 meters. In some special bends and gorges, sections exceeding 1,000 meters appeared. From this point alone, this river could be called a Jiang, Great River. Not only did the water surface widen, but in this ultra-wide basin, small islands appeared. However, when the scout boat landed, they found they weren't islands, just sandbars formed by siltation. There were 60 or 70 such sandbars, large and small, stretching over 100 kilometers of river. The reason for the wide water and sandbars was the low altitude of the terrain. It was basically plain terrain, locally even a shallow basin, a large basin with an altitude above -100 meters. There were few high mountains nearby, mostly flat land and forests. A more vivid metaphor, the terrain looked like a big plate. It was precisely this terrain that made the water flow very gentle, causing the sediment brought from upstream to lose momentum and settle in this slow river section. The sand on the bars was fine, pure river sand. Under the scorching sun, it looked pale white, excellent construction material. If carefully selected, making hourglasses wouldn't be a problem. The large sandbars were 300 or 400 meters long and wide. The small ones only a few square meters above water. But they didn't hinder ship passage. The open water between sandbars was hundreds of meters wide and deep enough for large ships. Compared to this, the current inland sailboats were just tiny dots. The fleet found a deep bank to stop. The crew went ashore to replenish supplies, mainly hunting beasts for meat and cutting firewood for the ship. It was also to let the crew rest. Crowded on the ship every day without stepping on ground for days wasn't something these Han tribesmen were used to. That evening, Yu Fu and his men encountered a creature they had never seen before. Creatures 7 or 8 meters long and over half a meter wide surfaced. Covered in hard armor, they floated up from the river like logs. Some of these armored big fish ran onto the sandbars to sunbathe. Only then did everyone realize these fish actually had 4 legs. Others lurked in the water by the shore. In the evening, When animals came to drink, they would suddenly lunge from the water, open mouths over half a meter long, drag the prey into the water to drown it, then death roll to twist chunks of meat off the carcass, swallowing them whole regardless of size. Gulp. The Han crowd standing on the shore swallowed subconsciously. Everyone retreat up the bank. Be careful. These fish beasts are too fierce and can come ashore. Don't get close. Yu Fu shouted orders immediately. Commander, if we don't get close to the water, how do we board the ship? And on the ship, will these things jump up and attack us? I saw one jump really high just now. Yeah, Commander. The scout boat can't go out alone anymore. It's too small, shorter than the fish beast. It'll be flipped instantly. Too dangerous, a scout boat pilot said fearfully. Don't worry, I won't let you use the scout boat these days. Let's observe here first. These fish beasts must have weaknesses. Let's try catching a few. Yu Fu licked the corners of his mouth nervously and excitedly. Oh, what? Catch a few? Are you crazy? That fish beast is as big as a landing craft. How do we catch it? What are you afraid of? We can kill man-eating giant apes. Are we afraid of a fish beast hiding in the water? No matter how thick its skin, can it block the steel sabers in our hands? Yu Fu drew his waist saber. This lifted everyone's spirits. Right, the Han tribe has steel sabers. Who does the Han tribe fear? The great Han citizens fear nothing. Everyone drew their weapons to respond to Yu Fu's call. But this group wasn't brainless. They were very resourceful, being hand-picked elites. This hydrological survey fleet was equipped with specialized fishing gear, like nets, steel forks, and long iron hooks. These were meant to supplement meat for the fleet, and now they came in handy. Several of the strongest scullers in the fleet volunteered with steel forks and iron hooks. Just then, in the woods on the shore, pairs of colorful eyes lit up, reflecting an eerie glow. Small furry things jumped down from the trees, their paw pads cushioning the sound. Only their owners followed behind, hiding in the woods staring at the Han crew's actions, heads full of question marks. Where are these outsiders from? What are they doing? Are they trying to catch the water monster? They're crazy. Isn't that seeking death? On the river beach, several burly scullers used a spear to dangle a piece of freshly caught boar meat, blood still dripping, waving it over the water by the shore to lure the fish beast. A giant crocodile in the water finally couldn't resist the temptation. It lunged out, biting the pork. The immense bite force nearly crushed the bone, but it couldn't shake the iron hook inside. Yes, the big guys used a fishing hook to offer the meat. When the crocodile bit, the hook pierced its upper jaw, sticking out half a foot. The pain made the crocodile shrink back into the water, rolling to shake off the hook. The immense force made the sculler let go. He couldn't hold it. Fortunately, this was a specialized fishing hook. When designing it, the chief said big fish have immense strength and could drag the hook away, so he had an iron ring forged at the tail of the hook to tie a rope. Even if the fish dragged the hook, the crew could pull it back. Now, the crocodile dragged the hook into the water, but the rope was held by the Han crowd on shore. Help! I hooked it. I can't hold it. Help me hold it. The sculler shouted. Others behind him grabbed the rope, playing tug-of-war with the giant crocodile. The crocodile was big, but there were over 200 people on shore. It was an unfair fight. Without much effort, they dragged the hooked crocodile ashore. Although it struggled, a crocodile on land had reduced combat power. Swarmed by 200 people with steel sabers and forks, it was quickly dismembered on the spot. The crowd erupted in excited shouts. This wild scene was witnessed by the natives in the woods. Even the furry little animals seemed scared, meowing and burrowing behind their owners. Who are they? They actually killed the water monster. Real men fight crocodiles. The bravest hunters challenged the fiercest beasts. Although the men of the Han tribe were becoming more civilized under the chief's influence, the bloodthirsty nature in their bones hadn't been completely lost. After all, Han Feng had only been here for less than 5 years. Before that, these men had lived by hunting since childhood. Having successfully hunted a 7 or 8 meter long crocodile, the crew members, who were bored out of their minds after days on the ship, were incredibly excited. After dismembering the first crocodile, they quickly repeated the trick. Everyone grabbed their gear and ran to the riverbank, pulling up several more crocodiles with iron hooks. The river beach was soon dyed red with river water and blood, becoming extremely muddy. But Yu Fu's 200-plus crew members didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they worked with increasing vigor. Commander Yu, look, this fish beast has so much meat, and it's so white. It looks like chicken. I wonder if it tastes good. It definitely tastes good. Didn't you see how strong this thing is? The chief said that's called muscle. Yes, muscle. Meat with strength tastes better. Commander, you, look at this fish beast skin. It's so tough, tougher than cowhide. If we make boots or armor out of this, it'll be sturdy and durable. Let's keep some of this fish skin, a crew member said to Yu-Fu, shaking a piece of crocodile back armor. Yu-Fu took it, looked at it, and shouted to the crowd. Brothers, this fish skin is useful. Take it back to the chief. Maybe he can make something good out of it. Don't hack at the body anymore. Aim for the head. Let's skin it more completely. You got it, Commander. Watch me. Understood. Brothers, don't break the skin. We're taking it back to make good stuff. Commander, you, this fish monster has a lot of oil too. Should we keep some? Keep it, keep it. Take whatever you fancy. Let everyone eat their fill today. Also, make plenty of jerky to eat on the ship. Quick, quick, someone come. I hooked another one. Help, I can't hold it. Yu-Fu's side was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods, many people of the Ling Tribe, carrying their cats, hid behind bushes, eyes wide, staring at Yu-Fu's group. A chatter of discussion erupted. What are they using? How is it so powerful? It pierced the water monster's skin. I don't know. Where did these people come from? They're all so formidable. Why don't they have women or children? Is this just their tribe's hunting team? How many people must their tribe have? Their dress is so special. What are they wearing? It doesn't look like animal skin. Maybe they made it themselves. And what's on their feet? Yeah, even their hair is tied on top of their heads. That must be for convenience when working. Look how hard they hunt. Their hair doesn't fall down to block their eyes. None of that matters. What matters is, should we go over and contact them? They're killing water monsters by the river, disrupting our hunting. Usually, at this time, we hunt by the shore. If we don't go out, what will we eat tonight? Everyone will starve. But if we go out, they'll spot us, and we definitely can't beat them, the teenage chief of the Ling Tribe suddenly said to his people. We don't know if they are good people. They hold such powerful weapons. Will they attack us? Look how fiercely they kill water monsters. They definitely aren't to be trifled with. But this is where we usually hunt. They are outsiders. What if they aren't bad? Their weapons are powerful, and they hunt well. They surely don't lack food, so they shouldn't attack other tribes casually. We aren't trying to drive them away. We just want to hunt over there too. We don't want the water monsters. We just want the small beasts drinking by the shore. It should be fine, right? Yeah, they have so much meat to eat. They shouldn't mind us eating a little. Maybe these people are easy to talk to. If only we could trade for a couple of their weapons. That thing they use is amazing. It pierces the water monster's hard skin in one go. When the former chief led people to kill water monsters with bone and stone spears, they couldn't pierce it no matter how hard they poked. Several people were dragged away, and several bitten to death. If we had their weapons back then. You're dreaming. Even if they are easy to talk to, do you think they'd trade such powerful weapons to us? Making such a weapon must be harder than grinding a stone spear. If you had such a weapon, would you trade it to someone else? Aye. All right, stop arguing. Who dares to go over and find them even if they are willing to trade? Then what do? We have to go out anyway. They scared the prey away. If we don't go out, we'll starve tonight. I should have saved that melon from this morning for dinner. I don't know if we can find melons in the north field. Enough, stop talking. We listen to the chief. Cough, how about this? Old rules. Let's ask for the Ling God's revelation and see if it lets us go. The Ling Tribe chief spoke up again. Hearing this, everyone nodded, agreeing with the chief's decision. So the Ling Tribe chief picked up the elderly civet cat beside him, lifted it over his head with both hands, stared into the cat's heterochromatic eyes, and muttered incessantly. The cat seemed impatient. A grumbling sound came from its soft belly. Suddenly, it broke free from the hands beneath it, landed on the chief's head, kicked off with its hind legs, and shot out instantly. With a few quick flashes, it rushed toward the riverbank where the Han tribe was slaughtering crocodiles. It couldn't help it. It was starving. Following these useless owners, it would starve to death sooner or later. Looking at the people on the shore, the meat scraps they dropped casually were more than it could eat. Better to abandon the dark and seek the light early. With the old cat leading, the other cats raised by the others swarmed after it, rushing to the river beach occupied by the Han tribe to snatch the meat scraps on the ground. They kept their tails up, staring warily at the Han crowd, but weren't particularly afraid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to Yu-Fu's side. The people who raised these cats lived with them day and night, eating and sleeping together, so the cats weren't terrified of humans, just slightly wary of these strangers. But the Han crew was dumbfounded. Where did this group of furry little beasts come from, daring to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Although it was just scraps and skin they didn't want, these little beasts were too bold. The Ling Tribe was dumbfounded too. Everything was fine, then the cats suddenly rushed out. But the Ling Tribe valued these cats immensely, treating them like gods. Seeing the cats rush under the Han tribe's butcher knives, several people rushed out without thinking, startling both the Han and Ling sides. "Commander Yu, people are running over from there. Everyone be careful, savages." Yu Fu turned his head and shouted immediately. Several young kids ran wildly to the Han crew, ignoring everything else. They scooped up the cats, snatching food, and held them in their arms. Only then did they realize they were surrounded by the Han group. They didn't dare run, realizing their fear too late. Seeing their people surrounded, the rest of the Ling Tribe couldn't just stand there. Besides, their own cats were there too. They had to get them back. So, the two groups stood face to face, staring at each other. Fortunately, neither side showed intention to fight. "What tribe are you? Did you raise these little beasts?" Yu Fu asked the Ling Tribe using hand gestures. "Where are you from? Why hunt at our tribe's place?" The young Ling chief also asked with gestures. The Han people were very calm. It wasn't their first time meeting outside tribes. In fact, since stepping on the reconnaissance ship, they were prepared to contact outsiders frequently. "We come from the water. Lack food. Come ashore to replenish. We can also trade with you. Do you need white salt?" Yu Fu pointed to the large ships, explaining their origin and purpose, then pulled out the old routine, having the cook bring out a small bag of white salt. The Ling Tribe was shocked. These people really came from the water. They could make tools to walk on water, and their weapons were sharp, yet they were easy to talk to, actively discussing trade. "White salt, what is that?" The Ling chief learned the strange Chinese word and asked with gestures. Yu Fu quickly handed the white salt over for the Ling chief to taste. But this 16-year-old teenage chief didn't realize the importance of white salt. Mainly, the Ling tribe's civilization level was too poor. The whole tribe had less than 100 people. Daily food relied on hunting, luck, and weather. Like today, the Han tribe's disturbance prevented normal hunting, leaving them without dinner. A tribe that couldn't even fill its members' bellies had no stored grain. How could it grow? And relying solely on hunting meant high casualties. They couldn't retain experienced hunters, so the turnover was fast. The Ling tribe members looked very young. The oldest was in their 20s, and the chief was a 16-year-old boy. Although the Han chief was only 15, Han Feng was a technical chief with solutions, completely different from the Ling tribe's situation. The Ling tribe had no concept of eating white salt. Their salt intake came from drinking animal blood and eating organs. So they weren't interested in the salt, but extremely interested in the steel weapons. After all, they lived by hunting. Imagine how much a good weapon would help. "We don't want this. We want the weapons you are holding. Can we trade for that?" The Ling chief handed the salt bag back and pointed at the steel forks and iron hooks in the crew's hands. Yu Fu and his men were stunned. They had met many tribes, and every time white salt was shown, they were treated as guests of honor, begging for more. This time, they met an ignorant youngster who didn't plan to take the salt, but asked for their fishing tools instead. They probably saw us catching fish effectively just now and proposed this trade, Yu Fu thought, rolling his eyes. But, should we trade? Yu Fu hesitated. Most importantly, what did the Ling tribe have to exchange that the Han tribe didn't have, that the chief needed, and was of equal value to iron tools? Looking at how poor they were, barefoot in the muddy river beach, not even straw shoes, they didn't look like they could offer anything good. Clan leader, they can't even feed themselves, yet they share food to raise these furry little beasts. Maybe these beasts have special uses? I saw them eating meat just now, so they aren't raised for food. Maybe like our tribe's dogs, they can guard homes or herd. Should we ask and trade for some of those beasts? A trusted subordinate of Yu Fu, also a Yu clansman, whispered a suggestion. You have a point. I'll ask. Yu Fu nodded and asked the Ling chief again. Trade, possible. But what do you trade with? This, what do you want? The Ling chief didn't expect them to actually agree to trade the powerful weapons. Now that they agreed, he found he had nothing to offer. I see everyone holding a small beast. What animal is that? What is it for? Mentioning this, the Ling tribe people started acting weird, hugging the cats tightly. No matter how the cats struggled, they wouldn't let go. This was mainly due to the Ling tribe's theology. The history of raising cats in the Ling tribe was unknown, but they firmly believed one idea. These cats were the transformed spirits of children who died young in the tribe. That's why they often cried like human babies at night. Although scary, they believed this was a psychic phenomenon. These cats must be related to the deceased children. Crucially, these deceased children turned into cats and returned to them to protect the tribe. Cats had the innate skill to catch mice and snakes, protecting the tribe from vermin so more children could grow up safely. Of course, this was just their instinct, but the Ling tribe didn't think so. They deeply believed these cats were reincarnated children protecting the living children from danger, eventually dying early just like them. Otherwise, how do you explain cats making sounds just like human children?